are live. Let's go over to the live stream, and we're going to see if we're connecting. And thank God Peter's here to take over during the beginning of the show. We're going to see if we're not connecting. God damn it. Okay, so this is kind of like last time where maybe it'll take some time and it'll kick in, but this does not look good so far. So, all right, this is very... Does anyone know we're on? Is anyone out there? Can anyone hear us? Try hitting us. See if we... Okay, now we seem to be showing up. Okay, so we're showing up, and all right.
We're live now.
Okay, thank goodness. Now let's see if both these gentlemen are showing up on my online broadcasting software. Say hello, Daniel. I mean Peter. I was talking to my gang brother earlier. Say hello, Peter.
Hello. If T-Tank Barry or anybody else is out there, let us know if you can hear us, hear me.
Great. And how about you, Aristides? Say hi.
Hello. I hope you can hear me. I'm getting over to the computer in just a minute to, do all the stuff.
Okay. So, as everyone knows, and whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you, but you should know at this point that I am a quarter vampire. Okay, all of this is quite real. We've got a book explaining this, and we will revise and expand it to include the history that was not included in the first edition, which we simply had to get out to prevent somebody from essentially plagiarizing my notes. And this was somebody who had a hold of my notes, and I wound up sleeping with their wife, and understandably, they became very angry. Not to justify their behavior, but at any rate, in order to head off their threat to publish my notes, we did what we did. We got it out there fast, but we didn't get it out there in the best condition or shape in terms of editing. So what we are going to do now is check into the live stream again. And T-Tank Barry says loud and clear, good evening from Shasta County. So let me tell him we love you, T-Tank. We love you. Okay, and at T-Tank. Okay, all right, and with that, I want to, I think briefly, just let everybody know that I've gotten the vampire thing out of the way as just a brief intro, which for those of us who are new listeners, you'll just have to roll with it. But I am sick. It's sun sickness. It's called sun sickness. And so vampires get sun sickness. That includes people like myself who are only a quarter vampire. Now, if I were 100% full-blooded vampire, you don't burst into flames. That's all movie bullshit. But you feel like you do. That's for true-blooded vampires. These are pure vampires. My mother didn't have it as severe as that, being half vampire, but being a quarter vampire myself, I can take a lot of sun. Comparatively speaking, I can't take much, and most people, compared to a baseline human being, I'm certainly not going to sit out and try and tan. There's simply no point anyway. But by being out in the sun for a long enough period of time, it does impact me, and it makes me sick. So I'm feeling very sick right now, and so we'll see if I make it through the night. Obviously, I should feel better as we enter the night and the cursed sun sinks beneath the horizon line. I'm in the crypt, the Russian Hill crypt, which is not named for any melodramatic reasons of trying to make it seem like something it's not. It's not a crypt because I'm in it. It is truly a crypt, and it is truly uninhabitable for any baseline human being. And hopefully someday I will relocate myself out of it because it's ultimately uninhabitable for someone like myself. However, I'm stuck here due to rent control. It's one of the few places I can afford in San Francisco, and I can barely afford that. Now, we earned about $200 with our last episode, $100 from Heather Holman. We have another wonderful individual who wants to remain anonymous, I believe, or at least referred to only by his initials. And he sent 30 United States dollars. So let me make certain that this is KP. KP sent 30 United States dollars. Profoundly appreciate it. Holly Caditis Kiefer says she'll be sending her usual $100, or she says she'll be sending money. I presume she'll send her usual 100. So aside from that, of course, we're going to count on the rest of you to help me raise more, because even as people send me money, like T-Tank Barry, who literally drove over to my home, as he does at least once a month, usually, and deposits 100 United States dollars through the mail slot. Obviously, I still do a lot of supply runs, and the supply runs, even vampires need water to hydrate, so I do get the water, and I do get other items such as Coca-Cola, that is, liquid Coca-Cola, which is my coffee, and also beer, which is generally just considered a staple, like liquid bread as far as I'm concerned. But all of that being said, obviously, also because the solid food doesn't really sit well with me, I take a lot of supplements, because I can't be drinking blood all the time. Even though on holidays like this, I get much more access to it much more regularly, for reasons I've articulated in the past. That isn't always the case, and therefore I supplement myself regularly, and supplements are expensive. And my body does tend to process those to a degree, certainly more so than it does solid foods. And so all of that being said, I will remind everyone that this is an incredible convergence of holidays. And I will point this out to our dear Peter Moon. I'm going to go into share screen and show him this, because it'll be an education briefly for everyone else as well. So let's take a look at the screen share. Go into screen share here, and we're going to start sharing. And we're going to try and work with Peter Moon with the book, because he's working on the book. So let's take a look at what we've got with the calendar. Okay, so both Aristides and Peter Moon can see the calendar as it is right now, and let's take a look at what available days we have. So basically, this weekend was, of course, my biological father, Adolf Hitler's birthday. It was also Patriots' Day, which holds a deeper meaning than most people recognize. We are entering, of course, the National Youth Violence Prevention Week, which, of course, is apropos considering that Adolf Hitler's birthday was also the anniversary of the Columbine School Massacre. I will cover a little bit about Patriots' Day in summary, along with Columbine, because it is relevant, along with the Israeli response to the Iranian attack with their own little attack. All of this is kind of like military theater, so I'll cover a little bit of that if it organically arises via Peter Moon, or later on a little after roundtable while we wait for George Knight to arrive, if he's able to tonight.
When you say military theater,
yeah.
It's I detect a little bit of inflection of kabuki style theater. Are you?
Yeah, you mean implying that it's kind of like just
show?
Yeah, pretty much.
I will be talking about that probably when we start.
Excellent. A little bit here. Now, it looks, Peter, that I will Tuesday would be a good day to work on the book, if you wish. Also,
I just hope I can wrap it up by then.
Oh, no worries. If you don't even worry about it. We'll get to it eventually. The 25th, Thursday, or Friday. Let me take a look at.
Yeah, that could work if I don't have it ready by Tuesday, which I'd love to. Right. It's just a matter of getting it ready. I'm on the bitter end. It's just that sometimes I don't have enough energy to finish it. It takes a lot. But it's going well. I'm happy with the progress.
Okay, or perhaps on the 30th or the May 1st.
No, it should be done this week, I would think.
Okay.
If not Tuesday, Thursday or Friday, and I'll keep you.
Okay. So yeah, we'll keep in contact. The weekends are going to be very involved for me, so I will be.
That's okay. Weekends aren't the best for me.
Okay.
Generally speaking.
All right, and certainly I won't be available on Monday the 29th. I mean, Monday the 29th will be the Emperor's birthday. It's also the birthday of Victoria Lauren Hobbs. By the way, I do remind everyone again, Amy Como's birthday is Friday the 26th. So I'm hoping to find some time to go out and mail something to her. I'll probably have to mail it next day mail. And that also might cost some extra money. So I do want people to understand that next day mail is extraordinarily expensive. It's outrageously expensive. So, I'll probably be forced to do that just to get it to her on time for her birthday. Because she's out in the middle of nowhere, Vermont. So perhaps everybody take that into consideration when contributing a little extra money towards my sending Amy Como something. And it's not even really a gift per se, just a little, make a card for her, get something together for her. And she deserves it. She truly has dry humor, and dry humor that actually is intelligent and appreciated. We had, of course, the Cherry Blossom Festival parade. One reason I'm sunstroke and sunstroked, I guess, would be a way of saying it. And we've got the Cupertino Cherry Blossom Festival is coming up next weekend. But in the meantime, we are, that's pretty much it. We're going to have our man Aristides explain a little bit about helping us upvote the channel and each episode. Next weekend will be Workers' Memorial Day weekend. For those of you who don't know, there is a Workers' Memorial Day. It's far more dangerous to be a laborer than it is a soldier on the front lines. It's statistically, work will kill you. So all of that being said, that's all that goes through my my sunburnt brain at the moment. And I want to remind everyone, of course, that we have a situation where every time we launch a transmission, we are instantly hit with downvotes. Welcome to Atham Animist, Cradle, both of you wonderful gentlemen. And in the meantime, everybody upvote and understand that we get hit by downvotes automatically to prevent us from showing up on searches. So the only way to outweigh that is via your upvotes. So everybody hit the upvotes, as many upvotes as you possibly can, and Aristides will now explain to you how that is done.
Sure. I have only ever been able to upvote while I was signed into YouTube. I've had a YouTube account for a while, so I don't remember how to make it, but I'm sure it's easy. And once you have an account on YouTube, you can upvote, and you can also create secondary channels under your main account with no extra login. They're just different identities you can do for different things, but please use all of them to upvote Douglas, and you can do that from the same device, or you can sign in from different devices, but from different accounts.
Thank you. Beautiful, beautiful voice. We've got to get you speaking more often. And with that, we're going to hand this over to Peter Moon, who's in far better shape than I am tonight. Take it away, dear Peter.
Okay, well, welcome to everybody. Yes, we want to, I'll campaign a little bit more for getting your rent in when we get some more viewers. But the first thing I wanted to talk about, and I'm going to go pick up where we left off last week with the more spiritually oriented subjects with regards to Radu Cinamar and the events of that are associated with the book we're working on. But I had occasion to listen to various news broadcasts, and it to me it comes very hodgepodge, because I don't sit there and listen to something, and then also feeds that come up on YouTube. And I guess the first thing is, and this was in the middle of the night, I saw this character that people would know who are familiar with Fox News, and he's, I guess, what you could call a creepy character who has some cogent, very cogent points, but it's called, his name is Mark Levin. I don't know, Douglas, if you're familiar with him.
Mark
Sean
Levine?
Hannity.
Yeah.
What?
Mark Levine, yes.
Yeah, Levine. They refer to him as the Great One.
Yeah.
Like, this is really funny. But I guess because he has such a, I guess a more, he can pin the tail on the donkey a lot more than a lot of other people as far as his references and stuff. But this was it. Now, of course, as we move into the whole, where he becomes very creepy is his, I guess what you call partiality towards Israel. That's where you have this streak of extreme prejudice, which he's not even really probably fully aware of. It's just that he's so aligned that he can't see the forest from the trees. But what was interesting is, now I've already concluded, before I ever watched anything by him, that all of these extreme protests that are going on in America, of these pro-Palestinian protests, are being organized and funded. And he was going into the details of it. Who's funding, you know, and how it's being funded. And what was, but he's talking so fast and making so many points that, you know, who can follow this stuff and who can track it all down? If I take what he's saying at face value, he's also talking about Jewish organizations. He's basic, and not just George Soros, but other Jewish organizations that are funding the pro-Palestinian protests. Now, this is very weird. Now, of course, he's making the Democrats the bad guys. But I found this very curious. He's basically finger-pointing Jewish organizations, but he's blaming the Democrats. And what are the Democrats? They're the same as the Republicans. They're just a front for different interest groups. And then I said, wow, this is, it's complete madness. Now, why would Jewish interests want to promote pro-Palestine? Of course, big money does not care about human compassion. It's not what it's about. It's about geopolitical interests. But what happens is, if you create enough anti-Semitic revolt, you create a justification for war. You create a justification for it. And I said, well, I don't agree with Israel, but you know, they've got to defend themselves sort of mentality. And then the Iranians, and I wanted to touch on Iran because I had this report that I reported that I don't think is very unreliable, that I don't think is very reliable at all, is this idea that the technology in Iran is from the Buchej mountain base, and that they had extracted it and used it, and, you know, wait till this drone is just the preliminary. Ooh, you know. And I had likened it to mullahs throwing paper airplanes off of minarets. Minarets being the towers where the Muslims call people to pray from. But what it would seem to me that this Iranian strike is, well, first off, I would, it seems to me that they did more damage than they're reporting. The Iranian drones did more damage than the news is reporting. First off. Now, how critical it was, I can't say, but I think they're lying about how much damage it did. And then they've made other strikes into Iran, and then Iran is like, now what's the now if we take the reports at face value that Israel is just intimidating the hell out of Iran, what is the reason they would do this? The only explanation, there's two explanations, obvious explanations. One is that they're completely insane. Two is that this is all a pretext. They're doing this to give more ammunition for Israel to do whatever it's doing to carry out its agenda. And nowhere in this is Netanyahu being held accountable as a bad guy, except maybe in the World Court, which doesn't really count. I ran into a neighbor. He's not close by, maybe a quarter of a mile away, who I talk to sometimes. And he explained to me that there's a woman living in his house, and she's come to him. He knows her. He's caring for her because she owns a house on Long Island, and the tenants are completely intimidating her. They're not paying rent. The tenant is on parole for robbing a pizza place.
Oh, wow.
The rent, the town, she gonna have him kicked out, but because there was no rent, but then somebody stepped in and said, no, you got to make the heat. No, because there's no heat, so they had to move out, but somebody stepped in and said, no, you got to keep the place heated, and if you don't, it's $500 a day or something like this. So she's got to keep the place heated. She's got to keep these tenants in, and it will take her 2 years to evict the tenant, and probably $40,000. Now, that might not include legal expenses, but in other words, and I said, well, she should have him arrested. Just say that he attacked her. And they said, no, the cops won't do that. The cops want to see blood. It's like, the cops want to see an injury for a restraining order. It didn't used to be that way. Like, she's not being protected. And she walks out by the driveway, and I see her, and he says, don't say anything. I said, I didn't even know who she was. And this poor woman looked like a complete victim.
Wow.
Like a victim. And she is a victim. And he's explaining to me how this is all social engineering. These Democratic politicians in New York that are making it safe to be a criminal. Now, I wouldn't know what happened to her if she would, take a gun to this guy and his family, which isn't a good idea in any case. But, would they, slap the gavel, say, okay, bad girl, you can go. This is what people are getting concerned about. And I saw a YouTube, which I did not watch, that said that New York is rapidly turning into a red state. Now, I don't know that that's true because of the lawlessness. Somebody came to my door, and I'm not going to answer the door anymore. Usually they're people from cable company trying to sell you something. Or replacement windows, and it's like, it's like answering the door to me is like, what for?
Thank
like,
you. Thank you.
You had that experience. Now, I live in a suburban neighborhood that is ostensibly safe. People see it. Oh, it's such a nice neighborhood. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it is. My cop neighbor, he'll know every damn thing. He's not a cop anymore, but he knows everything that goes on that's negative. He'll make it sound dangerous just because, you know, X, Y, Z happens.
Well, that's how cops think. They see danger everywhere.
Well, exactly. But he'll know. He's got his own communication lines. And so, you know, we're moving into, or we're not moving into, we're in times of where the world is less safe, feels less safe. But safety is relative. We had this guy, Armani. He's a big guy, and he plays football with us. And last week he said to me, he says, "Who's got better hands, me or Dre? Dre's like the star, you know." And I looked and I thought, like, who the hell is me? I don't want to say one or the other, but I thought, and I said, probably. And I said, Dre probably. But I said, I haven't seen you play enough. I've seen him play enough, and you know, he accepted it. And then he puts this posting up on our chat that he's in the hospital. A truck hit him.
Whoa.
Yeah, he was in. I think he was in an accident. I don't know if he was in the truck or what. He's messed up.
Wow.
And you know, we all wanted to visit him, but he's up in the Bronx, which is, you know, that's like you going to Walnut Creek.
Yeah.
It's a little far, and more like Vallejo, trying to get to Vallejo. You know, it's like no. It's not. It's not that easy.
Yeah.
So it's like, God, this guy's like, I said, I wonder if I said his hands were better if he would have had the accident. We won't see him playing football for a long, long time.
Holy shit.
If ever, you know, it's like, it's like, God, what, you know, he's got all sorts of stuff. He was at least able to text. So it's like, how dangerous is this? You know, being on the highway can be more dangerous than you know, some of these things that play themselves out in life. And some people have very bad situations. So and so many of us that live in the United States are so much more fortunate that we're not in the Middle East, where this, you know, war. When you stand back, you can see it's like this big puppet show. Yes. In fact, if you study the Iliad, which is the story attributed to Homer about the Trojan War, part of that scenario is the gods are up there choosing sides and playing games. It's like, okay, this is it's like a video game. And you know, they've got these avatars involved in the Trojan War. And it's a war between the gods with their favorite humans, or the humans they ally themselves with. So when we get into parapolitics, it's the same thing. And it's becoming a little more obvious, I think, at least to a keen observer. I saw an interview with Michael Douglas, the actor who has been awarded and just hailed. One of his big breakthroughs was one of the biggest travesties. Was One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, which, you know, Ken Kesey won a lawsuit over that because they had butchered the story.
Wow, I had no idea.
Yeah. Ken Kesey, he won a lawsuit over that.
That's incredible.
Yeah. And of course it was hailed, great movie. And well, what was it? They took out Kesey. The whole story has to be told by the chief, the Indian. And, he was in it, but they gave him short shrift. It's all about his experience. Anyway, Michael Douglas. But anyway, Michael Douglas, they asked him what he thought about Joe Biden. And, is he too old? And Michael Douglas, this is the thing about Hollywood and actors. He says, all of his cabinet members say that he's sharp as a tack. Now, it doesn't take anybody to see that he's not as sharp as a tack. I saw some video of him from 4 years ago when he was running for president. I could not believe the deterioration since then. He's so much more coherent 4 years ago when he's running for office. Not that he was coherent then, but he's so much more. It's like he's really deteriorated in 4 years. It's really bad. And he also said, Michael Douglas said, he says, isn't it interesting that everybody who works for Biden, they want to do another 4 years from him, everybody, his cabinet. But Trump, nobody wants to work for him. And of course, what I would say to that is Trump demands performance. Whether you like him or don't like him, he demands performance. And the government does not demand performance. And when you demand performance, it's very publicly unpopular. So, as Douglas has said, you cannot get fired from a government job.
Yes, that's quite true.
And this is what the government likes. Oh, well, we want to work for Biden. We can just sit here and do diddly all day. And, you follow the company line. And Trump, as I say, he's gonna be demanding. He's not going to be necessarily easy to work for. But I'm saying it's like, the main thing with Michael Douglas is just he's just saying he's as sharp as a tack. Whatever you think about Biden, or whether you think he's better than Trump, he's not sharp as a tack. But anyway, and then another interesting factor when we pull back this kabuki theater of war, there was a video. There's a lot of video coming up showing how empty China is with its military threats. There was this report coming out of Bloomberg that was saying the nuclear. Well, first off, this was a reliable report. This is reliable that all of these Chinese generals and important people in the military have been fired, let go of their jobs, and they don't know what happened to them.
Yes, it's been a purge.
Yeah. Now, they were saying, the report that was less reliable, but it's more reliable when you get through the nuances of it, was that the nuclear missiles, part of the investigation which led to the purge, was that these nuclear missiles were filled with water, or these nuclear weapons were filled with water. Now, rolling that back, they explain that you can't have nuclear fuel inside of these things. You have to you fill it before you shoot it. Otherwise, the components will rust if they just sits there or has problems. So they were saying that water, this is more of a euphemism or a phrase, the way it would be interpreted in China, that basically when they're saying they're filled with water, it's like saying they're inert. They're not working properly. It had to do with phraseology. and that saying they literally weren't filled with water. But the problem is that the upper echelon of the military found out that their weapons were no good, basically, or very limited in their ability to do serious damage. And the clickbait was that this is why Taiwan has been, safe, because they don't really have their bluster is much bigger than their bite when it comes to nuclear weapons. So this was interesting, vis-a-vis the stuff I do with Douglas, and that they were saying that the Chinese generals and were, I guess, allegedly guilty of graft, corruption, which means they're taking money. My question would be, would these generals, do Chinese citizens have bank accounts like we do? And if you don't have you can't hide things in a bank account. The government's going to have more access to your bank account there.
Astute observation. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, than they would here. So if there is graft involved, how easy is it? I'm asking you this, if you know, how easy is it to hide it? Because, are they putting gold coins under their bed? Are they putting it into Bitcoin? Do you have any immediate answer to that?
Yeah, when it comes to of course the missile thing first, just so people understand. When it comes to what the news reports were referencing about the missiles, understand that this wasn't just nuclear, it's all of their missiles. And what was going on was that when it comes to all of their missile systems, what's going on now is you have a lot of people who, understand this much. You don't ever want to underestimate your enemy. You always want to at least assume that your enemy has got everything together, because obviously you do yourself a disservice if you just assume your enemy has got jack and you can ignore them or dismiss them, because in the end, that kind of hubris you can pay an astronomical price for. So obviously they want to let people know that, well, it could be that there's a euphemism involved here, but it's just as easy to believe me, from what I know about military corruption, that all the fuel was drained from the rockets, because they were saying this was like endemic throughout all of their rockets and missiles, which, if anyone understands what they would do first if they tried to invade Taiwan, is they would start off with missile barrages, very, very large missile barrages. And of course, this would be thousands of missiles. But all of those missiles, of course, there is some, I could see what some of these specialists are saying, like, oh, if you leave the fuel inside of the rocket, it's going to, rot it from the inside out. And maybe there's some kind of logic to that. All I can tell you is that when it comes to the American systems, they did that anyway. It's just that you constantly maintain the missile. Yeah, it's rotting from the inside out. If it's a nuclear missile with its own fissile material, is radiating the electronics and slowly frying and degenerating the electronics. But you just continually replace the electronics. You're constantly maintaining the missiles in a shift. It's like, a set of missiles here you maintain while the others are on alert. Then you maintain the others and you do it on rotation. This is the way it's done.
Expensive.
Yeah, it's extraordinarily expensive, but that's war. that's the price of, if you really want deterrence, that's the price you pay. Now, here's why the corruption in the military is endemic. What happened in the communist Chinese military. Not to mention, of course, the American military, but that's a totally different story. But when it comes to the communist Chinese military, here's what happened that was just batshit fucking crazy. What happened was when they started to quote unquote modernize, they began to radically change and everything went to shit. Basically, when they were an ideological communist army, when they were the Red Chinese Army, just like you used to have the Red Soviet Army, it was an ideological force, and you had men that were conscripts. Then you had this combat experience that was constantly gained by a state of perpetual warfare with everyone around them. They fought India, they invaded Tibet, they were fighting Vietnam, they were fighting the Russians, they were in a constant state of warfare, and their military was heavily blooded. It was therefore highly experienced. This is very important. This is probably the only good rationale for America constantly being at war, theoretically, is that it's constantly keeping its military under a experience of combat. Of course, it doesn't really count anymore with America because of the way they're conducting combat. This kind of combat experience really isn't fucking helping because they're only allowing a certain units to receive this experience, and the rest of the military is not receiving any experience. So when it comes to, say, for instance, how different it was when America had a draft, this is why I'm emphasizing the conscription part. When America had a draft during the Vietnam War, it was calculated that if America went head-to-head with the Soviet Union, their troops would be orders of magnitude better than the Russian army, because the Russians had never fought a real war since World War II. The Russians, all they had was World War II, and after that they were just like putting down rebellions in Eastern European satellites and shit. And other than that, they had fucking nothing. The Americans had experience in Vietnam, so their troops were well-blooded. They were much better. So all that's gone now, and because you have this quote-unquote professional force. Now, one of the worst things you could do to your force is quote-unquote professionalize it. It is the stupidest idea on God's green earth. But at any rate, the Chinese thought they were going to follow that model because everyone else was doing it. Kind of like if everybody else jumps off a cliff, gee, I guess I should jump off a cliff. So they took their military, which was one of the best in the world, and they fucked it over 8 ways to Sunday whereas before there was no such thing as an officer class. You had leaders and you had fighters. And it was
talking about China or America?
Communist China. In communist China, whereas before they had no officers per se. They had leaders and they had fighters. They restructured the whole system along the Western lines, gave everybody officer status and all the others enlisted status, and all the same old bullshit that fucks everybody else up. And then they made it a volunteer force, fucked it up even more. And then at some point, they did something nobody in the West would ever fucking dream of. They said, let's make them pay for themselves. Which is kind of like what the United States did with the U.S. Post Office. Basically, at some point when the United States went over the cliff a few decades ago, they said, hey, let's make the post office earn its own keep. And at that point, the post office was semi-privatized and had to earn its own money, which meant they had to jack up the prices, and their service went down. And anybody who's ever been alive before this happened remembered that the post office, you used to be able to count on them. And then after that, you could never count on them again. So this is what they did with the Communist Chinese Army was they said, like the Americans did with their post office, you have to turn a profit. So the Communist Chinese Army became semi-privatized, and like the U.S. Post Office, it has to turn a profit. So of course it corrupted. Of course it gets like, well, there's nothing else that could possibly happen after that other than it corrupts completely, thoroughly, pervasively, and totally. So they wound up selling weapons all over the world. They wound up committing piracy all over the world. They wound up committing kidnappings, abductions, terrorism. The communist Chinese military is now essentially like a mafia. And so, of course, they would drain all their fucking missiles of all the fuel and just sell it on the market or take it for themselves. Of course, they'd fill the rockets up with water. That's why the idea of this being metaphorical or euphemistic, okay, maybe that's the case. But I could just as easily...
Well, there was no question that it was corruption. It was a question of whether it was water. That was really and that water...
Oh, no, I get what you're saying. That you're saying that this might have been a euphemism for it being an inert missile and kind of just not in a launch mode, and that keeping it in launch mode would be too expensive to maintain. But then that's the price of war. That's what you do. And so if they're
but the senior Chinese officials were investigating the corruption because they knew something was wrong. So there was something wrong. This was not really
in question.
Questionable.
Right. Yeah, well, definitely. Well, don't forget that with Xi Jinping and communist cultures, especially Asian communist cultures like the Leninists, meaning the Asian communists like Vietnamese and communist Chinese, they constantly run anti-corruption campaigns because they have to, because they've got a collectivized system that's highly centralized, and whenever they are doing something in the, to try and free market themselves bit by bit into this kind of let's everybody earn money, even though we're maintaining a one-party state. In Vietnam, they've just sentenced this woman to execution. They're going to execute her, and she's like the richest woman in Vietnam. And of course, she was a criminal. She was just she wound up stealing a good portion of Vietnam's gross domestic product through various real estate scams or something. And I haven't even been interested enough to really follow the case. But in the communist Chinese military system, just like with its billionaires and its tech moguls, Xi Jinping brought them under control by investigating quote-unquote corruption. He brought the media under control by investigating quote-unquote corruption. Basically, there's a corruption problem because there's no other way to work in a communist system other than by black market. And so another thing that makes everybody corrupt is they've got this incredible social credit system. And this social credit system makes it just... everybody is monitored to such a great degree that everything you say online can detract from your social credit score. And therefore, anybody's open for corruption investigation. It's basically a ranking system for citizens and companies. And and it's digital. And so it's not just like how many points you got in the bank. You've got points you've got to earn to be respected socially. You
Whether
lose.
You've been naughty or nice, sort of thing.
Yeah. You lose points, for example, by traffic offenses, protesting against the authorities in any way, spreading rumors on the internet the government doesn't sanction, cheating in online games. You lose. But if you got a high score, then you enjoy special privileges like priority for school admissions and employment, easier access to cash loans and consumer credit, or deposit-free bicycle and car hire, or cheaper public transportation even. Anyhow, anyone with a low score ultimately, you're a second-class citizen. And ultimately you could face denial of licenses, permits, access to social services, exclusion from booking flights or high-speed train tickets, ineligibility for government jobs. And it is a one-party state, so a lot of jobs are government. There you go. I mean, it's hell on earth. So, but within this system, it's easy to accuse anyone of corruption. And this is how they start purging systems. They purged their own media. They purged their own business. They destroyed their high technology. So they had all these tech moguls. You might remember Jack Ma. Jack Ma was this ugly son of a bitch who looked like...
Whatever happened to him?
Oh man, they fucked him. They fucked him up the ass. Oh man, that poor son of a bitch. Yeah, I never liked him anyway. But they took all his money. They said he was corrupt. They fucked him over and shut him up. He used to, he enjoyed being a celebrity. He enjoyed being in the limelight. But of course, when they were interviewing him in America, you could see, wow, this guy's really a piece of shit. I mean, he was like saying, if you work for me, you'd better expect to work yourself to death. I work you 18 hours a day. You're lucky you get to sleep the other 6. And I recommend you don't sleep at all. And all this shit. It's like, well, like, how does he get away with that? Because he works in communist China, where he's working with political dissidents who are effectively fucking slaves. So he's like telling Americans, yeah, you want to work for me, you'd be like a slave in a concentration camp, bigger than whale shit. And it's like, anyhow, so he would say this shit out loud, and he'd be like promoting it like it's something you should do. Here in America, like, why don't you guys do this? Then you'd be successful like us Chinese. And of course, the Chinese Communist government, wasn't for that reason they shut him down. It was, they didn't like him being a celebrity. They didn't like him. Well, he's just easy to hate anyway. And he's ugly too. So they took all his money and told him to shut up, or they'd kill him. And so now he's like comparatively impoverished. I mean, I'm sure he's still richer than your average American, but he's a shadow of what he was. And of course, he's in hiding basically. And you know, a lot of other people like him, they put on the run. They ran away from China to escape, and otherwise, you know, those that didn't, some of them were put into jail. Like they did with some actress. You know, there was an actress who was famous, and then they took her and put her in jail. One was a tennis star. So anyhow, so they do all this stuff, and, you know, with the military, basically, probably these guys felt they had some leeway, and of course they felt like, what else are we going to do? We're supposed to earn a profit. And the end result was when Xi Jinping found out just how, you know, nothing really works, then he purged the generals, and now he's like gonna, but you know, where does it go from here? He's like, what's he gonna replace them with? It's like I said before, one pissed off general literally could take a unit and walk into the Politburo of Communist China, where everybody is on a fucking respirator. Everybody's on life support. You wouldn't have to worry about killing any woman either. There's not a goddamn woman in the fucking Politburo. It's 100% male. It's a sausage party of old men. And they're all in palliative care, and they all belong in hospices. They all look like they're taxidermized and already dead and stuffed, and might as well be, because all they do is agree to whatever Xi Jinping says. All one pissed off general has to do is walk in, and he could wipe out the entire Chinese government in 60 seconds. That's yeah, all he has to do is find somebody who's got machine guns at work, and take him in with him with a single squad, and he could take over the government. I don't know why nobody does it. At any rate, with Xi Jinping, however, he's got everybody in fear, and while they're all living in fear, you know, this is what you're stuck with. And so there you go with that. Back to Peter.
Well, yeah, it says here that Jack Ma is brought back into Alibaba, the name of his company, which is basically like a Amazon. But yeah, so he's been brought back.
He's probably been, like, what do you call it, re-educated. And
the whole company has been reorganized.
Yeah.
He's praised the reorganization. You know, he's just sounds like a. And it said that he you know, was criticizing the government, which sounds like he criticized everybody.
Yeah.
You know, some people step into power in the weirdest of ways.
Yes.
I don't know his whole history, but they just step into power and they don't really warrant it, but they end up basking in it for whatever reason. But so much for that thread. So the other thing was that, and there's like certain news media that appears on the internet, I don't see it on the television, that is really dissecting China, that is to a marked degree aligned with the stuff we talk about. Not 100% because it doesn't know it. And one of these included the rearmament of Japan, and it gives a whole history of Japan, some of which is bogus, some of which is accurate, and basically saying that China is scared to death of Japan because Japan has all of these armaments, and Japan's armaments are real. And it sort of says that, that Japan is now, it kind of fudges the World War II issue, but it says Japan is very strong. And they don't really, but I think they kind of say it's the second best military in the world, which means the United States is the best. That's what they're saying.
One presumes.
But I think the real message that they were delivering was that China is much more of a paper tiger than anybody had realized. And I would be the first one to agree with you. Said you don't underestimate your enemy.
Right.
You don't, assume he's powerless.
Yes.
But then again, there's so much bluffing involved, the art of war.
Yes.
I never read Donald Trump's book, The Art of the Deal, but I get the impression that much of his success had to do with bluffing.
Yes.
Which is, that's poker, negotiating, gambling. So, be that as it may, these are some of the news things I've heard. So, you've got this, as I say, kabuki theater of war going on with a lot of people in confusion. And our book is so calculated to address some of these issues because these issues are coming out. Aaron had sent me something, a YouTube on the Havara Agreement.
Ah.
Somebody was explaining the Havara Agreement and showing, the gold coin that we put in the book that shows the Star of David on the coin and also the swastika. Mm-hmm. And it was sponsored. It was a coin made by the Third Reich, which we talk about this in the book. And here they were talking about the Havara Agreement, giving a reasonably, if not very accurate, description of what it was about. This is the collaboration of the Third Reich with the Zionists, and a coin to commemorate it in one of the conferences which Adolf Eichmann participated in. This was long before he was involved with the Holocaust, because the Holocaust had not been ordained at that point.
Yes.
Because they needed to step up that later to, that was driven by Zionist interests, as is covered in the book. And they weren't going that far out on a limb to say that, but they weren't not saying it either. So there's a lot of things that our book is headed to, that it becomes critical reading and critical, it's like an issue of critical mass.
Thank you.
So these are just current events that I was inclined to comment on. And now, as I put together the chapter on the Black Lotus Brotherhood, and I will reiterate this for people, the Black Lotus is a flower. It's an actual flower. You can look it up. You'll find Black Lotus. But it allegedly came from ancient Muvaya or Mua,
Yes, originally.
Continent, we call it a lost continent now. But, and this is where the Japanese came. But the Japanese, where these migrants were boat people, became in boats, and they found their way into Tibet, into a special region where this black flower is grown and thrives. And this was the poison used to first lull the Buddha into a poisonous death state, and then ramp it up with the distillation of the Black Lotus root that would actually put him into delirium, where he would hallucinate and iterate what we now know as the Forbidden Sutra. And this Forbidden Sutra, it's very interesting, because what it does is it's like if I were to liken it to LSD, it's like a bad trip.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, like I had talked about this movie. It's like in the 1960s, you hear about LSD, and I think I first heard, I guess where I first heard about it was in junior high school. Never dreamed that I would ever take it. And you're kind of like getting educated on LSD. It's a cultural meme. And I remember going to see this movie, which I've talked about before, The Trip. You can find this movie, The Trip, with Peter Fonda. And Peter Fonda made these real B, almost C movies with, I forget that, Roger Corman, I think, was the director, who made these sort of cheap, fast and easy motorcycle movies. Like Wild Angels.
That would make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and Peter Fonda was like spearheading them. This was Peter Fonda. This was before Easy Rider. This is what gave him the impetus to do Easy Rider. He had a track record with making these motorcycle type movies where he's playing, I think his name was Blue. And I remember this guy who used to get me these CDs, make these CDs for me when I was making CDs for one of the projects. And his name was Blue. And I got to talking to him, and he was named after Peter Fonda in Blue. Just like I met this girl at Montauk who ran Cynthia Rowley's store. I had once done a lecture for Cynthia Rowley, the famous fashion designer. She had me come to her store. She has a store out at Montauk, which is basically, as far as I'm concerned, it's just a tax write-off. She lives out there. She's a very nice lady. And the person who ran the store her name was Nova. Nova was a very nice woman, young. She was named after the Nova from Planet of the Apes.
Wow, that's.
And then when I was in Germany, God, there was this. She was a very, very, some Germans are like, they're like drill sergeants. There's also, Germanic people that, they kind of really, they're very Germanic. What can I say? I don't dislike them at all. I like Germans, but they don't mess around. Europeans in general, but especially Germans. And this one was kind of like really, she was Germanic, but she wasn't like a hard ass. She was, I guess, kind of an emotional German. But she had named her kid, what's the story from The Matrix?
Oh,
I've never really watched The Matrix.
Yeah, I've never really.
Her kid was named after the kid in The Matrix. And it's like, oh wow, I don't know. I don't know if people get named after movies.
I can't remember the character's name in the movie. I'm trying to remember the guy's name.
Some Neon or something like
that. Yeah, Neo,
yeah.
Yeah.
I said, I don't know if I'd like that if I'm a kid, you know, to be named after, something like that. It would really, I suppose, depend who it is. But in any case, this movie, Peter Fonda, now, of course, at that time, Henry Fonda was a big star, his father. His sister Jane, she kind of hit the big time as an actress when she did this movie Barbarella, where she plays this sort of sexual alien. And Jane Fonda was hitting it big, and of course Jane Fonda's had a real award-winning career. And this was before she got involved and became Hanoi Jane and was over there on Vietnamese tanks and all that, Viet Cong tanks. But Peter Fonda was in this movie, and this is what spearheaded these movies, spearheaded Easy Rider, which he did with Dennis Hopper. But that was, Peter Fonda was really, I guess, the driving influence, financial force, and Dennis Hopper was involved in it too. But that's what put both of those on the map in a big way. Perhaps Dennis Hopper more than Peter Fonda, because Peter Fonda kind of faded in terms of his notoriety.
Right.
I don't know how his bank account worked out.
Oh, yeah, that was fine. That was fine.
I'm sure it was fine, but you don't know what people are doing behind the scenes, because he seemed to be working more behind the scenes. But anyway, he did this movie, The Trip, and Jack Nicholson was in all these movies too. Jack Nicholson was in these biker movies, and he was in the movie The Trip. And in The Trip, it starts off, and it's in San Francisco, and he's going to do this LSD trip, and he goes in and he has a guide. So the first thing you learn is, if you're going to do LSD, you have to have a guide. Now, the reason you have to have a guide is so you don't get lost in your head.
Yeah.
And you don't have a bad trip. And there's certain things to do if you have a bad trip. And people can have a bad trip, and they can be sent to hell on LSD, because anything can and will happen. And what comes up will be exaggerated. So, like, for example, if somebody comes up to you and goes rolls their finger with their lips and goes,
no, it's awful.
You might see everybody is doing that.
Right.
Everybody you see.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, the arms, or the chair and the door will have arms that will come out with lips, and the door and the chair will be going.
Yeah, awful.
Kind of funny, actually. But what it is it's like you get a meme in your head, and it becomes visualized, projected, and it's like a machine gun, because your mind starts tripping on whatever suggestion. This is suggestibility, and the mind will take it and run with it creatively. And then what's gonna dig up? What's gonna be dug up? So if you're always told idealistically to do it in nature, because then you'll see the rhymes and the rhythms of nature. And perhaps the most beautiful thing I saw, which I've never forgotten, and I will even see, I will never forget it, is when I'd see the clouds forming and raining on the trees. Now, it wasn't actually raining, but I was seeing it rain on the trees, and the trees are like receiving the rain, and they're putting their arms up. They're not arms, they're branches, but they look like arms. And then you see the the clouds waving at the trees and the trees waving back. It's all this synergy together, and they're working together. It's nature. So you see nature rubbing each other's back and all this sort of thing, and it becomes very visualized. And you see nature, and this is what nature is. And so, but the thing is, as they say, Peter Fonda is being led through this trip. I don't even remember how it ends up. I know there's one point where this he gets involved with sex, whether it's visually or physically, I don't remember. And of course, that can lead to a whole lot of different issues of tripping on sex, which I stayed away from, because I said I'm not going there, because it just felt like that could lead to a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's a wise decision not to not to have sex on acid. But go on.
Well, that wasn't really a potential, but I mean the whole idea of tripping on it.
Yeah.
And so what? But in other words, the mind can start, tripping. And this is kind of what happens in life. It happens in life when you get a notice from the IRS.
Yeah, talk about a bad trip.
Go to different places, and then you see, well, yeah, we've corrected your address. We've corrected your address. We got the correct address, or this or that or the other thing. Or you can see all the negative potentials, and your mind can exaggerate. This can happen if you're trying to get in, trying to, I guess what you'd say, form a relationship with a member of the opposite sex, and you're not sure whether they want to engage you or not, and you can exaggerate the rejection, or you can get too happy about the positive gestures. People, the mind can exaggerate. What this does is amplifies it. And I've stated that LSD is a mind amplifier. People get very upset when I say that. It's not a mind amplifier. Well, it amplifies what's in the mind.
Well, what do they say?
It exaggerates.
What do they say? What on earth? Why are they upset?
They just get triggered. They just get triggered because they get triggered. I don't know whether they say that from experience or inexperience or what, but it's not a mind amplifier. But this is exactly what Montauk was a mind amplifier. Mm-hmm. So it could amp up your mind, and then it could influence other minds, and this, that, and the other thing. So, but it was using a radio frequency, and of course visualization could be involved. But back to what I was saying is, it was like back in the 60s, my whole generation was being initiated into the LSD culture from movies. And that movie in particular, it was not a big movie. It wasn't a super popular movie. It came through the distribution channels, and I don't even know that it was featured. And we might have seen it on a Saturday where they ran sort of offbeat movies. But what I mean, they weren't the marquee movies. But I think they'd have a marquee movie Wednesday through Saturday, and then they show some offbeat movies Sunday through Tuesday or something. I don't know. But in any case, and then it sort of, I think, reached the peak with this Andy Williams show where it was all a tribute to LSD. Hollywood doing a tribute to LSD and flower power and all this sort of thing. Like, and now, of course, LSD has its definite drawbacks. What I was taught about it was that all it could ever do was offer a window into what you might be able to achieve or reach in terms of consciousness. It wasn't going to take you there. Then again, we have that guy who was in the O.J. Simpson trial, who was the expert on DNA analysis. And he had figured this out by taking LSD, he said.
Wow.
And Timothy Leary liked to brag that Steve Jobs was an acid head, and this is how he created his genius, and the same with Bill Gates. And he liked to brag about what LSD could do for people. What I would also say about it is that when I came down, it was very disappointing. and because here you are, sort of crucified into the real world, and you this is the real world. The real world isn't as Neptunian. Neptunian is the word. Neptunian is the world of illusion, mysticism, and now you're back in the real world. And it gave me a cold. I had a cold, which I didn't have before. To say nothing of that, I was, the first thing that happened to me when I took it was that I vomited.
Ooh.
I vomited, and I was like, God, I'm sick. I went into this bathroom, and I was with my friend Terry, and then he kind of, and then it was like, oh, Terry, I see him coming out of nowhere, and it's like, he's my friend, he's my good friend, but it's like his friendship with me was like exaggerated. Like, it wasn't just my good friend. It's like, we've been pals forever. It's like, I want to slap him on the back and this sort of thing. It was like, it was just so exaggerated. But what I was also going to say is that if you're in an environment like Charles Manson had, that stuff could drive you absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
If you were being driven by somebody like him, and one could kind of see where reality becomes skewed, and all of the policemen are pigs, and all of this, and you can kind of see how people were influenced to do things that were nuts, and literally went crazy.
By the way, go on. Yeah, no, continue. Finish your thesis before I go into
Yeah, and then the other thing is dubious, or as whatever that was, is they didn't want any more LSD on the scene. They didn't want it because they were losing control. They wanted street drugs that were just crap, and that's what became available.
By they, you mean the system?
The system, the black market.
Okay.
The black market, because the meme of the vibe of the youth culture was the black market. So, it's kind of like, and it wasn't. It wasn't very good for the culture. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
What you were talking about crazy. I sent you an email. If you quickly scanned that, it'd be great to get your opinion on that, because I know your policeman friend spoke to you about this phenomenon, and he seemed quite sincere about it, as if he had personal experience with this. So the way you described, the way he described it, it seemed like it was real, but it's it's in a sense it's a side issue, but at the same time it's indicative of the culture wars, and it's something that this is sent to me from my Veterans Administration friend, the guy who was a VA bureaucrat for years and years, who helped to prove that all the quote-unquote doxing, defaming myself, was forgery. Gary States, of course, had the guts to actually come on my show to validate and verify all of that as a federale working for the Veterans Administration. But Paul Mosslander is like old as dirt, and he's like he has time to like pick up on these things. So I just thought
the cop didn't mention the furries. I saw the furries on the news. The furries being people dressing up like cats and dogs, and walking around and acting like dogs. I think, maybe it's a hoax. Maybe this is sort of reminds me of the clowns, the phantom clowns that appeared.
Right.
But I must relay a very amusing story from one of my friends from Seattle. Told me when he was in high school, there was a whole new building, a whole new school, and they were showing the superintendent of the school district. They were walking around and giving a tour of the school, and I think my friend, one of his friends had, offered $10 to this student if he would, when the superintendent came, if he'd come around the corner on all fours barking like a dog. And he did, superintendent on all fours barking like a dog, and he got his $10. He also got suspended from school.
Oh my God.
And I'm sure he would have considered it worth the $10 at the time. I mean, what's getting suspended from school? It means you get a few days off.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
And somebody of that mentality probably really didn't care about his grades.
True.
So I'm sure he tell his children. But talking about because this story Douglas is talking about is about people getting on all fours.
Yeah.
So that back in those times it was not politically correct, but this is UK schools. This is, I guess, what my friend Stephanie South would refer to as, and many other people, social engineering. It's part of the social engineering is to present us with absurdities and make the absurdities the norm, and to destabilize our sense of normality. This is Uranus in action. Now, it's upsetting the status quo, but you see, this is in Scientology they call it the reactive bank. It's these are insane memes. This is like like, what is the purpose of doing this? Like, my friend Tantra she was all like into costumes. Like, wearing a costume to break things up is all well and fine. Like, if you want to, dress up like the Easter Bunny and walk down the street, okay, big deal. But to make it a whole cult-like behavior that gets into social issues and problems rather than just having fun. That's why people dress up on Halloween or they go to costume parties. That's supposed to be fun. But this is, now, she used to, as much as she is, off the beaten track, she would mention frequently, she used to mention this on Facebook, that, she'd walk into people who would, this is in Berkeley where she lived, like they would be acting like cats or something. Just be completely like crazed out of their mind. Acting like, but they weren't doing it on a social basis like this, where they were part of a team. They were just like whacked out of their minds.
Jesus.
And she would run into quite a few people like that. Now, I don't know if it's her rapport with strange phenomena or if it was common to Berkeley. And I think it is common to Berkeley. I think it's common to the Bay Area. Now, she might be a little more tuned into it, but, you know, the Bay Area has also always been known for its eccentricity.
Yes.
And of which once was, I think its once most highlighted eccentricity or abnormality was at one time considered to be homosexuality, but that's like been normalized.
Yes.
So, but that was like, you know, it stood out. So, but it's got many other absurdities. It's the home of Douglas Dietrich. But I don't know if we can compare other countries if they have their own. I know the tip top of the Cape, where Cape Cod is, I forget what they call it. That's got extreme behavior in it. I forget the name of it.
Marblehead?
But what?
Marblehead?
No.
Okay.
Not Marblehead. It's you know, it's very gay, but it's extreme gay.
Interesting.
I mean, it's extreme, I guess what you'd say, expression of out of the norm.
Right. Key West used to be like that in Florida.
Yeah, but this is, I think, more than Key West.
Interesting.
I think so. But so be it. But the memes of the culture, it's like, you know, you go through this period of time. So it's like my whole generation was being, I guess, induced into this LSD mindset, which definitely permeated the culture, whether people took it or not. Mm-hmm. It influenced so much.
Oh God, yeah. For you know, just to back that up or validate what Peter Moon is saying, it influenced art enormously in the comic book world because I was a former illustrator, and of course I was captivated by what Americans call comic books, and I always hated that term, of course, forever. But comics are graphic storyboards. They were heavily influenced by the drug culture of the 60s, but then so was everything. I mean, even the time tunnel was in effect. You saw the two guys jumping into, you know, what was like one of those fucking acid discs that people used to stare at while they were tripping. And they integrated that into all the spy movies and that whole aesthetic. Back to Peter with that. Yeah.
I saw an episode of that about, I think it was the night I came on a Sunday.
Yeah.
It was horrible. They doing the Trojan War. God, did they butcher history? It was so butchered. I mean, you can't really do the Trojan War in 1 hour.
No.
But they had...
with advertising breaks, no less. Don't forget that.
Yeah, they had, what was it? You know, I think Achilles and Ulysses coming to... I think they visited Paris. Like as they were treating Paris as if he was the king of Troy. You know, there was no Hector, there was no Priam. It was like, okay, let's butcher this story to hell and back, which they did a good job of butchering the story. And then I think they had some crazy ass guy named Jiggs running into the tunnel to bring him something.
Wow.
And he went in the tunnel and he ended up going back, and then I think they were giving him some, I think a machine gun or something or giving him some weapons to save themselves. And then they got the weapons back, and then Jiggs was like really old.
Wow.
And then they had to take him back and make him normal again. It reminded me of the Duncan scenario.
Interesting.
It didn't make any sense. And then you see all the scientists in the back. They say, "Okay, we got to do this. We got to," and then they all get really busy, like they knew what they were doing, which is what acting is about. So, anyway.
I was about to say, you'd notice that the two characters in the time tunnel never gave a damn about what Star Trek would call the prime directive. In other words, rather than not interfering with time or history, they were always trying to change it. They didn't give a shit. They were just always trying to alter.
They were lost. They were. That wasn't their concern. They were trying to get back, and they were lost from week to week to week. I actually have 2 books on that. That I had bought. Mm-hmm. They were sort of like collector's items. I began reading one, mm-hmm. and they're different than the what do you call it?
Series?
The TV show. Mm-hmm. But when I began reading it, that's what partly inspired me to write my novel, The Spandau Mystery.
Ah.
Because it inspired me to write that, because that book was an effort to connect dots that I couldn't connect through normal investigation. So I went into the mind. I took certain characters, and then kind of wrote their adventures and integrated into time, the element of the Moors, the element of Patton, the element of Aleister Crowley, and integrated into a story, which of course ends up at Montauk, and kind of clearing up the Montauk project from their own perspective. And I think one of the most interesting points I thought was, I think they had I don't remember which characters do. They get into archives of the Montauk Project, and they have all these archives of videotapes mm-hmm. of time, because Preston talked about they'd go back and they'd go back with cameras and they'd have tapes of time. They go back into time and they'd send these homeless people. Maybe these homeless people are all from the Montauk Project.
Terrible idea.
But yeah. They take videos of the time, and the signals would come back, and they'd have all these videotapes. So there was this archives of videotapes, and they're looking for the time of Christ. And Crowley, who is an actual character in the book, he's not there all the time, but he's there. He'd actually stolen them. He had stolen them. I thought that was an interesting, the Antichrist stealing the tapes.
Yes.
So they couldn't access them. But as they say, the story ends up with the hero and the heroine of the story sort of neutralize this evil psychiatrist at Camp Hero, and they're going to take a vacation. They're going to chill out, and they decide to go. Now, I don't know if I mentioned it. I don't think I mentioned the book, but the sequel, they would go to San Francisco and end up investigating Aquino.
That's right. You have mentioned that in the past. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was I had other sequels to that. Mm-hmm. I had other characters going to, or at least one other character going to South Africa, to Cape Town, where she would get involved with a German submarine that would, have connection to Antarctica and ultimately Unterland. And I had all sorts of subplots and stories, but I don't have the time to pursue them. Instead, you know, it came full circle with my adventures with Douglas now.
Thank you. Yes.
This is getting behind the, you know, the mysteries of the Presidio, and of course, the Green Llama. Now, it's very important in the context of what I'm talking about with LSD, which was not a drug that Crowley had access to. Although, you know, the problem with authors and LSD fanatics is and Terence McKenna was this way with mushrooms. He sees the world through the lens of a mushroom. Peter Amborn Wilson was the same way. You know, like show you graphs where everything is every advance in civilization is then because of a mushroom. Every advance in the stock market has been because of a mushroom.
Right.
Every advance in medicine is because of a mushroom. Well, I'm exaggerating, but I'm giving you an example of how pervasive a drug is.
Yeah, I don't think you're exaggerating at all. They really talk like that. Go on.
Yeah, they do talk like that. Well, yeah, it is. I'm not being, my specifics might not be accurate, but the gist of what I'm saying is. And in the same case, well, see, this is the problem with whether it be a mushroom, ayahuasca, or I suppose ergot fungus, wheat fungus, which is what LSD is that, so they'll say, yes, yeah, the Eleusinian mysteries where they take this wheat fungus and it was LSD that they were tripping on. And maybe they did. Maybe it was the Black Lotus road. I don't know. But the thing is when you have a plant, like say a psilocybin mushroom or Jimson weed, you know, the datura weed that Don Juan used to take, or Carlos Castaneda. When you take any plant, a plant is like a species. It wants to survive. Therefore, just like L. Ron Hubbard wanted the whole world to be Scientology, plant wants it to survive all over the place. So if the plant provides insight into things, its basic agenda is to make the plant survive. So when you see somebody shilling for mushrooms, they're shilling for the plant itself. You know, let's have a mushroom in every household. This is what it does. The addictive nature of a plant, even like tobacco, is to make tobacco everywhere. Everybody have tobacco because it wants to survive. It wants to populate the world with itself and procreate.
Yes.
It's just the way survival works.
Yes.
So this is one of the things to be aware if one is taking a plant, whether it be ayahuasca or whatever, you're working for the plant. You're working for the plant. The plant might have something to offer. And I know Paula had great trepidations over the whole subject of ayahuasca and people who were taking ayahuasca. And I don't take ayahuasca and I don't advocate it. But then again, I pointed out that some of these people who were doing ayahuasca and were reportedly doing dynamic changes in the world. It's like, well, ayahuasca is a plant. It wants the world not to go belly up. So yeah. I said, you have to consider that you might have a better chance with people who are doing ayahuasca than you do with people in the government.
people who are doing independent things. So at the same time, I'm not like advocating it. I'm not absolutely against it either, because it's not for me to judge. And some people, I've heard reports of who were doing very progressive things by reason of their enlightenment through this, and then invoking agendas of nature. So life is bigger than our quote unquote straight upbringing. But I'm also on a path with Qigong, and that's drugs like that dull the sensibilities. It's not the path that I'm on. But I'm not going to get all upset or judgmental if people take it. It doesn't mean, I would consider them Qigong material. But so what? Not everybody's going to do Qigong. The world is the world. And we're seeing a lot of crazy things. When you start seeing this reporting that's going on, it's just insanity left, right, and center.
Yes.
Or stuff, and people just lining up to endorse, not necessarily endorsing it in terms of openly advocating something, but by endorsing it just by having it on their show or something, or having it saying, oh, this guy, let's listen to this guy, and he's just full of bull. And it passes without judgment. It's like you can't stop or regulate the iterations of insanity in this world. It's not possible. And then you have Aleister Crowley, who, as I was saying, does not have access to LSD, but he had access to most anything else. And his doctrine from the Book of the Law was to drink wine and strange drugs. And so anytime I encounter wine and strange drugs, it doesn't mean I believe in it, but I say, okay, this is part of the landscape. It doesn't intimidate me or throw me off. It doesn't mean I'm gonna, pat it on the back. But it's like and that's part of perception. It's like, but his whole modality was like, when I was talking about Radu Cinamar, and I'm saying like, okay, it seems like the frequency of what he's working on has been jammed. He gives these incredibly elaborate scenarios. And I'm going to take a break in a moment.
Okay.
I'm going to go into why I believe, I'm going to go into the validity of his work, why I believe his work is valid. Now, it's a piece of literature. I don't mean to suggest everything in it is the God-spelled truth, because number one, I'm not in a position to determine that. But I'm going to give a good argument for it, based upon a discussion I had with our friend Aaron, when I went over some of these accusations about Radu, that he'd been put under house arrest. Some of it made sense, some of it didn't make sense, and but anyway, because, and as I said, drugs involved. It was asserted that channeling was involved. Well, he's if you were to take his work at face value, he is a remote viewer, which is a completely opening of the pineal gland, which means he goes into a state of mind that's abnormal. He goes, he's also subjected to equipment that is biofeedback and is designed to heighten his perceptions. And it's intuitive. It reaches into his mind, brain complex. So we could play a little game here and say, this is kind of what happens with you, Douglas. It's like when we get you into the zone.
Yes.
And if they put me into the zone, what would I want to know personally? What would Peter Moon want to know vis-a-vis his? And like what I have to say, maybe we'll do that when I get back. But I'm going to address the Radu stuff.
Yes.
But the thing is, what I've really been mellowing out so much as I listen to a lot of astrology, and I do it in, and the astrology, all this astrology does is it puts you into this is what a tarot reading does. It puts you into the now. Because you can say that it's all BS if you want to, but what's not BS about astrology is all it does is represents archetypes, fundamental expressions of consciousness that is part of personality. Now, everybody possesses some aspect of these different archetypes. Jupiter, everybody has the aspect to be generous, charitable, knowledgeable, has an aspect of higher learning, or they have the inversion of it. So, and you even see Jupiter sometimes in people who aren't considered higher learning material, because they can sometimes have a whole acumen for something that's very particular, and I think of this in Dion Fortune's book, The Sea Priestess. They have a character in there who's developmentally challenged, but boy, can he carve these ornate aspects of a temple, like gargoyle faces and whatnot. He's just this incredible carver. So he's doing all the work. He's the son of, I think, the master mason who's doing the work, and they're building this temple. And of course, the theme here is that there's always a sacrifice when you build a temple. That's the theme. And they call him the moon calf. And of course, the developmentally challenged person, and he ends up like falling off the cliff and dies. He becomes the sacrifice to the temple. But boy, can he carve. So in other words, there are aspects of higher learning which somebody could have. They're Jupiter aspected to where they may not be an academic genius, but they may be a genius in some other area of life. But everybody has these, Mars aspects is action, anger, can even be violence, and sports is Mars, and Venus is something that everybody can relate to, and Mercury, and all these aspects. So when you look at an astrological chart or moment, or even hear what's going on in the planets, in what's going on in the skies collectively, it makes you think of these aspects in your own life. It feeds your intuition. You say, oh, Venus is well aspected. You say, oh, good. Yes, I'm gonna, yeah, wow. and then you've got Uranus, which is surprise. Oh, expect a surprise. I know when Uranus aspected me last July, I got, hit by a car.
Oh.
Hit hard. And, and that was right before my trip.
Yes.
A month before my trip, and I had to, I also had a root canal issue.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that was like, okay, and it was just enough in time. And my friend Clara had, her daughter had a bad accident, and she had to, fly her into Puerto Rico and get her teeth fixed. She had to fix all her daughter's teeth. And she did, just in time to go on the trip.
Wow.
Like Uranus was like, these are the challenges of doing a trip. So all of these aspects of the sky, or whatever you want to call them, they just put you into consciousness of potentialities. That's all it is. Drawing on your past, drawing on your future. It just puts you into the now. So the more I listen to this stuff, and as it fluctuates throughout the weeks, it's like, okay. And of course, one of the things I'm focusing on, the main thing I'm focusing on now, other than the book, is my trip to Romania.
Right.
And I'm thinking like, okay, well, I don't know who I'm going with. I don't know how things are going to play out. It all depends on X, Y, Z. And then I see things and say, oh, well, good, that's going to say, okay, relax until this. Okay, good. And it gives me confidence in the timing of things.
Yes.
See, okay, things are going to become very clear at this point. And the astrologers will go into specific dates. So that things are going to, Mercury's going to be coinciding with Neptune, which is spirituality. It's going to make everything very clear, blah, 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 blah. And they'll even, with their own expertise in reading, take it beyond that. And it's like saying, okay, just all I need to do is sit back and, not, because I'm the type of person who will overplan things. And I don't really overplan them. I plan for efficiency.
Yes.
I will have backup plans. I have to have a lot of backup plans because Mercury will go retrograde during the trip. So, and sometimes Mercury retrograde can be a very minor inconvenience. But you want to have a backup plan. And that is, and if you have backup plans, it works very well. And I've had backup plans, like say when I go to Pennsylvania to do the colon therapy, and you're following the GPS and you see there's no way one could make this turn off and get anywhere because it's backed up for miles. You can tell.
Yeah.
Because it's an accident. But the GPS doesn't know that. Nobody's telling you that, and so you go way the hell out of your way. And, I know New Jersey enough, and, I call where I'm going and say, look, I'm all messed up. And she tells me on what road to get to, and somehow I find the place.
Yes.
With using multiple GPSs that don't work. Just like somehow you get there. I think I've pretty much figured out how to get there now. But it's still a challenge. But anyway, the point I was making about, I was just saying mellowing out with watching the natural rhythms of the universe. The natural rhythms of the universe. And this is supposed to be, because of this conjunction we're going through right now with Jupiter and Uranus right now, is this weekend. But it's in my ninth house of foreign travel and higher learning and publishing, which concerns the book we're doing.
Yes.
So, and this parlays into the next month as well, and generally the whole release of the book. It bodes well. This is time for this adventure that we're engaged in.
Yes.
So I'm going to take a short break.
Okay.
And then we'll come back and.
Will you be able to hear me while you're gone? While I'm talking?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Pretty much. It'll just be 5-10 minutes at the most,
okay.
and then we'll get back and talk about where I would go intuitively. Mm-hmm. If I could ask some, and do the Radu Cinamar issues.
Sure.
And where I would go if I had access to his what he tells us of. Okay, so I'll put you on mute.
Okay.
I'll put myself on mute, and I can still hear you. Okay.
Sounds good. So Pete's taking a break, and what we'll do now is kind of like what I did the other day. I went into talking about that sunken continent of Mu, and of course we hate that. MU sounds like the loo of a cow, so we usually refer to it as. By the way, there are many other ways to refer to it scientifically. There is, of course, the New Zealanders' name, or the Aboriginal or indigenous New Zealander name for it. These are Polynesians, of course, so we're talking about the Maori, and the Maori have their own word for this sunken continent. Of course, all you need to do is look up Zealandia. So if you look up Zealandia, like New Zealand, except without the new, and you add the IA, then you'll find out all about it. And one of the names for it is Tasmantis. And Tasmantis isn't half bad, but the ancient name by which it's known by is Mua. And we add the A in there because the people are referred to as Muans or Muvians. And he is from that continent that much of what Peter Moon is writing about now in the book, much sources from that. Also, of course, people speak of the Vril, our dear friend Mr. Aristides. He works in the chat as Vril618, and he's got the ranch, as does El Nemo. And both these men, of course, are wonderful, part of the core of Team Dietrich. So I could go on about this, and Peter may or may not hear it. I feel kind of like I'd rather wait till he returns before even speaking about it. But then when he returns, he'll take us back onto the subjects that he's going to talk about. So what I can tell you is he was asking earlier about Nicholas Roerich, and of course we don't know if we're going to get back to that tonight. But it brings us to Shambhala, and Shambhala, of course, is a kind of like a byproduct, really, according to the occult and secret histories that were taught to myself by my mother, who came from two very distinct and very distinguished occult lines. And when it comes to, of course, the continent from which it all sources from, well, as I said, the war against the Oni, the demons, was not the only great battle against the dark forces beyond our ken in the southern hemisphere of the region now called the Pacific Ocean. this mighty island continent once stood. And of course, there was one in the west that the nations call Atlantis. There was one in the Indian Ocean that was known as Lemuria. That's whom they named the lemurs after. They're supposed to be the degenerate remnants of the formerly human inhabitants of that continent. But for thousands of years, the Muvians, they fought the Oni alongside the Japanese. Of course, there were sorcerers on that continent that sought to use the Oni's dark magic themselves. And after the devils fled, the Muvians, they continued their dark practices until they drew the attention of the Black Lord of the Seas, Dagon, a being every bit as powerful and corrupt as the Oni. Their worship and adoration of Dagon became a danger to the world, and those who fought against the Oni united once more, ultimately toppling the Orahalkion metal towers of Muvaya and sinking the continent to the bottom of the sea. The ruins of Muvaya would lie dormant for aeons, waiting to be rediscovered by the descendants of those that destroyed, who once destroyed, the corrupted continent. Now understand that the Polynesians are new to New Zealand, the mountain range left above the seas of that sunken continent. And they are just 1,000 years, maybe at the most, earlier than the Europeans. If that, maybe even only a few hundred. So they colonized it and, of course, have far more of a right to it, a natural right, than the Europeans do. But it's important to remember they are also latecomers, colonizers of the mountain range of Mu. And this renders them as kind of imperialists in their own right. And that's fine. The question that often comes to me about the sinking of the continents and the results thereafter, well, that's of course what brings us back to Shambhala, isn't it? And I have been speaking to someone lately who had positive things to say about David Icke, and of course I don't know David Icke personally. For all I know, he might be a pleasant individual. I've never really heard people... Well, I've heard people say negative things about him in terms of his personality, yes. But maybe he's not always like that, because I hear other people say how pleasant he is. At any rate, of course, I've had my stance against him in that he holds the Hachurui, or the serpent people. I would presume that he's speaking of them when he speaks of the reptilians, or he's speaking of the Nyaga as well. And he has almost nothing to say about them but negative things, that they're all evil and is ergo advocating a form of genocide. But remember that since before recorded history, there thrived ancient civilizations peopled by beings beyond the imagination of most humans. And long ago, on the continent of Mu'a, a race of the Achurui, the serpent people, arose. And they built these mighty cities and commanded the most powerful of wizardry by, of course, time. Time would take its toll. And when it did take its toll upon the serpent race, as the race of mankind grew in number, they fought savage battles to establish primitive kingdoms carved from the lands of the serpent people. And by the time the serpent people had become decadent and degenerate shadows of their former glory, well, at first some factions of the serpent people deigned to embrace the savage humans as brothers and taught them the ways of magic and civilization. And in the north, in Hyperborea, the grateful humans repaid this consideration by conquering the serpent cities and driving the survivors of the snake race into hiding. Something quite different developed on the enlightened continent of Mu'a. The population of serpent people treated the humans as equals, educating them with the ways of civilization. Both races worshipping the great old one, Yig, in thanks. Eventually, an hierarchically based feudal civilization developed with serpents and humans coexisting peacefully at all ranks. The kingdom of Mu'a came to be called the Golden Empire of the Sun, and it existed for thousands of years in relative harmony, isolated from the outside world. The secret of successful rule was that at each level of society an advocate for each race represented its sector in society, with the highest rank belonging to the Dragon King for the serpent race, and the Emperor for the human race. The 12 peoples of the Golden Empire of the Sun were further intermingled through magical mating and high enchantment, infusing one race with the blood of the other in sacred blood rites. This, of course, is what led to the dragon bloodline of the Chinese and Japanese emperors. And it is something that was the source of the original nobles in mainland Asia, just as the Western Europeans would claim that they were ultimately descended from the Merovingian line, holding in their own bloodlines the blood of Jesus Christ himself. Now, like all things, of course, in the southern hemisphere of the Pacific world, this civilization at last collapsed and its populations were forced to flee when the continent of Mu'a was sunk by Yig and the Mappo no Ryujin, the Mappo dragon, the dragon of the apocalypse. The serpent people, of course, they dispersed. They did not fare as well as the humans. By the time the remains of the civilization approached the mainland of the Japanese archipelago in 25,000 years before the Christian era, very few of the serpent race remained. Most who survived the downfall of Mu'a lost the favor of Yig, and it is said that they reverted to serpents within several generations. Understand, of course, the sinking was due to scalar weaponry, the deployment of scalar weaponry, the kind that Tesla rediscovered. It sounds like Peter might be back with us. I'm not quite sure if he is.
I am indeed. It's interesting. I did hear what you say. It's very interesting. The ancient world, it would make sense that the serpentine evolution would predate human beings. Yes. What you're saying is that the consciousness was there as well, but I can now take over.
Yes, by all means.
Yes, and so I was going to say, I was saying the best. Again, if we take Radu's work at face value, there are basically 3 characters that he presents that are distinctly different from him. And if he were channeling these 3 individuals, it is unlikely that he would be creating them from a fictional reference point. These 3, the first and foremost is the character, the Lama, Ripa Sundi, which is his Tibetan name. He's Dr. Zen in China. Now, this character is in the palace at Lhasa, the Dalai Lama's. What his role is I can't say, but he's in that scenario. And when he leaves, when the Dalai Lama leaves, this man ingratiates himself with the Chinese communists. How he does this, I don't know, but he becomes a doctor of paranormal for the Chinese. And they loan him to Romania in exchange for Romania educating their students, because Romania has a very good education system. This makes sense. Now, this is the story at face value. However, when this And so basically he comes in and finds this baby with this huge umbilical cord, which is Cesar Brad, and he tutors him over the years into a person who basically takes over Department Zero to deal with their what they call Special K events or Psi events. Special K, not the cereal Special K. So when he speaks, it's not Radu speaking. As I say, I've edited these books, I've read them multiple times, and there's a distinct difference. Whatever Radu's intelligence level is or is not, this guy's highly superior. Cesar Brad is as well. They're very different, distinct personalities with different viewpoints. So he's being talked to. According to his story, Cesar Brad picks him out because he's a writer. And picks him out, and he needs somebody to write the story. Needs somebody to write the story. So this information is going to be shared with the world. The other third character is the alchemist Eleanor, who I was supposedly supposed to meet. Whether that happens or not, who the hell knows? If it's going to happen, it'll probably happen in the next 6 months. But, and I've become, it's not that I'm not interested in these people, because it's part of my career duty to follow these things up. But I've become more interested in my own path than, because that's the path I'm on. And if somebody has something to offer me, I've also noticed something about myself is, you know, if you, well, what was this? There was some athlete that they, I think there's a better example of this, but there was a great baseball hitter named Al Kaline, played for the Detroit Tigers. He never played one day in the minor leagues. I read his biography when I was in high school, and it seemed like the only reason he played baseball was because he was so damn good at it, at hitting a baseball. He was good at playing it, but it seemed like, you know, like he was almost forced into his job because he was so good at it, more than it was his choice. In other words, you give a guy, an average guy, a ball and a bat and a glove, and he's going to play, and he's going to want to play to the best of his ability and play to the big leagues, but most people aren't going to make it. Well, so you give somebody something and they take it to the extreme. I have this tendency with certain things, like you know, I took the Scientology and I took it to these extreme limits, which most of my colleagues did not. Some went into more extreme limits with it, but not necessarily in the same direction I did. Took my interest in the occult after Hubbard. You know, it just extends on with the Aleister Crowley stuff, and it just goes into this extended. And then there's the time travel. You give me Preston Nichols. God, he has more theories and ideas about time. He completely, what's the word? Outclasses almost any ideas on the subject, and he can run with it. Just on the science of time. We're not talking about all the weird stuff. No, but I mean, and he just like boom, 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 boom. I've never met anybody with this. And then I'm able to take it a step further with the David Anderson stuff. It just, Preston can never really go down that trail. He's got to stay in his own world. So that was like, wow. And then David takes me to Romania. I was one of at least 6 people from New York and people from all over the world that came, because he had all this corporate funding.
Right.
And, you know, I just keep going back and back and back and back. I'm introduced to the Solomonari. I keep taking that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like, you can't keep me away from Romania now, even though I kind of thought that I'd never go back. But after last year, I guess I'll keep going back. So it's like, and say again, even the game of football. Okay, I've like taken this into my 70s. I'm still playing.
Yes.
And it's like, okay, I just take things. I do Eastern, what is it? European and Asian civilization in the 10th grade, and we're taking trips into San Francisco to Chinatown and Japantown and the Asian, the tiny Asian section of the De Young Museum and Golden Gate Park, and it's like, right. I'm taking this to extreme ends with studying with Douglas, you know, extreme ends, and actually getting some insights inside of Chinatown. You know, it's like if I go back in time, I'd like to talk to the class, you know.
Yeah.
It's like I take things to extremes. Let me say this. So, which is good, but people will fall by the wayside in terms of even the interest in these things. So so when I think of this this Lama Ripasundi, he, like I was trying to say, is this all an elaborate scam by the Green Lama, by the Emerald Lama?
No.
Well, Ripasundi, he's in Lhasa. Now, when I heard he was in Lhasa, this guy is clearly superior to the Dalai Lama. I mean, you can't even compare the two. And you have to wonder if he's there as sort of a guardian to keep his eye on the Dalai Lama, that he doesn't do anything too screwy.
Interesting.
I don't know. No, he's clearly superior. Now, what he also offers, this facilitation of the secret parchment, which is one book. I'm going to dig up here, and the secret parchment is the 4th book in the series, and it's basically Radu. He meets the Lama under strange circumstances. What happens is there's a phone call to the publisher, and it's this character, this alchemist named Eleanor. And Eleanor says, this Lama would like to meet Radu. And okay. Now, because apparently, he wants to meet Radu, and so there's a meeting arranged. So they come to Eleanor's house. Now, this is what's interesting to me. I verified with the publisher that this character named Eleanor did call him. He described his voice. He had never met Eleanor. And he was shocked when I told him that Eleanor was supposed to meet me. This is over 10 years ago when we met in Bucharest. And Eleanor, he describes Eleanor's house in the area of Bucharest. I don't know if he said it was in the embassy section. I think he said it was. I don't know if he did. And I saw a house in this. It's a beautiful house I've ever seen. Just the way, the woodworking, and it was like the whole thing was like intricate. It was like you could get lost in the house going between, and it was so cleverly put together. There's no way anybody put a house like that together in America. This is like ancient craftsmanship, European craftsmanship, and it's clearly the same neighborhood.
that he described. Now, of course, he could have been in a house in that neighborhood and just made it up, but it smacked of authenticity. Then my mother-in-law told me that the house was next to the Chinese embassy, which made sense. Because she'd been in the house. That turned out, Radu says, no, it's not next to the Chinese embassy, not even close. That made sense, it would be next to the Chinese embassy. But that was a whole other weird trip. That was a very weird trip. But she says no. And he also said he didn't know her. She said she knew him, but he denied that. I don't think he's covering for her, but the basic thing is he was very, very emphatic about it. And so you have this Lama, the alchemist is fascinating, but I'm not going to go down that route tonight. The Lama is more important, and the Lama takes him to Transylvania, to the Apuseni Mountains, where there's a space translation facilitated by the Lama himself, with the help or with the assistance of a Yidam, this character is a supernatural character, Yidam, and he's there to kind of regulate the temperature and the climate and make sure everything's safe. And he accompanies them to Tibet because he's got to regulate the climate for them. Talk about weather change when they're in this rarefied.
I'm sorry. The Yidam is what is the Yidam again exactly?
Okay, I will clarify that.
Okay.
A Yidam, it has a standard meaning in Tibetan methodology, but he specifically says that it is the extension of a Lama's. It's a projection extension of the Lama himself. And in other words, there's certain regions that a Lama's body cannot go into, like go into certain areas of certain dimensions or planes of existence, or even into the cold Himalayas. A person can't do it. But so what happens is they do the San Mandela ritual. And he says, now, if you read standard Tibetan mumbo jumbo or science or religion or whatever it is, they're not going to tell you this. It's the San Mandela is going to be something else. And this is not to contradict that, but what he's telling us is the real purpose of a San Mandela, these beautiful color San Mandelas, is the creation of a Yidam at the highest level. And this Yidam is an extension of the mind of the Lama to facilitate what the Lama cannot do in a physical form. Now, the Yidam can be anything the Lama projects it to be. It could be a fairy, it could be a vampire, it could be a beautiful woman, it could be look like Hercules. In this case, the Yidam is about 7 feet tall. He looks, formidable. And he actually accompanies the Lama to Eleanor's house because he wants Radu to meet him, because he doesn't want Radu to be spooked when they meet. And then when they go up to Transylvania, the Yidam appears, and the Yidam, he says the Yidam can be trained to talk. It takes a lot of time and energy to teach him to talk. Generally, they don't. I think this Yidam had some sort of, I don't want to parody it to Frankenstein, but almost could kind of have some coarse communication. But it wasn't so important that he communicated. What it was important is that he introduced him, and then when they get to Tibet, the Yidam is there to regulate the climate and make sure they're all safe. So it's just the three of them, Eleanor, the Lama, and Radu, and the Yidam shows up and accompanies them to It's part of the space translation. The space translation was described very good description. It was like it actually occurred. And he even wrote to me about some of the events that occurred there, like it was like really authentic, like it really moved him. And then he goes in this cave where he meets the goddess Sndy, who's blue. She's got green eyes, and she's gorgeous. And I think she's got a sort of a green sheer thing over her, but you know, he can see her breasts, and she's very beautiful. And her beauty is commensurate with her kindness and her just loveliness and beautiful. And she basically gives him this manuscript. Now she is part of she was friends with Sita and Rama, who were part of the what's that book, the Mahabharata,
Mahabharata, yes.
Mahabharata, yeah, and he explains how the fauna in that, I mean, the flora is actually in Romania, and that this is ancient Romania, and that that she had a life back then. She's a Dakini. She's a Dakini, a tantric spirit, and that she was to convey this parchment to him, which was from the second Buddha. What's his name? I have the hardest name.
Sounds like you got it.
Yeah, but anyway, the second Buddha, and he laid these termas, these that would appear at particular times in humanity. This great unveiling, which in the case of this one, it's in Antarctica. Now, I would say where this becomes highly cogent is after, when this is written, or when this book comes out, and my friend in Woodstock sees it, and he's friends with the Lama. He says, this is a terma. He's the one who tells me it's a terma. He says, this is a terma, and you know, you should come up and meet the Lama. So here I am, going up on Labor Day in 2013. This is right after I met Paula. And I go up there, and I'm escorted up the back door to meet the Lama on his 93rd birthday. There's 300 people waiting outside with gifts to give him. They're not going to get in. I get to see him. I didn't even particularly want to see him. I was brought there, you see. It's not that I didn't want him. Well, I said, you want to go see? Okay. And I was kind of driven into it by my girlfriend, Marianne, who would never go anywhere. She says, I said, I'm going to go up to Woodstock. Oh, you should go. Can I go? She never wants to go anywhere. She went. You know, it's like, man, she kind of pushed me into it. And we went, stayed at my friend's house for a couple of nights, and I got to meet the Lama and tell him about David Anderson, who he was really interested in meeting, because, you know, like elongated life, you know, he saw the value in that. And my friend my friend knows him well. He used to wrestle with him. They were very good friends, and he used to fix him, you know, because he's a doctor and he could fix him, so he could ingratiate himself with people like that. But yeah, so I got to meet this Lama, and actually I took my Romanian family back to meet him. When I went back the second time, and my friend was, he wanted to meet me again, and he got to meet my Romanian family, and we went into the room with all the sacred scrolls and stuff. I think we even have a picture of us in the temple. And it was, again, my other friend Regina, who you talked to. She's very close with that temple. She knew that Lama,
who's passed away now, and she knew of the Emerald Lama. So anyway,
Really? Our Regina? Go on. Yes.
Not the Regina in Sacramento. The Regina
okay.
From Montauk. There's a couple of Regina.
Oh, okay.
So the one but so it was like, this is sort of the world saying, well, there's something to this, at least with the Buddhist religion, and something to this story. Now, the secret parchment, Radu was given the assignment to translate it, but he's completely incapable of translating it, because the one question to me was, this Lama does not speak Romanian. He speaks English, he speaks Chinese, he speaks Tibetan. He probably speaks some other language, does not speak Romanian. So this is what I thought was odd. He translates, he speaks to Radu in English. Radu then writes the book in Romanian. It comes to me, it's translated by one of his friends, and then I have to, into English. It goes from English to Romanian to English, to my interpretation of the bad English it was written in. And so that was kind of interesting. And Radu was very impressed with the translation I did. But nevertheless, this document comes down to, so Radu has to translate it. And what happens is, I think it's in the third book he mentions it, is that the Lama has an assistant named Shin Li. Very beautiful Asian woman. He said she looked Malaysian, just incredibly beautiful. And she's the assistant of Ripasundi. And she's the one who helps on the translation. And at one point, she just lays into Radu. Just lays into him. Because he's expressing some negativity about all the evil that they're having to deal with, and she just tears him to shreds. Which I thought was interesting, because if you're writing a book yourself, you're not going to tear yourself to shreds like that, like you did him. You're not going to tear yourself to shreds like that unless you're more clever than your own, too clever for your own good. But there are certain parts of it that just scream of the experience I'm having. This is my experience, that are very authentic. Now, the parchment is written in a lot of lofty language, which is in the book. I translate it in the lofty language. But then what I say is, I'm going to read from my epilogue to the book. I said, it is my suggestion that you read chapter 3, which is the detailed commentary on the parchment, the terma, in its entirety. Pay attention to pertinent points that resonate with you and take notes. After that, make a crib sheet of the 5 precepts or initiation techniques. The book is called The Secret Parchment, 5 Tibetan Initiation Techniques. I said, I will give you my own crib sheet, but you can and should make your own, utilizing what I have offered if you wish. In my own words, the 5 precepts can be summarized as follows. So I'm going to give now the 5 precepts of this secret parchment, which I say, this is great advice. This is this terma, this document that's laid for humanity to read. At the time this antenna-like structure comes out of Antarctica, it melts and sends a signal between Europa, the moon of Jupiter,
Sarmasejatusa and Mount McKinley area in Alaska, which led to the whole story of the Golden Tunnels underneath Transylvania, which personally attracted me in my adventures there, which ends up where David Anderson's area called the Choclavina Cave is, in that area. It all like, see, I'm following this pattern, and it's not a pattern I always look at. This discussion causes me to back up and look at what's going on here. Okay, so the first precept of this document, this secret parchment, is compassion. There is a divine source of compassion in this universe, and we need to recognize it and link to it. Compassion, and I've looked up the word passion, and passion all comes back etymologically to the passion of the Christ. Patience also goes back to the word passions, patience, compassion and patience. Passion and passion all goes back to the passion of the Christ, which is the suffering of humanity. Which behind all that, and we can throw out the bathwater, which a lot of Christianity has a lot of bathwater in it. And we can take the compassion of God love. This is the love that people sign up for when they become a Christian, or, you know, Allah is compassionate. Jewish religion has compassion. The problem with all of these religions, whether they be patriarchal or matriarchal, you know, there's the good part, and then there's the other part that's the challenge. But compassion. There's a divine source of compassion in this universe, and we need to recognize it and link to it. There's some compassion somewhere. There's all these homeless people were suffering. We're suffering. They're suffering. There is in all of this toxic democratic politics, somewhere in there is some compassion for these people. It's not that the Democrats are good, but there is compassion within the Democratic Party. There's also compassion within the Republican Party. There's compassion in, you just have to link up and find it. You'd be surprised at what you can get out of, you know, I'm sure you would find moments of Mao Zedong or Stalin having compassion for people amidst their uncompassionate moments. But you want to resonate with compassion because it's there. You just have to find it, number one. And this is what the document's saying. Link up to compassion. And thank you to all the people in the audience who have compassion for Douglas.
Thank you.
And this is a good time to plug Douglas, to donate to him, to help him meet his rent and his budget for his extracurricular activities, which, you know, he has some extra obligations, and to help Amy get her gift, her well-deserved gift. I really like Amy. I love to listen to her.
Yes.
Just the way she talks. She has a gift for talking. Even when she talks about mundane stuff, it's even entertaining to me.
Yes.
Okay, so compassion is number one. Very important. Just like there are people, like if you have a physical condition, there's compassionate solutions. There's uncompassionate solutions. All of these things. Number two, all we are is a result of what we have thought. What you think is what you get. This is also representative of the principle of quantum affinity, or the law of affinity. This comes right out of Buddhism. You know, we are a result of what we have thought. So when you think of something, whatever you're thinking you are is what you are. So you can focus and think and
This is a very important principle. Number 3, synchronicity. There are no coincidences. When events or experiences coincide outside the ordinary bounds of probability, this is a meaningful coincidence and there is an intention behind it. I would also add to this that synchronicity is the gateway to the God mind or the Tao. As Carl Jung defined synchronicity as the gateway, the precursor to the Tao. So which is the God mind. So when you start having experiences, you're being led in the direction. My synchronicity with Douglas, getting this weird email leading me to his channel and slowly building up a rapport with him, is led to the God mind of the Shinto religion, which we talked about. We've got a chapter on in the book. It's like, wow, it's like I'm getting a whole deeper rhyme and reason to it, which is completely outside the bounds of what Westerners think. That's a great gift. Number 4, vibration. Everything is connected by vibration. And this is very relevant to the book series he writes about, because he talks a lot about vibrational frequency. So when you get to the inner earth, you're moving into a different vibrational frequency. And I think you're connecting to a whole series of beings, and consciousness is completely outside the bounds of the way we would think or feel. And this is very moving to me, because just my own experiences. I remember in 2018, when I was there with 6 of my American friends, including my daughter, and we're all at the mouth of Choclavina Cave. And you kind of got to climb up this rock and get in there. And I go inside, and I'm like, I'm going as far as I can go without getting my feet wet. And I'm sitting in, and I'm like trying to connect with some consciousness in that cave. Mm-hmm. It's a consciousness that I'm identifying with, that I read in one of Radu's books, and I'm communicating to that consciousness on the most subtle of levels. And I'm just like really kind of tripping on it. And I'm not really one who's given to this sort of meditation, but I'm like really moving into it, tripping on it. And then, everybody's kind of had their fill, and it's time to leave. I could have sat there for another hour or 2 and just sat there, and I want to connect this cave, because this is what I've been taught. You go to a cave, you want to connect to the Solminari, and maybe you'll be allowed to enter the cave. And the next year, I go back, and my friend, who I just met on that trip, I go back, and he takes me back deep into that cave. A year later, I'm deep into the bowels of that cave, like a mile into that cave. And, my dream was answered to get into the cave. I go back after COVID 3 years later, and I get in the cave that's so special to David Anderson, which is part of the same cave, but it's a dry part. It's so that vibration, I was trying to connect with the inner earth, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And that's a different order of inner earth than what he talks about, getting into Shambhala or the golden tunnels, which are literally, there's gold there.
I mean, I can say that unequivocally. There's huge deposits of gold. Whether there are tunnels like he describes, I can't say. What he does say is gold facilitates superconsciousness. So when you're in the area, the gold has a higher frequency, and it makes your consciousness think faster, move faster. It makes things happen. And I learn of the magical aura flame, these sudden things that lights that burst out of the ground. So this is vibration. Everything is connected by vibration. I have these remarkable dreams in the area. And of course, I shared the dream with you, Douglas, where this Asian lady, Cho type person, is, trying to stab at me and get at me, and
Right.
That was like a test. But number 5, will. Align yourself with your own higher will and the divine source of creation. Now, I mention all this because this is just a, nothing he says here is really earth-shattering in terms of it being new. But then again, it's like they're very good rules to live by.
Yes.
Passion. We are what we think, synchronicity, vibration, and will. So, to me, that this is like it comes from a higher plane.
Yes.
And the Lama is the one who facilitated this. The Lama is the one who facilitates the whole discovery of the chamber beneath the mountains. What we don't know is what is the exactitude of all these things. What is the exactitude? And there is the accusation, if not the impression, that Radu's own frequencies have been overtaken or jammed, or the message that he's been carrying is not so much the message, the messenger has been adulterated. This is what I'm being told. In other words, he's been badly suffered, compromised. I don't know that this is true. I don't know that it's not true. I have reason to believe it should be considered. And then I was weighing this vis-a-vis the role of the Ardalect, because the monk, or the Lama rather, he's on the scene, and Chezobrad are on the scene. Well, Chezobrad's still born, but so the Ardalect is not born yet. You are born, but then again, we can't underestimate the bizarre nature and role of your own mother, who her contacts were,
yes,
and just the cross currents that have nothing to do with linear connections. In other words, what did the Ardalect pick up on? Because when I've listened to certain things about computer capabilities with AI,
yes,
and they just can rapidly accelerate, and of course people are given to exaggeration when they talk about these things, and they begin to lose their own minds when they begin to talk about this stuff, because they really don't know what they're talking about anymore. And I suppose this is why I was talking about the LSD, because if you get in, anybody taking LSD is getting over their head. But
whether you're taking LSD or just being exposed to more you can handle. We've talked about this with your friend Beaver, being exposed to more than it's out of their comfort zone as far as what they're used to processing on a day-to-day basis.
Yes.
And this will happen with anybody who comes into your sphere, whether it be the psychologist, whether Sugar Daddy begins to hear, too many of your tales, and begins to listen to them to the point where, like, stretch this, who the hell are you anyway? When people get stretched out of their comfort zones, this is where things get weird. And it's like, as my Qigong teacher, I'd start talking about him, and somebody said, "Who is this guy?" And okay, but they're not ready to meet him, or they don't want to meet him, because it's like he's just got his own energy field. And if one was open to his energy in terms of what he had to teach, one had to cross the ethnic divide, which could eliminate a lot of white people. They can't cross the ethnic divide that would entail of going to his class and being around people that certain white people might not be comfortable with. And not because they're afraid. Well, it would be fair, but just because it's just different. It's different energy. And one that I actually found to be far more comfortable with, because there was an authenticity in it that you don't find necessarily. It's not that white people aren't authentic, but it's just different. But so anyway, one would have to take a step into a different reference frame and then what you're really there is not, it's not about ethnicity, it's about qi and qigong and learning this energy that's going to change your life and have this real total different orientation towards living. So when we think of the Lama, it's like he's in a superior reference frame, and your mother is, for all of her human suffering and frailties and imperfections, part of her was in a very elevated area, part of her consciousness. Yes. That's the tragedy of the human experience. Yes. Part of us can be evolved, and the other part of it has to, suffer the hell of the trail of tears of living life on Earth. Yes. But so where these currents cross between the Lama, your mother, the Naga, the Artilect, I cannot say. I don't know that it's important to connect them linearly. When I went to the Sphinx for the first time in Romania, I asked the question, what's the connection between Radu and David Anderson? And I ultimately realized, not at that time, that I am the connection. Me, because I'm writing about both of them. Yes. I have had communication with both of them.
I could also make the argument that I'm the connection between the Ardalect and the inner earth connections of Radu.
Yes.
But I would hypothesize that there's more to it than that. That there are deeper connections, the inner earth, the Naga, and this is a very, as Douglas was alluding to almost when he was speaking while I was gone, it's like this serpent knowledge is very deep and very old, and it's just like this whole idea of water. You know, this Bruce Lee would talk about water, and you know, water is like it permeates things.
Yeah.
It seeps up, and so this consciousness, it kind of seeps up and seeps out, and it gets shared. More to the point, with all of this holographic technology that they talk about, this is activating the mind to be cognizant, to learn. So I was going to say, we're out of time here. Maybe I'll play with it next time. But I was going to say, what if in fact, I'll work on this. If I had access to these facilities that Radu writes about, where would I go with them? What would I do? I've even thought of writing a book to that end. I don't know that I will. It's a great creative exercise, but I'm trying to finish this book. You know, let alone, you know, I can't do too many things at once.
Right.
But I will think about that, and of course, you know, Douglas's whole experience, as he discusses in this book and as he's talked about, is all about the superior mind.
Thank you.
It's about it's about, you know, he's being fed this, you know, bill of goods that he could have a superior mind, and
yes,
and he does end up with a superior mind at a cost, and so and it's a very unique circumstance, very unique story, and like where well, you know, the only where we can take it from here is to do this book, and it's gratifying to see videos coming out that vindicate certain aspects of what he's talked about, even though it might only be 30% of the videos might be accurate, but at least we have 30 to 40%. Yes. Actually, it's not that bad. It's just then they'll put in the 20% of bullshit after Japan lost the war.
Right. Oh my God.
Yeah. But still, yes. It's like, you know, progress is incremental and it's slow. And I'm starting to learn a real virtue, which is good for anybody to learn in the audience, is that in Qigong, slow is better. So if some action is irritating you, and say you don't want to clean up your desk because you just don't want to do it, you don't want to, you know, clean up the bathroom, the kitchen, whatever it is, you don't want to mow the lawn, you don't want to do this, you slow it down. In fact, my teacher said, if you've got a room full of clutter, you take one item and you very slowly put it in its place. Then you take the next item very slowly. You put it in its place. You slow down. But what I would say is, if I'm not suggesting you tackle the crypt tonight. In fact, I'm not even specifically giving this advice to you, but you can embrace it if you want, is you slow it down. Like say, I just don't want to brush my teeth. Okay. Embrace brushing your teeth. Picking it up. Like, you can imagine a little kid brushing his teeth for the first time. It's like an adventure. Like, did you ever brush your teeth for the first time? Did your mom show you how to brush your teeth? It's like, wow. Wow.
Yes,
so
that childlike sense of wonder, yes.
Well, yeah, you want to rekindle that. You want to rekindle that because it will help you accomplish whatever it is you want to do. You slow it down, and then it becomes serviceable. What happens is you move into the present moment, and you either reduce or completely exorcise the aggravation out of that moment. If you can think of all the things you don't like to do, whether it be watering the lawn, clipping the hedges, or making the sandwich for lunch, whatever it is, things, whatever you might have an antipathy to doing. I don't know what people are antipathetic towards doing. Calling your grandmother. If you can just stop and slow it down, you move into the present moment, and when you move into the present moment, you're actually taking all of those irritation out of the moment. Like, I'm not going to be irritated. If your grandmother tells you to pick up the phone and she tells you to go to hell, and say, well, I was hoping to see you. Maybe you'll be there to meet me or something. You just turn it into a positive experience.
Mm-hmm.
Not that grandmothers typically tell people to go to hell. But I was just saying, it's like you give whatever energy, and it just take yourself out of the past. So we'll delve into some of this more deeper in the next transmission, and hopefully, Douglas, I'll be ready to engage you on Tuesday. It's quite possible, if not later in the week.
Yeah.
So with that, I want to remind everybody to donate to Douglas. Did we get any more contributions?
Oh, well, let me take a look. I'll certainly want to credit those that did contribute before that. Their money has, of course, even though their money's been used up, I definitely want to thank them for contributing in the first. It's no immediate contributions at the moment. Hopefully they will come in later in the evening. And I do emphasize to everyone, we'll try and raise at least $100 tonight, hopefully. Obviously, I want to thank those who send whatever they can. So thank you, Peter, for emphasizing that. Obviously, it helps. It does help. And
I look forward to coming back on Tuesday and on Wednesday, rather, and hopefully being able to connect with you Tuesday, because I'll have something to connect with you on.
Yeah.
And then we'll go from there.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
this is good. We'll if I get up in the morning, I'll check in, and we'll go from there.
Sounds great. And all right. And blessings. Have yourself a wonderful evening. Blessed be thy dreams and sweet be thy slumber. Okay?
Okay. Good night. Good night, everybody.
Yes. Thank you so much. That's Peter Moon, skybooks.usa.com. Okay, we're going to call everybody now and see who can join us for a roundtable. If nobody joins us, I will try and just go into a monologue until our friend George Knight shows up, if he's able. Sometimes the schedule changes quite rapidly. And so let's call all the usual suspects, shall we? Let's try Heather Holman, of course, who is a wonderful human being. In my favorites, and Troy is also in my favorites, and yet he doesn't show up. I wound up calling two people at once first before everyone else. Troy, and here we are, and press that button, and press the call button, see if he comes on, and then we'll add everybody else that we could think of. Okay. Somebody's making some noise. Yeah, I think, is that Aristides?
So, yeah, a few minutes before he left, Peter mentioned something about.
Hello.
A few minutes before he left, Peter mentioned something about grandmas aren't people that are one to basically tell you to get lost or fuck off. Like, but I don't know. I beg to differ. Like, they know that they're living most of their life. You can't scare them. You know what I mean?
Yes.
They know that there's, you know, they'll tell you to fuck off, grandmas.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, probably.
They don't care.
Yeah.
They'll be nice until not, and then they just don't care. It's like, what are you gonna? You know, it's grandma. What are you gonna do? All you gotta do anyway.
Yeah, no, I hear you. They can be like that. Depends on what kind of your personality they have. Brendan Zoga just left for some strange reason. He came on and then just left, but Heather's with us. And let's press that add button for everybody else. Okay. And so Heather, say hi. Let's test your audio.
Hi.
Oh, wonderful. Your
Hi.
technology is nice. And Aristides, of course, brings up a good point.
Hi, Heather.
Of course, there's...
Oh, boy.
Oh, Brooke Gibson joined us.
Boy.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Yes, why?
Here we go.
Why? Brooke and Heather will get along just fine.
I'll call back.
No, wait a second.
Hey.
What does that mean? Why? What do you mean?
Actually, because I'm out having a craving for eggs, and I went to Waffle House, and they're packed. So now I'm at the gas station, and they don't sell eggs at this one. I'm looking for eggs. I don't want y'all to listen.
That's so cute.
Well, Ford is sick, and I was trying to fry him some eggs to get protein in them, and I don't have any eggs. So anyway, I'll call you back though.
Okay. Yeah. Take your time.
All right, love you. Bye.
Yeah. Love you. And okay. And we'll see, of course, if the others come on.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to stay for very long tonight. I just wanted to let you know that I was here listening.
Yes, honey. Yes.
Yeah, I'm already in bed. I'm tired.
I don't blame you.
I'm exhausted.
And join the club. Like I said, I'm sick with that sun sickness.
Oh no.
What? You heard me earlier. You said you were listening. I said right.
I was, but I didn't hear you say that part. I was listening to Peter talking.
Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I have too much exposure to the sun, so it makes me sick. Being a quarter vampire, so it's yeah. So I got to watch out for being in the sun too long, and I was in the sun for too long today, and paying the price for it.
At the parade.
Yes. You know me too well. And so, honey, you just glad you were able to come on for even a few minutes. So
well, no, I'll be here listening. I just didn't want to step on other people's toes, you know.
Oh, there's nobody here right now but Aristides and yourself. I would take advantage of your being here to have you talk with Aristides while I take a short break.
Yeah,
Is
let's
that
talk.
Okay?
Yeah, somebody to talk to, great. Like, normally Douglas has to slap me around to wake me up. Now you're here.
Yes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go mute for a few minutes and vomit, and I'll be back.
Oh, no.
It's okay.
Feel better.
What do we do?
And the two of you, I'm sure you've got this. And so I'm going to mute. I'll be back.
Okay.
In about 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Or 15 minutes at the longest. And okay, love you both, and you've got this.
Bye.
Okay, bye for now.
All right.
Right. Yeah.
So how are you doing, Aristides?
I'm all right. How are you, Heather?
I'm okay. I've been I'm traveling, and so I'm really tired.
Yeah. But traveling's inherently cool. Like whatever sacrifice you make to do it, it's still, the novelty of seeing things.
Yeah. Well, I'm by myself, and I went to the temple as usual, and I wasn't even feeling like it. I left. I didn't even stay for the prasad, or the prasadam, which is food. They call it prasad.
Where was it?
At the Hare Krishna temple.
Okay.
Yeah, they have the Sunday love feast, and you have to sit for the lecture. I just left. I didn't even stay for the prasad, for the love feast.
Oh, okay.
I was not feeling it.
At the temple. This is at the temple
today. Yeah.
You're breaking up a little bit.
I'm going to figure.
There's like, you hear me?
Okay. How's that? Yeah, I can hear.
Okay, you kind of sound broken up to me, like there's temporarily like bad signal or something.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, it's breaking up. It's breaking up, Heather. Hopefully she comes back in just a minute. Or else I have to figure something else out. You could try leaving the call and joining back, Heather. Can you hear me? Boy, all right. I will attempt to send Heather a message that she can maybe drop off the call and rejoin. And if she can't rejoin, then I'll find something to read here. Messaging Heather, can you rejoin? Okay, well, I messaged Heather and hopefully she can rejoin. Short of that, I will, this is the Douglas Dietrich Show, and I'm going to look for something he sent me to start reading. And it is called The Astrobiology of God. This little piece he sent me. How the Shoah plague paradigm paradox exposes why the reality of UFO phenomena collides and coincides with the reality of our empty universe and proves manifest destiny. So I think this is going to be basically about him and typically George Knight talk about how there isn't this just flourishing bunch of habitable worlds with intelligent life probably out there. So as I often talk about on the show. And right after that, let me see how this leads into this astrobiology of God. Well, anyway, I'm going to keep reading this text piece that Douglas emailed me. It just goes on like this. 120,000 Japanese balloon bombs generated at least 100,000 firestorms in North America, most intensively throughout the Pacific Northwest. Modern Americans who can't fathom how the U.S. government hid a Japanese conducted domestic bombing campaign from the American public through a 4.5 years of proactive conflict advertised their ignorance of that fact. In 1939, the same year that war erupted once again in Central Europe, 503 million acres of land remain uncharted in the United States. So this is around wartime, all this land just sitting there in the U.S., and they balloon bombed it. Even today, 383 million acres of Western federal land have never been surveyed, amounting to 17% of the entire United States. So it's a lot of federal wildland out there, I guess. It's good to know. Briefly, just wondering if let me think. Yeah, I'm trying to hear myself. Okay. I can hear myself on the YouTube, so that's the only way I have to know that I'm still online, because I don't have access to Douglas's broadcasting software. Okay, continuing. Another 50 million. So there's a lot of wildland out there. The Japanese balloon bombed it. Another 50 million acres. Okay, Heather is trying to rejoin. Another 50 million acres, 2.2% of the USA, were last surveyed inadequately over a century ago. Hello, Heather.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's great.
Okay, wow. If it does it again, it's probably because I need to pay for this month's service. So.
Oh, well, I would think that would be, just one-way trip. Like, you wouldn't be able to come back 5 minutes later, but.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. We'll just go with it.
Okay. What exactly happened? I'm so sorry. What was this?
Heather dropped off. She was able to finally rejoin. I started reading the piece you had emailed me.
Okay. Wow.
I was talking about balloon bombs. It was just getting halfway through the first paragraph, but balloon bombs.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Pacific Northwest. Go on. Yeah, Heather's back.
Something kicked me off, and I don't know what's going on.
Oh well, Heather, honey, don't worry. Look,
it's really getting hard for my connection.
You sound a little glitchy. Your technology, yes. But don't worry about it. This happens to everybody, and God knows it might even be intercepted and the like. Honestly, we're all still reeling in shock from the horror of your experience that you related in our latest transmission before tonight's. And that's still astonishing. I mean, oh my God! Now, Aristides, you must have reviewed that at this point.
Yeah.
What is? Share with us your impression of that horror that Heather's been through.
Oh, it's like with the in the early age stuff and the weird. I don't know. I remember a lot about. She was talking to Amy about programming kids.
Uh-huh.
Is this around what we're talking about?
Actually, I was thinking more of her very recent horror story of these assholes, the same type of state-sponsored terrorists who called up that old man, William Brock, and drove him to murder that poor black woman, Lolitha Henry. It's just like they just groove off this destroying people's lives. And so people also called up Heather Holman, just like they did with the other individual, claiming they're police and claiming that they've abducted a relation.
Now I'm remembering.
Yeah.
Yeah, now I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's got to be. So they were just fucking with her, basically. They were, right?
Yeah.
They weren't legit.
No. Terror.
Let's hope not.
Yeah.
Right.
Just terrorists, plain and simple.
Yeah.
And what a horrific just the fact that we're on the same planet with these people makes me sick. So that having been expressed, Heather, how are you feeling right now? You said tired, but everything else is okay. Mm-hmm. Well, let's see if she can respond.
Yeah, she said she's been traveling.
Oh. Yes.
Yeah, I'll have to ask her about that.
Yes, you feel free to tell us.
You can't hear me.
You're on mute, and yet we still hear you. It's really weird. I see it indicates that you're muted, and yet we heard a little glitchy bit of you. Yes? Go on. Mm-hmm. Okay. She says, it's too much craziness. Yes. So... No worries, honey. Okay, so what I'll do is
Okay. I don't know why it's so crazy, but I'm gonna just.
Mm-hmm.
What? The service?
Yeah, it's glitching off again. Yeah, it's a Skype. Your Skype in that area of the desert tonight.
Yeah.
Is okay, honey. Yeah. Your Skype is not behaving tonight. Let's put that in. Your Skype is not behaving. Tonight. Tonight at Heather. And then I will credit some of these people who have contributed. Skype is just not behaving. Just not behaving tonight, Heather. Okay, let's give her that. And then, do me a favor, Aristides, and just say a little bit more.
Yeah. Okay, where are you with contributions? Like, what are you looking for by the end of the month? How about we tell people that?
Yeah, well, like I said, it's well, I don't see anything new coming in, or that anything new's coming in, but I will, now that you reminded me, let's give credit to those who have contributed in the past. And that will inspire others to contribute, hopefully. And let me take a look at live stream first. And then, okay, now we're going to go over to open up some accounts and give people some credit. And let's do that. And then I will go into a kind of monologue until George Knight shows up, which hopefully he will. If not, I'll just keep monologuing. And so we got our dear friend, KP says, Mighty DDD, happy 420. Yes, my biological father's birthday. He contributed 30 United States dollars. Heather Holman said, thanks, Douglas. She contributed 100 United States dollars. So want to make certain these people are giving me permission to say their names before I say their names. So let's see if I press these buttons and that tells me what I need to know. We're going to get some kind of PayPal summary, hopefully, of the other button that I pressed. And then I'll know whether or not to say the name out loud, most hopefully. Okay. This individual says, for the streamer, thank you. They had contributed 35 United States dollars. They don't seem to have asked for anonymity, so it's John Kulik, and wonderful individual in Florida. Bless him. Think he'll stay safe. Just giving that detail. Nolani Bouchard is in Hawaii. She contributed 30 United States dollars, and she said blessings. These were towards the end of last month, or actually at the beginning of this month, and all the money had to be spent on just a lot of my holiday expenses. For those of you who don't know, the Golden Week of Japan is coming up. That transitions April from May. It begins with the Emperor Hirohito's birthday. Not the current emperor's birthday, mind you, which is a separate holiday while they're alive. Emperor Hirohito is the only emperor in all of Japanese history who gets a national holiday in perpetuity because he won the Second World War. So, okay, so we'll check out of this.
So it's Hirohito's birthday is coming up.
Yes.
Is that what I'm getting right?
Yeah, it's the same day as Victoria Lauren Hobbs, 29th.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And now let's...
you had said the emperor, but I didn't know if you meant the emperor or the current emperor. Gotcha. No, the current emperor's birthday was earlier this year. So just so you know. Now let's take a look at some of this other PayPal account here. I've got two of them. And the other one is pretty much empty last time I checked. But we can look at people who contributed earlier in the month, before it got all used up with the holidays. Again, this is the Golden Week that transitions April into May, and this is kind of like the majority of Japan's holidays are in this week, or a good deal of them. So we just received, I don't know why I didn't get a notice for this, we received 10 United States dollars from Nemo Albano. And so we want to thank him for that. Goddess bless you, Nemo Albano in Australia. And it's amazing I didn't get a notice for that. As well, of course, we had the recurring payment on April 5th from Brooke Hagberg in Canada, 40 United States dollars. Goddess bless her. And at the beginning of the month, we also had a half 100 United States dollars from Stephen Myers. Goddess bless our brother from another mother. And we also had, with a taking a look at what came to us on March 31st to help me make the rent, to help me make the rent on April Fool's Day, All Fool's Day, Brooke Hagberg had sent 70 United States dollars.
And that was right after another individual named Sophie Hopp had contributed 20 United States dollars. And of course, just so they understand they're not forgotten, a wonderful individual who, let's see if they want to be anonymous or not, contributed $10. And this was somebody who, let's see if they say anonymous, please. Doesn't indicate that, so it was Andrew Rumsey in Georgia. I don't believe I've ever had a chance to thank Andrew Rumsey in Georgia before, so we are glad to credit him now. Okay.
No, I don't remember hearing about him.
Yeah, and
it's great.
Yeah, so
new contributor. That's awesome.
Yes, that's right. Oh, Nemo has joined us. So, dear Nemo, tell us about your adventures lately. Now, lately you've been kind of like you didn't feel like talking. Are you willing to talk about that?
Just haven't been feeling energized and just shitty.
Yeah.
Haven't been feel like doing anything.
Yeah, just stand in line.
He's lying. He was out in the outback partying.
Yeah, out in Northern Territory.
Oh my God! There
has been some crazy attacks going on recently. Not too long ago, there was like a big stabbing in the Sydney Bondi Junction shopping mall. 6 people were killed and a bunch of people injured. This crazy man just went around stabbing people.
Holy shit!
He's probably high on meth or some shit.
Oh my God!
Even security guard was killed trying to.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Yeah, it was pretty big.
What? So are they going to ban knives in Australia now?
Yeah, they'll probably try to enforce some new, more stricter rules with where you can carry around and shit. You're definitely not allowed to walk around in public with a knife.
Wow. Okay. Anymore, or was it always like that?
Oh, it's been like that for a while.
Okay.
But in Western Australia, they're like, on the news, we're going to consider allowing citizens to carry pepper spray after this attack occurred, just so people have something to defend themselves in case of another attack like that in public.
They're going to consider letting people carry a purely defensive weapon. How gracious of.
Yeah.
Why ever
consider it? And only Western Australia for now.
Do that? Who are these people that wouldn't let you do that?
Yeah, it's like they don't want you to defend yourself over here.
Fucking pepper spray.
Like law-abiding citizens who are mentally stable and aren't criminals at all, they should be allowed to carry pistols for self-defense in public in case of shit like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, definitely pepper spray I find really funny because people can just also assault each other with that. You get people in arguments.
It'll be strict, though. Only people with a clean record, and they'll be have to do tests.
How about let's compromise, make a law like only women can carry pepper spray. How about that? Because
that's fine.
I don't really feel the need to. I just feel
I know. I wouldn't really feel much safer with pepper spray. I mean, I'd rather a fucking hammer.
Yeah, right. Thank you. But let the women carry it. That'd be the equalizer.
Or tasers. Yeah.
I like the way these guys are thinking about giving women pretty useless weapons. I mean, tasers.
Better than nothing.
Yeah, it's better than nothing. True.
I'm talking about just pepper spray. It's ridiculous that it's illegal at all. But if they're gonna do anything, just make it only legal for women.
Yeah, cool. I mean, I like some of these ideas. They're kind of. I mean, geez, just
which shouldn't be necessary. It should just be not banned because it's defensive.
Right. No, I hear you.
Nobody's mounting a big assault with pepper spray,
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Come on. Yeah.
So there was recently a stabbing at an Orthodox Christian church in Sydney's west. Some old dude, some priest. He looks like just the way he's dressed looks like he's from some strange cult from fucking Resident Evil 4. But yeah, this 16-year-old kid, he looks kind of Middle Eastern or something. He might be a Muslim. He just went up and started stabbing the old guy, but he recovered, and the kid, I think, cut one of his fingers off in the process of attacking him.
Jesus. And this kid is the one that looks like a cult member, or the old guy? The old guy was a priest. Guy. Okay. Weird. I mean, yeah, well, a lot of weird things going on in Australia. At any rate, Brendan Zogit and Heather Holman are both with us, so say hello to everybody. Both of you. Not all at once. That's like, what the fuck is with everybody? I mean...
just Mike's mute, yeah.
You're both on mute. I mean, are you guys okay? You rendezvoused together and you're busy making out now. That's what's going on, right?
Don't say that, Douglas. It's not happening. Can you hear me now?
What? Yeah, we hear you now. What did you say? You're in California.
Outside.
You're in California. You're outside my door.
Yep. Knock knock.
That's cute. That's cute.
Just kidding.
No, I get it. No worries. It's cute. That's So here we're looking at Christ, a Good Shepherd Church in Wakeley, Bishop. Yeah, there you go. Teen allegedly carried out stabbing in Sydney. Yeah, the guy looks pretty extreme. And he's got to be hot with that beard. It's got to be hot to have a beard in Australia. So Heather is sounding a lot better in California. So tell us, Heather, you were coming to California. Have you hooked up with Noreen yet?
No, she's busy with her mother. If I go to Long Beach, I think that she'll see me, but I'm just not feeling it. I was like kind of coming here to get away from everything, you know?
Yeah.
And I even went to the temple and I just left. I'm just not even there for that.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
But you're feeling okay. I mean, like you said, tired. You've been traveling a lot, but you're in California.
No, I'm not feeling okay. I'm feeling like I have some sleeping sickness or something.
Yeah, like I said to Nemo, standing in line. We're all feeling like shit. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm here. So.
Yeah. Oh my God. But hey, welcome to California, and Brendan. Yeah. I mean, but Heather. Yeah. I mean, whatever else you can share with us. Any adventures en route?
Well, I'm just gonna listen in for a while. I like to hear you guys talk.
Well, I love you, and we'll, you know.
Likewise, I love you too, Douglas.
Yes, and I'll try and speak privately to you sometime soon. You know, catch up with you a little bit. You know, just speak casually and all that. Okay.
You're far too kind.
Have I got your phone number?
No.
You can send it to me in the Skype private messages. Send it to me in the Skype private messages, and I'll put it into my speed dial. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Brendan, dude, you were doing all kinds of exciting things today. Share your adventures. Yeah, he can't come off mute. Poor guy. At any rate, so aside from noticing that there's a lot of violence going on around you with stabbing, Nemo, this is what happens when they ban guns. Everybody goes around stabbing each other, I guess. Well, that would be the NRA argument, at least. And
Ted Nugent would be saying shit like that.
Yeah, thank you. It's true. It's like, but in a sense, it's true. You know, people do that. People just go around. There's always going to be these disturbed people, and Australia has a lot of them, as Nemo will attest. You know, certainly he's not going to find what I say offensive. Hey, Brendan's joined us.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You are. Share with everybody whatever you're willing to share.
Yeah, greetings, everybody.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Well, I've just been, greetings, Nemo. I've just been traveling and, you know, just around my local region. Just recently, returned from the travels, and I'm just resting. Dealing with some pain.
Oh, physical pain?
Yeah, so.
May we ask what caused this physical pain?
I don't know. I don't have an explanation.
Okay. Well, I mean,
it started after I talked to you earlier.
Of course. Oh, yeah. That goes without saying.
Which is why I was trying to be low key about it.
Oh my God. Yeah, it figures. It fucking figures. Yeah. I'm so sorry, Brendan. If I weren't so psychotic, I'd feel guilty about these things.
Right. Of course you don't care.
Oh shit. Well, are you willing to describe the general area of this pain, or is it just something you'd rather keep to yourself?
It's just like a tension headache.
Okay.
Because I was doing I went to a jewelry workshop this weekend, so I was like hunched over a jewelry desk, working on some pieces. Oh. So that's probably a factor.
Okay.
And just and then just sleeping, in very uncomfortable lodgings, etc.
Oh my God! So it's taking its toll. It's taking its toll.
Yeah, it's taking its toll.
Oh shit!
Normal travel issues.
Yeah. Now, you said you were traveling, but your audio sounds good. Have you parked or something? Or are you at home, so to speak, in the warehouse?
I'm in the warehouse.
Okay.
But everything is stable. Yeah. Very stable. Everything's good. I managed to repair the Hakenkreuz ring.
Oh, excellent.
Back to its full capabilities.
Excellent.
And then I made, so the class I took was an enameling class.
Yeah.
So I enameled some protective items that will ward against any further attacks. So everything's going well.
Excellent. And this lady was so impressed by your work, she said you're the future of the industry or something, right? Or the craft?
Yeah, she was really, the second day of the workshop, she was really, I don't know, she was really vibing or something. Mm-hmm. She was like, you're the future of this dying art, Oh. Yeah, so we did cloisonné. It's called cloisonné. It's an ancient style of enamel that goes back to the Mycenaean era.
Wow.
So it's 5,000-year-old art form, and because everything's been diluted by mass production, it's a lot of the masters have died and taken their work with them, and especially the color formulations, in Japan and various other countries that make them.
Yes.
Because they're so lucrative that the families never wanted to release the formula publicly. Yeah. So when the owner of the company dies or the artisan dies, the formula dies with them, and so do the techniques of the enameling and all that stuff. So she was happy that someone younger was there, because it was all a bunch of old, hippie ladies.
Oh my God! Oh my God! So I'm proud of you.
So she was happy that there was someone younger there learning.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful, and
so it was good. And I made some protective brooches and various items that will ward off any kind of negative energy. So that was good news.
Incredible. So Nemo, this sounds like a hobby you should pick up. Why don't you find out where there's jewelry making courses in Australia or near you that you could I think you'd be good at that.
Yeah, it does sound interesting, but I'm just too lazy.
Well, I started with wood burning. So I just got a wood burner and I was just cutting small pieces and engraving different things into them. So that was a good way to start for cheap.
Yeah.
So that was something. And then I also did a tea house review, because I would be keen on opening a tea house at some point in the future. So I did a Bay Area tour of the tea houses.
Oh, great.
And I was telling Doug earlier that I was going to go to his region and visit one, but the traffic on the Bay Bridge got insane. So I was fuck that. I'm not going to drive across the Bay Bridge.
Yes.
Because everyone's coming back from the holidays or whatever they were doing. So
yes.
It was the time it would have taken me to get home, I would have just barely made it 10 minutes across the freaking bridge.
Yeah.
That's how bad the San Francisco traffic is. It's 45 minutes to cross the bridge. So just, if anyone ever wants to visit, just know that's what happens to you.
Thank you. It's so true. It's so true. Yeah. San Francisco's practically how would I say, isolated. It's almost like it's isolated through there. No. What was that? You're
my audio okay?
Not really. It was okay until you start moving around. Going back in there.
Is the audio any better?
Infinitely better. Sounding great. Okay. Yeah. And
I have to get this moth out of here because it's like gonna eat my clothes or something.
Oh, okay. Yes. And so we, you know.
But yeah, Douglas, why don't you tell us about how you spent your rent money on a key? I'm being facetious.
No. It's yeah, I get it. It's no, just so everybody knows.
No, I don't want to discourage any people.
Yeah.
But honestly, nowadays, like, I'm sure people would donate more if they knew it was for drugs. But anyways.
You would hope. Yeah. Well, let's do.
Like every time I go to SF, there's always that one guy that has like, he's like, I don't need food money, I need drug money. And then like people are like, like they're like giving him more money.
So what I'm going to do is try and cut and paste what you had put up last time, those wonderful little symbols, and see if that helps me. Let me get that out there, your little rune magic.
Spam it. You can't spam it.
Yes.
That's not how it works. I mean, you can do whatever you want, but it's not, just be cautious with the overuse.
Oh, okay. So you recommend I don't do it?
Yeah, I would hold off.
Okay. All right.
And it's still active anyway.
What was that?
It's still active anyways.
Oh, okay. Excellent. So, what about in terms of any other news, Nemo, that you've been keeping track of that stands out to you, Australia or otherwise?
Nothing much really.
Mm-hmm.
I've just been. I was looking at the drone attack from Iran.
Yes,
Israel.
I better start. Yes. So tell us about the sanctions. It's only against one Israeli unit, so it's like it's not really a big deal, and yet they're still bitching about it.
It's not a big deal, but then now they're gonna start crying and shit.
Yes, they are.
Sanction us.
Yeah, but tell people about it. So tell our listeners.
And then meanwhile, you click onto the, I don't know, what is it? I think it's the Japanese news, but it's like they literally had to deliver a baby out of a dead lady's body because they were like bombing hospitals again.
Yeah.
And then they get sanctioned and they're like crying about it. It's like these people are sick, man.
Thank you.
It's just it's sick.
Thank you. But people.
And it's funny driving in the Bay Area. I don't know if there's one in SF, but there was a big billboard that said something about, they were like, stand with Jews for Jews, and like it was literally like just a big sign that said like support Jews, and it was like, it said it like that. It wasn't, I'm not being facetious.
Yeah,
it literally said that.
That's sickeningly funny. It's,
I know. That's what I thought. I was like, this is bonkers. Like, why even say that? Like, what?
They're just throwing it right in your face.
Yes.
It's bizarre.
People can't.
It's surreal.
Yeah.
They can't see
And it was like the most gaudy colors too. It was like bright, hot pink and yellow and shit.
That's appropriate, actually. I like it. It's
I kind of want to find it because like the way it was worded was just so bizarre. It was like, imagine that you're a Jew as a Jew or something. It was weird.
Oh my God! Take a photograph of it next time and see if you can find it.
Let me see if I can find it online.
Yeah, if you could find it online, that'd be great. Yeah, that'd be funny. It is what it is, but
it says you don't need to go to law school to. Oh no, this is something else. This is from last year. So this like anti-Zionism. This anti-Semitic, what would be the word? Pro-Jewish billboard vandalized in Oakland. So they did this last year. They already did this last year. So they just keep putting them up.
Well, they got the money to do it, I guess, to use the stereotype.
Jewbelong. That's the website. Jewbelong.org.
Jewbelong.org. Instead of you belong, it's a play on words. Oh my God! Go on.
Yeah. Why be? Have you? Oh yeah, this was what it was. Have you ever asked yourself why be Jewish? Us too. This is from their website, by the way. The short answer is that Judaism is a somewhat easy and time-tested 5,000-plus-year-old way to add meaning and connection to your life. Like, this is like an ad they had someone write up.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Are they trying to?
It's like a bunch of Jewish puns.
Yeah. And I guess they're just trying to annoy people to death now.
Yeah.
It's but
it doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
It says fighting anti-Semitism is cheap. Please donate today. We're just 75 years since the gas chambers, so no, a billboard calling out a Jew hate isn't an overreaction. Oh, so they have to like defend the fucking billboard. It's like a pop-up that shows up when you visit the website.
So it's a self-conscious billboard. It's
exactly. Like they know it's deliberately retarded.
Yes, and so they're defensive about it. It. Oh. Well, there we go. It's a sick, sad world.
Like I don't know what. Yeah, this has got to be some kind of scam. I mean, it's probably not even a Jewish person doing it, honestly.
It's probably a bunch
of Jello pages. The J yellow pages.
Oh. That's.
It's got to be. This is just a meme. It's just a meme.
It's probably a bunch of neo-Nazis got together just so they could make everybody hate Jews. Yeah, it's like
Passover, the world's most complicated dinner party. Book now.
Yeah,
it's like something out of like Rockstar Games, like what's that?
Yeah, that type of shame. Yeah.
Like what is it? Grand Theft Auto. It's like a fucking ad from Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, that's that's funny at least. One of
the plagues of anti-Semitism, non-Jewish silence, because you're below number 1, and then anti-Israel is 3. Hamas is number 4. That's the 4th plague. The 5th plague is hiding. Don't tuck in your Star of David. The 6th plague is stereotyping. And the 7th plague is tolerating hate. And then the 8th plague is schools. 73% of Jewish college students have experienced anti-Semitic incidents in this school during this school year. Yeah, because they're probably waving flags like "Kill Hamas."
Well,
like blow up the hospitals. Like I'm not joking. They literally say stuff like that.
Yeah, no, they do.
Good. We got to kill all of Hamas. I've heard people to my face say that.
Yeah.
Good. Kill them all.
And by Hamas, of course, if you ask them to define Hamas,
it's all of Gaza. The whole.
It's every Palestinian. Yeah, it's every Palestinian. Yeah. And I know. I saw a serious proposition by some genocidal maniac who almost certainly is Jewish, who was writing for one of the foreign policy or foreign affairs magazines, who said that, the way to deter Iran and defeat Hamas is to invade Rafah. And of course, for those of you who don't know, Rafah is the last remaining concentration point where they've just forced all of the Palestinians into one big huddle. And if they go in there to invade that, they basically are going to kill thousands of innocent civilians just by breathing on them. I mean, basically the Americans just try and airdrop these people supplies, and they kill people every time they do that just by dropping crates on them. So that's how tightly packed all of these people are. So if the Israelis go in there, it's an act of mass murder. But here they are advocating to do just that. And there you go. And they think that that's going to deter Iran. The whole laughable thing about it is Iran is impotent. There's no threat from Iran. As for...
I remember a few years ago when they showed they have a thermonuclear warhead, and it was this Soviet peanut warhead.
Thank you.
You remember that?
Yeah.
It was it looked like something from Fallout, like the video game Fallout. I was like, what the fuck is that? It doesn't even work anymore.
Thank you.
It's just like leaking radioactive fucking alpha particles onto the people walking around it.
Yeah, dude, you're lucky if it's leaking radioactivity. I doubt there was ever a nuclear warhead inside of it. It's probably just some kind of
Soviet.
Yeah,
parts. It's literally parts, like spare parts.
Yeah, that's yeah. It's just sad. It's sad. You know, it's probably about time I start on kind of like you know, we don't know if George is going to show up. Hopefully he will, and then we'll spend the night talking. But I'm wondering if I should start on a little bit of a monologue talking about Israel and Iran. You know, what's going on in the world. But till he shows up, but.
Because we can't let that billboard win. Obviously, whoever wrote it is good at marketing.
Yeah. You remembered it because it's like a big billboard that shows a pile of dog shit. Then you'll remember that, right? That doesn't mean it's good marketing. That just means it's repulsive.
Right. Yeah. True.
It's kind of like, you know, we remember Trampas Nicholson because he was always fucking repulsive. He insisted on coming on camera all the time.
Well, that's another reason why I didn't tell you about my travels, because that dude would have showed up.
Yeah, good point. Good point. That makes sense.
Yeah, for context, I like called Douglas and left a message, like a cryptic message.
Yeah. And
then he like calls me today and he's like, "What the fuck happened?"
Yeah, I thought he was in jail, needing to be bailed out.
Yeah. Well,
but I'm glad
I just didn't want to warn everyone that I was like, you know.
Yeah.
In area.
Yeah. Still, well, I'm glad that.
Well, just to give context, is because that Trampas dude would literally call me from like Douglas's neighborhood and be like, "I'm sitting under this old record store, just waiting, you know, sitting around waiting for Douglas to walk by."
Yeah.
Like he literally said shit like this.
Wow.
That makes sense.
He would like drive from East Bay all the way, like not even East Bay, like North Bay, like all the way to SF. Like I said, over an hour of traffic over the Bay Bridge, just to go sit in an old record store on Haight and Ashbury.
Yeah. You know? And it was deserted.
He told us this.
Yeah.
It was closed. It'd been closed for like 20 years.
Yeah.
And he was saying like, "I remember when this was back in the good old days." And it's like, what? That hasn't been there in years.
That's right. But he would talk about like it was yesterday. This was part of his programming. He was definitely subject to some kind of programming.
They had him watch all those like FPS corrected, like colorized videos of the 60s.
Yes.
Of like San Francisco in the 1960s.
Yeah.
While he was on Datura.
Yeah. No, it was definitely something like that. It was, he
thought he was there. Like, he felt like he was there back in the day.
It's true. Yeah, because he was convinced he had all kinds of things going on with me that just were, obviously, had never happened. So, that's what they do to these people. And it's incredible. People are...
Funny, though, I think the craziest part is, like, he didn't have the reincarnation trip like the other guy, you know.
Oh God, which other guy? If you're trying to
like Miguel.
Oh yeah, that dude. With him, it was the.
So it's like everyone has their own flavor. It's like that one dude had the reincarnation trip.
Yeah.
This guy had the past life or the what is it?
Yeah, just
memories.
Yes.
Added memories and
So
each one of them has their own flavor. At least you got to give them credit. It's not like zombies or something.
Yeah, well, they're zombies, all right, but it's just a different kind of zombie. It's like, you know, this one's the prion zombie, and this one's like the cyber zombie and shit. It's like
the ex-cultist. I mean, there's all kinds of archetypes.
Yeah, it's like that video Faces of Death that our friend used to see, except it's like flavors of death and shit. Yeah, and so let me try and breathe, see if I can breathe without getting that horrible feeling of oh God, I really gotta stay out of the sun. The problem is that because usually it doesn't bother me, I get overconfident, and then I stay out in it too long, and then I pay the price. And when I do, it takes all night to get over it, really.
Well, sun sickness is legit.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. And in my kind...
And the weather was good. The weather was decent this weekend.
It was. Yeah. And but...
when I got there, it was freezing.
Yes.
60.
Yes.
And overcast, and then today it was like hot.
Mm-hmm. It's always one or the other, and it's always bad. It's always an extreme. It's right. You're either like baking or you're freezing. And right now, for instance, go on.
Oh yeah, I visited UC Berkeley on 420, and that was interesting.
And what about it? What did you feel about? What were your vibes? Tell us about what you felt there.
It was supposedly the most educated place on the West Coast, and it was just a bunch of idiots.
Yes, yes.
I mean, it's like they had, like they did the 420 festival, and I came into I walked up during the aftermath, and they just left a bunch of trash and like pizza boxes on there. On the school's lawn, and it's like, aren't we past this? And this is supposedly the school, like Berkeley's supposed to be all hippies, right? And they're like, if you go to a restaurant, they're like, oh, you can't throw that in the compost, like you have to like recycle that. But then you go to the fucking most educated place on earth, quote unquote, Berkeley, and then they just throw all of their trash on their lawn. It's like it's totally ass backwards, like dumb.
Yeah, it sounds about right. I think they're. It's just so fucking sad. Everything
and
is.
They're all like privileged kids, like.
Oh yeah.
Like everyone there has cash.
Yes.
For sure.
Yes.
But they feel oppressed somehow still. It's very weird and paradoxical. Like all the memes about California can be applied to that region for sure.
Yeah. Well, all campuses are kind of like that. Well, at least the wealthier campuses.
Yeah. The Ivy League, quote unquote. I mean, Berkeley's not technically Ivy League, but it's one of the oldest schools in America. It's like from like the 1800s. So they have the same vein of like the pirate days.
Yeah. Yeah. And explain the pirate connection to the Ivy League to our listeners.
So when the Brits took over the world and then they released like these privateers, the privateers pillaged all the other pirates, like the free pirates, and they pillaged all of the Spanish settlements. They pillaged, South America. They pillaged the Indians. Basically, anyone was free game. And then, in order to launder the money, quote unquote, whatever that was at that time, to stash the money properly, they took all those pirate families, like Captain Cook, and there's so many of them. What's the other guy's name?
There were so many, like you said.
After him.
Oh, like Drake?
Sir Francis Drake and all these people. So basically, those kind of people, they pooled all their, because the Brits were sponsoring them. They were under some kind of directive where they said, okay, you can keep all this money, but you have to set up our educational, our universities all over the earth. So that's why there's big universities everywhere, especially on the coast. Like you got, Boston, you got the ones out here in California, Berkeley, you got, pretty much all over the world, they set up these universities.
There and you are.
It's all British money. Like Berkeley's all British architecture. Like it's like Victorian buildings from the 1800s. Then even the later buildings, like the actual library itself has like, it's a Græcorōmãn design, obviously, but it has like swastikas on the outside. So
cool.
It's cool for them to have it.
Yeah.
To have like the Græcorōmãn swastika.
I'm surprised they haven't defaced that. Thank God.
I think they're literally so
oblivious.
Like this.
They're so oblivious.
So burnt that no one ever looks at it. Like they've never even seen it. Like I was the only one who saw it, probably, honestly.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, and it sounds about
like these people are so privileged that like they don't even care about architecture. They just see the name Berkeley and they're like, yeah, I'm here. It's
true.
That's the kind of vibe I got.
And like you said, the brains are so burnt by all their assignments. If we presume them to be studying when they're not doing drugs, and I don't say that with judgment, of course. I just say that as an inevitability. It's part of the student experience. And oh my God,
nowadays like the pot thing is just a joke. Like they're all on like hard drugs.
Yes, yes.
Let's just be real here.
Yeah.
Or drinking. It's either wasted or hard drugs.
Yes, yes. As a matter of fact, the 18th, Thursday the 18th, was College Student Grief Awareness Day, which is like the third Thursday of every April, and because they understand now that being a college student is just like, it's just so fucked up. And you would know, you were a student, you were trying to be a student for a while there, and it's just, oh God.
Well, especially nowadays, it's like if you don't have money, like you're screwed. Like, like there's no point in doing it.
Yes, it's true. It's true.
And there are people say, oh well, pick a better major. Well, there are people that are like doctors and dentists that have like $300,000 worth of student loans, and no matter how hard they work, they'll never get out of it. Lawyers, all of them.
That's right.
It's not a matter of picking something that makes more money. It's just a joke.
Yes, thank you. No, they're out there to destroy people's lives. Really, it's those pirate
become
roots.
like an indentured servant.
Yeah.
It is literally piracy.
Yeah,
legal.
Oh,
which is what the privateers were. Basically, they were like, "Oh yeah, just keep this system up." That's what the Brits told them. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's
And there was a study that was released. I don't know if it was recently, but it's actually the info's coming out, is that I think people that were in a fraternity, boys that were in a fraternity, on average made 300 times more money than the average student, than someone who's not in a fraternity.
Well, there you go. It goes to show it's not what you know, it's who you know.
Who you know, exactly. And it's like what George Carlin was saying, or whatever, his famous line. Not supporting him, but I'm saying his famous line was, "It's a big club and you're not in it." So that's just how it is. And then these grifters online are all like trying to defend them. They're like, "Oh, it has nothing to do with secret societies and fraternities. It has to do with those people were already rich." And it's like okay, yeah, that is true, but that's just, it's just a logic fallacy. It doesn't. That one doesn't apply. Like, yeah, they were already rich if they're in a fraternity. Yeah, it does.
Yes, thank
you. But the
you.
point is, they make 300 times the amount of money. It's obviously not a fair playing field.
Yes. No. It's horrible. There's so many biases in this world in terms of factors.
And the funniest part is it's the rag to riches fuckers that they claim were rag to riches, like Bezos and Steve Jobs and all these people. It's like, it turns out they were all in fraternities.
Oh,
so
Jesus.
Rags to riches bullshit. It's like none of that's real.
Privilege.
Yeah, they were all, So even if they grew up poor, they were pulled into some shit later.
Yes.
If not just groomed. A lot of these people were already like in place. What's the word for it, Douglas?
Well, they're molded to be the way they turned out to be intentionally.
They're either molded into that, or they, for example, they'll actually be from a royal bloodline, but they'll be adopted by a different family. So that way the bloodline doesn't get detected. Does that make sense? But then they go on to become extremely successful at Bill Gates or whoever,
Yes.
And tell people that, eating cheeseburgers every day will make you $1 billion and all this shit.
There's. Let me see if I can. Oh, and do me a favor, Brendan. There was this. You were bringing up the fact, of course, and I believe this, that colloidal silver these days people shouldn't overdo anything, but that generally people using it once in a while, it shouldn't turn you blue. But there was a fairly recent case of blue. McDonald's cult leader, I'll call her. McDonald's cult leader turns blue.
How often should a regular person consume colloidal silver?
There we are. This was the Love as One cult, the cult of Mother God, directress of on QAnon. Oh my God, Amy Carlson. Former leader of the cult Love is One. So she turned blue and she died in. So you can find photographs of her if you take a look in Variety magazine. And they got she's obviously blue, and that's not facial cream. It's like she was doing She was, so I'll do the screen share here. So let's do the screen share. So I'm sharing. Can you see the cursor moving? And I'm going to go. Okay. So here we are. There she is in all her glory, poor dear. And there she is. She's blue. And so she died, of course, of a combination of too much colloidal silver, anorexia, and alcoholism.
Yeah, let's.
So how does that happen?
It's not the colloidal silver.
Oh,
that killed her.
Okay.
She's already skinny and drunk.
Yeah. No, but it turned her blue. It's like so. So how does that happen in this day and age?
Well, the colloidal silver is like, so what happens is they make it, like what I was telling you, Douglas, is if it's made improperly, like if you just do your own electrolysis and use chemicals.
Oh, she might have been doing that.
Yeah,
okay.
They make it themselves.
Okay. There
so when they're just doing it like Aqua Regia style, like medieval style, where they just put a bunch of electrodes and some silver and some water and some salt, the silver particles are too big. They're like clumped together. They're not like proper monatomics. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So the body can't process them through quickly enough. So they build up in the skin.
Okay.
So a real colloidal silver won't do that.
Yes.
And those are made through like sound technology, ultrasonics, and different things that we have technology for now. But they were using some old freaking hippie / medieval technology.
Got it. Okay, then
because they, so that kind of stuff. So that kind of stuff will turn your skin blue over time because it builds up in the skin and it doesn't come out. So it's it's like heavy metal poisoning.
Yes.
But it's like when these kind of people get sick, it's because they're already like imbalanced. Nothing to do with the silver.
Okay. Yeah.
The silver was just like that was like they kept getting sicker and sicker, and they thought like, oh, I have like whatever Epstein-Barr virus, and I have to like slather myself in silver, and like it doesn't work like that.
Yes. Got it.
Does that make sense? Like they thought they're so crazy that they attributed their sickness to something outside of themselves. So that's why they're using all this silver and all this shit to like quote unquote cure them. Yeah. But it's just their bad actions and their improper way of living and catching up to them.
Got it.
And then to answer Nemo's question, like the colloidal silver, I mean, you can use it as often as you need it. So it's not to be used constantly.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So in Ayurveda, they recommend like gold and silver water, which is boiled gold and silver water. So it's like very trace amounts. It's not colloidal like concentrates or anything. So in Ayurveda, you take pure silver and pure gold and you boil it until the water level decreases by about 1/3, and then you cool down that water and then you drink that water, and that they give to like pregnant women or children or various people for health reasons, for cognitive function. So that's what it's used for. Temporary measures.
But by the not for it's not to be taken as a
slather your body in it.
This is not a daily regimen like a vitamin. Yes. No. Just yeah. So
or if you're very sick, like if you're very like sick and you need instant boost.
Yeah. Interesting.
Right.
Okay. And so there's when you were speaking of these.
In fact, I might take some right now.
Okay. Yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah.
Because after going to the East Bay or the whole Bay Area is pretty whack.
You feel like you've entered a cesspit. Yes, you did. Yeah. You took a dive into a cesspit.
Slimy.
Yeah.
How much does it cost for the amount you have, Brendan?
I've had the same bottle for like 3 years, so that'll tell you how much.
Yeah.
So you just like take it like once a month or once a week, or
no, it's not like that. It's what he means to say. It's like whenever you feel under the weather, like you feel like you've contracted a cold or a flu.
Yeah, but you can't use it to help prevent getting sick as well. Taking it once in a while.
You could if you just like have like a silver coin, like a pure, I'm talking like 999 fine silver, and you just put it in a cup of water and you drink that.
All right.
Those
I
are
never-
the levels that Ayurveda would recommend. But you've got to understand that silver is an element, and it represents an energy. Like it's more lunar. So you take it, you become more lunar. So if you're someone that's already lunar and you eat a lot of rice or you have a lunar, you have like a heavy lunar chart, like energy, then you're going to be overdoing the lunar energy. And you know the term lunacy, strikes, you know, like lunacy.
Yeah.
Comes from, that means you have too much lunar energy, your mind's gone berserk, like your mind is
Yeah.
lunacy. Like
Yes.
there's a reason why it's connected to the moon, because too much lunar energy makes you go insane.
Yeah.
So that's why Ayurveda never recommends, like, you know, you don't go gazing at the moon and shit all day, all night.
Yeah. No, it's true.
Lunacy.
Yeah,
strikes.
that's
and same with sun, like sun sickness. Like
yeah.
you take too much sun, you'll get imbalance and it'll hurt you. You know?
Definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And so
Especially if you're a vamp.
yes, thank you. I'm going to do a screen share again and show you this other example that supports what you were saying about these privileged people. So if you can see the cursor move.
Yeah, I didn't mean to go on a diatribe about them, but
I'm so glad.
When you see it like live and in person, it's like it sounds like I'm just being nitpicky, but no, it's bad.
No, I'll give you an example. There's this guy here, the former Disney executive, Dave Hollis, who died of what they say was an accidental overdose. Of course, he had previous heart issues.
It's always an accident.
Yeah, oh yes, always an accident.
It's never like, yeah, he took a freaking, you know, he took like 6 speed tablets. And
yeah, it was a lethal cocktail. They said it was a lethal cocktail of drugs.
But it was an accident.
Yeah. He was definitely self-medicating.
I've never accidentally done drugs. Like.
Yeah. I like this. It was a trio of drugs in his system. You know, how is that an accident? Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, it's but
and it's funny when they say these people, oh, they died of fentanyl, like, oh, haram, you know.
Yeah.
It's an Arabic word.
Yes.
Sorry for slipping into that, but it's like, oh, poor guy. He died of fentanyl. It's like he took a random press pill from someone that said it was Xanax. Like, I hate to be like this, but they kind of deserve it.
Yeah. No. Well,
like,
this. Yeah. You know. Go. Yeah. I mean, this guy.
Like, you pay to play. You pay to play. Like when I was in high school and we were doing crazy shit, and like we would go to raves and pick up pills off the ground and eat them. It's like we knew like you could die. Like
yes.
We were 100% aware of like that it was sketch, but
yes.
We never once were like, oh, how did this happen?
Yeah.
It was like, yeah, we shouldn't have taken those random green things that we found in a baggie.
Yeah. Thank you.
You know, it's like it's like we at least had an awareness of it.
It's amazing how any of us survives youth. You know, childhood or youth. It's amazing that any of.
Oh, I found my Blue Lotus.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Yeah. So
actually, I might need some of this.
Yeah, it's don't forget to share. but in terms of this Hollis individual, what happened was he was in terms of privilege, he was just this guy who like he got selected to be the Disney CEO, and basically he felt like it wasn't any challenge. He wasn't talented at all. It was like, everybody was demanding the movies anyway, and he was in charge of distribution. So it's not like he had to struggle to sell the shit. And then, the end result was
no one thrives under, what is the word? You thrive under pressure.
Yeah, that's true. And
if
then
your company's a multi-billion-dollar company, like nothing's getting done.
Yeah, thank you.
Like Apple, like they haven't made a new phone in 20 years.
Yeah,
the same thing because they have so much money. Like,
yeah.
I know people that have worked for them before. And it's just like they just have piles of phones. And, like no one cares because it's like they're gonna sell anyways.
Yeah.
It's just like water to them.
Yes.
People are willing to pay $800 for it.
Yes. Yeah, it's true. And so with this guy, he married some chick, and basically what happened was she decided she was going to go into self-help, and she wrote this she wrote this self-help book, and it was like he thought it was all stupid until like he said, "Wow, she's making more money than me," and he got all fucking
toxic male and shit, and said, I gotta do self-help and make more money than my wife. Then he started.
These people are insane. Like, what's with that shit?
Thank you. And so then he writes.
Like, there's like these YouTubers, like the dude that already has multi-millions of dollars, and then this dude's like making coffee at home and putting it in a water bottle. And some dude's asking me, like, why do you do this? Like, you have a Tesla, it's worth like 120,000. Why are you buying that but not coffee? And he's like, well, the coffee, if the coffee could get me a return on my investment, then I would buy it. I would have no problem buying it. It's like, you've already made it, dude. What the fuck? Like, it's a sickness. Like, when I see that kind of stuff, like, it becomes a sickness. It's like, they have no reason to make more money, but they want way more and more. It's like greed is a poison.
Yes, it's true. It's true. Or this is beyond that. It's some kind of, like, somehow his wife doing better than him lessens him or demeans him. Right. And it's just financial shit, it's just numbers. And
but he's already a multi-millionaire.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck does it matter?
Yeah. And then he started writing these cheesy, stupid self-help books, and then people just stopped buying them because then what happened was that then he kills himself. That's basically by overdosing. He was but this is an example of too much privilege. I mean, the guy had no idea what he was in life because there was never any challenge. He was just given everything, and so yes, there's some people born like this, and it's I'm not trying to say that money.
Doubt
To
a fraternity.
Thank you. Yeah, and so I'm gonna go mute for a few minutes. You guys have got this. I'm just going to try.
What?
What's that?
I haven't even hit the Blue Lotus yet.
Yeah.
I know you're loaded. Come on.
No, really, no. I got the sun sickness. I didn't even do my coke lines tonight. Because that's how.
Poor guy.
Yeah, poor me. Yeah. I'm pathetic. Yes.
What are you doing in the sun all day? Just running errands and stuff?
No. It was the cherry blossom parade. It's the cherry.
Parade.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. It was the cherry blossom parade in San Francisco, but it's 2 hours long, and so I was drinking blood earlier, but they that I have to do private. Obviously, I can't do that on the street. Yeah,
I mean, you could. But
I could.
You should.
There's like children around.
Yeah. Especially since I'd be drinking the blood of somebody who most people would consider a child. You can imagine what the response would be. It would be, it's. I don't need that kind of grief. So most of that's done in private.
Was it a nice parade?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for asking.
How did you go down in like 3 octaves? Are you okay?
No, I'm not okay. No, it's just
Nemo.
Him.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like...
Yeah, and by the way, Nemo, you always say
might be my mic.
Yeah,
sorry.
but you always say how Nemo always says how lazy he is, but you play video games. You got to have some. I mean, if you were that lazy, you wouldn't even bother with the video games.
You don't need that cognitive function to play a video game.
There's a lot of like psychology involved with video games. Like, and I'm not outside of that. Like, I used to play video games. Like, it's like it's something you can do and actually feel good about it. Like I was definitely, I understand. That's just the way it is.
Okay, so you guys got this, right? Aristides, join in on this, right?
Hey, yeah.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Thank you, good man. Okay, I'm going to go mute for a few minutes. I'll be back, and then we'll take it as it goes. Okay, all right.
Right.
Yeah, I just
posted
hey, how's it going? I just posted an interesting video that I just came across one of the channels I'm looking in, and it was like a fucking disc-shaped UFO flying over Ukraine back in February, and they were able to capture it on. Pardon?
Yeah, I might have seen that. I mean, there are these ones where, like, You know, it sure looks like it. You know, could be. You don't know. You know.
It was supposed to be a legit footage of a capture of it.
Right, yeah. The footage could be legit, and you just really can't know what it is, but it sure as heck looks like, you know, doesn't look like a conventional aircraft.
I'm reading about it. In quotes, as a disc shape, completely silent UFO was caught on camera by Ukrainian troops in the war-torn country. More quote, based on the thermal imaging drone's temperature range, the UFO was warmer than its surroundings, black hot. Although a red error message on the drone's control interface leaves key details unresolved. Another quote, the incident is just the latest UFO case over Ukraine's war-torn soil, fueling decades of speculation on the possible intent of the airborne mysteries and adding weight to the testimony of military witnesses who have seen UFOs disable nuclear weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever see that footages? I think it was back in 2012 or maybe 13, where there was warhead, like missiles that were being tested. They got shot down in air in mid-flight by these glowing fucking orb, just this one glowing orb.
Yeah,
UFO.
I've seen some of those.
And it was shooting, and you could see it shooting projectiles at it, the missile. Yeah, that's what, like stuff like that they're referring to. Yeah, like that. They must have seen a lot of that. And
sometimes you can see that, or there's similar ones where like there are like rockets are about to take off, and some shit flies by, and like looks like it zaps it, and you know then it like blows up. And they say, "Oh, the engine failed. Tragic engineering failure." You know.
The video I saw, because I saw it from this fucking stupid debate on Larry King Live years ago, and he had this one old guy and that clown hack, Bill Nye the Science Guy, and two other guys, which one of them might have been Stanton Friedman. He looks similar to him. Yeah, just these old creeps and a bunch of old pieces of shit. But fucking, and they're just going on this. It looked like it sounded like a scripted debate, you know. But it's mainstream bullshit. Larry King.
Of course, I mean it's like sounds like they brought all the shells out, you know.
Yeah. I forgot the name of this one guy that was debating Bill Nye about whether it was like a full-on highly advanced ship or whatever. And Bill Nye plays a part of denying it, and the other guy is trying to.
You mean Shill Nye?
Shill Nye, yeah. But in that video, you see it just approach the rocket. It shoots it at one angle, then moves around and shoots it again at a different angle. I think it did like 3 or 2 shots. I can't remember which missile that was. If it was in a Northern Korean missile or Chinese, I can't remember. Yeah. Did you ever see that stupid debate?
I mean, there's all kinds of craft that are not terrestrial that like humans can't do anything about. They're just buzzing around. That's for sure.
Yeah, like
No.
Brendan, you ever seen those where it's like the rocket's at the launch pad and like some little thing flies by and like looks like it pretty much zaps it and it just like blows up, and they're like, oh, like the poor rocket failed.
Yeah, of course. That happens all the time, but
yeah,
all kinds of human stuff but we never come to know because it's not on the news, but public information.
In your regions, do you get many of those activities in the skies?
Yeah, I see craft all the time, but they're like, lights. Like all the time, they're like lights in the sky or different. A lot of drones, like for the last 10 years, it's been like just like at night, like you can see like clearly drones or something, flying about. But I think that almost goes without saying.
Yeah, we get a lot of activity over here. I don't know if it's because we're close to the Antarctic.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right.
Antarctica. Yeah, but fucking... The only strange sights I've seen where I'd be like gazing at the sky at night for like an hour, and eventually I just see some fucking ball of light start moving that I thought was a star that I was looking at. I don't know if it's... Can satellites emit bright lights from the distance they're at to make them look like a star?
Like, no, there are some that are like plasma type ones. Those are not human, but there are like other ones like Starlink and shit. Supposedly are like reflecting. But
all right.
I don't believe that.
What are you doing at the moment?
Me?
Yeah. Are you at work?
Oh,
yeah.
No, I'm not at work. I'm looking through a pile of Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Did you recover well from that little accident you had? From the injury? Is it fully recovered?
What injury? I had an injury?
Your neck. Remember when you... Well, that was a while ago. I'm just saying, did you fully recover? Is it all good now?
Oh yeah, when I had like my neck out of alignment. Yeah, that was pretty bad. No, I recovered from that for sure.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. But maybe that's why I'm having some issues tonight. It's like a little like residual. I still have yet to go to the chiropractor for that.
All right.
Yeah, so that's definitely... I'm glad you reminded me of that.
Is chiropractor covered with that medical... Medicare there, or was it called something else in America?
It's called Medi-Cal, like for California.
Medi-Cal.
But
right.
Supposedly I have like enough, like I think it's like a few sessions a year, so I could go for free if I needed to.
Oh, cool.
That's nice.
Yeah, I've never seen one. Similar? Pardon?
Do you guys get anything similar that covered?
Yeah, well, Medicare, all I know is it covers just most of your pharmaceutical shit that you got to buy to consume. I don't know if it covers stuff like that, like chiropractor, and I know it does.
It's like a lot of people don't know because like they won't tell you, but if you ask, you
gotta
like
find out. Yeah, you gotta ask them.
Yeah, like they won't tell you, but it's like if you ask it, they're like, yeah, we cover it.
All right.
So, that's the thing. So, yeah, that's it.
So what's going on in your region, Aristides?
Right here, not too much. I'm getting them ready to wind down my night, but other than that, I don't know. It's pretty much day to day. Nothing crazy. Yeah.
What time is it in your region?
Oh shit.
1 a.m.
Yeah, 1:30.
Right. Oh. God damn. I presume you got to work the next day or later that day.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't try to do real early, but yeah, got to work during the week.
Did you look into that news about ICC, like they're trying to, well, they're considering like getting Benjamin Netanyahu and other Israeli officials arrested and shit.
ICC, what? International Criminal Court?
Criminal Court, yeah.
Yeah, I'll believe it. I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, may be considering issuing international arrest warrants.
I doubt it. Yeah, that's right.
In the relatively near future against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and other top officials for alleged war crimes, and 12 reported Thursday night. Around 125 countries are members of the ICC, including essentially all of Europe, and are bound by treaty law to honor the ICC's arrest warrants. There have been examples of countries protesting such warrants and refusing to honor them. Most likely, this isn't going to go through.
Yeah, I mean, something big would have to change because, as it is, these things have been around, and somehow they never found Israel guilty thus far. And what would they do? It sounds, nothing's going to happen, basically. It sounds like, hate to say it, sounds like hopium, People thought, Trump was going to arrest Hillary Clinton also.
I got back in time to hear that.
Copium and hopium, the two strongest drugs on earth.
Like copium. Yeah, the ICC is going to try Netanyahu. I'm like, you're right. Yeah, like show me. I'll believe when I see it.
So that's definitely a cope.
I got back in time to hear Nemo was reading something from an article about this. Was where does this source from?
The Jerusalem Post.
Okay,
website.
Interesting.
J-Post.
Okay, and
that's a total rag.
Yeah.
It's totally not. Sorry, that was a slip. It's totally not a rag. Sorry.
I like that it's called J-Post.
Yeah, J-Post.
Yeah. Well, definitely, I want people to understand that things will change radically. Understand you saw that sign that, or rather, Brendan Zoget saw the sign that he was reading to us where, they were saying, hey, it's only been 75 years since the gas ovens, or, I think it's more like 78 or 80 now, maybe since the, right. But at any rate, that's like a single person's lifetime. So understand that a single person's lifetime ago, how different the world was, and just imagine how different it's going to be again very soon. The world is changing rapidly right before our eyes. And so we're... don't be too much in doubt. I mean, you never know what might happen to some of these people in power right now.
Life is too uncertain.
Yes, and obviously these people who are now in power obviously have. Well, let's just put it this way. Peter Moon was pointing out earlier in the opening hours. He said, "Oh, gee, that Mark Levine guy." Who, of course, is this just cantankerous old Jew. It's what the Jewish people would call a curmudgeon. And this guy is just a right-wing, conservative. And Peter's like saying, yeah, he just can't see how, he's reflexively pro-Israel. And, this is generally the line of conservatives, whether the Jewish or not, is in America, their idea is to be pro-Israel. That's usually their thought line. But then so are the Democrats who are older. It's only the younger Democrats who are rising up against that. But the whole point about Mark Levine, and he was pointing out all these people helping the Palestinian protests, is what Peter was saying. And it turns out a lot of them are Jewish. And it's like, I don't think Peter I can't remember whether he asked, why is that? Or whether he even bothered with that. But obviously, there are many Jewish people who are liberal, they're progressive, and they feel that what's going on is bad concerning the slaughter of Palestinians. And so for that reason, I don't understand why that would be a surprise that there are Jewish groups that would be pro-Palestinian in the sense that they want the genocide to stop. Rather, it's more pathological that there are Jewish people out there who can't understand why there are Jews out there who don't want it to stop. But either way, probably the best way, without maligning those Jews that are pro-humanitarian, the best way to deal with the strangeness of, say, for instance, what I would go into if I go in a monologue and talk about the Israeli strike against Iran. And one of the things people may have noticed about my constant theme is that we've got to stop thinking about Iran as being part of this Sino-Slavic synaxis. They keep saying, China, Russia, Iran. They keep saying that. China, Russia, Iran. And then every once in a while they'll throw in North Korea. But Iran is so effectively impotent and is not really being counted on by either China or Russia or anybody else. It's really just like a neutral zone. It's just not, it's not a participant. And this latest tryst with Israel proves that. But when it comes to Israel, they are a part of the Sino-Slavic synaxis. They are acting against American interests, especially under Netanyahu, but just generally throughout their history, and most certainly under the Likud party. So when people might ask why, since the Americans are providing them all their support, just as Carl Gustav Jung said in his psychoanalysis of the Jews as an ethnos, he basically came down to the conclusion that they are an insane race. Their motivations are unfathomable because they're insane. It's just as an ethnos, even though America is giving everything it can to help them, they are consistently acting against American interests, spying against America, stealing its secrets, selling them to others. It's there is something intrinsically auto-destructive in their actions. So there is that element of madness to them. The madness of those that are the religious conservatives who don't want to serve on the front lines because they think the most important thing to do is study. Yet they couldn't sit there and study without people on the front lines fighting and killing so that they could sit there and do that. It's like, just all of everything they do generally is whacked. So, interesting music in the background, Brendan. So, what is this kind of music? Asian Indian, right?
Oh, no, this is it's a Sonic. They're like Sonic tunes.
Okay, Sonic tunes.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. What are they?
They're elevating Sonics that are like done in nature.
Cool.
It's like ambiance. They're like ambiance.
Interesting.
Sounds.
Yeah, no, they're nice. They're fine.
Yeah.
And so at any rate,
I
John.
moved away from it this week.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
They're Sonics that actually protect the house.
Excellent. Good vibes.
Yeah.
And oh yes, it was so nice of so many people to wish me happy birthday on my father's birthday, or happiness on my father's birthday. Wonderful input from Aristides. Thank you so much for what.
Do you think they made the weed holiday just to like spite Hitler?
I think that they have no fucking motivation whatsoever because they're high out of their fucking minds, and they
It's just like, why, and I met like the original stoners from the Bay Area, and like this teacher that I had, he was like one of the OG acid dealers back, like he was a hippie basically, and he ended up becoming a math teacher. But he was burnt, like totally burnt. And I asked him, I was like, where's this 420 number coming from? And he said there was some school in the Bay Area where they would meet up every day at 420 and all this, and then that's just how it became, that number was associated.
I thought it was the date that pot was legalized.
No, this was back. No, they were like doing it before that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But wasn't it also the date pot was legalized? And
yeah, that was like, it was also the Senate Bill 420. I mean, all of that was just like, I feel like it was deliberate. That, yeah.
Yeah, but
naming it that. No.
It
allowed medical. It allowed medical weed. It didn't make it legal, but it allowed like a medical clause.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not quite sure how that would be insulting to Hitler. It's kind of like it wasn't on his radar.
It just distracts from it. I'm saying it distracts from it. Just being facetious from it.
In a way, it's almost like all these stoners are celebrating his birthday, but they're too dumb to know it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's kind of funny.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take
it
as
that. They're all partying and they don't know what they're partying about.
Yeah, thank you.
Losing the war or something. I don't know.
Yeah, thank you.
Because we know if he won, no one would be smoking anything. It would be like, we'd be like actually getting stuff done.
Yeah, thank you.
Space traveling and shit or whatever.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, very important point.
Like there would be no need to like numb yourself because everything would be working.
Thank you. Yes.
And people.
I think that's the irony of it.
Yes. Yeah.
People have a higher quality of life overall.
Yes.
Like we would be dressed much better. I already said this like before.
Yeah.
We'd be dressed much better. Like most people would be veg. There would be like Vedic principles applied.
Yes.
Just stuff would make more sense.
Yes. Yeah. No, I mean, believe me, no arguments here. I agree with everything. And
It's just so fucking sad that well, you know, it's just it's our struggle to work our way back to that road, back onto the path. We need to find our way back onto the path. That's basically it. We're left with that struggle. Which, of course, I wish I was capable physically now of participating in the struggle. If I didn't feel so sunstroked.
I made the joke the other day. Was it a private call or were we on air?
I can't remember.
We must have fucked up.
Oh, that was a private call. That was a private call.
Yeah.
That was private.
In a past life, when Douglas and I were Nazis, we fucked up so bad that karma put us in the land of the enemy.
Yes.
In like the westernmost region of the enemy.
Yes.
Surrounded on all sides.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yes, that's right. And it's just, well, ironically enough, San Francisco is where the skinhead movement originated. So you know, it's
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your incarnation makes sense, but I'm saying like in general, it's like. You know, it's like a cosmic pun, like a joke.
It's true. No, that too.
Being born in the land of the enemy.
Yes.
That you defeated, but had to, you know, now you have to live in that system.
now you got to destroy it from within.
Yeah. That's a good way to see it, I guess.
Well, it's destroying itself, you know. It's just.
But you can always help it.
Let's put it this way: I didn't want front row seats. I'd rather be in Antarctica, but you know.
Yeah, thank you. It's like
where apparently volcanoes spew out $6,000 worth of gold daily.
Well,
damn. No wonder they don't want people going.
Yeah, tell us about this.
I was just reading about this a while ago that I found interesting. I have to look in there. Like the volcanoes, the activity there, just I don't know, just all the minerals and shit they got over there, just they would release a lot of gold particles. And then a lot of gold would have been building up there over the years. And there's probably a lot of resources there that most people aren't aware of.
Yes.
More people are learning about Antarctica the more they research it.
Of course.
Their entire civilizations there that they won't allow us to go to. That's just a fact. I mean, and people always cheese on like, oh, Admiral Byrd, that's a fake story, but it's like, you know, if you look at the Antarctica Treaty in 1956, when was it done? 56?
Yeah, I'd have to look it up to tell you the truth, but it was around that time, yeah.
The Antarctic Treaty in the 50s and said no one can go there, right?
Yeah.
Except by international agreements. Yeah. But before that, if you look at Encyclopedia Britannica, literally in the printed edition that you can find on eBay, it says, there are lands further beyond New Zealand. Like, it literally says that they had explored there and they found multiple things. Like, entire, like, land masses that are, like, sizes of continents that were there.
But you're not suggesting... Oh, yes, in your cosmology, the world is not round as we understand it in your cosmology, right?
Well, it's like, even if it is round, it's like there's more, there's like, the map is bigger than what they show us.
Oh, are you saying like
you see what I'm saying?
Still undiscovered and unrecognized land?
Or it's like it's discovered, but we're not allowed to go there.
Yeah, like it's kept the
like it doesn't matter. The model is irrelevant in this part of the combo, right? Like whether it's heliocentric or flat.
Well, are you saying that's what Admiral Byrd witnessed on his trip?
I'm saying multiple people, like Admiral Byrd, the Encyclopedia Britannica, like there are sources
that they saw more land.
Yeah, that there was
beyond New Zealand.
Like not saw it, it was literally like mapped out. There's like more land, but you have to fly over the ice wall to see it.
There's an ice wall.
But
there's a wall.
When you state ice wall, you're not talking about like a flat Earth with an ice wall around us, right? Are you saying?
I mean, okay, so even if it is a pole, like a polar cap, there's like, if you go further in, there's like green parts.
Right. Okay. So this is.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, this is no. This is what I can say to kind of if I'm. Yeah. It's not necessarily that I think I understand where Brendan is coming.
Or if we're going off what Nemo said, it's like geothermal. Like, okay,
Right.
if there's like,
Right.
if it's a polar zone, then
Right.
there's warm parts. Okay. Like,
Well,
land.
definitely everything Brendan says is true about the atlases. So just let me explain to people that as a Department of Defense research librarian and as a person who was raised by a sailor from the old days, and my father had atlases that he would map his kind of chart his deployments on. And the one thing I can tell you is that to this day, commercial airlines and most other transport airlines, the various air lanes that they use, and they use fairly regular air lanes, they certainly do not go over either of the poles. So the commercial airlanes just don't go over the poles, either North Pole or South Pole. And it's not that there's any particular reason why they shouldn't either, but they don't. And you could say, at least it's not any particular geophysical reason that we're aware of. You might say it's political, and there's too many controversies concerning it politically. But why are there controversies politically? But such being said,
the simple reason is there's an international doctrine that you can't use those lanes. It's the Antarctic Treaty. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
But anyways.
I'm going to sneeze. At any rate, thank you. So the thing about the old maps is that they used to show areas of the North Pole that were just white. Not white like there was ice there. They were just unmapped. And they would say that these areas are not charted. They would say that this is uncharted territory. So these uncharted territorial areas, we assume them now to be charted, and but the reality is that some people will say that you go deeper into like a crevice. That, in other words, there has been certain arguments that Earth has openings. And that some of these are through Antarctica and the others are through the North Polar region. Now, obviously, I look at these from the perspective of what I understand, which is Winterland, and that, yeah, there's openings, but they're not necessarily, shall we say, that immense as some people picture them. Some people picture these to be immense openings where you could lose ships and planes inside of them conceivably. In other words, they say that the Earth is kind of like a donut shape almost, or at least kind of like a torus would be the more scientific word for it. And that this would be also might be a dimensional phenomenon, that there is a fourth and fifth dimension which enables you to enter a different space. You kind of get this feeling, really, is what they're showing in the King Kong versus Godzilla franchise, where they really go all out with the Hollow Earth. So what is your... I notice Aristides has come off mute, so Aristides, do you have something to put into this? Or?
I had the bright idea that since you suffer from potential sun poisoning, that you should be living in Unterland. That's an easy fix.
Yep. Right? And... that's now tell me something I don't know. That's cute. It's cute.
Seems like where you belong, right? You don't have to worry about that sun.
Yes. That's right. Thank you. Yes, and I appreciate that. Yes,
well, they have their own light source.
If only we had Adolf on speed dial.
Oh, yeah, we are. Adolf on speed dial. Is that what you said, Nemo? That's what you said earlier.
Yeah. Yes. Then you can, hey, Dad, take me down there. I want to get out.
Yes, there we are. Yes. Now, what Brendan is saying is, according to some of these cosmologies, there is an interior sun, which is essentially what conventional science says. It says that there is a hot molten magma that causes our magnetic fluctuations, what do we have? That magnetosphere? We have this kind of, I forgot what they call it for the moment. I'm going blank. But, we have a magnetic field that Mars doesn't have. Mars's magnetic field died, but we have it. It's generated by this molten magma at the center of the Earth, which other people say is the central sun. And so they say it's hotter than the sun. Conventional scientists say that the center of the Earth is hotter than the sun. So, I mean, you know, everybody seems to be saying the same thing in a different way, kind of. So, yeah. So, Brendan...
Does it work like a second sun for the civilizations on the inner Earth realm?
That's not my understanding of it, but Brendan, explain to us yours.
So there's hollow Earth, physical 3D, where you can like what Doug's talking about, those openings that you can go and live under. And then there are the planes below this dimension. There are different dimensions. So that's like what is called like Agartha, the whole concept of Agartha. So, yeah, it's really abstract and tough to understand, but there's a physical inside of the Earth, in the crust or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
You know, and then there are also dimensions that the ancients called the netherworld or the underworld that you can't get to physically. Like they're like actually other dimension. And in the Vedic, they're called like Patal Lok, and these different regions that you can't access. Like humans can't access them easily.
So,
how do you access
does that make sense?
Kind of. Yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm just entering this link to all your private messages. Aristides has this already, but this is a link to a book that I have a copy of, and it's a Hollow Worlds, a feasibility study, in which an engineer decided he was going to analyze the potential, and he felt that either all the terrestrial planets, meaning Mars, Venus, Earth, and Mercury, are solid or they're hollow. It's but if one of them is hollow, they're all hollow. If one of them is solid, they're all solid, which makes sense. It would be a planetary evolutionary thing. And but there you go with that. The general argument that engineers or geophysicists generally put out is that the Earth cannot be hollow because then it could not hold its form or hold itself together, that it would collapse in upon itself. And so as an engineer, this guy tackled that problem. But
there's definitely caverns.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's, you know, but that's the approach I take with the Unterland, or my understanding of Unterland as I understand is understood by the geophysicists, but that doesn't mean that there may be something beneath the crust. You see, everything that I deal with in terms of the Unterland concept has to deal with the crust of the Earth, which comparatively speaking is very thin. Obviously, it's awesomely large to us. It's a matter of scale, but it's still very thin compared to the size of the Earth.
The deepest hole ever dug is 12 kilometers.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I've not gone past that.
Yeah, you mean the surface world dwellers. Yeah, the surface world dwellers have not, you know, gone past that. And so...
And that was the Russian that dug that hole.
That is true, but of course don't conflate that with the myth. There's an urban legend, then they heard all the screams and, you know, found themselves in hell and all this bullshit. It's
No, that's bullshit. Well, basically they couldn't dig any deeper.
Yeah.
It wasn't possible.
Yeah. For them with their technology. Yeah.
Well, I mean, even now they've tried like to replicate.
Yes.
It's not possible.
Are you talking about the Kola super deep borehole?
That's
in
correct.
Northwest Russia.
That's correct. That is correct. I don't know if anyone else has put that kind of effort into it, but you know, certainly they are trying to prevent oil companies from doing so, trying to prevent them from searching for more such you know, oil sources. They're trying to prevent.
I don't want to like mix up these cosmologies, but in my perspective, it's because they can't go further than 12 miles. Like, you know.
Right.
But we'll do a Vedic like discourse later. Like we'll just stick with what we have here.
Okay. Yeah. And so such being said, so when you look at this hollow planets, a feasibility study, if you take a look at that, Brendan, what's your impression of that? Does that vibe with you or jibe with you? It looks like you know, Jan Lamprecht, the author, is kind of saying that I put it in your private messages and also here in the text box so everybody else could see it. Aristides.
It kind of looks like this orange that I'm eating right now.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, central sun. Yeah. And so in terms of that, is that your belief system, your cosmology, Vedic?
No.
Okay.
No, that's not Vedic, but that's like, yeah. There is like there is a world below this world that has its own sun, like that.
Okay. Dimensionally, you mean? Or physically?
Yeah. No, dimensionally.
Okay. Okay.
Like the lunar and solar energies are in all dimensions. Like that's part of the
Right.
part of the Vedic knowledge. But the point is, this thing is more. This is like interesting.
Well,
I've actually seen this concept in like certain animes. So it's maybe it's like a well-known kind of like meme, like a knowledge.
Oh yeah, well, it's based on ancient cosmologies as well. There are ancient cosmologies that kind of allude to this kind of world.
You know who else has this cosmology? The ancient Hawaiians, the Polynesians.
Excellent. Okay.
That if you go underground, you basically dig underground, but you come up onto the surface, and it looks like that, where there's a sun and it's like there's lush gardens and like entire oceans, but everything's inverted. Like, does that make sense?
Right.
Like, you're not inverted, but it like the way that's what the whole concept of Agartha is you come out into that realm.
Yes.
Like you dig down from this realm, and then but when you escape or when you make it out the other side, you're standing upright.
Yeah.
You know, I know you mean. Where you look up and there's a sun.
Now, Edgar Rice Burroughs, that was what he was conveying in his concept of, I forgot Pellucidar. That was his concept of Pellucidar, was that very idea. But the horror is, in that concept, for someone like me, is that you have a central sun, and the way that Edgar Rice Burroughs, of course, portrayed it was that there was a moon that was within there as well, that was either orbiting around the sun or stationary around the sun, but that moon created a shadow that never moved. In other words, in his universe, the moon was stationary around the sun, this tiny little planetoid, and this planetoid was immobile, so therefore there was a area which was under constant shadow, that or permanent night in one area that nobody ventured into, and I don't think he ever explored in any of his novels. But everywhere else was permanent sun. So the only way that you got relief was that there was a haze, a very strong haze or a mist that prevented the sun from being too blinding or too burning. And so this haze was between the sun and the like an internal firmament, you know, kind of like Victoria Lauren Hobbes with her firmament idea. And so, you know, fascinating cosmologies that people have conceptualized. Aristides, I notice you're off mute. Do you have anything that came to mind with?
Yeah. I found the Hollow Planets book, Jan Lamprecht, right?
Yeah.
I found it. I have it. Now.
Yeah, and have you read it?
In case you want it, I got the hookup.
Oh, you mean like a PDF?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then I'm looking at this other PDF I got, the Samurai Ethic and Modern Japan, Yukio Mishima on Hakagure, 1978. I don't know if it's something you've heard of, or I could send you the picture.
Oh yeah, no, I've heard of it. I'm familiar with that. Yeah. Either one of those PDFs, just keep them handy, and if I need to reference them in the near future, I'll ask.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
And that's always nice. And so let's see if so Brendan, any other things you wanted to speak about before I probably launch into a bit of a monologue? Maybe I should wait a little bit. We'll see if George shows up, but. Yeah, I mean, what else is on your mind, Brendan?
I mean, everything's good. I'm just, recovering from traveling, so I'm a little bit scatterbrained. but everything. I think I've spoken what I need to speak.
Well, you did wonderful.
Anything else?
Oh, you did wonderful, as always. And Nemo, it's so good to have you back with us, and you're all welcome to just hang on and, participate whenever you want. By that I mean, like, interject whenever you feel you have something to say, and, I'll just start, like, analyzing what happened recently geopolitically. Also, historically, just want people to know the importance of these days and these dates. And how about you, Heather? You just want to hang out and listen out here in California? That's poor dear's probably asleep.
All right, we need a check-in from Heather here.
I'm sure she's all right. She's okay. And let's see now when it comes to taking a look at some other things. Live stream. Cultivated Image has joined us. Hello, I hope everyone is doing well. And Cultivated Image says, seriously, he must be talking about our models. We're talking about these models of different world models. We're talking about different world models. That's all. Cultivated Image. And let me tell him welcome.
It's all hypothetical.
And
yes.
And well, there must be something else that comes to your mind to bitch about, at least. Cathart, vent about something.
I managed to delete it from my mind right now because I'm starting to recover. The Blue Lotus is recovering me from that crazy neck migraine thing.
Got it.
So it's
okay.
Working.
Got it.
It's working quite well. So actually, I don't have anything to complain about, which is weird.
Well, that's good. That's good. And so I'll start in on a monologue, and we'll see how long I can keep it up before I'm claimed by some kind of exhaustion caused by this sun sickness. And I'll start off, of course, by first off,
you can possibly antidote the sun sickness with actually colloidal silver. So,
you're kidding, really?
Like a drop or two.
I wish I had some.
It's lunar. It's lunar energy.
Oh, good point. Holy
it's like
shit.
pure lunar concentrate.
Huh. I wish I had
silver
some.
is a lunar metal. Yeah.
So how big is your bottle?
I couldn't find it. My bottle's missing. So I don't know. But it's about maybe 3 ounces or something.
Oh.
But it's like a pharmaceutical strength. It's like 500 parts per million. So it's like very dark.
Wow.
So I only use like a drop.
How much does it cost for that amount over there?
US dollars about actually now silver's more expensive, but when I bought it was about $30.
All right.
So I'm assuming it's probably like hundreds of dollars now.
Really? Yeah. It's only been 3 years.
I can actually check.
Yeah, check for us. Find out online. That'd be interesting. And that's our man Brendan, the source for so much of this stuff. And
it's actually a 2 ounce is $17.99. So yeah, it's not bad.
Okay, good. And so let me see now. Is this an actual phone number?
$20. Yeah, $20.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 numbers. That's an actual phone number, right?
10, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. That's an American number. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
7 plus 3.
So I'll give her mine, and so there you are. Gave her mine. She gave me hers. Gave her mine, and there we are. And hopefully, she's off the call now. I didn't take her off. She went off herself, and she says, "How long does it take to drive to SF from where I am?" Too long. Yes, let me put it that way.
It's honestly not worth it. You might as well fly at that point.
Yeah, that's right. Too long.
Yeah, it's about hours without traffic, but if you add in the traffic, it's like 8 or 9.
Yeah. And so there we are. Give that to her.
And like in Europe, in England especially, it was like they can't even conceptualize that. Nemo knows because Australia's huge, but it's like America and Australia, these continents where you drive 10, 20 hours and you're still in the same country, like that doesn't happen out there.
Yeah.
Like, I think you can make it across England in like less than 24 hours. It's like 10.
Yeah.
10 like you can go all the way to like Scotland. Like,
Yeah.
Any little place.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, Nemo. Oh, okay, so you saw it. Nemo gave some examples of colloidal silver. Brendan, maybe he didn't see it.
Wait a minute. Yeah, sorry.
That's how much they cost over here.
Oh,
Hey, Brendan. Hey, Brendan. Do you have like a recommendation for what brand or type of colloidal silver? Because I heard you talking before. It's like, it's basically one of those like particle sizes, everything, you know. But do you have a good spot for it, or one you recommend?
Yeah, I'll send you the link. I'll send you the link. But these ones in Australia, these are clear colloidals.
Yeah. Yeah.
So these are
okay. Because it should have a rating for the mean particle size or whatever, you know.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I like the clear ones. The clear ones are like very dilute. So this is like 50 parts per million. Yeah. The darker ones, like the one I use, is like 500 parts per million. So it's like you can see like that there's something in it. But Nemo, these are quite expensive. Is this all you guys can get?
Well, that's just from a website I found.
Right.
But that's the cheapest probably.
Right. Yeah. 50. Well, how much is 50 quid for you guys? It's like, is it close to American dollars, or is that in American dollars?
Yeah. Well, American, it's like nearly 60%, over 60% more value than the Australian dollar, and UK, euro, and that shit. It's like nearly double. It's like over 70% probably.
So $1 US is 64 cents. So 50 of your dollars is about that. Yeah, no, that's about right. It's like equivalent pricing to us.
There's silver gel, colloidal silver gel. What do you do with that? Rub it on your skin?
The gel is actually, they use that in hospitals. It's the best burn cream. It heals burns faster than anything else.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that's what that's for. Or
and
like
it's
antiseptic, you know.
Yeah. Prevent infections and shit.
Yeah.
And there's even colloidal silver nasal sprays.
Which makes sense if you go Ayurvedically. Like, a burn is, too much heat, so silver cools it. Like,
right.
So it makes sense. Like if you're going by the dosh, like the actual, like, ancient knowledge of it.
So was lunar, like, synonymous with ice or something? The element of ice.
Like, lunar is cooling. Yeah, like, lunar is cooling. I mean, like, when the moon's out, like, it's nice and cool. Like, even the light, like, you can feel it's, like, the light is different. It's, like, cooling you. Like, it's not a warm, like, you don't get heat from the moonlight. Like, you can't feel, you know. It's actually cooling. Like, it gives you a sensation of cooling if you're in, like, a full moon. Like, it could be warm outside, but the moon has this kind of, you know.
That explains to me why the character Rukia from Bleach has ice attacks, because she has, like, moon-based moves or whatever, something to do with the moon.
Yeah, she's lunar, yeah. So.
She's a lunar type of being.
Yeah, lunar type. Yeah.
And all her attacks are like ice-based.
Yes.
Interesting. So I want to thank our dear friend Cultivated Image for a $20 contribution. Thank you so much, dear sir. Profoundly appreciate it, and hopefully this encourages others, and we'll make it towards something like $100 tonight. Hopefully, this episode. And our dear Nemo has pitched in, and with Cultivated Image altogether, that's $30, and so some more contributions will no doubt turn up, and everything helps. Yes, any other questions for Brendan or either among yourselves before I launch into monologue and suck all the oxygen out of the room?
But did you see that small video I posted of the UFO being caught by the Ukrainian soldiers on camera?
Oh, let me take a look at that.
That was just like a couple of months ago.
Okay.
Over the war-torn region of Ukraine.
Okay. Oh, fascinating. Okay, so let me turn that off for now because of course it's starting to play. Fascinating, and thank you for that. Let me see. Could you? You're friends with our friend George Knight, right? On Skype?
On Facebook and Skype, yeah.
Yeah, send him that in his private messages, please.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And include a little summary with that, or a little note with that. And so thank you. Okay, I'll launch into monologue mode. We don't know how far I'll last or how long I'll last, but it'll probably take me a while to try and explain some of these things.
I'm going to have a smoke, and I'll let you know when I'm back and chat.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And so both Aristides and Brendan Zoget say, good night, good day to everyone, and but hang out as long as you want.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I have to go, but I appreciate it, and everyone have a good evening.
Okay. Well, we love you dearly, Brendan. Stay safe and be well, okay?
Yeah.
Hugs. Yes.
Thanks for hanging, guys.
Yes.
Thanks for hanging.
Yes. Okay, wonderful. And thank you both of you gentlemen. And, of course, Aristides, always appreciate it. All right, let's go into the fact that we are now in April 21st, the day before yesterday, Friday, into this weekend was April 19th, which was Patriot Day. That's because in April 19th in 1775, at Lexington and Concord, the shot was heard round the world, or the shot was fired that was heard round the world. Now, facing an impending rebellion at that time, the British general Thomas Gage decided to seize weapons and gunpowder being stored in Concord, Massachusetts, some 20 miles northwest of Boston, to prevent violence. Patriot spies, as they called them back then, these days we'd call them terrorists, they soon got wind of Gage's plan. Paul Revere and other writers spread the word of the 800 British regulars who were dispatched to Concord. Now, departing Boston late in the evening of April 18th, the King's troops marched into the small town of Lexington around 5 a.m. to find facing them a militia company of more than some 70 men led by Captain Jonathan Parker. When the vanguard of the British force rushed forward basically upon the town green, Captain Parker immediately ordered his company to disperse. At some point, a shot rang out. Historians still debate who fired that shot. The nervous British soldiers fired a volley, killing 7 and mortally injuring 1 of the retreating militiamen. The British column moved on towards Concord, leaving the dead, the wounded, and the dying in their wake. Parker and his men would have their revenge later that afternoon. Arriving in Concord around 8 a.m., British commanders Francis Smith and John Pitcairn ordered several companies, about 220 troops in all, to secure the North Bridge across the Concord River and then continue on another mile to the Barrett Farm, where a suspected cache of arms and powder was presumably located. By the time the British arrived at the North Bridge, a growing assembly of close to 400 militia from Concord and the surrounding towns had gathered on the high ground overlooking the North Bridge. Now, from their vantage point on the hill, they could see smoke rising from Concord, the result of British burning some supplies that they uncovered. Thinking the town was being put to the torch, Lieutenant Joseph Hosmer of Concord shouted to his fellow officers, "Will you let them burn the town down?" The decision was then made to take action. Colonel James Barrett ordered his companies to march upon the bridge, but not to fire upon the British soldiers unless first fired upon. The Action, or rather the Acton Company, commanded by 30-year-old Captain Isaac Davis, was placed at the head of the column. When asked if they were prepared to confront the British troops, Davis said, "I haven't a man afraid to go." The Minutemen formed up and marched down the hill,
As they did so, the British soldiers, intimidated by the colonial numbers and orderly advance, retreated to the opposite shore and prepared to defend themselves. When Davis's company came within range, British soldiers opened fire, killing Isaac Davis and also Abner Hosmer, another Acton Minuteman. Major Buttrick of Concord shouted, "For God's sake, fire!" And the Minutemen replied with their own volley, killing 3 British soldiers and injuring 9 others. This volley is the volley considered the shot heard round the world. Every revolution that has happened ever since, and until that point in human history, there really weren't any revolutions of note. That was it was the beginning of the Age of Revolution. And since then, every revolution ever since has, in some way or another, been impacted by that shot, which has continued to ricochet around the world nonstop, metaphorically, ever since. The rest of the British troops retreated back to town. Now, Smith and Pitcairn soon ordered a return to Boston, which devolved into a rout as thousands of Minutemen, patriots, descended on the area as the British were attacked from all sides by swarms of angry Minutemen along what is now known as Battle Road. When they reached Lexington, John Parker and his men had their revenge, firing on the British regulars from behind cover, like Viet Cong. For the next 12 miles, the British were continually ambushed by Minutemen, shooting from behind trees, rock walls, and buildings. Classic guerrilla warfare tactic. Ongoing, chronic, relentless. The Americans were the Viet Cong of their day. The emotions of this fight carried well beyond April 19th, or PD 19, Patriots Day 19, inspiring American warriors to rise up and fight again, even in the face of staggering odds against them. Having heard of the morning fighting at Lexington, General Gage ordered Lord Percy to march from Boston with a relief column. The column reached Smith and Pitcairn's men on the eastern outskirts of Lexington, but Minutemen continued to pour in as word spread quickly throughout the area. Among these minute and militia companies were many black African Americans, both free and enslaved, who took up arms and fought alongside their white neighbors. Now, there's all kinds of horrible jokes that could be made here at this point. They thought it was a riot and that there was going to be some looting or something like this. I can imagine horrible people taking advantage of this historical fact to make some stupid racist joke. Unfortunately, it's inescapable to think of things like that when you relate these subjects. At any rate, I imagine the black slaves were firing under orders from their white masters to take some of the heat off of the white masters. As for the blacks who were free, it's like anyone's guess as to why they felt that somehow they were a part of all this. The British conducted a running fight until they could get under the cover of British guns in ships anchored in the waterways surrounding Boston. By 8:00 p.m., it was clear that the day had been a disaster for the British. That was from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. within a 12-hour period of time. In the sunlight, they had lost 73 killed and many more injured compared to the Patriots' loss of 49 killed, which is still high, but not as proportionate. Concord poet Ralph Waldo Emerson dubbed them the embattled farmers. He
he didn't call them Americans because they were not American citizens yet. They would have to wait, or that would have to wait, until 1776 and the Declaration of Independence. On April 19th, 1775, they were simply loyal British subjects who believed that they were standing up to defend and fight for their rights. Of course, that made them traitors, and in taking the stance of treason, they changed the world forever. Now, we are still behind the times, because on April 20th, my biological sire, Adolf Hitler's birthday, 25 years ago, a quarter of a century ago, we had Columbine. This was after April 19th, but on April 19th itself, we had the Waco massacre, followed by the Oklahoma City bombing of the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building. In consequence, retaliation by militiamen against the United States government. Now, Columbine was different. It involved gun capitalism, culture, and control in what was still, essentially Cold War America. Now, Columbine marked the beginning, 25 years ago yesterday. It marked the beginning of a new era of high-profile mass shootings in these United States. Was that attack the inevitable outcome of lax controls and a culture of gun glorification going back to 1775? And that shot heard around the world. Perhaps the most important thing to know about the most infamous school shooting in American history is that it was never meant to be a school shooting. That it is remembered primarily in this way, that the word Columbine has become a shorthand for angry young men brandishing deadly firearms, demonstrates how the myths of that day shape historical memory while obscuring historical reality. What only became clear in the months and years after the Columbine High School massacre was that 18-year-old Eric Harris and 17-year-old Dylan Klebold had planned to execute the deadliest terrorist attack in American history in their suburban Denver high school on the 19th of April in 1999. PD-19, Patriots' Day of the last year of the second Christian millennium and the 20th century. The plan's centerpiece was a series of homemade bombs set to explode at lunchtime, when the school's cafeteria would be at its most crowded. Smaller explosives scattered elsewhere throughout the building would ignite an apocalyptic conflagration. Their objective was to exceed the death toll from the PD-19, or April 19th, 1995, Oklahoma City bombing. And originally, Harris and Klebold planned to carry out what they referred to as Judgment Day on the anniversary of the Waco massacre and the OK bomb, or the OK bomb. But a last-minute delay in getting supplies meant the bombing would have to wait until the following day. Instead, each of the 13 people they murdered died in a much more quotidian manner by gunfire. 13 of the nearly 11,000 firearms homicides reported in the United States in 1999 alone. The guns were part of a planned second act in which Harris and Klebold would take up positions outside the school, shooting fleeing students.
just as George Washington would massacre Indians in villages he had ordered set on fire. But those bombs failed to detonate. So instead, the killers stormed the school, searching for victims before killing themselves. This attack would be remembered as a school shooting, marking the beginning of a new era of high-profile mass killings in American schools and elsewhere, all of them enabled by the easy availability of deadly firearms. Columbine, a failed school bombing turned mass shooting, begat Virginia Tech, Sandy Hook, Parkland, and Uvalde. It's all about easy access. School shootings in 1990s America were rare, but not unheard of. In 1998, a year before Columbine, 12 boys aged 13 and 11 brought several firearms with them to school outside of Jonesboro, Arkansas, killing 4 students and a teacher. 12 months later, a 15-year-old boy walked into a school cafeteria in Springfield, Oregon, with a semi-automatic rifle and murdered 12 students. He had killed his parents at home the previous day. President Bill Clinton tasked Attorney General Janet Reno with investigating these shootings and, more generally, what happened to be an uptick in violence in schools. The commonality between these incidents and Columbine was teenage boys and guns. Since the end of the Second World War, American parents and politicians alike had fretted about the easy access children had to firearms in a country that venerated the gun and offered access to it like no other. Popular culture, from the television westerns of the 1950s, such as The Rifleman and Have Gun, Will Travel, to the gangster rap of the 1990s, glorified guns and connected them to aspirational manhood across social and economic divides. Amid a spike in crime rates in the late 1980s and early 1990s, politicians and commentators speculated endlessly about what access to guns and pop culture did to young men. Most infamous was the super predator concept, a since deconstructed theory that a generation of remorseless young killers, mostly black and Latino, were coming of age in America's cities. Despite a patchwork of state and federal laws meant to keep guns out of the wrong hands in a country of more than 200 million firearms, by the 1990s, it had become almost impossible to keep them away from any determined teenager. Now, this is what leads, of course, to the making of a murderer. Now, teenage boys with guns felt characteristically American, but everything else about Columbine seemed novel. Harris and Klebold's plans dwarfed anything that came before. The targets appeared to be not so much their fellow students as the viewing public, forced to suffer through the horror of seeing this seemingly safe suburban space desecrated. A safe space desecrated. They left behind extensive evidence of their intentions, journals, and a series of home video recordings that became known as the basement tapes, filmed in the weeks leading up to the attack. Much of the story of that day, the killers' lives leading up to it, and the survivors' struggles thereafter, is recounted in the documentary titled simply Columbine, released in 2009 by the journalist Dave Cullen. He covered the story in 1999 and spent years painstakingly reconstructing events and biographies and attempting to correct so many of the rumors and myths that had become increasingly embedded in public memory. In particular, Cullen wrestled with Columbine's most challenging question: why? There were many ready explanations in the immediate aftermath of the attack, everything from guns, goth culture, violent video games, and bullying, to the influence of shock rocker Marilyn Manson, Nazism, a religious hatred, and negligent parenting. Mass media recycled scripts dating back to the 1950s about teenage boys and guns. Americans cataloged their own social pathologies and attempted to apply each of them in turn. But Cullen eventually gathered historical evidence that almost nobody on April 20th in 1999 even knew existed. The killers' own explanations for why they did what they did. Their journals and recordings laid it all out explicitly, but police officials stonewalled efforts to release these and other documents to the public. Much of this evidence was kept secret for months and actually years after April of 1999, allowing rumor to become intractable myth. Relying on newly released evidence, Cullen wrote a 2004 article for Slate magazine titled "The Depressive and the Psychopath," describing Klebold and Harris respectively. The journals and the basement tapes revealed that Klebold and Harris easily manipulated, well, let me rephrase that. The journals and the basement tapes revealed Klebold to be suicidally depressive and easily manipulated by a trusted friend to commit a horrific crime. Harris, on the other hand, appeared to so many of the investigators who looked at the case to be a textbook psychopath, someone incapable of empathy for other human beings and harboring a godlike superiority complex. Neither was bullied. If anything, they dabbled in bullying themselves. Harris imagined himself an Übermensch, and Klebold followed along. Cullen, in other words, asked Americans to look internally, to the mental state of the Trois killers, rather than externally, to the society that produced them. Without a more convincing contextual explanation, depositions of the killers' parents are sealed until the year 2027, it's likely to remain the consensus. But it brings us back to the gun show loophole. Because, but what of the guns? They were the common denominator in mass murders at schools before Columbine and the killers who have followed, many of whom would cite Harris and Klebold as inspiration, have also turned to them as effective tools for the task. Bombs are hard, or so Cullen noted, but guns are easy. Easy to get, easy to load, easy to fire. In one journal entry, Harris wrote, "I want to torch and level everything, but bombs of that size are hard to make." He and Klebold used 4 guns in the killings. 2 shotguns with barrels they sawed down to well below the legal limit, a carbine rifle, and a Tech-9 semi-automatic pistol. The TEC-9 was one of the guns banned by name in the 1994 federal assault weapons ban, but one of the law's loopholes allowed for the possession and resale of firearms that had been manufactured before the ban. When the killers' acquaintance, Mark Maines, sold them the gun for $500,000 United States in the weeks before the shooting, he broke the law not because he sold a banned gun, but because he sold it to minors. Mainz had purchased it legally for 491 United States dollars at the same gun show where Harris and Klebold would acquire their other weapons, with the assistance of an 18-year-old friend named Robin Anderson. After it was discovered how the killers acquired their firearms, the gun show loophole entered the mainstream language of gun politics, where it still exists today, one of a handful of perennial issues raised by a range of gun safety organizations. The 1993 Brady Handgun Violence Prevention Act mandated background checks on all retail gun transactions through licensed dealers, but the law did not require a background check on sales between private individuals. Common estimates for such sales range as high as 40% of all American gun sales annually, though some scholars have suggested this is an overestimation. Many of these sales occur outside of gun shows, but they became associated with shows because of the 1986 Reagan-era Firearm Owners Protection Act, which loosened laws about where retailers could sell guns. The act also allowed for licensed retailers to make private sales at gun shows without background checks under certain conditions. Which brings us, of course, to the quotidian terror. Would universal background checks have stopped the killings at Columbine, or those that followed at Virginia Tech, Sandy Hook, Parkland, or Uvalde? Would red flag laws, laws that allow courts to temporarily seize someone's firearms if they present a threat to others or themselves, have prevented the attacks from taking place? It is hard to imagine in the 21st century, in a nation of more than 400 million guns, denying committed killers the most convenient tools for their task. The Columbine killers' bombs did not explode, in that they proved, fortunately, failures. But in making a more commonplace connection between America's near limitless gun stockpile and its most vulnerable social spaces, the soft social targets, they successfully ushered in an era of quotidian terror. That's why today, as I speak, well, it's not midnight yet here, but within minutes it will be, we are entering National Youth Violence Prevention Week. Now, National Youth Violence Prevention Week lasts from April the 22nd through to the 26th this year. It's the time of year when certain organizations place a great focus on preventing youth violence. Sponsored by the National Association of SAVE, which is an acronym, SAVE, all in the uppercase, Students Against Violence Everywhere, and Sandy Hook Promise, the week looks at the different instances of youth violence that have taken place over the past few years. It also aims to encourage student involvement so people of all ages are better prepared to tackle cases of youth violence before they occur. The end goal here is to ensure no young lives are lost in horrifying acts of violence. So in terms of the history behind this Awareness Week, in the history of the United States, numerous cases of youth violence have occurred, leaving students scarred for life. However, it wasn't until the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting that the idea to dedicate a week to preventing school violence was formulated. The Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting, also known as the Newton shootings or Newtown shootings of 2012, occurred on December 14th. The tragic attack left 28 people dead, while 3 were injured for life. The shocking aspect of the story was the fact that the crime was committed by a 20-year-old. The killer, Adam Lanza, started the murder spree by killing his mother at their home. He brutally shot her 4 times with a .22 caliber rifle. The firearms that were used in the tragedy had previously been purchased by Lanza's mother. After killing his mother, Lanza drove to the Sandy Hook Elementary School, an institute for kindergarten through 4th grade students. As he reached the school, he started shooting whomever came in his way. This includes the security guards and the Sandy Hook principal. It was 9:30 a.m., and as the gunshots rang throughout the school, protocol to protect the students was immediately implemented. Alas, lives were still lost as Lanza entered classrooms and fired 154 rounds in less than 5 minutes. 26 lives were lost, almost all of them children, and many of them had been shot multiple times. After the killings, Lanza committed suicide. However, after the attack, a conversation regarding the United States gun laws made center stage. During this time, a national nonprofit organization called the Sandy Hook Promise was founded by several family members who had lost their children in this attack, or their loved ones, such as the security guards or principal. So, in terms of a timeline leading to this Awareness Week, that most of you are already in, it being Monday where most of you are at, go back to 1999 and that deadly attack where 12 students go on a murder spree at the Columbine High School in Colorado, killing 12 students. Then, 2005, we had what became known as Bloody Lake, a 16-year-old shooting and killing 7 people at Red Lake Senior High School. In 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, Chief Petty Officer George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was thanatized, processed into death, essentially murdered by medicine. We had death at a tech school. 32 people were killed after a student opened fire at the Virginia Tech in Blacksburg. And in 2014, there were the camp murders. A community college student killing 6 people and critically injuring 13 for life in the area near the University of California, Santa Barbara camp. Now, in terms of the most frequently asked questions I get about National Youth Violence Prevention Week or the subject in general, what I'm getting in the emails as I speak to this subject right now as well, someone's asking, what are the 3 major factors that lead to youth violence? Well, the 3 major factors that lead to youth violence include domestic violence, child abuse, and media influence. And someone's asking me, what is serious youth violence? You know, I'm not going to call these people out or name them out of respect. I just let them be anonymous, because who wants to be known as stupid? But I mean, what the fuck does that even mean? What is serious youth violence? Serious youth violence is an offense when serious violence or a weapon is involved and the victim is aged, aged from the years 1 to 19. Now, of course, there's the obvious question, how can we overcome violence? Well, take a stand and tell someone you trust about the violence you are being subjected to. Now, in terms of how to observe National Youth Violence Prevention Week, obviously, I need you to offer myself financial assistance. So we could start with that because you're not hearing about this anyplace else. So you might as well contribute to myself because I'm making you aware of something you otherwise wouldn't be aware of. And you can volunteer for the programs. There are many programs that have now been started to ensure students are counseled effectively so they never resort to violence. And if you don't have a large amount of cash to contribute, especially since I need about $300 to make my rent, that's okay. Give that to me instead, and you can simply volunteer at an organization and lend your hand in contributing to the solution to the problem of youth violence. Otherwise, just get active. There are so many things you can do this week. All you need is a proactive attitude. Print flyers that narrate the causes of youth violence and spread awareness regarding how we can join forces to reduce youth violence. Now, there's 5 facts about youth violence you need to know that I can count on my right hand. Starting with my pinky, in terms of the homicides occurring annually, over 200,000 homicides occur annually worldwide among youth between the ages of 10 to 29. In terms of my ring finger, high school students are injured each year. In fact, roughly 1,150,000 high school students face an incident with a weapon at school. That's some serious fucking violence. Students are all armed, and they're all out to fucking kill each other. One wonders how they ever find time to do any homework. Now, in terms of my fuck you finger, knowing it's about to take place. In 4 out of 5 school shootings, at least one other person was aware an attack was about to happen. 4 out of 5. That's a big fuck you, because they never tell anyone, because they're afraid to be labeled a snitch. This is the criminal code of prison people. You live in a prison rape anti-culture. Students are behaving as if they're in the pokey, the pen, as if they're under lockup. As for my pointer finger, that's where I point at the impact of school violence. Nearly 90,000 school children end up in the emergency room, on a respirator, breathing their last breaths. This is why when Aristides and Nemo are talking about, gee, everybody should just carry a gun.
Not everybody.
Okay.
Just certain people. Good, really good people.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Good qualification. Then, of course, with my opposable thumb, think of all the unreported threats. Threats are not reported because students don't want to be called a snitch. This is the criminal code. America is a prison rape anti-culture. We're all living as if we're on the inside, under lockup, instead of on the outside. As if we've all been punished for the crime of being American. Now, why is National Youth Violence Prevention Week important? It spreads awareness. This week is important because it spreads awareness regarding youth violence. It also tackles several factors that may trigger teenagers to resort to violence, including video games, violent movies, etc. And it increases safety thereby. Due to the information provided throughout this week, people become aware of the violence that exists. Think of the statistics I just fed you. 1,150,000 American high school students face an incident with a weapon at school. This is like, they are carrying guns and knives in the open. They're waving them at each other every day. And 90,000 school children wind up in the emergency room before high school. This is, there's no word for it. Madness doesn't do it justice. With this information, knowing things like this, people began to take precautionary measures to protect people in case a horrific incident occurs. And it's almost inevitable that it will. But, ergo, it may cause youth violence to end. Youth violence, well, incidents of youth violence will likely decrease as time passes, so long as we take advantage of weeks like this, awareness days, to share and spread the word. This is due to the awareness that is created and the security measures that are put in place, acting in tandem over time to ultimately decrease the threat. Now, in terms of international geopolitics, let's talk about the Ayatollah's birthday surprise. Or rather, the dangerous war games gambit of Israel and Iran. Tehran, capital of Iran, has put itself in a precarious position. Iran's leaders are opposed to the existence of Israel. Iran sought to change Israel's risk calculus and deter it from further provocations, but an Israeli response could escalate the conflict further. The Iranian-American analyst Karim Sajapur has said, "What stands between the Iranians and a better future is not Israel or America, but their own leadership." And I certainly agree with that. So did Iran's Ayatollah have the worst birthday ever? His 85th kicked off with a bang as Israel retaliated after Iran's unprecedented strike across the Jewish state that featured a failed barrage of lethal drones over the weekend. Israel launched drone missiles. Israel launched either drone or missile attacks, or both, against Iran early Friday morning into this weekend. Israel launched, how would I say this? Well, the attacks reportedly targeted a military aero facility near the city of Isfahan. In the aftermath, Reuters reported that Iran played down the attack and indicated it had no plans for retaliation. Still, Israel's strategic surgical strike on Iran was not the fierce response that American President Joe Biden and other Western leaders had feared. A seeming conclusion to a brief but very tense crisis that shows how badly Iran and Israel understand each other. While Netanyahu and the Islamic Republic exchange ballistic messages, the question of Palestine demands the moral and strategic courage of actual statesmen. In interim, after months of delays, House lawmakers passed a package that includes astronomical tithe unto Israel and nearly 61 billion United States dollars in aid for America's actual allies, like the Ukraine. Since Saturday evening, all eyes are on Israel and Iran's macabre military dance. Last Friday morning feels like a different world, but a no less dangerous one. More than 6 months after the self-inflicted Hamas attacks on Israel, mass extermination continues in the Gaza and has spread to the area either side of the Lebanon-Israel border and thereon to the Gulf. The fear is that the Middle East is on the brink of an all-out war, with global as well as regional dangers. The Iranians are playing down the significance of what's happened in Isfahan. Initial reports said there had been no attack. Later, an analyst on state TV said aero defenses had knocked out drones that had been launched by American infiltrators. Official media outlets have posted jokey photos of miniature drones. Israel was responding to the attack last Saturday from Iran. Despite years of enmity and threats, it was the first time since the establishment of the Islamic Republic in 1979 that Iran had ever launched a direct strike from its own territory onto Israel's. During that attack, Iran launched more than 300 missiles and drones. Almost all of them were destroyed by Israel's aero defenses, augmented as they were by forces from these United States, the United Kingdom, and the Kingdom of Jordan. The Iranians had made their intentions clear, giving Israel and its allies time to prepare themselves, and quickly issued a statement at the United Nations in New York City that their retaliation was over. Mr. Biden urged Israel to take the win, but Israel insisted it must hit back. From the outset, this crisis has shown just how badly Iran and Israel understand each other. Both miscalculated, deepening the crises. Israel seemed to believe that Iran would never respond with anything stronger than outrage when it killed General Mohammad Reza Zahedi in Damascus, capital of Syria, which at this point in history is an extension of Russia. Its April Fool's Day aerostrike flattened the consulate at the Iranian diplomatic compound in Damascus, killing 6 others, including another general. Iran announced it regarded the attack as a strike on its own territory, because diplomatic territory is that nation's territory. Embassies are the property and territory of the nation to which they belong, and that nation's laws apply there, and they are protected under international law. Israel claimed the premises were not protected by diplomatic conventions, as the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps had turned them into a military post. Iran, nor indeed Western allies of Israel, did not accept a unilateral reclassification of that building status, and that makes Israel an international aggressor and an international terrorist, a rogue state. As well, the government in Tehran hoped Israel would agree to draw a line after its response. That was another serious miscalculation. If the attack on Isfahan is not followed up with more attacks, then the immediate tensions will ease. What happened overnight could be Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's attempt to respond without alienating Mr. Biden any more than he has already. If this is it, another question is whether it will be enough for the former generals in Israel's war cabinet, who are believed to want a strong response to, as they see it, restore Israel's capacity to deter its enemies. Mr. Netanyahu's ultra-nationalist coalition allies have also demanded a fierce retaliation from Israel. The National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, said that the Israelis needed to go berserk when Iran attacked. In a social media post, he described the Isfahan strike as feeble. The best option for the region, in the opinion of Western governments, is for both Iran and Israel to draw a line under the saga. However, even if this is the end of this stage of this crisis, new precedents have already been set. Iran has hit Israel in a direct attack, and Israel has responded with its own direct attack. That is a change in what are often referred to in the region as the rules of the game, governing this long conflict between Iran and Israel. The long clandestine war between the two countries has now come out of the shadows. In the process, Iran and Israel have shown that for all the obsessive attention they devote to each other, they are not good at reading each other's intentions at all. In a highly combustible part of the world, that is not encouraging. So today's big question. During his visit to Washington, Yester Septimania, last week, the Japanese Prime Minister, Kishida Fumio, suggested the American Empire may be feeling self-doubt when it comes to its global leadership role. That, as according to a February YouGov poll, more than half of Britons believe another world war is likely in the next 5 to 10 years. The American Empire is having a crisis of confidence at a very bad time. Thus, how would we know if World War III has started? First point, with conflicts in Ukraine, the Middle East, Africa, and the Asia Pacific, the spark that could ignite all-out war already exists. Second point, the notion of a first world war only came into being retrospectively upon the outbreak of the second. You see, for nearly 20 years, the 1914 through 1918 conflict that claimed millions of lives was known as the Great War. But when war broke out on the European subcontinent again in 1939, commentators began to refer to the Great War as the First World War to disambiguate it from the next. In January, the United Kingdom's Defense Secretary, Grant Shapps, said that now we are again moving, in his words, from a post-war to pre-war world. In the aforecited February survey, YouGov found that more than half of Britons believed another world war was likely in the next 5 to 10 years. After Iran launched its first direct attack on Israel ever last week, world leaders are warning that any escalation could send the Middle East spiraling into bloody conflagration, drawing in allies from around the world or sparking nuclear warfare. Combined with the conflicts in Ukraine and the Gaza, Sky News' security and defense editress, Deborah Haynes, went on record to attest that it's clear, in her words, the potential for a spark that ignites World War III already exists. What did the commentators say? In the Atlantic magazine, Elliot A. Cohen has inferred that in the lead-up to the Second World War, it was a mistake to treat the Chinese, Japanese, Thai, Italian, Spanish, German, and Ethiopian conflicts as unconnected events, to compartmentalize the Ukrainian war communist Chinese aggression in the South China Sea, and the ever-expanding Middle Eastern conflict would be a similar mistake. In the Washington Post, Adam Taylor has concluded that these conflicts are part of one big narrative. Abandoning Taylor's anachronistic Judeocentricity, conditional as it is with the pathological irrelevance of Iranophobia descendant from Jewry's intrinsic Aryanophobia, the Jews hate Aryans, and Iran is simply the Greek word for Aryan, we ergo accept the reality of a circumstantially impotent trilateral of India, Iran, and Egypt as neutrals, contemporarily bracketed by the states in failure triage of Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya, what primarily impact geopolitics as vortices of anarchy. Thus we be left with the active super-spoiler state of Pakistan between the evolving co-rival alignments that can be categorized in terms of half a dozen primary authoritarian synaxial states with an appendicized coalition as acronymized in order of importance, what I call the Kochaya Strank. Co for commu, ch for China, as in Commu China, then the IAS after that for Israel and Arab satraps. It is Israel's Middle Eastern network of proxy states, most solidly centered on the House of Saud, presently occupying the heart of the Arabian Peninsula, and the UAE. The itself is acronymous for the United Arab Emirates, composed of the trucial sheikdoms on the Persian Gulf capital at Dubai, but also inclusive Bahrain, the actively genocidal Kingdom of Morocco, what occupies Polisaria in the Western Sahara, in the manner that Israel occupies Palestine, and the mass exterminatory Islamo-fundamental terror state of Sudan, which harbored Osama bin Laden. Yes, all of them have sworn allegiance to Israel. Believe it or fucking not. So, Kochayas has got Communist China, Israel, and Arab satraps, and then the Trank part, T-R-A-N-K, the rest of the acronym. That would be, of course, Turkey, Russo Suraya, or Russian Syria, with its Russian Orthodox imperial outlet into the Mediterranean Sea via the Syro satellite facility on site Tartus, Azerbaijan, and North Korea, which would be the NK portion of the acronym. Again, this is C-O-C-H-I-A-S-T-R-A-N-K, Kochaya Strank, all uppercase. Versus some half a dozen of the world's capacitist democracies, as led in order of importance. By capacitist democracies, I mean democracies capable of doing anything. Led in order of importance, as was the Kochaya Strank acronym, by the most technologically advanced among us, as manifest in mine own island China on the 100 islands of Taiwan, the Empire of Japan, these United States, and our Republican satellite states situated south of the DMZ, the demilitarized zone, on the Korean Peninsula, the United Kingdom, the Ukraine, and Armenia, along a militarily emasculated and culturally enervated European Union in the west, and Belarus, our white Russia, in the east, acting more as anarchic vassals than active allies unto their respective supracultural hemispheres. This is the battle lines of World War III, which is already in effect. Although the enemy Kochaya Strank nations differ starkly in ideology, their synaxis is a super-cynical marriage of convenience. Israel has been providing Turkey with drones since Ankara, the capital of Turkey's proxy annihilation of Armenia. all of East Armenia having been wiped out, and that in turn has bolstered Tel Aviv's, the capital of Israel's, defenses against a potential Iranian retaliation with Russian weapons by eradicating their supply line via Yerevan, the capital of Armenia. This mutually beneficial relationship mirrors that which Vladimir Putin has forged with fellow pariah Kim Jong-un in North Korea. Pyongyang, the capital of North Korea, has provided Russia with war materials in exchange for technology. Red China has also provided a trade lifeline for Russia amid Western sanctions. And the Russian Empire, in turn, has close ties to Israel, by which to smuggle sanctioned high technology into the communist Chinese Empire. This is the enemy lineup. Israel, which America is supporting, is its greatest enemy. And the center linchpin, the center point, the nexus of the enemy alliance. This global context is what makes the Israeli attack so significant. The aforecited Cohen has confessed that all the Kochaya strength players are increasingly willing to use open violence, as well as threaten much worse, including nuclear weapons. Their target is bigger than Israel's campaign to destroy Iran. It is the ultimate overthrow of the American-led world order. But Dr. Luigi Scazieri of the Center for European Reform think tank has told the press that the Russian Empire is still the primary pathway to World War III. If it prevails in the Ukraine, an emboldened Putin will be tempted to strike a NATO nation, which would demand a coordinated response. Of course, that likelihood only increases if Donald Trump wins the United States presidential election and further undermines the Atlantic Alliance. There are 5 futures for Russia, and I can tell you how America can prepare for whatever comes next. Vladimir Putin happened to turn 71 years old last October 7th, his birthday being the very day Hamas assaulted Israel, or rather Israel assaulted itself. The Russian dictator took the rampage as a birthday present. It shifted the context around his aggression in the Ukraine. Indeed, to show his appreciation, he had his foreign ministry invite high-ranking Hamas representatives to Moscow in late October, highlighting an alignment of interests. Since Hamas was created by Israel, this is all part of the same incestuous circle. Several weeks later, Putin announced his intention to stand for a 5th term in a choiceless election in March of 2024, and later held his annual press conference, offering a phalanx of pliant journalists the privilege of hearing him smugly crow about Western fatigue over the war in the Ukraine. In this live broadcast, Putin boasted, "Almost along the entire front line, our armed forces, let's put it modestly, are improving their position." On February 16th, Russia's Federal Penitentiary Service announced the sudden death of the opposition activist Alexei Navalny at only 47 years of age in a penal colony above the Arctic Circle, from which he had continued to reach his millions of followers with instructions on how to protest Putin's plebiscite. A month later, the most one could say was that the Kremlin had at least waited until after the voting was staged to announce Putin's victory. Putin styles himself a new Tsar, but a real Tsar would not have to worry about a looming secession crisis and what it might do to his grip on power in the present. Putin does. That is partly why he must simulate elections. He is now set in his office until 2030, when he will be in his 78th year. Male life expectancy in Russia does not even reach 67 years. Those who live to 60 can expect to survive to around 80. Russia's confirmed centenarians are few. Putin might one day join their ranks, but even Stalin died. Putin's predecessor, Boris Yeltsin, turned out to be that rare would-be czar who named a successor and smoothed his path to power. In 1999, Yeltsin, facing chronic health challenges and fearing that he and his family of corrupt cronies might face prison after he stepped down, chose Putin to preserve his liberty and legacy. Take care of Russia. That's what Yeltsin offered as a parting instruction. In 2007, the year my late and sainted sire died, Yeltsin, at the age of 76, also died a free man. But the protector has refrained from emulating his patron's example. In 2008, while the stock market crashed worldwide, or at least the economy did, Putin briefly stepped aside from the presidency in recognition of the same 12 consecutive term limit that Yeltsin faced. Putin appointed a political non-entity in his place, shifted himself to the position of prime minister, and came right back for a third presidential term in 2012, and then a fourth. Finally, he induced his counterfeit legislature to alter the constitution to effectively remove any term limits. Stalin, as well, had stubbornly clung to power, even as his infirmities worsened. He refused to countenance the emergence of a successor at all. Eventually, he suffered a massive final stroke and fell into a puddle of his own urine, wherein he drowned. Putin is not Stalin. The Georgian despot built a superpower whilst dispatching tens of millions to their deaths in famines, forced labor camps, execution cellars, and a mismanaged defensive war. Putin, by contrast, has jerry-rigged a rogue power while sending hundreds of thousands to their deaths in a war of choice. The juxtaposition is nevertheless instructive. Stalin's system proved unable to survive without him, despite having an institutionalized ruling party. How would I describe? Well, I'd say this. And yet, amid the breakdown that began with the collapse of the Greater Soviet Union, but lasted well beyond 1991, Putin consolidated a new autocracy. This fusion of fragility and path dependence derives from many factors that are not easily rewired. Geography, a national imperial identity, an ingrained strategic culture. The 19th century Russian satirist Mikhail Saltykov-Shchedrin remarked of his country that everything changes dramatically every 5 to 10 years, but nothing changes in 200 years. Still, whenever and however Putin might go, his personalistic autocracy, and more broadly, Russia itself, already face questions about the future. Putin's regime styles itself an icebreaker, smashing to bits the American-led international order on behalf of humanity. Washington and its allies and partners have allowed themselves to be surprised by him time and again. In Libya, Syria, the Ukraine, and Central Africa. This has provoked fears about the next nasty surprise. But what about the long term? How, in the light of inescapable leadership mortality and larger structural factors, might Russia evolve, or not, over the next decade and possibly beyond? Now, listeners seeking odds on Russia's trajectory should consult the betting markets. What Western officials and other decision makers need to do, instead, is to consider a set of scenarios, to extrapolate from current trends in a way that can facilitate contingency planning. Scenarios are about attempting to not be surprised. Needless to note, the world constantly surprises, and something impossible to foresee could occur, the proverbial black swan. Humility is ever in order. Still, there be 5 possible futures for Russia that are currently imaginable that I can count on my right hand, and these United States and our allies should bear them in mind. Over the course of multiple presidential administrations, Washington has learned the hard way that it lacks the levers to transform places such as Russia and, for that matter, Communist China on the Asian mainland. Cultures that originated as empires on the Eurasian landmass and celebrate themselves as ancient civilizations that long predate the founding of these United States, let alone the formation of the West. But this brings us to the chronometric alteration. Russian psyops, denying the Dark Ages. You've got this challenge to history itself. Fiction or science. My one-time manageress, Laura Lee Solomon, fell for it, hook, line, and sinker, in a chronology 7 volumes long. This new chronology denying the Dark Ages is most commonly associated with the Russian mathematician Anatoly Fomenko, born in 1945, although the published works on the subject are actually a collaboration between Fomenko and several other Putin-sponsored mathematicians. Let's turn to Fomenko's claims, because this is Russian history as the Russians teach it to themselves and try to get everyone else to believe with them. Central to Fomenko's new chronology is his claim of the existence of a vast Slavo-Turkic empire, because Turkey is part of this axis, this synaxis of evil, which he calls the Russian horde, which he says played the dominant role in Eurasian history before the 17th century. The various peoples identified in ancient and medieval history, from the Scythians, the Huns, the Goths, and the Bulgars, through the Polian, Duliebi, the Drevlian, the Pechenegs, to, in more recent times, the Cossacks, Ukrainians, and Belarusians, are nothing but elements of the single Russian horde. For the new chronologists, peoples such as the Ukrainians, Belarusians, Mongols, and others who assert their national independence from Russia are suffering from a historical delusion. The Russian mathematician Anatoly Fomenko has devised a system he calls the New Chronology that he says firmly establishes the fictive nature of the medieval epoch. The University of Moscow itself that employs him to push this pablum, well, he being a professor thereof, a University of Moscow professor, he published this book called Antiquity in the Middle Ages, subtitled Greek and Bible History, in which he argues that the written record of human history should be condensed from thousands of years into hundreds of years. For Fomenko, history unfolded not over millennia, but centuries. The English edition of this book was published in September of 2003 under the title History, subtitled Fiction or Science, with a question mark, with a lurid cover featuring the crucified Christ himself, but it is not necessary to buy the book to learn about Fomenko's theories. I will fumigate his fulminations here for you. Before that book's translation, he published a 29,000-word summary of his findings online. Oh, our man George Knight has joined us.
Douglas.
So,
hello,
welcome aboard.
I do apologise it's so late. Hello, thank you for having me on. I do apologise. I've just hello there, Nemo. How are you? Yeah, sorry it's so late in the transmission. I've just had to do the school run first thing this morning, so I've just dropped her off. So now I'm free. Thank you.
Well, that'll help save my voice. And even though I was entering the zone, I was feeling like shit. One of the reasons I'm bringing this up, the Fomenko fulminations, is because, or his Fomenko formula, is this University of Moscow professor, sponsored by Putin himself, is trying to rewrite history because he's trying to steal British history by claiming the British don't have a history, that it really all sources from Russia. This is their new psyop, and it's been around for a while. My former manageress, Laura Lee Solomon, fell for it completely, bought into it, and just ate that shit up. And we're talking about 7 volumes worth of bullshit. The reason that I want to really point this out is that when people ask me about, of course, why would the Russians do this? Why are they basically claiming that the British history is all a lie? Basically, they say that they were really all Byzantine rulers that the British are claiming. It's one of these things that I want to point out that they're doing this simply because they're Russian. It's they basically are trying to discover that Russia is the source of universal empire and that its culture gave rise to England. And this explains their Byzantine chauvinism. The Russian czars, the Khazars, the Caesars, they saw themselves as the legitimate successors to the Byzantine emperors through the miracle of shared faith in the then United Orthodox Church. So if England could be shown to be really Byzantine, then all the advances of England and America are really Byzantine and hence Russian. In other words, this elaborate theory is nothing more than an attempt to bolster the battered and broken shell of the formerly great Russian state and to claim for Mother Russia a small piece of the reflected glory of a world that passed it by. So this is where you've already got this bizarre link between Russia and Great Britain that I think can be capitalized upon. If the Russians truly believe they created Britain, then Britain has no real choice but, I think, to claim Russia as the new Raj. This is what I think is, this is the, what I call karma, or the irony of all this. Now, so bringing you aboard, you can help me save my voice, and we can talk about any other subject, of course, that people are interested in. Oh, by the way, wonderful comment left by this individual living in England who wants modeled for an illustration of the peacock angel. Let me do a screen share. Can you see the cursor moving on the screen?
Yeah.
Yes, Douglas.
Okay, good. So here we are. I'll take you to the latest episode. Let's hope the voice doesn't go on here. And let's see if we can recover this individual's comment. And so this individual, like I said, he once modeled for an illustration of the peacock angel. He has at Free Chords, The Truth, Marcedan 8277 says at this timestamp approximately 8:32, 8 hours and 32 minutes in of the latest episode before tonight's. We give a shit, Dougie, because I was saying the British don't give a shit about history. So he says, we give a shit, Dougie, we promise. And he says, Rommel, the genius Nazi general that whisper it, we Britons secretly allowed to admire. Ha ha. So he says, superb historical discourse, as ever.
Really enjoyed Peter's section this eve also. Romania is going to play a significant part in our forthcoming worldwide future, I feel. Best regards, ladies and gentlemen, Mark, UK. So thank you so much for that, Mark, and we're going to return to some details of that subject, because our man George Knight was bringing up the fact that, of course, Rommel's responsibilities in Normandy were far more important than his responsibilities in North Africa. So everyone needs to understand that basically Rommel, because he was not allowed to use or deploy atomic weapons to prevent the Allies from hitting the shores of Europe, he did his best to cultivate in-depth defense. So he did far more damage after D-Day. This was in what the Americans, or the Allies, called Operation Cobra, which was the Normandy breakout. So understand that in one of the most extraordinary phases of the 20th century's greatest struggle, the Allied forces, of course, stormed Normandy to attempt to drive the Germans out of France. And even though the landing operation was successful because Rommel was not allowed to deploy the bombs, the atomic bombs, it marked only the beginning of a very long and bloody road ahead, mostly thanks to Erwin Rommel. Against all the hopes and desires of the Allied commanders, the battle to break out of Normandy slogged on for 7 long, brutal weeks, with an expenditure of lives and equipment that no one had anticipated. Now, through half 100 years, well, at this point, which is closer to, I'd say, 70, I'm thinking about back when I was working at the Department of Defense and I was working with these documents. But at this point, it's more like 78 years or so, almost 80 years ago. Throughout this time, Operation Cobra was generally overshadowed by the events of the Normandy landing, but you have to ask why. Well, why was because of the embarrassment of the Allied failure. More than 10 times the howitzer rounds were used during Operation Cobra than in the beach landing. The British lost 32% of their entire armored force in Europe. The psychiatric casualties rose 400%. Just one of the many offensives cost the Americans over 40,000 casualties. And furthermore, what little that has ever been written on the subject betrays a flawed understanding of the battle as a whole. The traditional studies claim that the Allies' superior air power and tactics and logistics ruled the day, always the same tired old formula of numbers winning over quality. But Bradley's decision to initiate a bombing raid close to his own lines resulted in one of the worst cases of fratricide in American history, where he killed more of his own troops than he ever did the enemy. So this is what Rommel drove the enemy to, but a lot of it had to do with what George Knight was alluding to, the hedgerows, the bocage country, which the Americans called hedgerow hell. The hedgerows divided a good part of Normandy into these small, impenetrable fields. So, building on this, Erwin Rommel had the German defenders preset mortar and artillery fire on the hedgerows in front of their strong points and laced these areas with booby traps and mined obstacles and early warning devices and snipers. Therefore, a United States Army infantryman rustling a leaf in the hot summer silence could bring sniper fire, the crack of artillery, or the rip of machine gun fire. Each patch of farmland became its own miniature universe of battle. So this was the important thing, but you can take it from there on to whatever subjects you feel to be of importance. And now, of course, that you've kind of taken me out of the need to monologue, let's bring Nemo back in. Nemo, you can possibly share with our man George what comes to your mind. Certainly we covered a lot of subjects recently. Is there anything in particular that comes to your mind? Oh, yes, he sent you in the private messages. Have you had that footage before?
Yeah,
it's supposed to be... Yeah, tell him, Nemo.
Yeah, I sent you a video. Well, I uploaded a video towards you in DM and Skype and some explanation on it of Ukraine soldiers recording flying disc UFO over in the war-torn region in Ukraine.
Actually, it's not a flying disc. It's one of the rods.
Isn't it?
Yeah, one of
the rods.
Yeah, one of the Andromeda Garrets. Or
I wasn't
George.
watching it in big screen.
Oh yeah,
I see.
Yes.
So George can give us some details.
Much. Oh yes, much appreciated. Yeah, and I have actually reviewed that video. They released that several weeks ago actually, but it's the Ukrainian forces were conducting reconnaissance and they picked this up on their radar, and that they were zooming in with their surveillance technology to capture the Andromeda Garret, which was basically conducting their own reconnaissance, their own surveillance over the war zone. And so it's a remarkable piece of footage, and it's definitely something to take note and regard, certainly. And they did it during the prior months, so the early months of the illegal invasion by the Russian forces in Ukraine. They were conducting their own reconnaissance over the battle zones, the war zone areas in Ukraine. It's a remarkable piece of footage, and thank you for sharing that, Nemo. It's not something that I bring up often enough, and it's something that I should do, because it's very important. They are very interested in what's going on the surface.
It'd be so cool to see some of those ships actually helping Ukraine fight off Russians.
Well,
I think,
maybe their very appearance does that.
It might intimidate the Russians, yeah.
Well, I mean, the Ukrainians just shot down a Russian bomber, so we don't know if the appearance of these craft might have led to that Russian bomber being rendered more vulnerable for the Ukrainians to shoot down. So the potential is always there. I personally believe that they would be more interested in observation rather than, shall we say, interference at this point.
I know they won't. I'm just saying it'd be cool just to fuck Russia up.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, believe me, I'm there with you. And aside from that, tell George about some of these recent knife attacks in Australia, because I believe knife attacks are fairly common in England as well. But tell him.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, just recently a while ago, there was a big stabbing at a big mall at Bondi Junction. I think it was in Sydney. This dude must have been on meth, or he's just off his mind. He killed like 6 or 7 people and injured a bunch of other people. It was like one of the biggest stabbings in a good while over here. And then at a Christian Orthodox church somewhere in Sydney, some priest got stabbed by a 16-year-old dude like multiple times, and he was hospitalized, but he recovered. He was actually known for publicly speaking about, government corruption and tyranny and all this shit. And then when he gets sent to the hospital after being stabbed, he's like, he does a 180 and says, obey your government and obey the law and all this shit. It's like, what the fuck was that? He was like full on hardcore trying to be a whistleblower, public whistleblower. But after that, he just full on went 180 after the attack.
Well, everybody's gangster until, some kid comes at you with a knife, and in those flashing moments, you actually see that God you're always preaching about. Go on.
Cool. Yeah, there's recorded footage. You can listen to it if you look it up. I forgot the name of the guy.
But like you said, he seemed to be like almost like a cult leader who was preaching like conspiracy kind of like.
It's very sus. I reckon this could just been a psyops, some staged attack, because he was barely. Nobody saw wounds on him. Like he recovered well.
Interesting.
Like there was, it's just weird.
Yeah. Well, definitely. This is something that's important to bring up, and I appreciate that. Yeah.
Because he was playing like a role of a public whistleblower preacher.
Yeah,
that was what he was well known for.
Interesting. And with all that in mind, George, what about knife attacks in England? Tell us a bit about this.
Oh God, they're they're relentless in the UK. They have been for many decades. because of the lack of or the lack of the ability to obtain like handguns. You can get air rifles in the UK, but they're not conducive for taking out somebody's life. They're more like pockets of air that are being blasted at you. These are just for tin cans, but yeah, because the lack of the accessibility for attaining a handgun or a rifle to take out someone's life, most gangs in the UK resort to blades or knives or shards or anything they can get their hands on, and that's why it's completely illegal for you to carry around pocket knives. I remember as a child they introduced that law where you cannot carry a pocket knife, where it was like quite it was a normal thing to carry a pocket knife for any number of reasons, of cutting open shopping bags or carrying it just for a useful tool. But yeah, rightfully so, because it was incredibly evasive. It was incredibly it's everywhere. And even myself, I have encountered a time going back in my early 20s. I remember going to a nightclub with with several friends of mine, and there was a guy who at the time there was this what do you want to call it, like a star, a rapper that looks like this individual looked like Lamar, this pop singer, and because we had to identify him in the club, and he threatened to stab me and my friend. Just came up and said, well, I'm going to stab you. And so we had to get the bouncers to get this guy out. So it is rife. It is truly, it's out there. And that was in a major, I think it was Portsmouth. I think it was down in the south, major city centre. And so it's just everywhere. And that was just a personal experience. But it is, I think if people look up the numbers a day that people get stabbed, it is astronomical.
Wow.
And so it's it's something that is certainly very, very in extent in Britain. I've ironically enough, Douglas, what I'm just looking at now, because I saw do you remember last transmission? Ironically, we brought up the Normandy invasion. Yes. But my relatives, my cousins that reenact the Normandy invasion with their American Jeeps, they've just basically put up a few posts that saying that they are doing the reenactment. I'm just trying to get some screenshots just to share with you. Oh, it's just it's just for amusement. It's just incredible what these guys do.
Right. These guys, just so people understand what George Knight is alluding to, these reenactors, they get dressed in the World War II uniforms. They, do what they do. They drive around in American Jeeps, and it's all pretty much fun and games. But like I said, what was really funny was that in recent years, many British they'll happily dress up as the Waffen SS in particular for these reenactments. And when they're asked if they would have joined during World War II on the German side in the Waffen SS, they usually say yes. So some of them got into trouble. Some of them got into trouble with some recent Veterans Day or something in England, where they went around dressed like the Germans, and so let's just put it this way: there's plenty of consciousness rising in England now about having fought on the wrong side. Especially among younger men, but that's so Mark was right. It's not that the British people are that unconscious about history and that they do care. I guess the younger ones mostly is what we have to count on. So now that you've joined us, tell us a bit about what whatever you're willing to share. You took Everly to school essentially, right? I mean, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Since I was with you last, Douglas, I've just been with Sarah and my family the whole time. I've not had a single break, or I was just before I came on, I was like thinking, I hope Douglas hasn't messaged me, in case I need. But I thought I would send you a message the other day, just telling you that I will be available. But it's sort of like because we became ill over the weekend, and I'm just getting over it now, so I'm not fully recovered. It's kind of like systematic to like COVID, like got no taste buds,
Wow.
nothing. I can't smell anything. It's similar, very similar.
I wonder,
but not to the extent when I caught it before, where I was out for days. This literally lasts 48 hours. I assume I'm just getting over it now. So yeah, so that's probably why I sound a bit like snotty.
You sound fine. I was,
Thank you.
The interesting thing is that I feel like shit because I was out in the sun for a few hours today. It was the San Francisco Cherry Blossom Festival Parade. So that was 2 hours long. I spent too much time under direct sunlight and I got sun sickness. So it was just really bizarre. So I'm assuming it's that, but I'm beginning to wonder if maybe I contracted some of this mild COVID shit. I'm wondering. I don't feel that I've lost my taste, but just be glad that whenever you're losing your taste buds, that you get your taste back. I've told you about some people who haven't. Oh my God, and
long COVID, God. And you don't want that.
No, and Nemo, you never go out much, so you never contracted the COVID, right?
No.
Yeah.
I did get a small flu like late last year, but it was nothing serious.
Right. Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. Thank you. Did you maybe I shouldn't even ask this because everybody's so fucking sensitive about it, but I know you guys are a bit less militant about this than others. You guys get vaccines? I mean, I get the vaccines.
No. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
No, yes, absolutely.
Oh. Okay.
I got my COVID shots, Douglas. Yeah, back 2 years ago now. Yeah, I've got my 5. Yeah, because I got a friend who had about 5 or 6 shots because because I think he's got underlying conditions where it resulted in him being more vulnerable to it or susceptible to contracting various diseases or anything to do with the respiratory system. So he was advised by his doctor to get several more shots, whereas I got my 2 mandatory ones, the two mandatory ones that they issued several years ago when they rolled out the vaccine rollout. It's funny that because when I joined OpenReach, the government spending, the government budget or the funding that they gave OpenReach was far higher for the fiber rollout than it was for the vaccine rollout. It's ironically enough. Yes. So it just shows you they care more for the fiber optic infrastructure than they do with COVID. Oh God, it's just It's completely
No, that's important. I mean, that's important to know, and it goes to show that they realize the vital importance of it's the life and death of the nation that fiber optic infrastructure to get that going. Yeah. And Nemo, I mean, basically, the fiber optics, they're necessary for communications when you've got COVID. I mean, that's what would enable communications during times like COVID, is what I mean to say.
Exactly.
And it will enable the state to better coordinate a response. So of course they had to put more money into that. But Nemo, I take it you're counting on your social isolation as opposed to vaccines to carry you through in times like COVID, right?
Yeah.
So during
pretty much.
So during COVID, because you've essentially been socially isolated for the majority of your life, I take it that COVID really didn't impact you psychologically very much.
Nah, I didn't give a shit.
That's what I thought. I felt that would be the case, and so that's probably to your advantage in the end. Then I guess that's pretty funny. Yeah.
I rarely get sick.
Okay.
That flu I got late last year, that broke my streak for not getting sick for fucking nearly a decade.
Wow.
Just years. I lost count.
Yeah.
Really.
Well, congratulations on that, and. In my case, so like I said, I stay out in the sun too long. I can withstand it a lot more than my mother could, but I was out there long enough today, and I felt it was that. But I'm wondering now if it might be something like what George contracted. Of course, since he and I have had all the shots, maybe that's what's modifying the symptoms. Maybe we're either that or the COVID disease has simply kind of bred itself out, kind of weakened. For now, at least, it's a weak ass strain or something, but At any rate, in terms of yourself, George, so you spent most of the time with your family. I'm proud of you. I'm excited. And and like I said, this is something you should share with people. Let people know that you're back in the gym again.
Yes, thank you. That's what's most important, Douglas. Is that get back to how I was years ago. So it's important to remain true who you are and your identity, your own personal identity. But it's also good for people to pursue their passions. It's important to keep yourself busy, and because it's quite easy just to bob down and get too worked up with some of the other negative aspects of life. So it's important for people to have their hobbies and have their passions that they are that they enjoy doing. Obviously with myself, it's research military history, learning from Douglas, and doing the gym, and that's what I enjoy doing in my spare time. And so but also I have a family life, so it's trying to get that balance. So it's important. But with the aspects of the gym, I'm doing it naturally this time, as opposed to what I did several years ago. Consume or use PEDs, use performance enhancing drugs. Don't ever want to consume them ever again. It's I always advise people now not to pursue that, because there is an epidemic out there where people are overusing them and they're abusing it, and they don't know where to stop. It's a massive addiction, and people will even when I'm speaking, I've spoken to Douglas many times about it. People will lie about taking performance enhancing drugs. They will lie about it. They are more likely to admit to murder before they admit to taking steroids, which is something I don't understand. I think it's to do with their ego or their dignity. They feel like they're just
it's more dignifying to admit killing someone than taking drugs.
Or I think in this case it's more like they want people to believe that somehow they have the natural capacity to amass muscle mass like that, which is just preposterous.
Preposterous, yeah. Yes.
I mean,
it's not exactly. It's not obtainable. It's not achievable naturally. So if you want to look like some of these like freaks or monsters, they refer to them as these mass monster freaks, you cannot do that naturally, and it gives off this impression that to these naive individuals that start off doing the gym, and they think that doing this, doing that, they're going to achieve it, and including people that indulge in steroids or pursue that lifestyle of engaging with it and then running with it, they think they will achieve a look like their favorite, like an Arnold Schwarzenegger type figure. They're not going to achieve that ever. But it is unattainable unless you have to take performance enhanced drugs. But people just don't know their limits, and they don't know anything. So it's kind of important just to share that information, that it's not. I would definitely not recommend it to anyone, and even on the level of trying to pursue it professionally as well, it's not. Bodybuilders have such short lifespans, because as soon as you start to engage and start to introduce steroids to your body, you are shortening your lifespan. You're changing your biochemistry of your body.
They're making their body bigger than it can handle itself.
Yeah, you're enlarging every single muscle in your body. It's an androgen that responds to receptors in your muscles, and it enlarges. You can have enlarged prostates, enlarge your heart, and so this will have a detrimental the ramifications are extreme. So it's not something that I would ever recommend. It's something that I wasn't acquainted with when I was doing it, because I was under the impression that it was, as long as it's pharmaceutically tested, as opposed to going through the underground, the non-tested steroids, the non-tested what do you want to call them? I was going to say the synthetic material that is non-tested. I used to be under the impression that as long as it was pharmaceutically tested and vetted, then it is safe. And that's not true at all. It's far from it.
Oh my God.
Yes. This is what they were selling. This is because it's a, I would definitely say it's like with any other drug out there, when you got these dealers trying to sell it to you, they're selling you it and they're trying to tell you it's a good thing you're doing. And no, certainly not. And that's what happened to me. I was a result of that. Certainly, yeah, because you're surrounded by yourself by bodybuilders and they're all trying to promote it, but they're the ones making the money. They're making the money.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
The shilling, the shilling. The sponsors are paying them. Yeah. So do me a favor, Nemo. Give me your email address again in the private messages, if you don't want to enter it here. I mean, certainly you can trust Aristides and our man George Knight, but you might want to give it to me in private messages anyway. And I can send this to you along with what I'm sending to George Knight right now, and Aristides and Brendan and Samuel Romero. Basically what happened was my son sent me he actually took a kind of a short transcript of what I had said about the geopolitical lineup. So I do want to send this to you gentlemen. And this way our man George can see this and kind of read through it, and then we can go from there. So there we are. Thank you. And okay, got it. Okay, so I think I've sent you something before, so it should be got it. Okay. So there we are. So this takes care of that. So let me see. Who is this going to? Nemo, Sammy, Brendan, Aristides, George Edward Knight. I'm not particularly sure any of the ladies would be interested in this, but let me see if I have, what's her name? Victoria, I don't have her email. Okay, let me press the send button right now and look for this in your email. Let me know if you receive it. So it's basically my son's transcript of what I said. He had a little bit of a cheat sheet there because I had been going over this with the Blood Boys during the weekend. So he had a bit of a cheat sheet to go by. So here we are. So has it arrived in your mailbox?
Oh, yes. I'm now just scrolling up, Douglas. I'm just going to refresh my mailbox.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry, it's just take a few minutes for it to load. Yes, transcript. Douglas Dietrich in the Atlantic magazine.
There we are. So if you can read that out loud, and we'll take it from there.
Oh, of course, yes. In the Atlantic magazine, Elliot A. Cohen, how do you pronounce it? It's Cohen, isn't it? The Cohen.
Yeah, typical Jewish name, Cohen, they say.
Has inferred that in the lead up to the Second World War, it was a mistake to treat the Chinese, Japanese, Thai, Italian, Spanish, German, and Ethiopian conflicts as unconnected events. To compartmentalize the Ukrainian war, the communist Chinese aggression in the South China Sea, and the ever expanding Middle Eastern conflict would be a similar mistake. In the Washington Post, Adam Taylor has concluded that these conflicts are part of one big narrative, abandoning Taylor's anachronistic
anachronistic, I think I said. Go on, yes.
Yes, anachronistic. Yes, it does, Douglas. Sorry, beg your pardon. The Judeo-centricity.
Judeo-centricity, meaning his Jewish-centered worldview. But go on.
Thank you. Conditional as it is, with the pathological irrelevance of Iranophobia, descendant from Jewry's intrinsic Aryan phobia.
So in other words, as I explained, the word Aryan in the ancient Greek is Iran. So the Jewish hatred of the Aryan peoples is what's manifesting in their hatred of Iran today. But go on.
Thank you, Douglas. Yes, no, thank you, Douglas. We ergo accept the reality of a circumstantially impotent trilateral of India, Iran, and Egypt.
So this would be circumstantially impotent, meaning they're powerless. These are actually by circumstance. They're rendered neutral because they're incapable of taking action, really, militarily in an offensive fashion. But go on. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Iran and Egypt as neutrals, contemporary, bracketed by the state in failure triage of Iraq. Afghanistan and Libya, what primarily impact geopolitics as vertices of anarchy.
Yes.
Thus, we be left with the active super spoiler state of Pakistan between the evolving corrival alignments that can be categorized in terms of half a dozen primary authoritarian synaxial states.
Authoritarian synaxial states. Yes.
Authoritarian, excuse me. It's my, I think it's just the way I speak and pronounce things. I do apologize, Douglas.
No worries.
No worries. With appendicized coalition.
Yes.
Appendicized coalition as
acronymus. No worries. These are like shall I say, these are phrases that non-professionals seldom use. In fact, professionals don't even use phrases like these. These are like just my result of working with the Department of Defense as a librarian for all too many years. But just so people understand, whereas India and Egypt and Iran are basically forced into neutrality, they're bracketed by basically zones of chaos, and these chaos zones would be Libya and Iraq and Afghanistan. So these would, but the only state that's nuclear armed, India's nuclear armed, but it's not going to do shit. But the only state that might use its nuclear arms and act as a spoiler because it sides with both China and America would be Pakistan. So it's a spoiler between these two evolving sides. And the two evolving sides are, as I said, acronymus. There's an acronym here that's I've coined, and so you can read that out loud. But it's okay. We'll take it from there.
Yes, Douglas. Shall I carry on? The acronymized in order of importance, the Kochia-Strank, if I pronounce that correctly.
I would say just Kochia-Strank. Kochia-Strank.
Yeah, because I can't even say it. I do apologize.
No worries.
This is a result of me being coming out the other side of being unwell, so I do apologize.
No worries.
It's just because I've got head cold and everything. The Commun China, Israel and Arab satraps established Israel's Middle Eastern network of proxy states, most solidly centered on the House of Saud, presently occupying the heart of the Arabian Peninsula, and the United Arab Emirates, acronymous for the United Arab Emirates, composed of the Trucial or the
Sheikdoms. They would call them sheikdoms. Crucial sheikdoms. Yeah.
Thank you. Of the Persian Gulf, capitaled Dubai, but also inclusive Bahrain, the actively genocidal Kingdom of Morocco, what occupies Policier. I hope I pronounced it correctly.
No, you said it right. You said it right. Yeah.
Thank you, Douglas. In the Sahara, Western Sahara, in the manner that Israel occupies Palestine, and the mass exterminatory Islam fundamental terror state of Sudan, which harbored Osama bin Laden, Turkey, Russell, Syria, with its Russian Orthodox imperial outlet into the Mediterranean Sea via the Syro satellite facility on-site Tartus, Azerbaijan and North Korea versus some half a dozen of the world's
capacitous democracies.
Thank you.
Meaning they're capable of doing something. Yeah, meaning they're capable of action. Yeah.
Much appreciated democracies as led in order of importance by the most technologically advanced among us, as manifest in mine own island China of the 100 islands of Taiwan, the Empire of Japan, these United States, and our Republican satellite state situated south of the DMZ, demilitarized zone, on the Korean Peninsula, the United Kingdom, the Ukraine, and the Armenia along a military emasculated and culturally inverted European Union in the West, and the Belarus, the Belarus, I believe, in the east,
Belarus.
acting more.
Yeah.
Belarus.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But by the way, the words for the Europe that I was describing was militarily. What did I say? Incapacitated? No, I think it was more. It was culturally enervated, is what I think I said. Culturally enervated, and I'd have to take a look at it. Was let me take a look at what I said. And but at any rate, otherwise you're doing well. Go on. Yeah.
Thank you. No, much appreciated. Acted more as an archaic, or is that correct? Anarchic vassals.
Yeah.
Anarchic vassals that active allies onto their respective supercultural hemispheres.
Yeah, vassals. Anarchic vassals as opposed to active allies. Yes.
Active allies.
Yeah.
Although the enemy, and how do you pronounce this again, Douglas? The
Kochaya Strank is what I call it. Kochaya Strank.
Kochaya Strank.
Yeah.
Kochaya Strank. Thank you. Nations differ starkly in ideology. Their synaxis is super cynical, marriage of convenience. Israel has been providing Turkey with drones since Ankara's proxy annihilation of Armenia, and that in turn has bolstered Tel Aviv's defenses against a potential Iranian retaliation with Russian weapons by eradicating their supply line via Yerevan,
the capital of Armenia. Yeah, so basically what happened was that Israel supplied the drones that wiped out eastern Armenia, and basically this helped to choke the supply line from Russia to Iran. And yet in the end, as you can keep reading, they're increasingly involved with Russia and China anyway. So yes, by all means, go on. This is where it comes down to what I was bringing up earlier with Brendan Zoge, when Peter Moon in the opening hours was talking about this Jewish guy named Mark Levine, who's a conservative, was pointing out that there's all these anti-Israeli protests. And he was saying that they were sponsored, it turned out, in large part by many different Jewish groups. And Mark Levine, being Jewish, couldn't understand how Jewish people could support Palestine. Oh, by the way, oh gosh. So it says my message was not delivered to Nemo. So it says the address was not found. So Nemo.
Yeah, I didn't get it. Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay, so let's it says because the domain at gmail.com could not be found. Oh, I guess because somehow it was misspelled. Okay, you misspelled it when I cut and pasted it, maybe? Or let me take a look at what you wrote. No, you didn't misspell it. Somehow. Okay, let me see if I can cut and paste this at all. And so there we are. And this will get it to you. This is so frustrating when that sort of thing happens. Apparently there was a misspelling on my side, and so let's try and do this again. And I'll just so while I'm tending to that, do continue, dear George. And
yes, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, this mutually beneficial relationship mirrors that which Vladimir Putin has forged with fellow pariah Kim Jong-un in North Korea. I always pronounce this wrong. Pyongyang. Pyongyang. Thank you, Douglas. Has provided Russia with war materials in exchange for technology. Red China has also provided a trade lifeline for Russia amid Western sanctions, and the Russian Empire in turn has close ties to Israel, by which to smuggle sanctioned high technology into the communist Chinese empire. This global context is what makes the Israeli attack so significant. The aforecited Cohen has confessed that all the Koshaya Strank, I hope I pronounced that correctly, players.
Yeah, you did.
Players are increasingly willing to use open violence, as well as threaten much more worse much more worse, including nuclear weapons. Their target is bigger than Israel's campaign to destroy Iran. It is the ultimate overthrow of the American-led world order. So yeah, much appreciated, Thomas.
Okay, so we finally got that to our man Nemo. So that should. It now. Okay. Oh, that's so frustrating. So that having been sent, I guess I should send this to Nemo as well. Now that I think of it, let me open this up here. So in terms of what we were discussing, let's see if this reaches you and if you can open it. When I forward this to Nemo, let's take a look. How do I forward? Okay, press the forward button and then press the same thing again. There we are. Okay, now I press the send button, send, and now, with this second letter, is it possible for you to open that and see the plasma entities letter? Tell me if you can open that and see that second one.
Me? No, I don't. I didn't get a second message yet.
Okay, you reset your page. You need to reset it.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Okay.
Oh, I got it now.
Okay, and let's see if you can open it. And this is something that. Peter thought he might speak about with George and myself, but maybe he'll do that if he comes on in the morning. So in terms of everything that we were discussing, can you actually see those pictures of the book covers and everything talking about plasma entities and all that?
Yeah, I can see. Some when I scroll down, book covers.
Okay, good. I was just making sure that you had access to that. That's what Peter Moon and I were discussing with George Knight the other day. So, George, in terms of what else is brought to mind historically by everything that I've just articulated, take it from there, by all means.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely, Doug. And do you know what? Last week's transmission, the last one that I attended with yourself, just before our Lady Victoria Hobbs came on, I was looking at the clock thinking, Christ, we haven't got much longer time because there's so much to go over. There's so much to talk about. And so I'm just grateful that we can carry out because carry on what we were discussing last time, because there was so much to go over. Of course, we had Victoria join us, and I think the direction we went in with her was it was to do with the I think she referred to it as the I think it was weather modification,
geoengineering.
Yes, geoengineering she referred to it as, but something that we could it was usually when we discuss these matters, it's important to know that what is the motivation, the agenda, what is the what they're trying to achieve by introducing these detrimental chemicals into the atmosphere that will take out human life. There's got to be a reason behind it, but I don't understand where people get, this is their thesis. This is where people.
It's supposed to help block out the sun rays and shade the earth or some shit like that.
Well,
it's supposed to combat climate change with the overheating and all that crap.
That's my understanding, yes. So just so that we put this into some perspective for our listeners, when it comes to what I had, both these things bear completion of thought. So with the train of thought that I was thinking of earlier, like I said, Peter Moon was on in the opening hours, and he was talking about he couldn't understand, or Mark Levine, the Jewish individual he was citing, could not understand how Jewish organizations could be supporting humanitarian causes that of necessity, if they're humanitarian, support the Palestinians because they're obviously being exterminated. And, of course, as someone who is a reflexive pro-Israeli, he, the way Peter put it, couldn't see the forest through the trees. In other words, Peter didn't want to express the fact that Mark Levine is just another genocidal Jewish maniac who wants to exterminate all the Palestinians so that they can take over the coastline and set up casinos and make a real estate killing. But when it comes to the thing that I've brought up in the example right there about talking about how Israel is really siding with the Russians, and of course the Turks, and actively operating against the West, which, by the way, the Turks are also doing. There's a reason that Turkey has never been allowed into the European Union, even though they have constantly, chronically, and consistently applied for European Union status. The European Union never lets them in because, of course, they're a militarily aggressive and offensive culture that invaded Cyprus and occupies half of Cyprus. And, of course, is now militarily engaged in a war with Armenia. So when it comes to the Turks, Armenia, for those of you who don't know, is a Christian nation, one of the oldest Christian nations on earth, one of the original Christian nations. But when it comes to the Turks, they are set to try and do to Armenia what the Israelis are doing to Palestine. And what the Israelis are doing to Palestine is what the Moroccans are doing to Polisario, which is the Western Sahara region. And the Americans, for years, did not recognize the Moroccan occupation of the Western Sahara, known as Polisario by their own people's language. The Americans now recognize it in exchange for the Moroccans recognizing Israel. This is how sick the entire arrangement is. And so when it comes to the Israelis, why then, people have asked, are they consistently acting antithetically to America's interests? And as I pointed out with Brendan Zogit, again, when Carl Gustav Jung, the great Nazi psychiatrist, rather psychologist, he was a psychologist, not a psychiatrist, working with symbolism, he was the answer to Freud in continental Europe. He basically felt that the Jewish people as an ethnos are to be diagnosed as insane. There is no rhyme or reason to their actions. Their actions are not necessarily. Their actions are often intrinsically self-destructive. This is something that why they would bite the hand that feeds them, bite America constantly, that is forever by their side. But things are now changing as the younger generations grow up and no longer. Good example. By the way, as I said, I think I shared this with yourself, George. Maybe not, but I don't believe I shared it with Nemo. And now I'll share it with our listeners. People have heard me speak before of course, the fact that, first off, gun owners point to Israel consistently as a gun owner's utopia. And they say, oh, everyone in Israel carries a gun, and yet, they don't have the mass shootings we have in the United States. They don't have all this gun crime like we have in the United States. So they point to that as an excellent example of why everyone should be allowed to carry a gun. But even though Israelis tend to purchase firearms for private ownership, and particularly use them to kill people in the West Bank, whom they basically set their crops on fire, demolish their homes, they shoot them on sight and then get away with it. The Israelis are this settler regime which treats the Palestinians in the West Bank as, of course, indigenous natives to be annihilated. But where were all these firearms when Hamas invaded? There's not a single case related where a firearm was fired off in self-defense. Where were they? There's something already suspect there. The fact that the majority of Israelis that were killed were at, of course, that this incredible rave, this party that was being held for the peace with the Palestinians. This is something that, according to the majority of Israelis, they considered these people to be race traitors. And therefore, if you take a look at the number of people who died, that has to be the most people that have ever died in a public gathering. 364 people were slaughtered at the Nova Music Festival in the Negev Desert. Basically, you've got this case where I pointed out that many of them were killed by rounds that were fired from Israeli weapons. There were even some tank rounds that were fired, and the Hamas had no fucking tanks. So this was obviously an attack by the Israeli state on people they considered race traitors. But beyond that, it was about 2 months ago, Israeli news reported it, and it was only about a week ago that I saw on Asian news that over 100 of the Nova survivors have since, quote unquote, committed suicide in the last 6 months. It's like they're killing them so they can't report the Israeli soldiers that they saw wiping them out. That's got to be the case. And so the idea that, you know, they have consistently, since that terror attack, they've consistently been asking for psychological help, and yet no psychological help has been offered them. And so the Israelis want them to commit suicide, but I'm sure that over 100 of them aren't going to do this within 6 months. I'm certain that these people are being hunted down and killed. So you've got no handguns or firearms and private ownership showing up when Hamas attacks. The survivors of the attack that suffered the most are being hunted down and killed. I think it speaks for itself. This is not conspiracy thinking here. This is just common sense. No. So the Israeli government is beyond evil. But when you take a look at who they're siding with in the Arab world, Sudan, which harbored Osama bin Laden, the Kingdom of Morocco, which is waging a war of extermination against the Polisarian peoples of the Western Sahara, the Tuaregs, or the nomadic desert people, the people like, of course, Bahrain, the House of Saud, the United Arab Emirates, all of these Arab nations are now Israel's expanding empire. This is Israel's expanding empire. When you think of a greater Israel, it doesn't necessarily mean that Israel's only expanding in the West Bank and that it's expanding into the Gaza. It's expanding by this network of Arab satellite states into a truly regional empire that also controls a great deal of the world's oil supply. Thereby. And they, of course, feed these people with Russian women, pump them with Russian women that they go to Israel and they participate in the flesh pots of Israel with these Russian prostitutes that the Israelis have thousands of, that they import it from Russia, that Putin sends to them for this very purpose. And this is how they corrupt all of these Arabs into alliances, is by compromise. They capture them in compromising positions with these Russian prostitutes hooked on heroin. They're paid in heroin. They're raped several times a day by Arabs. This is an alliance of the damned. And so when it comes to that, we've provided some perspective on this world that they're ensnared into. But when it comes to, say, for instance, the other topic that was being brought up about, what was the other topic you brought up with our girl Victoria again? It was, we were talking about...
Yeah, do you know what I said to her? If you wanted to go back into the 9/11 direction, because me and her did in the past.
Oh, geoengineering. That was it. Geoengineering. So this is this is the thing to remember why people think like this. In all fairness, I've covered the logic of why it doesn't make any sense that people believe that we're being slaughtered by the millions. But historically, when you take a look at the Soviet Union and communist China, communist Vietnam, communist Cuba, These are mass murderous regimes that killed millions of their own people. And this process is referred to as democide. So democide is when a government kills its own citizens. Now, as horrible as the British Raj was, and ultimately over its 200 years of rule killed 100 million people in India, this is, of course, as bad as that is, these people are not technically citizens, they're subjects. So that doesn't make it any better or morally justifiable, but these were subjects of the crown as opposed to citizens. But when it comes to these communist nations that kill their own citizens, people look at that and then they will form a distrust of all governments. And they'll say, well, the communists kill enormous amounts of their own citizens. And then they feel that all governments kill their own citizens. And to a degree that is correct, but not to the degree of where it no longer makes sense. Now with the communists, it doesn't make sense. That's another auto-destructive act of madness. With the communists, it's simply because their systems are false systems, meaning that their systems are incapable of functioning. In other words, communism is a corrupt ideology that has no capacity to function. It's a false ideology. It's, if you believe in collectivization, you're believing in a myth, a specter, an economy that cannot function because there is no motivation for the individual to function within that economy. In other words, nobody's making a profit, nobody's benefiting in any immediate sense. No. So the communist system cannot function because no one is motivated. So since no one is motivated, the only way they can get people to do anything is to threaten them with death and ultimately kill them, because most of them will say, fucking kill me rather than my working myself to death. I'm too lazy to do that. See, that's something Nemo would do. Yeah. Nemo would say that. He would Nemo would say, just fucking kill me. I'm not in my head. I'm not going to work the fucking farm. I'm not going to till the land, for 18 hours a day and eat potatoes. A slave. Just fucking kill me. So, yes. So it's not that Victoria Lauren Hobbs and Brooke Gibson, because they both fall into this category where they believe in the potential for democide. It's not that they're necessarily without historical precedent. It's simply that we, in our system, which is essentially the global economic system, then we have to ask, what would the logic be? Most of the time, all they can tell you is that, well, with less people using up the environmental resources, maybe the survivors will have a better chance or something, but it really doesn't make any sense because the wealthy elite don't work. The wealthy elite what are they supposed to do? Farm the land that's left themselves? I mean, you can't be serious. It's the wealthy elite do need people. They do need people, whereas the communist regimes are trying to accomplish the impossible, which is to get people to work with no motivation to do so, and therefore the only motivation is to kill them. Then with the global economic system, which is mostly based on the United States dollar at this point in history, and for the longest period of time it was the greater British pound, there has to be some motivation. Now, with the British, of course, they were killing people by the tens of millions, ultimately 100 million, and beyond that, outside of India, a few tens of millions more in China through the Opium Wars, etc. But theirs was a form of plunder. What they were engaged in was colonialism, mercantilism. For those of you who don't know what mercantilism is the economy where you basically have the colonies sell everything to you at a discount while you sell everything to them at a profit. That's mercantilism. It's basically plunder. It's basically plunder. So this is colonialism. And so you could see why people died under British imperialism. You could see why people died under communism. But with American capitalism, okay, it's not that it's a benevolent system, but it's not necessarily a democidal system. So the democidal motivation is what these people are misconstruing. They're feeding into the American empire, which is got its history of pure raw evil and genocide, no doubt about it, based mostly on the genocide of the Native American Indians, which they treated even far worse than the British. And also their black slavery, which, again, they did a far worse job with that than the British did. And the British had slaves. And yet, to their credit, you never really hear intergenerational trauma as a thing from former British black slaves. You do hear about it from former British black colonies. There's former British black colonies that have suffered, like Kenya. But you never really hear former British black slaves coming out and saying that I was, my family was, all fucked over by the Brits. So whatever their slavery system was, apparently it was not as traumatic as the American system. So the American system of slavery was genocidal, but that was, that's a form of democide, yes. And then you could therefore say that if the American government were committing mass murder, it has, by historical precedent, generally been racially targeted. So we don't see that if they're just killing people all over the world. Some people might say, well, they're killing third world people or something like that, but then the means by which they're doing so is impacting everybody. So in the end, what we have to take into account is the reality of climate change. We have to take into account the reality of diseases being spread by climate change. And the geoengineering is, as far as I can understand, their attempt at trying to help slow down climate change. Yeah, or reverse it, or even reverse it.
Counter. Mm-hmm.
And so I'm losing my voice now, and so you take it from there for a while while I try to rehydrate.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, much appreciated. Yes, no, well done. Thank you for that. And I did go back to Israel on the 7th October. The orchestra,
which was Putin's birthday, by the way. That was Putin's birthday, by the side.
On the 7th of October.
Yeah. Did you believe that shit? Come on.
No, exactly. No, and I just wanted to elucidate a bit further on some more discrepancies from that day. The organisation Zaka, probably you've spoke about it before, Douglas, but one thing that came very transparent, I watched this little miniature documentary the other day on the Zaka group. They are in charge of they're a volunteer service that would search and try to obtain body parts from the victims throughout Palestine since the organization was incepted. But the head of the group, I'm trying to find his name, but the one that came up was the one that apparently committed suicide.
Holy shit!
Years ago. Yes. Again, it rhymes. A similar situation where the head of the group died. By mysterious circumstances, just perishes. But what became very evident is that some of the head of the group now was giving off to the reporters, to the journalists, like false information regarding the babies. There's been very little evidence of any systematic or what do you want to call it, just really malevolent action or conduction on these on the victims. And there was the guy that was presenting this little mini documentary was just referring to how they were giving out very lucid, it wasn't very, what do you want to call it? It wasn't, I'm trying to think of in terms of evidence alone, or it wasn't prominent. There was no anything that was to give any credibility to what they are claiming. There was nothing that was asserted to prove about what Hamas had done to the children, the babies, because they kept promoting this. They were killing children, beheading children, young babies. But yeah, what was evident is that there was very little evidence to prove or back this claim up. Right. And it was the head of the ZAK group, which is very heavily funded or supported by the Netanyahu regime or administration. So Netanyahu himself was coming out saying about killing babies. He was on the phone call to Joe Biden, just saying that they are beheading babies, and that was regarding the October 7th attack. Right, quote unquote.
Yes, as I've said before, that's been thoroughly deconstructed. That quote unquote Hamas was beheading any babies. Beyond which, the people who claim that they saw it again. What about the private ownership of firearms? Like, if anybody had a private firearm and you saw somebody trying to take a machete and behead a baby, wouldn't you oh no, I better not shoot, I might hit the baby? I mean, are you fucking kidding me? Somebody's gonna machete its head off anyway, right? I mean, even if you fucking miss and hit it, it's like, at least you died, at least it died with you trying to save it, but it's like nobody's getting any shots off. Instead, they're claiming that there's footage, of which, of course, nothing has been provided that is compelling or convincing. Look, it's just bad enough. What did happen, the violence that did happen, is already bad enough. There's no reason to put out something just batshit crazy like that. But this is what they wanted, was to get everyone. What they were banking on was like what happened with Iraq. If people remember what happened with Saddam Hussein and his invasion of Kuwait. The Kuwaiti ambassador's daughter was claiming she saw Iraqi troops taking kids out of incubators. Which was a lie, smashing them. Yeah, and it was all a lie. So this is on that level. And again, of course, at that point, it worked in the sense that her lie got the American public into an outrage, and we got to do something. And I guess this is what they were. Well, obviously, this is what they were trying to do here. But Oh, by the way, something else to bring up. To Nemo and to George Knight, there is a serial killer franchise called Scream. Did you hear me talk about this before, Nemo?
No.
I've never watched Scream, but I understand that Scream is a serial killer franchise into movie number 7 now at this point, or they're making movie number 7. And what happens is that they are one of the few serial killer franchises, well, apparently the only one, that recycles its cast. So in other words, whereas serial killers movies, the slasher flicks kill off everybody except the last girl, but the last girl never shows up in the next movie. And when it comes to this franchise, apparently writers must work really hard at this. The majority of the actors survive from film to film, which I guess means peripheral extras get killed or something. But when it comes to 2 of the girls that were in it, both of them ethnic, both of them Latina. One, of course, let me take a look at Barrera, same name as that one young lady who appears in our chat every once in a while. Barrera, Scream, so Melissa Barrera was her name. Basically, Melissa Barrera said that she basically stood by Palestine, and she said that what's going on is a Holocaust, and that Palestine was always an open-air, supermassive concentration camp. And they fired her. And as a result, the other young lady who's starring as Wednesday Addams, and I'll have to look up, Jenna Ortega, she also resigned in solidarity. So one girl was fired and one girl was resigned in solidarity over the Palestine issue. And when Jenna Ortega resigned in solidarity, she was told flat out, this will affect your career. This will impact your career.
Forever, yeah.
And you know, right now, like I said, she's in at least the second season. Maybe they're going on a third of Wednesday Addams. I think it's on Netflix. But at any rate, they're both ethnic, as you can tell by their names, Jenna Ortega and Melissa Barrera. So they're both Latina, but they're expected to root for Israel. And it's like, even if they come out with just a stance for humanitarian reasons on Palestine, they're threatened with their careers being impacted, obviously blacklisted, that they'll be blackballed. This is the level at which Hollywood operates, and I think it really pissed them off that Melissa Barrera said something to the effect that Hollywood is pro-Jewish because it's run by Jews. She did not even say that, by the way. I'm just paraphrasing. What she said was far more diplomatic, so she did not even mention Jewish people. She simply said that there are interest groups in Hollywood that side with Israel. It's pretty much all she said, was something like that. So, by the way, Michelle Royce writes us that So Much Theater, and she says that the largest trash landfill in Delhi, the capital of India, is on fire. She said it might be old video, but she saw it posted on X. She's not quite sure if that's validated as something new or if it's old video. If so, of course, then all kinds of people are going to die, because the air quality in India is pure shit anyway. It's like smoking 7 packs of cigarettes a day. So when it comes to India, it's not a place you want to live in, generally speaking. So yeah. All that being said, though, just had to bring that up about what went on. As Cultivated Image says, I agree, Michelle. All theater. But yes, this allows us to know, however, that younger Hollywood, the younger people in Hollywood, are willing to sacrifice their careers in order to take a stand, and that the younger people are not buying into this ideological propaganda of, oh, we have to side with Israel. I think that this is important. We're going to see our world radically change within a generation.
Shift, yeah.
So such being said, so you brought up something else that Victoria Lauren Hobbs was bringing up. Oh, by the way, on Monday of next week, not this Monday. Monday of next week will be in the United States, Labor Memorial Day. So there actually is one that nobody knows about. There's a Workers' Memorial Day. Because it's so dangerous to be a worker in the United States, far more dangerous than it is to be a soldier on the front lines, statistically.
Overseas, yeah.
Yes. So, okay, that being said, go back to what you were going to say, please, by all means.
Oh, yeah, no, much appreciated, Douglas. Thank you. And, I believe also, I don't know if she mentioned Dubai. Dubai had just experienced 2 years worth of water.
Yes. So tell me what you think about that before I respond. Yes.
Well, yes, Douglas. Yeah, no. So what I read up very briefly was apparently they've just suffered 2 years worth of water. Yeah. So the one of the major airports, the national airport in Dubai, was flooded with water. That was obviously resulting in delays when anyone flying in or to or from Dubai itself. And but I did read up somewhere that apparently it was a result of some form of weather modification. They were trying to conduct some form of weather modification.
Okay, so let me respond to that. Yeah. So just so everybody understands, Dubai is, and this is for Victoria Lauren Hobbs if she's listening, or hopefully we'll review it later. Dubai's record-shattering rain bomb has clear climate change ties, and it proves that climate change may cost 38 trillion United States dollars a year by 2049. Now, cloud seeding, on the other hand, works, but it's been wrongly blamed for floods from Dubai to my own California. So just to clarify this, This record,
That's it.
yes,
Cloud seeding. Yeah.
yes, this record rain bomb that struck Dubai and other nearby Gulf states on Tuesday of last week. It dumped more than 2 years worth of rain on the global financial and transportation hub that Dubai has become. As for why it matters, well, by bringing that city to a standstill, those floods demonstrated how inadequate existing infrastructure is for withstanding extreme weather events that are becoming more common and severe due to climate change.
Yeah.
So if we zoom in, you had these extremely heavy rains that inundated that city, shut down its airport, which is one of the busiest in the world for a time.
Yeah.
And you had, again, at least 2 years worth of rain, about 6.26 inches, fell in just 24 hours, qualifying as what have become, or what have come to be known colloquially as rain bombs, because they're known for their ultra heavy totals in such short periods of time. Now, this amount of rainfall in a single day would cause problems even in more temperate locations, let alone Dubai, which is a desert city with, as you might imagine, very poor drainage.
Yes.
Cars, including luxury vehicles that the city is known for, they were turned into boats. Think of all those floating Lamborghinis and Ferraris, people. It is fucking funny. I hate to say it. When somebody's got that much to lose, it's hard to feel sorry for them when they lose it. And the planes at Dubai International Airport were seen on social media using their engine power to blast through high waters. I mean, that's got to look alarming. Now, basically, by Wednesday midweek last, a weather emergency was in effect in Dubai, obviously, with schools closed and people advised to stay home, despite sunny skies, mind you, because everything was still flooded, with reports of damage to buildings, the cars that had to be scrapped, the lingering travel disruptions, the extreme rainfall could end up costing that city, known for its high-end shopping and luxury living. I mean, didn't you know a couple that went over there and lived for a while and came back with cancer?
Oh God, I know. Yeah, I know of the story of them. I don't know them personally, but it was a massive case in the UK. Yes, it's because they were going out there just shortly after the restrictions were eased off during COVID, and they were spending some vacations out there, and that's when she was carrying a little baby in her womb at that point in time, and then the baby contracted leukemia.
Yes,
and
but this is from all the depleted uranium in Iraq, people. That just blows right across the fucking bay. I don't know why anyone would want to live in Dubai. I'd be paying to get out. And so you've got this high-end shopping and luxury living. It's going to cost them tens of millions of dollars in damage, if not more. At least 19 people were reported dead from the flooding in Oman, the neighboring country, from the same weather system. At least one death was reported in the United Arab Emirates, of which Dubai is the capital. But here's what's going on between the lines. The proximate cause of the flooding was a slow-moving and potent area of low pressure, what's called a cold pocket, or air aloft, that sparked complexes of severe thunderstorms, complexes of thunderstorms over the United Arab Emirates and nearby countries on Tuesday of last week. And so that storm system, along with the threat of heavy rainfall, was shown by weather models several days in advance. Now, in all fairness, just to put this into perspective, this is where Our Lady Victoria Lauren Hobbs was coming in on this. Yes, Dubai has frequent use of cloud seeding to enhance rainfall, and that led people like Victoria to wonder if this was a human-engineered flood. Now, cloud seeding has never been known to produce such large-scale and long-lasting severe thunderstorms that affect multiple countries at a time. It can, in some cases, lead to somewhat heavier rainfall than what otherwise might occur. However, the reports indicate that the United Arab Emirates was not even conducting seeding operations on April 16th. So this is when it happened, was April 16th. Also, the model projections, which showed heavy rainfall without incorporating cloud seeding into their calculations, also strongly suggest seeding was not any major contributor. Now, in terms of any intrigue here, instead, climate science studies and observations around the world show that extreme rainfall events like this, including ones that break all-time records, are becoming more common and severe as our planet burns. So moisture from the warm Persian Gulf fed into the thunderstorms in this case. In fact, it increased hydrological extremes in both the form of drought and heavy rains. They're one of the most robust ties to human-caused climate change, which is reshaping all global weather patterns. So it's important to understand the plausible causes of this record-shattering extreme rainfall last week across Dubai and portions of the Arabian Peninsula. In terms of what played the role here, it was climate change, not cloud seeding. Dubai, of course, was the host of the 2023 United Nations Climate Summit, where countries agreed to transition away from fossil fuels-based economies. And so there's your irony there, because, you know, remember, do you remember, George, why they got awarded that? Why they were awarded that privilege? When they're a fucking petro state? When they're a fucking oil state?
Petrol state, yeah.
But do you remember why they got awarded that? Because they were the first Arab nation to open a Holocaust memorial museum.
Yeah.
That's why Israel lobbied for them to get the post of hosting the climate change summit, even though they're a fucking fossil fuel economy, a petro state, an oil state.
Thank you.
Of course, that's where I got involved in a manner that I explained a few episodes ago. This storm came at a time when you had this crucial climate finance. These climate finance meetings were taking place in Washington, and the COP28 president, Sultan Ahmad Al-Jaber, was pushing for more progress on deploying renewable sources of energy, because I told him, dude, since you run the nation's national oil industry, since you're basically in charge of the national oil company, I said, why don't you just put yourself in charge of the national fucking renewable energies company? Just put yourself in charge of it and you'll make money coming and going. I got through my son's husband in a phone call to this guy, and he listened to my advice, because I do speak enough Arabic to make myself known. He said, Allah be praised, like he was inspired or something. He did mention something about the Prophet, but I think he was speaking of it as Profit instead of Prophet. At any rate, the United Arab Emirates itself is one of the world's largest producers of oil and natural gas. The bottom line is that this might have been a freak event for Dubai, but globally such extremes are becoming more common as the sea and the atmosphere warms. Basically, when we take a look at what happened with the desert city of Dubai, you know, normally whenever they can get rain, they'll take it. They'll often even try to make it rain, like they did earlier in the week with the National Center of Meteorology dispatching planes to inject chemicals into the clouds to try and coax some showering. Now, this, I think, is where Victoria Lauren Hobbs comes in pretty on the mark. There was an attempt at cloud seeding before this happened. Of course, if it has any connection to this, they got much more than what they wanted. Torrential downpours with flooding shutting down much of the city, including schools and its major airport, and killing at least one man when his Lamborghini was swept away, and at least 18 others in neighboring Oman. Unfortunately, in Oman, it was a school bus full of children that got swept away, sad to say. But at any rate, everybody's pointing their finger at cloud seeding now. That's understandable. because these cloud seeding operations did precede this precipitation event. But basically, even though it may have enhanced the rainfall, such a devastating downpour, it would be impossible. It would be like, how do I say this? It's I don't know what to compare it to. It's if people could make it rain like that, then the Americans could have ended the Vietnam War, because they had what they called Operation Popeye, in which they were trying to flood out the Ho Chi Minh Trail with cloud seeding. And they could never flood out the Ho Chi Minh Trail. If they could make it rain like this, they could have flooded out the Ho Chi Minh Trail. We just can't do this. We just don't have this level of power. And of course, just so people know, I have a right to speak about this, because in February, they were charging officials working on a cloud seeding pilot program in my own state of California with causing storms that hit our state. Even though the technology was not even being used before the storms in question. In Australia, Nemo should be able to testify to this. It was in 2022. Their nation experienced record rainfall. And they were, and that's when social media users were recirculating this old news clip that questioned if there was a link between cloud seeding and flooding. But there isn't. Let me do a little just explaining here. Cloud seeding. Oftentimes it doesn't even work. It basically works by artificially recreating the process by which rain and snow naturally occur. In normal clouds, you get these microscopic droplets of water vapor that are attracted to atmospheric aerosols like dust or pollen or salt from the sea. When enough water droplets converge around these nuclei, then they form ice crystals and they fall. So clouds are typically seeded by specially equipped aircraft, even also by ground-based generators that implant particles, commonly silver iodide, in and around selected clouds to act as nuclei and trigger the precipitation process. Now, in terms of this was used in the 1940s, since the 1940s, regularly around the world, from China to the United States, for different purposes. Governments grappling with drought. And of course, cloud seeding has found itself a part of some of the biggest events in history, clearing urban pollution from and ensuring blue skies at the 2008 Beijing Olympics. They staved away, cloud seeding staved away Moscow-bound radioactive clouds in the wake of the nuclear disaster in Chernobyl. And it was used to hamper the movement of American enemies during the Vietnam War, as I said. So, by the way, I don't know if you're aware of this, but weather modification in warfare has been banned, has since been banned by the United Nations. Just so people know, okay? So, for decades, the United Arab Emirates has been investing heavily in cloud seeding. And they've even granted permanent residency to experts and funded research programs to better identify the seedability of clouds. Of course, if I were an expert, I wouldn't want to live in Dubai. They couldn't give me all the money in the world. But the science is still pretty inconclusive. Basically, there is the United States National Research Council says there's no convincing scientific proof of its efficacy. Of course, by 2020, they did find that cloud seeding does work, but it clearly has limitations. The UAE, the United Arab Emirates meteorological officials, conclude that their cloud seeding operations can increase rainfall by about 10 to 30%. In California, our authorities estimate our own programs sit at 5 to 10%. Nevada has a research group, the Desert Research Institute. Cloud seeding can increase seasonal precipitation by about 10%. And the World Meteorological Organization assessed in 2019 that cloud seeding impacts could range from next to nothing to 20%. But it all depends significantly on atmospheric conditions such as wind and cloud temperatures. But in terms of the myths, say jet contrails, all the rest of it that this ties into, which Victoria Lauren Hobbs is pretty obsessed with chemtrails, you get these, how would I say it? The chemtrails are definitely not connected to cloud seeding. But like I said, that's more of a different kind of geoengineering. Iran, by the way, accused its neighbors of stealing their rain using these cloud seeding. And of course, there's health concerns about the chemicals used. Silver iodide, it might be toxic to animals, though they insist that it's safe. How would I say it? But as to what's to blame for the floods, it's definitely climate change, since warmer air can hold more water, and that leads to heavier rainfall and floods. If these rains were triggered by the cloud seeding, it's the climate change that made them so bad, so devastating. It would be kind of like what we said about 5G. Yeah, if you were like in the center of a congested area of 5G where you've got a tower in every room, then yeah, if conceivably you would become so immunocompromised that you would become weaker when it came to fighting COVID. But it's at any rate, climate change in the middle of the century is going to be really bad. And so anyhow, we'll go back to George now with all this having been said, and hopefully that satisfies Victoria to a degree.
Yeah. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, I just had a brief browse over the reports about Dubai, and yeah, like a lot of people were blaming cloud seeding to the for the reasons for the big pockets of water that was being dropped for the flooding, and yeah, so they've concluded it's climate change. It's an effect from climate change predominantly. So yeah, no, really appreciate you explaining that, Douglas, as well. I just read the article from Reuters as well, which was pretty much vetting everything you just articulated. Yeah, so much appreciated. But yeah, it's going back to the chemtrails. It was what we were alluding to last time, like with my wife's work. There's this massive propaganda campaign out there to try to blame or try to accuse the company of conducting malevolent activity, just resulting in dropping chemicals over land populaces over the coastline, as opposed to containing oil spills and containing the actual the spillage itself on the surface, to contain the spillage, as opposed to it just dissipating and just going all over the place in order to control the leak, because these spills do occur, they do happen. So in the offshore regions of the UK, where we have these oil rigs that are out in sea, particularly the North Sea or the east coast of Britain, all were situated where Doggerland is.
Yes.
It was rife, and it was rife with natural resources for tens of thousands of years, including species such as coelacanths and a lot of these prehistoric species that result in fossil fuels being the result of fossil fuels, which are responsible for fossil fuels from these ancient fossils. So yeah, it's that was what we brought up last time, which obviously, when we had our Victoria join us, that's what she was going into, and she did put in our private chat a lot of illustrations, didn't she? But we didn't get into that, and then we had Peter Moon show up, so then that was the end of that.
Yeah, I noticed. Yeah, at that point you just checked out. I don't blame you. It was just kind of like, hey.
I waited and lasted as long as I could before I had to disappear. Yes. Yeah. So, but no, it was much appreciated. But yeah, just grateful that we can have this time to then catch up, Douglas, and carry on. Also over the weekend. There's this individual. So on Workplace, I'm just going through personal experience. But over the weekend, there's this. It's created by Meta, the same metaverse that creates Mark Zuckerberg's Facebook. It's the same company, but it's within our own internal organization. We have this thing called Workplace. It's an application where only our employees have access to. And there's this one individual that keeps on bringing up historical references, and he brought up with the sinking of the Guslav, and the atrocity committed by the Soviet submarine. And he brought up the individual that was then later on rewarded medals or recognition for sinking the Guslav.
Disgusting.
Yes, disgusting. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, but I brought up Operation Hannibal because the guy mentioned about it was a mass civilian relocation, evacuation from all over the Baltic littoral, from out of East Prussia, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and I brought up the aspects on the Operation Hannibal by the Grand Admiral of the Navy, Grob Admiral Karl Dönitz, and I did bring up the fact that he was kept alive in West Germany. The Allies kept him alive until he passed away in 1980. He lived a full life in West Germany. He did spend several years in Spandau prison along with Rudolf Hess, but ultimately, because he was appointed the last Führer of the surface, he was kept alive by the Allies in West Germany, occupied West Germany. I should say, well, it's not occupied, so I hate to use that term, because there was never any form of occupation per se, but it's just one of those things that, when people say about, Japan was occupied.
Thank you. And just so people understand, aside from, of course, our attention to these details, because they are important and they are something people do need to understand in order to comprehend the geopolitical realities of their world. When it came to Dönitz, I think he was in Spandau for only about 10 years. I think.
You're right. It was about 10 years.
And during which time he wrote his memoirs, and so he wrote a very long, thick book while he was in Spandau, and then what happened was that. He was released, and then when he was released, he spent most of his time in retirement. Now, he likely, of course, didn't necessarily. How old was he when he died again? Do you remember?
No, I don't know how old he was, but he lived to 1980. He died in the year 1980, so it made him
fairly
long
old.
Past.
Yeah.
Yes. He was 70 or 80 years old, something like that, Douglas. I believe. Yes, I know he was born in the 19th century. He was born long before. So I could look up his actual age. But carry on, Douglas.
This is, of course, it's great that he lived that long, because he actually probably had a touch of radiation sickness from being exposed to the bomb that had gone off, the nuclear bomb that had gone off in Kurland in Estonia.
Yes.
And because he did say that it impacted his health, and it was of course I think that I gave the photograph of that bomb going off to our man George, right? I gave the photograph of that going.
I have it.
Yeah.
I actually have it, so I can look it up in a second, Douglas.
Yeah.
He was 89 years old. He was born in 1891. And he lived to 98. So that's bloody hell. That's a long time.
Jesus, he was older than Hitler.
He was almost. Yes, absolutely, yes. And then of course you have Emperor Hirohito, who was he outlived every World War II leader. He died in 1989, and he was born in 1901. So yeah, he did outlive every World War II leader. But thank you, yeah, Karen.
Oh, my apologies. Was Dönitz born in 1891? You said?
Yes, he was 89.
Oh, okay. So Hitler was older.
Later,
Hitler was older than him because Hitler was born in 1889. Right. Okay. So go on.
89, yes. So yeah, just a couple of years. Yes, no, and Emperor Hirohito himself, he outlived every single World War II leader. Yeah, that was just bringing up that one aspect of of history. What was I going to get to, Douglas? There was something else that I was going to add to it. Yes, with the bomb itself, I've got the photograph in my archives that I can search and get that out.
Oh yeah, not that that's important for the moment, but I'm just glad you have it because it was that's always good to know because we our man George downloaded a lot. And thank God for it.
Yeah.
and
thank you.
Definitely want you to work on that book. And of course, accumulate those notes and then just kind of stitch the notes together with, a narrative. Kind of like you take all the the notes, you stitch them together with just connecting sentences, and before you know it, you'll have a book.
Thank you. Yes.
So
it's because
go on.
With the book Shoot Them Down, the Air Wars of 1952. I've just dug out a lot of the numbers that were recorded from the UFO sightings in 1952. 1,501 sightings that were emerged that was incorporated into the Blue Book. It was the Blue Book, for people that don't know, was a documented recording of the UFOs that were being sighted over the United States. And there was, there were some predecessors to that. Grudge was one of them. There was several other books that it was just basically the what do you want to call it? It was either the Army or the Department of Defense's research into and documenting these sightings. But 1952, it was the height of the UFO flap. It was the height of the disc war period. So between the years of 1951 to 1956, this was because it ultimately lasted several decades. Shortly after proactive prosecution of hostilities in 1945, the war was still an extant and perpetual. But the 1952 year in the summer, that was the height of the Schiffskrieg, the disc war period. And so the reason for my book being published is so then people can have an understanding or get the perspective that the United States and the Allies, it was not just the United States, it was Great Britain and the Soviet Union. I mean, whatever the Americans lost in the front line in the home front of the United States over continental United States, the Russians lost triple that.
Yes.
which is what resulted in, which was one of the major factors into the collapse or the dissolution of the Soviet Union, because all the Soviet Union had was it offered the world nothing but war. It had a military-industrial complex. It was a military-industrial complex.
Yes.
So that's all it offered. And like what our man Nemo earlier on was bringing up with the Andromeda Gera being sighted over the Ukraine, you have these former Soviet documentary videos that were then later on released, showing the MiGs pursuing or intercepting the Andromeda Gera, and they lost tens of thousands. Whatever the United States lost, they lost triple that over the Soviet Union. They were really heavily pursuing these craft, and that's why even to this day, the most sightings ever occurred is over Russia, the heaviest. I mean, it's sighted all over the north continent of the United States, but most heavily over Russia to this day. And I've just brought up some facts while searching for these, searching for the the bomb that was deployed over Courland, that was that was mounted onto a V2 rocket that was launched. Was it Pinub, Douglas? It was launched at the site of that was deployed over Courland. I believe it was. I have all that information on here.
I believe it was the Isle of Riga. Riga, R-I-G-A.
Riga.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah, I'm sure it'll come up in a moment. I've just got a lot of stuff I'm looking at from, yes, about the 1,000-year Reich in Exile, especially the Discraft. I've got so much. But yeah, this all been incorporated into the book. And I do have to apologize because I've realized right now, like, with the way I'm feeling my condition, I am not that sharp or acquainted, articulate at this moment in time because I'm just getting over a head cold. So I do feel like a bit foggy at the moment.
No, no worries.
Yeah,
so
really
long as, but you're not nauseous, are you, or have a headache? Do
no.
you? Oh, okay.
Thank you. Yes, I just hope I could do you some justice, Douglas, and help you out.
Oh well,
at least get you over the line.
I mean, I think that I think you're doing great. And as far as I'm concerned, the issue is, of course, that we have 9 to 10. We've got 3 hours and 45 minutes left, approximately. I mean, are you think you're up for that? I mean, I hope you are. Okay.
I think I could do 2 3 hours easily, Douglas. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, very much appreciated.
Okay.
But several other we could go into any direction. Nemo, are you still there?
Are you with us, Nemo?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
I got a question.
Sure, ask it.
That I wanted to ask a while ago, but I kept forgetting.
Okay.
Did either of you see that footage in Jerusalem back in 2010 or 2011 at nighttime where there was a giant ball of light hovering over one of those main big buildings in Jerusalem? Everyone's standing around it filming it. And then the big ball blinks and goes flying back up in the air. What do you think that was? Because that was legit real. It was all over the news. The most crazy, and everyone just forgets about it and never brings it up again.
Yes, no, and of course, what we were bringing up earlier with the these balls of light, and just so it's just to disambiguate these between the kraut balls or the in the Pacific they're referred to as the Foo Fighters, but the Allies referred to them as kraut balls. These were balls of fire that was part of was part of the Reichsministry department of the Reich and Enlightenment under Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, to disambiguate these plasma balls that what Douglas shared with you earlier, Nemo. Most people would conflate these are living organisms. These are, as opposed to the elongated magnesium flares that were deployed under the auspice of the Reichsministry department. This was to convey a difference, just so you're aware. What I assume what you're referring to in Jerusalem, I believe that was the Third Reich in Exile. That was a kraut ball, or maybe it was one of the miniature Discraft. I'm not sure what it is, exactly which one it was. But there is a heavy presence of the Third Reich over Israel to this day. And that is why they heavily pursue them when they are violating the national airspace. And it's something that I'm glad Peter Moon brought up with Douglas going back several months ago. He brought up these UFOs, why there's such a heavy presence over Israel to this day. But not to confuse them with the plasma balls, which appear highly atmospheric levels of activity. These do give off some of the resonance. They do resonate, or signatures that emulate kraut balls. They're intelligent, and they do portray themselves as some form of, there's a high intelligence behind their activity or controlling them. But these are the plasma balls they have concluded are living organisms. They are intelligent. They maneuver at their own accord. Whereas with the Kraut balls, they are part of the propaganda department of Dr. Policier Français. That was heavily, what do you want to call it, just heavily extant during World War II, as to it was to give off the notion that the Third Reich were able, with their national television waves, they were intercepted by an extraterrestrial race, and that they gave off to the Allies this propaganda victory that the extraterrestrial intelligence, these, what do you want to call these alien life out there, could only recognize one legitimate government on planet Earth, and they recognize the Third Reich because they made first contact. And so that is why they used these Kraut balls to somewhat give out that impression that they had made first contact, and the Allies were very susceptible to believe in this propaganda. And later on, the Americans and the British adopted that same propaganda and portrayed that to the general populace, to the public, that there is extraterrestrial life out there. This is me just talking in layman terms. Hopefully it makes some form of sense.
Yes.
But yeah, it's important to disambiguate between the Kraut balls, which are similar to nautical mines, but they are radio remote controlled with elongated coils that emit magnesium flares that emit a form of electricity.
Yes, multi-headed. The term is also multi-headed.
Multi-headed.
Yes. Whereas when you're referring to the plasmatic life forms, when you're referring to the plasmatic life forms, use the term they are sentient, but that does not mean they're sapient. They're sentient like all animals, and they behave with some level of sentience, like an animal level of response. But they, including cannibalism, they seem to eat each other or prey on each other and eat each other. But they are, they're not necessarily intelligent, or if so, we don't seem to have found a way to communicate with them. So that would be something to stress. Yes. So
stress as well.
Yeah. Back to George.
Yes. No. Much appreciated, Douglas. And so another thing to also add to that, when you had this UFO flap that was going on in the 1950s, the United States Air Force, because the United States Air Force came into existence after the Roswell incident. The Roswell incident was direct collateral, or it was a direct response. The Air Force was a direct response due to the Roswell incident. Yes. And when the United States Air Force came into existence, they were under standing orders. So the standing order is for these interceptors, these fighter jets that were used to intercept or deploy to either how else do I put it? They weren't designed to go off and then talk down, as you mentioned, Douglas, with communication. The Third Reich government in exile, when they were conducting their scouting runs over the United States, when they went on the offensive, the United States Air Force put the Air Force pilots on standing orders that you shoot down these craft if you cannot talk them down. And of course, they never stood down and they never spoke them down. So the whole ploy of that was to shoot down any craft that was violating with complete impunity over the United States. And so they were on a discourse to shoot down any flying object that was originating from the Third Reich. And of course, they always say the same tactical ploy that there was a threat from the Soviet Union because they deployed their very first atomic bomb in 1949, and so there is this Soviet threat presence. Of course, that was all just to convey a form of ploy, a terror throughout the populace. So there is that general backing. So they backed an air force for that reason, another factor. But the real threat that they were contending with was this government in exile that was violating their national airspace without impunity, with complete impunity for all these decades, and predominantly over in the 1950s, which was a response. They went on the counteroffensive due to these operations that were being conducted in the Antarctic, such as high jump, and there was several other expeditions to try to dislodge the government from relocating their assets to Antarctica. Of course, that was already accomplished in their stronghold in the Antarctic. They were doing that since the 1930s.
Yes.
And so, yeah, it was, and even with the British for the SAS were deployed in Operation Tandarin. I believe that's how it's pronounced.
I'd have to look it up because I don't remember. But go on.
Yes, thank you.
Timberlane, I think, something like that. Timberlane or
something. Yeah,
I'd have to look it up.
Like that, Douglas. Yeah, it was. They sent their special tactics forces. The British did, to try to dislodge the Third Reich, and it ended in a massive failure. I mean, I think they lost pretty much all their men to this operation. But there's very little information you can find on Operation Tandarin. But it is something that is realised. It is something that is it is evident that it occurred, and it is historical. So people can vet and look this up. But there's very little information you can find on this operation.
Yeah.
Of course, it was conducted in the South Atlantic.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, not at all. You're doing great. I was just trying to emphasize that the British operation was almost certainly conducted independently of the American Soviet and American operation, in which all the Marines were lost. That was basically part of high jump. But the British operation was different, and it was mostly like a what they would call reconnaissance in force, meaning like a search and destroy operation, as opposed to the Allies trying to wipe out the German population as a whole from relocating in Exodus. The British were trying to destroy several facilities, or trying to find if there was any surface facilities on Antarctica left by the Germans. They'll say these silly things like they'll say that, the SAS was down there, as part of some kind of weird scientific experiment. By the way, this is during World War II. The SAS was down there. And so the idea that the SAS was down in Antarctica to, help out with some scientific meteorological research is preposterous when, that you've got a better way. I mean, you've got commandos, you're going to deploy them as commandos, not, as scientists. So it's just very bizarre what the British have tried to cover up their actions with. But do continue. By the way, and and what one idea is that you could take my Nexus articles and use them as a skeleton framework. Use them as a skeleton framework for your book. Just take my Nexus articles and absolutely. And just use that as a skeleton framework to put all the details of the book around. But continue.
Absolutely, Douglas. And that was one of the things, if people ever take a look at the book, The Air Wars in 1952 by Frank Ficino, it's called Shoot 'Em Down, they will know that the guy that was heavily involved in that, in the book itself, was Stanton Freeman, who was a keynote occultist, who was obviously there to make sure that he doesn't convey that it was the Third Reich that was shooting down these crops. And that was the whole point of it. Yes, and that's the whole point of him being so-called allocated, what do you want to call it? It's kind of like the equivalent would be he was the form of a Senate committee oversight, overseeing the book and making sure that he doesn't or elucidate to the fact that the United States is still legally in a state of war. Because with Frank Ficino, he understood that there was such this extra mental threat that was going on, but of course he couldn't quite, or whether if he did, he wasn't aware.
See, these people lack the context. All these people, they lack the context.
Yes.
And the people like Stanton Friedman who knew the context were hiding it. And but the reality is, I think what you said was a good. You said it's like a Senate committee oversight. Another way to parallel Stanton Friedman would be to say that he was like a communist cadre
what they would call the political officer.
Yeah.
He's like a communist political officer who's over there, who's there to oversee the person doing the work and make certain they don't deviate from the party line. That's
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Step out a lot. Yes, absolutely, Douglas. That's the way. When I've read the book, and that's the way I would definitely. To be honest with you, and people that are listening, that is what happened.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened with it, and so that's the reason why I think it's futile. It's a must that this book gets released, and it's then to convey the actual reality of the aspects of World War II and how it impacts today's the world that you live in today. And it's to emphasize that the legal state of war is still in effect to this day, which is emphasized through several of these proclamations that the presidents, such as Harry S. Truman, has elaborated on, where he mentions about we're still legally in a state of war. Most people are unaware as they look at it and go, well, this doesn't make any sense. How is the state of war still persistent to this day? It's because you're still legally at war with the Third Reich.
Thank you.
The very first important thing that I learned from Douglas.
Thank
and
you.
It was so evident. It's so evident as well, just by the mobilization. You're still legally in a state of war. It's just you're still under these conditions of wartime emergency statutes, such as daylight saving time, such as you're paying excise war taxes on your phone bill. These are federal in the United States. They are Federal Reserve phone tax, and in Britain, these are government regulated taxes that are still in effect to this day. It's just to this is just your evidence that you're still mobilized, and then plus you through your media, through academia, through your education, you are forced, indoctrinated to hate Teutons or Germanic peoples. I cannot overemphasize.
Just bombarded by propaganda since childhood.
Yes, absolutely.
You're still, yeah.
So just to try and put this into some perspective for people, of course, both of our gentlemen here, George Knight and our man Nemo Albano, are part of course, the Commonwealth of Nations. And
Yes.
both of them heavily involved in World War II. So people just have no idea what it was like for both of these nations in World War II. Most Americans certainly have no idea. So I'm going to try and just interject a little perspective here so that people understand it. When it comes, of course, to what World War II was like for the English, it was horrible. You would not think at all that they had won the war. Honestly,
No.
if you had known what was going on in England at the end of World War II, you had this incredible austerity that they were what was it that you remember from what your parents told you in terms of like how they were living and the like, and that'll help me remember some of the things to bring up.
Oh yeah, so I'll put it very I'll explain it like sort of paraphrase what they were saying to my father, and he would always try to explain it to myself and maybe to my brother. I don't remember him saying it to my brother, but one of the things whenever I asked questions, because it was such a prominent thing back when we were children, when we were learning about history and World War II, that he would always state that we would live such better, more our livelihoods and the state of the country would be in a much higher prosperous condition if Germany had quote unquote won the war. And so if we're under a so not so much an occupation, but if we were in their retrospects, in their understanding, if it was governed by a more under a collective, excuse me, not collective, sorry, an economic structure like it was in Germany during World War II, we would have mainly had a much higher standard of living in Britain as opposed to what it was after proactive prosecution of hostilities when we're under conditions of austerity in the UK. And that happened throughout several decades, including several recessions and deep depressions. That was still an extent, and this is why the living conditions in the UK are so poor. It's because we lost our empire in 1945, and then what people will try to elucidate on is that, oh, Britain was forced to give up its empire because it couldn't afford it. Well, there's a reason for that.
Well, let me try and put that into some perspectives, so that we spoke about Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz earlier. Understand, of course, that he had been the final Führer of the Third Reich on the surface world for about a week, when he traveled to General Eisenhower's headquarters at Reims in France to surrender the forces in the field in the presence of senior officers from Britain, America, Russia, and France. That was on May 7th of 1945. Now, at that point is when the British people essentially gave up World War II. They didn't even wait for the official day of celebration on the 8th. They just rejoiced straight away. There'd been years of this rationing where they had 5 inches of water for a bath. They had very few eggs. Eggs were like gold to them. There were no bananas. And there was this stupid motto that was going around, make do and mend. And about 500,000 homes had been destroyed. Thousands of civilians had been killed. And many millions of lives disrupted. It was one of these things that they all gathered in London to celebrate. Of course, Churchill made this radio broadcast at Trafalgar Square. But the point was, aside from that, King George and the Queen appeared 8 times on the balcony of the Buckingham Palace, while the 2 princesses, Margaret and Elizabeth, who was Her Majesty the Queen until recently, they actually mingled with the crowds. But when you think about that, they promptly then asked, they basically held an election, and the people voted Churchill out of office because, especially the soldiers overseas, it took a month to collect all the votes from all over the world. But when they did, they collected them. Now, in terms of the empire disappearing, try and understand this. There is this one individual whose book I will review when I go back into monologue on this subject, probably on Wednesday night, which will be here before anyone knows it. So I'll continue with the monologue I started tonight. But there's this British book that came out, or at least I identified the author as what is probably a British communist. But this individual, he was writing a book about the war in Asia in World War II, which almost nobody knows anything about. But he's definitely a commune sympathizer for Stalin in his own right, because he compares the British imperialists, he declares the World War II of Great Britain to be an imperial war, which it was. And but when it comes to British imperialism, the British did their best to maintain a hold on probably what was one of the most important parts of their empire, which was Hong Kong. Basically, even though the Japanese captured it, the British went in for what they considered to be a recapture. Let's put it this way. What happened with the exception of maybe the Greater Zalwitz capture of Berlin in May of 1945,
and that begging telegram that the U.S. President Harry Truman sent to Stalin in August of that year, beseeching him to invade Hokkaido, Japan's northernmost main island. The physical reoccupation of Hong Kong by the British in 1945 exceeded any other wartime episode in its strategic implications. When Japan's victory suddenly appeared imminent in the summer of 1945, surprising Washington, the Truman administration hastily accelerated its work on a subversive resistance plan for the handover of Japanese-occupied territories, and they assigned the transferal of Japanese Hong Kong not to the British, but to Chiang Kai-shek's Chinese nationalist government. And the British undertook at that point furious military and political preparations to reclaim Hong Kong for themselves. The American officials wanted to satisfy their British allies, but also allow Chiang Kai-shek to save face, because they wanted to retain him as an ally because he was threatening to turn Axis, which is what he ultimately did for this reason. One of these reasons, this was one of the main factors. They cleverly suggested, the Americans did, that the British could accept the so-called surrender on behalf of the nationalist Chinese government, but the British refused that offer, and eventually Washington acquiesced. Chiang Kai-shek acquiesced as well, dependent as he was on American military and logistical support to reclaim other areas of China. The upshot was that Hong Kong passed from the Japanese back to the British, and it remained that way even after 1949, when the communists triumphed over Chiang's nationalists in the Chinese Civil War on the Asian mainland. But the communists, even the communists, shrank from attempting to expel the British from that strategic southern port. Now, had the British acquiesced rather than the Americans and Chiang Kai-shek, history would have played out very differently. As it was, the communist regime in Beijing was able to take extraordinary advantage of something it would not otherwise have ever possessed: a world-class international financial center governed by the rule of law. During the period of Deng Xiaoping's reforms, British Hong Kong ended up funneling indispensable foreign direct investment into mainland communist China, from the Empire of Japan and my own Taiwan especially. Now, people often ask why the Greater Soviet's premier, Mikhail Gorbachev, when attempting to re-energize the Greater Soviet's economy in the second half of the 1980s, did not follow the successful Chinese communist approach to reforms. Well, beyond the immense gulf between a highly urbanized, heavily industrialized empire and a predominantly rural agricultural one, like the Soviet Union and Communist China respectively, the Greater Soviet Union had no Hong Kong to attract any direct investment incoming, according to market, rather than political considerations. No British Hong Kong, no Chinese miracle. So understand that the British were already being squelched by the Americans because the Americans were defeated by Japan. And the Americans, of course, sacrificed their own ally. We're going to give Hong Kong to nationalist China as a bribe that nationalist China stay on their side. But when the British took it back, then nationalist China went Axis. And that enabled the Japanese to stay in mainland China for the next 4 years to threaten America strategically. This is something that is incredibly decisive. The British retaking of Hong Kong, like I said, has got to be one of the most important acts of World War II that nobody ever, including the British people, ever remember. And they did it against the will of their own ally, America, the United States. See, at this point, we have to understand that with all of the horrible pain that Britain was going through, they still did that. And but all of this was done without Churchill. Churchill was voted out of office. So it was the British military under this new leader that was basically a labor leader that did this, not Churchill. So this is something that I want George Knight to speak about more in the future of. So back to George with this.
Oh yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And what you mentioned earlier with Churchill doing his broadcast, his radio transmission, his broadcast that he stated to the world is, he goes, "We're going to promise you blood, sweat, tears, and turmoil. We're going to invade Japan."
Yeah, even more blood, sweat, and tears that they already had for 9 years. Yeah, 9 years of blood, sweat, and tears, and he wanted to give them more. He wanted to give them more.
Yeah. Yeah.
Clement Attlee, by the way, he was beaten by Clement Attlee, right? It was Clement Attlee was the labor leader that beat him.
That's Attlee, yes. Clement Attlee, that's the one, Douglas. Yeah, he replaced Neville Chamberlain. Initially, it was the Royal Crown that put Churchill into office in the first place for two fundamental reasons. One, he was a half-breed. He was resented by the aristocrats and the nobility in Parliament because he was half American. And nobody wanted this man in power in the first place, but they had to resort to him. And he was voted out of office in July of 1945. He was voted out of office before 2 bombs were even dropped. And so he wasn't even obviously he's recognized as a wartime leader, but he was not there during the so-called quote unquote ending of the war.
Not only that, he wasn't in charge when the British retook Hong Kong. And
no, as you just articulated, Douglas. No, appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, and not only that, but also tell people about how VJ Day, when the Americans said, "Oh, VJ, Victory over Japan Day," the British weren't celebrating. They had this big celebration on VE Day, but VJ Day, there were no British celebrations.
Yes. No, thank you. Do you know what? The only people I've ever known that commemorate it is my, like I talked about earlier, those 2 relatives of mine that reenact World War II in Normandy. They celebrate VJ Day, but the British never did during 1945. It's just completely preposterous. Yeah. And it's just like, with my grandfather, who was stationed in Burma, he was there till 1947. He didn't come home.
Thank you.
He didn't come back. He was out there fighting.
Yes.
And it's just truly preposterous. That's why the British were still legally in a state of war during that period of time. It's just like, it's so many things to go over, Douglas, with that. It's preposterous. But as you mentioned, the British don't remember that or don't even know that. I remember I brought that up and I was told to, don't talk about it, George. Don't bring it up. Don't talk about that. And I was told to be silent over the fact that Churchill was voted out of office in July 1945. And people don't even remember.
You mean people around you were getting angry about you bringing this up?
Stating historical facts, such as he was voted out of office. And people can look that up. He was voted out of office. He was brought back.
By a landslide! By a landslide!
Yes! And he's our so-called greatest leader. He's our so-called, the British. He's on our £5 sterling bill. He's on our £5 sterling note. They've presented him on there. And there's this statue of him erected in, I think somewhere near Trafalgar Square. I don't know, in London, somewhere near there. And it keeps on getting bombarded.
Good.
It's spray painted, and then you've got all these white nationalists or these white supremacists who keep, getting outraged and then go off and scrubbing out all the graffiti that gets marked on this.
You should tell them they should be the first ones bombarding Churchill and shit. That fucking.
I could run off on a tangent. This individual. Oh God, what else, Douglas? There was something else actually as well. With Winston Churchill. So many different things. Not only was he was just a grotesque, just a and he's referred to, but many people refer to him as a complete utter, pathological racist, which is what he was. What he did, as we articulated last transmission, what he did in the Bengal famine is because he was preventing the Asian Indians from allying with the Japanese, because he knew they were going to become a resistance movement or a partisan group that was going to resist against the British occupation. It was just one aspect. Oh, we could go on about him all day. And one thing as well, Douglas, I looked up the video that popped up on YouTube the other day. I was like, oh, that's quite apropos. It was of a video by Ayn Rand. She had an interview conducted with, what's that individual's name? It's like Donahue.
Donahue,
yes. When she was calling upon the which stance should she stand on with either Israel or the Palestinians, she said she stands with Israel,
right.
And that because the Palestinians are barbaric savages and they should be annihilated, and this is what she was saying. And then that Donahue was telling her, well, aren't you the problem? You're the issue.
Thank you.
You're calling the Arab world all barbaric savages, and aren't you part of that? And she was saying, no, because they're the ones committing all these atrocities and all these killings and beheadings and murders in the Middle East, and so Israel is a modern day contemporary civilized technological advancement in the Middle East. We're bringing technology to the Middle East, because she was ethnically Jewish. Most people, I don't think.
Yeah, for those who do not know. Yeah, for those who don't know. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yes, and so, oh God, that just popped up, and I think it was just apropos because of, as you were saying earlier, most of the world are waking up to this now that Israel are no longer victims. They can't portray themselves or personify themselves as victims anymore. They're the ones who are committing genocide, and they are committing genocide against Semitic people.
Thank you.
They are conducting anti-Semitic campaigns against the Palestinians, and so the world is waking up now, and more people are getting more acquainted with this. Another thing with Winston Churchill, he was voted back in the office, I believe it was 1951. He was voted from 1951 to 1955. He was voted back in office because the British government found themselves still legally at war with the Third Reich.
Yes.
And then when he came back into power, he had no idea. He was asking his cabinet, what are these issues? What's regarding these discs, these flying saucers? And people can check out these actual memo transcripts that have been published stating that he had no idea. And do you know why he had no idea about these discs? It's because he was voted out of office.
Yes. Thank you.
So he had no idea. He had no idea what they were contending with. And this is the reason why he was voted back into office. Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah.
So I do want people to understand that also it wasn't just the Third Reich, of course. Churchill was, of course, someone involved with what they call the Malayan insurgency, which was, of course, Britain's Vietnam.
Yeah.
And so even though maybe Clement Attlee was responsible with still fighting the Japanese at that time, they brought Churchill back into the fold because not only was there the Malayan rebellion, meaning the Japanese insurgency still ongoing, but basically the year that Japan won the war, which was 1952, when basically Japan declared peace with both Britain and America and all the allies except for the Soviet Union, whom, never forget, the Japanese are still legally at war with Russia, for those who don't know. Basically in 1952, Churchill sent troops to Kenya to fight in the Mau Mau rebellion. So that was, he was basically, all he knew was war. So just, all he said was blood, sweat, and tears. So they brought him back because they were still legally at war with the Reich. There was still the Malayan insurgency going on. He started another front. He opens up another front in Africa. And basically, how do I say this? It's just, despite all this,
the British were still slowly losing power, and basically Eisenhower was in power at that time, and Eisenhower and Churchill did not get along. So basically, what happened was around 1955, Churchill suffered a stroke, and then he began stroking out. And when he started stroking out, it affected his speech, his walk, and therefore he had to resign. He was forced to resign. And the reason, of course, he suffered a stroke was I think he was also, at that point, he was so Alzheimer's ridden, it was like, he was beginning to decline. It was, but I think he suffered the strokes while he was still cognizant. He was cognizant enough to realize he had lost. And when he came to grips with the fact that he had lost to Japan and to the Nazis who had relocated to Unterland, he just started having these strokes. That's what instigated the strokes. And then he basically just declined into Alzheimer's. And by the time that, he was, they took him on these retirement cruises around the world and were saying things like, when they were off the coast of North Africa, they said, "Oh, there's Tobruk. That's the site of one of your greatest victories." And he said, "What's a Tobruk?" That was basically the state he was in at that point in his life. So he was just gone. And then he was gone long before he physically died. So there you have that. And, but, yeah.
He was just like Delano Roosevelt, he was just in a wheelchair for the remainder of his years, and he died in 1965. So yeah, he was just ended up going down the same route as Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Yes. As a matter of fact, he died the year before I was born. As a matter of fact, I never realized that, but that's how he. He lived for too long even then. I mean, he was just a meat bag. At that point, he was just a meat bag that they were pushing around. People were probably, I'm sure he was in diapers. At that point, he had to be in diapers. And he was all fucked up.
They lived long enough to suffer. They deserved what they got.
Yes. Thank you. He definitely deserved it. He deserved to die like that. I'm trying to remember what, when Jacqueline Onassis, when Jacqueline Kennedy was still a Kennedy, when she met Aristotle Onassis, Churchill was on the boat. And so that would have been 1963 was when Kennedy was killed. So that had to be around 61, 62, 60, something like that. So it was probably around that time that he was already beginning to really just fade. So he was probably faded at that time. But there you have that. Okay, so we're just kind of like going through these geostrategically important periods in history, but by all means, turning it back to George for whatever else comes on his mind. Let's see if there's some questions from the chat room. And I encourage Nemo to ask questions, and of course anyone in the chat to ask questions. By all means, this is an opportunity. And let's see now. Cultivated Image says he's got to get to work. Animals to feed, soil to till, and weeds to pull. That's wonderful. Thank you, Douglas and Team D, for another interesting transmission. I will listen to the whole transmission throughout the week, as always. Thank you, sir. So, blessed be thy day. Our numbers are still good, and so take advantage of this. And what else comes to your mind historically, Nemo, that you might have some questions about for George? Please, by all means. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Nemo.
Oh, I got nothing.
Yeah, yes, you do. You just can't remember it consciously at the moment. And Omar Ilan's daughter, she of course is a government worker in the United States. She says she's homeless after college suspension. She was suspended for basically, of course, supporting Palestine. So you're now getting suspended from college for taking that stance. It just goes to show how politicized everything has become. So isn't that like that? In Britain, aren't they trying to make it illegal to criticize Israel or something like that? Or was that just a rumor?
Yeah, Oh no, probably Douglas. Yeah, you can see like whenever you look at Rishi Sunak, yes, he will. Yeah, he's frequently either on phone calls to Netanyahu or he'll visit him. Yeah, so Britain unfortunately is on the side of Israel, taking that solidarity stance with Israel. But not the general people. I think the general populace is a good understanding of what the situation is, and that they know their days are numbered. To be honest with you, they must do, just because of the mass protests that are being conducted all over the world and throughout Britain. I mean, even if whenever I've gone out to even like larger cities or large towns in the UK, you can see demonstrations, these protests that are occurring all the time. You know, they're waving the Palestinian flag, and they're chanting, they're singing, they're calling upon the condemning Israel, the Israeli actions, Israeli atrocities that are being committed, their crimes. Most of the world are slowly waking up to this stance, with the situation. Benjamin Netanyahu is he's the most elected prime minister in Israeli history. He's one of the most grotesque and the most diabolical of them all, and he's one of the very few people, him and Vladimir Putin, I certainly detest the most myself.
Thank you.
What I was going to say, yes, but what I was going to say, Douglas, is I think one thing that we brought with Victoria Hobbs was the fact about COVID, the origins of COVID, which is an acronym for coronavirus disease. So COVID is an acronym for coronavirus disease.
Thank you.
It is the mutation of SARS-CoV-2 from the primary version that was incepted or manifested in 2002-2003. And we brought up the fact that whether or not your stance or thesis, whether or not your hypothesis believes that COVID was a biological weapon, or whether it was a natural occurrence, such as it resonates, or it's a product of natural animal reservoirs, this ultimately, COVID would have, it was inevitable, it was going to come whether or not it was a biological weapon or not. But because it was a result of a biological weapon, ASF, African swine fever, this is what resulted in COVID, in the COVID inception, what resulted in SARS-CoV-2, which is the correct scientific name for COVID-19, which is a severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus mutation number 2. And SARS-CoV-2 is what the global pandemic that occurred just very recently in recent years. After and I think it was something that we even it was something that even was predicted prior. I think it was in 2019. I think, if I can remember correctly, it was something that was certainly inevitable. But we were warning people before the end of the year, and because of these the deployment of this African swine fever throughout the European theatre, so throughout the Ukraine, it then managed to emerge into China. Some of the very I'm trying to think of the provinces that it manifested in, but it resulted in a large pig population, the swine population, being culled. So they had to resort to burning pigs in live pig stocks in these pits, and it was the only way to prevent the fever, the fever type variant, the African swine fever, from being transmitted between pig to pig. And it's a very detrimental disease that pigs contract, which kills them. It's fatal. And so it resulted in the protein source, the number one protein source in China, from being deprived or succumbed. So they resulted in using alternative solutions, alternative protein sources. This is why they started to consume other exotic animals. and the DNA, the DNA structure was matched with the nocturnal animal, the pangolin,
yes,
which is like a armadillo, which is similar to it's an anteater, but also it through the natural animal reservoirs, it also had what you want to call it, deposits of horseshoe bats. So it's again, both animals are nocturnal; they come out at night, just as the avian flu transmits from poultry to swine through chicken roll, that gets into the pig feed, which the pigs eat the poultry roll.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. And just so people, just so people understand, what our man George Knight is alluding to is the fact that when the pig populations in China, and he was talking about which provinces, it really doesn't even matter. Once it's swept into China, it's swept into all of them. But when the original maps, which I'm sure our man George Knight has downloaded, if you take a look at the original maps of the African swine fever breakouts, the Russians were obviously distributing them all over their enemy states surrounding their territories, Ukraine, Georgia, these various states they were at war with, Chechnya area. You see this breakout of African swine fever, and you see one breakout in Russia at the lab where it's sourced from, and it's all there on the map. And it really exposes it blindingly, it's blindingly obvious. And so then, of course, you see where it breaks into Outer Mongolia and into China. And once there, it's the end of the world as we know it, just because the primary source of protein in China was the pigs. They have the largest pig population in the world. When they had to cull the majority of the pig population and they started buying as many pigs as they could from the rest of the world, all of the world's pig populations together could not have compensated China for its pig loss. That's how many pigs they had. They had the majority of the world's pig population. And they were forced to cull most of it. And because people were seeking other sources of protein, they reopened these horrible wet markets, as they call them, where they just brought in every animal possible. And what they traced it back to through the DNA, the deoxyribonucleic acid, was not only to the pangolin, but they were able to ascertain that the pangolin that had been the original generator of the disease was, its cage was under that of a bat. So a bat was shitting literally on top of it, which is why it generated the disease. So the bat was on top of it. It was shitting on the pangolin. The pangolin contracted the bat shit disease and then made it something that could transfer into human beings. This was the real source of COVID-19, but it was due to the original deployment of the African swine fever, weaponized African swine fever the Russians had deployed. It was, this is, it all goes back to Russia, this horror, but the communist Chinese, of course, they did nothing. They went into denial, tried to deny its existence, and then that exacerbated the problem, so it became all our problem. But back to George with that. Yes.
I was going to say, excuse me, Douglas, I'm just trying to
no worries
consume some sustenance so my brain could function.
Understood. Oh yeah. So I'll talk while you do that for a few minutes.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, but I was going to say,
yeah, go on.
This is why the world, you owe it to Russia to go to war with them.
Yes.
This is, because you owe that to the world. This is one of the reasons why Britain should definitely mobilise.
Yes.
And they've been told that they are one of the most. They no longer have a elite fighting force as well. I saw that. That was one of the headlines that briefly dropped in on my feed the other day.
The Russians, you mean? The Russians no longer.
Oh yes, as well. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. But yeah, this is one of the reasons why we advocate that war is inevitable. It's gone beyond the point of flirting with war. War is already an extent.
Thank you.
And this is something, and it's been going on for years. And this is one of the reasons why we owe it to the world to go to war with Russia. It's so they can't do this ever again, because like you said, Douglas, they were weaponizing African swine fever, deploying it across their enemy states, such as Ukraine, to destabilize the economy prior to the invasion. That was the whole point of it. And then, it managed to, it swept its way into, as you said, Mongolia and China. And this resulted in the Chinese population resorting to these other exotic animals from these wet markets. And this is the inception of COVID. Yes. And this is why we owe it to the world to go to war with Russia. The Russians were responsible for COVID.
That's quite true. Though, of course, the Chinese are no less guilty, because when COVID manifested, they were paying the World Health Organization. They were bribing that house nigger who was running the World Health Organization, this Ethiopian guy, not to declare it a pandemic. He refused to declare it a pandemic. It's a terror. I mean, he was just... They had the World Health Organization of the United Nations in their hip pocket. It's disgusting. So, yes, by all means, the Sino-Slavic synaxis is the enemy. Throw in Israel and, of course, all of the sides that I mentioned as part of that acronym. And all people need to learn is how to pronounce that acronym, and we'll be set. But as I said, so that's it's basically Kochaya Strank is what I call it. Kochaya Strank, which is communist China, Israel, and the Arab satraps. And of course then Turkey, Raw Syria, as I call it, because Syria is basically an extension of Russia. Their outlet to the Mediterranean is through Tartus. And that's a port in Syria, in case you don't know. Their entire regime is a puppet regime of Moscow's under Bashar al-Assad. And then, of course, as I said, Azerbaijan and North Korea. Go on.
Bashar al-Assad, his birthday's on September 11th.
Oh, that's right. Fuck, I forgot all. Yeah, how did you know that? How did you know that?
Oh, just remember. Yeah, it's just from memory, Douglas. Yeah, it's one of those factors. And as you just mentioned, with Syria. So it's all part of that acronym, that effort between them all. It's a collaboration between them all.
Yes.
As you said, it's an outlet to in the Middle East. It's just one of those factors. Appreciate that. And just remember Bashar al-Assad. You've not seen anything from him for a while, but he was born on September 11th.
That's right. And, just like Putin. It was October 7th. Putin's October 7th. Yes, go on.
It's one of those. It's very apropos, very convenient for him. Anyway, that was just something I just wanted to add in there, Douglas. But this is it. This is the enemy, the enemy that we're at war with. And so we can go in any other directions.
Yes, of course. I might change the acronym just a little bit as time goes on. Now that I think about it, and another S can be added at the end to signify Syria specifically. But Kochaya Stranks with an S, so that would make it more sensible. So in terms of explaining about COVID, obviously this was a large part of Trump's presidency. He tries to pretend it never happened. It's just absolutely bizarre. Of course, what we're having in aren't there elections taking place in Britain this year, or what?
You've got these polling. So the polling stations, they've already given out the letters signifying which polling station we go to for the local elections. So it's for overall a general election. So they call them like constituencies in the UK, or they got other names to them. What begins with a B? It'll come to my head in a minute, Douglas. But basically we've got a general election going on this year. We've got either Keir Starmer or Rishi Sunak. So one of those will be Prime Minister. And I don't think it's looking good for the Conservative Party at this moment in time. Without diving into any finer details or nuances.
I think it's one of those things that I certainly take your bet on that. It's obviously the Rishi Sunak and the Conservative Party, things should not look good for them. I mean, the British people would be would be crazy to vote them back in. So what do you think is going to be like with the change in Labour government? With a Labour government, what do you think it's going to be like in England?
I don't want to. Yeah, you know what? It's always frightening because we've had people such as Jeremy Corbyn, who was the one of the former, or if not the former, would you call it, party leader of the Labour Right Party, and he was very, oh god, how do I put it? Just like he was with these terrorist organizations that are recognized. He was a sympathizer, but he was one of the ones that would condemn or not use any nuclear deterrent. If Russia was going to deploy a nuclear bomb against Britain, he avoided that question, and he wouldn't, and that was alarming, that he is not prepared to use any form of deterrence to deflect or to protect Britain itself. In other words, he was embedded with the enemy. He was there's ties. There always has been. There's been either a communist insurgency within the Labour Right government, or they're very heavily influenced by foreign policy or foreign affairs by external government overseas. And he was one of Putin's useful idiots as well.
My God.
As well as I'm trying to think of some of the terrorist organizations such as the RAF, not the RAF, sorry, the Irish, the IRA, the Irish Republican Army.
Right.
He was what they called. Sorry, it's because trying to dive in to get this information out of my head. It's quite volatile. I'm trying to think of some of the previous connections he's had with former terrorist groups, and so most people aren't aware, but the IRA were very heavily sponsored and funded by the Soviet Union when they were conducting their bombardments against British diplomats or British embassies in the UK, as well as in towns. They were conducting terror raids, terror bombings. I'm trying to think of the group, the head of the group. But with Keir Starmer, how can I say it? Just like with Rishi, they're just buffoons.
Yes, they're all
with Boris Johnson.
Yeah.
The one thing what made we refer to him as Bojo the Clown. He was an incompetent leader that could run, but the only thing that he had going for him, which is what I supported, was the fact that he was acquainted, or he had an awareness of the Russian threat.
Yes.
And so that's why he was, when the invasion took out, when it was escalated and it was executed by the Russian forces, the Russian Federation, he was on the side of Ukraine, and he's heavily supported Ukraine ever since, both militarily and financially, supporting them and giving supplies, especially like such vital instruments such as the Javelin, the surface-to-air missile technology that he was supplying them, which is what was responsible for the prevention or the counter offenses that they were conducting against the invasion itself. And I remember seeing all the articles about that. The Stinger missiles also, these can be deployed by just a single man or two-man armament, just a two-man army. They were able to counteracting the bombardment of either the helicopters or the tanks that were and so I can go into some of the details by recapping, but this is all thanks to the intervention and support by Boris Johnson. Part of his government that supported the Ukrainian Yes, the Ukrainian,
So
yes.
that is profoundly important, and as you said, that for that reason alone, it's kind of like what I said about Donald Trump. Donald Trump was the man who started the trade wars with communist China, and until that time, every president was just giving them everything they wanted. So it was,
true, yes.
So in that sense, at least Trump, we owe Trump that. For those of you who don't understand the importance of that, communist China actually deploys its spies and secret police in other countries to harass ethnic Chinese, basically policing ethnic Chinese in other countries. So you can imagine what if the measures had not been taken against communist China to make it more difficult for them in America, these Chinese agents could easily have been targeting me, ultimately, because of my being born in Taiwan and because of my political and propaganda outreach. We do have, I don't know how aware you are of this, George, but we definitely had a few times Russians literally showing up in the chat room twice. It was twice. And this wasn't like, something like Trampus Nicholson all being, what would you call it, disgruntled. It wasn't like a disgruntled Trampus Nicholson or Daniel Arola pretending to be Russian. No, these were actual fucking Russians. Were in the chat room that were challenging my channel, and which shows you they know about me in the Kremlin. Definitely. The other thing I want to bring up, just to try and get your perspective on this, now, of course, my opinion on that horrible psychiatrist who he's Canadian, and then he goes to Russia for his brainwashing. You know who I'm talking about. What is his name again? Help me out here, Nemo. You can help me out with this. Let me take a look at psychiatrist. Let me see. I'll look up one of his infamous things. What's that?
Sorry. Nemo. Can you recall the individual's name? Of course, I was going to just...
I don't even know.
It's that psychiatrist I was complained about, that Brendan Yogit, with Brendan Zogit. With Brendan Zogit, we bitch about this guy. He's a psychiatrist who talks about lobsters. Lobsters, this is how I'll find him on a search. Lobsters, wow. Psychiatrist, lobsters, okay. Jordan Peterson. You remember him now, right?
Oh, Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know that guy.
Yeah. So you're both aware that Jordan Peterson goes to Russia for...
Yes.
And so...
And he's got...
Yeah, go on.
He's got a lot of what do you want to call it?
That's Soviet art.
Paintings.
Yes, Soviet paintings. Yeah. Soviet propaganda paintings. Yeah. That's what he collects.
Yeah, he's got...
So get this shit. Basically what happened was there's this kid in Northern Ireland who's half black, and his name was Noah Donahue. And Noah Donahue, half black kid in Northern Ireland, and he basically, life is already against him in the sense that for people who don't get it, the Northern Irish, our man George was just talking about the Irish Republican Army.
Yes.
But the Northern Irish police force, because they're dealing with terrorism and protecting the Protestants, the Northern Irish police force is not a normal police force. They're political. They're a political police force because of the nature of Northern Ireland. And so as a political police force, they're not going to be conducting normal investigations with any real degree of competence. And but in this case was so bizarre. Noah Donahoe, this half-black kid, is coming into puberty. He is giving some hints here and there to his friends that he might be gay. He winds up falling under the sway of Jordan Peterson. And Jordan Peterson, of course, is homophobic and basically is telling people, you've got to baptize yourself in water. Baptize yourself in water. He was going back into this kind of semi-religious trip about like adult baptism and shit. So then Noah Donahoe falls under Jordan Peterson's sway to the point where he runs out naked in the rain and exposes himself for hours. His mother not knowing this, already pretty much contracting pneumonia. He winds up getting on his bicycle naked and basically swimming to a cistern so that he can swim in the water drainage system, and basically drowns. And he winds up dying because of Jordan Peterson's fuckball advice that causes this young man, who's obviously in a vulnerable state where he's precariously trying to contend with an emergent sexual identity, and then decides that he wants to somehow wash it or baptize it out of himself using Jordan Peterson's methodology, and winds up dying. Now, the police in Northern Ireland completely refused to release anything about this kid's death. And it no doubt has to do with the politics around Jordan Peterson.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. This is so. If you look up, police refused to release anything about Noah Donahoe's death. His name is spelled Donohoe. Yeah, that's very unfortunate, because it's like hoe, the way that blacks use the term hoe for hookers and whores. So his name is like Donohoe, Donohoe, yeah, and he's half black. And the dad left the mother. It was a white mother, Irish mother, and the black dad left her. It must have been, probably was a black British soldier, I would presume, or something like that. That would be my first stereotype, but it might have been something else completely. But at any rate, the kid had no father. And so he winds up looking to Jordan Peterson as a father figure, which is the most dangerous thing a young man can do. Yes. So there you go with that. But if you find out anything more about this, let me know, because it'll be interesting to see, what you find out about it. Because the Jordan Peterson connection is not being emphasized enough. But this kid, they found in his computer searches, he had been looking up a lot of Jordan Peterson, and it had to do with a lot of this, trip of water baptism as an adult that Jordan Peterson was grooving off on. And then he winds up dying in a cistern. All of this is, now when the police said they won't release the information, they say it's to protect a key informant. The only key informant I could think of was Jordan Peterson. That's, yes.
Yes, it will implement. Yeah, they're protected him, so it doesn't implement him.
Yes, thank you. Implicate him. Yeah. Implicate him.
Yes. And I was thinking, Douglas, as well, with most certainly, the Kremlin certainly know about your existence. I mean, it's something that we've brought up many, many times in the past, when you had Sean Stone and his father, Oliver Stone. Oliver Stone is Putin's propagandist.
Yes.
But when Sean Stone interviewed yourself, and then directly after you, he interviewed Michael Aquino to dispute everything that you were saying without mentioning your name. But it was so obvious. What it was is, yes, it was because Douglas went on to expose Aquino's his visit to the Weselberg Castle. Yes. And it was to, not just that, but it was a 3-part interview exposing a lot about Satanism in the military. And so that was the whole point of Aquino coming on, was to try to counteract or dispute it. But it was irrefutable. There was nothing that
Thank you.
said that made any sense.
Thank you.
It's just, and then you have obviously the connection between Kino and Alexander Dugin. Obviously, that's Putin's brain, or introduced as Putin's brain, noted or recognized by the rest of the world. But formerly, Alex Jones was the man that first introduced Alexander Dugin as Putin's brain.
Yes,
is his thought process. So whatever foreign affairs Dugin implements, what he proposes, that's what Putin implements. Yeah.
Yes. It's true.
Yes,
it's true. Not to mention his book on geopolitics is a textbook for the Russian military. their officer, cadre. So it's beyond that. What was I going to say? So what do you remember about what Heather Holman said about her child? How she received that call. Remember how I said, now I don't know if you heard the full story, but basically what happened in America was that there was this call. First of all, the scammers do this. They terrorize the elderly. But this seems it seems so beyond this. It seems like you remember what I said about Michael Aquino's Project Condor, where they would just randomly choose victims and then torture them, torment them to suicide. And so what happened was this caller kept calling this old man and William Brock and telling him that we have a relative of yours, I'm a police officer, but then said, I'm holding them hostage and you have to give money. And that's when, then they dispatched an Uber driver to pick up the money. They said, we're dispatching an Uber driver to pick up the money. They send this poor black woman, Lalitha Henry, who obviously is in very poor physical shape. She comes hobbling out, and the white guy starts, William Brock starts basically, where is my relation? You're not getting my money, and holding the gun at her. And instead of calling the police, he wants to act like the big man and find this, the guy's 80-something years old. So this is just stupid. And but at any rate, she's, of course, just begging him, please, sir, let me live. And he shoots her multiple times. And so then the police arrive, and this guy's going down for murder. This guy's going down for the count.
Was he in his 80s as well, Douglas?
Yeah, he's at least 81. Yes. Yeah, so he's going to get at least...
he's going to die in prison.
Yeah, he's going to die in prison. Yeah, this guy's dying in prison. But at the same time, the police trace the call to Canada, which is a burner phone. It's just a burner phone that's, signaling through Canada. But what's going on is that it's like, certainly the person could not have expected to get money out of this. It's almost like they're just setting up a murder. It's like they're setting up a murder. So there's no point to this other than destroying people's lives, winding up with this black woman dead, the white guy going to prison the rest of his life. And then you had, as Heather Holman said, her daughter's been missing 10 years. As you said, she was a model, so she was almost certainly abducted as a targeted person. And then she gets this call. You heard her, where they're demanding money from her, and then she tried to go out to the desert to rendezvous with this person because she's so desperate to see her daughter again. You heard all this, right? The other night?
Oh, yes, I do. I remember that, Douglas. Yeah, last transmission, actually.
Yeah.
Yes. And with his daughter's a model, isn't she? She's a model, and she hasn't seen her for over 10 years.
That's correct.
She was under the... Well, she was hoping, it's a nice, comforting thought that she's still out there. Right. Like I emphasised, it's like the mother and father of Madeleine McCann. They're obviously still portraying that she could still be alive out there. Obviously, both
parents are reinforcing that hope with each other.
Hope, yeah, and they've portrayed that to the world, but the likelihood of that being a reality is very slim. And so, it's
beyond that. If she were alive, she would have been a sex slave all this time. So she would be so damaged and so tormented that she would be unrecognizable. I'm not saying that she would be irretrievable, but that's you would almost wish for her sake that she's dead, so that she's not suffering some heinous fate.
Yes.
And this is but when it comes to this latest attempt to torment Heather Holman like that, to call her and terrorize her, torment her, it's like the sadism behind this. These aren't people who are expecting it. They can't possibly be expecting money. That they're doing this with just the desire to drive people into madness and suicide. So I think of this because of what we're discussing about Aquino and, of course, Oliver Stone. For those of you who don't know, Sean Stone, when he interviewed myself, was stupid enough to go on Alex Jones and then misquote what I said. without qualification. At which point Aquino approached Oliver Stone, the father of Sean Stone, and said, "From now on, you're my choking bitch." And after that, Oliver Stone became Putin's propagandist. It is almost certainly through Oliver Stone that Putin himself found out about me.
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Thank you. And did you know that you've heard me probably bitch about this before? When they were on camera filming this Putin propaganda documentary, Oliver Stone was the producer, of course, and he's interviewing Putin. And you remember my bitching about basically his daughter is like 18, between 18 to, no, more like 22 years old. His daughter is like 22 years old, and she's half Korean. He had married some Korean woman when he was stationed in Korea, back when he was in the military. So his daughter's half Korean, and he was like saying, "Will you become my daughter's godfather?" Do you remember that? Without his daughter's permission, without even asking her, he says, "Will you become my daughter's godfather?" to Putin. Do you remember that shit that I was bitching about that?
You're reminding, that's bringing back memories, Douglas. I can like subconsciously remember that actually. Yes, but thank you for reminding me about that. I forgot all about that.
Yes, this is how sleazy, these people are. And
these men are, yes.
It's disgusting. And so it's one of these things where, anyhow, back to George. Obviously there's a lot going on. If Britain winds up under a Labour government, but it's not going to be. It couldn't possibly be that. What was that guy again? The guy who was obviously influenced by the foreign influence again? Jeremy Corbyn. Corbyn. It would be.
Hezbollah, who I was thinking of as well. He was sympathising with them and many other terror organisations, terror groups. Obviously, because he's looked upon like this guy who's very anti-apartheid. He's very anti-stance where he recognises Israel as an apartheid state. Him and George Galloway was the man I had that debate with or argument with when it came down to World War II in the major cities like of Dresden and Hamburg, when he was trying to elude that that was the terror bombings over London by the V2 rockets by the Germans, which provoked Britain conducting their strategic bombing. And I emphasised that it was the other way round when it was Operation Grimoire that was introduced 6 months prior to any blitzkrieg over London. 6 months prior, So the bombings, the city terror bombings were conducted months before any blitzkrieg was ever conducted over Britain.
By the way, the pronunciation is Gomorrah. Yes. But go on. Yes, Galloway.
Yes, Gomorrah.
Yeah.
That's it.
What was it Galloway was saying? What was it Galloway? Yeah, what was it Galloway?
He was the man who started the Respect Party. That was it. He was a former Labourite as well, along with Jeremy Corbyn. He heavily supported Jeremy Corbyn's campaign. They're both on that same stance of anti-Israel, like the anti-apartheid state of Israel, which is what got me acquainted with them two in the first place. But I was never a supporter of Corbyn. Instead, I kind of like I respected Galloway's stance, but then I realised, oh shit, this guy is getting funded by RT from Russia Today. It's a state-sponsored media outlet for the Kremlin.
That's right. Disgusting.
So once I was more aware of what was going on, the situation, and where these guys, their connections and ties were lied, and then I realised what the agenda actually was for these individuals, and they're basically Russian state-sponsored propagandists in the UK. Both men are, but Corbyn was more of a useful idiot.
Yeah,
he was trying to portray. Yeah,
he was trying to go on.
Yeah, he was trying to portray to the general public in the UK when he was running for the last general election that the NHS was going to become privatised, and those papers that were leaked were sourced from Russian state propaganda.
Oh my God!
Sites.
Oh, that's...
So, yes, it was so obvious where the connections lie. But I wanted to just also, sorry, but going off on a little segue or anything. Douglas,
that's fine. That's fine.
Also, when you were speaking earlier about like Aquino, it reminds me also you can draw parallels between the Golden State, not the Golden State Killer, but the Michael Aquino's Little League that are out to terrorize the general public. Yes. And the whole purpose of that was to generate a state-sponsored terror, austerity, I should call it, just this outrage or scaremongering of the general public throughout the state of California, which is one of the, if not the largest state. I know it's the largest economic state in the U.S., but like men such as Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, and the Zodiac Killer.
Yes, as well as the Golden State Killer. As well as the Golden State
Killer. Yes, and I'm trying to think of the other individual. There's so many of them.
Many of them. Yeah,
there's so many. There's a whole list of them. Like goes on for days. I'm trying to think of his name.
Well, don't forget Charles Manson.
Yes, just like Charles Manson. Yes, thank you. The family. I'm trying to think of the guy's name. He named his children all after his name. He named them not Gonzalez. It was something like it escapes me, but it will come back to me. But like it comes down to the Zodiac Killer was making these phone calls from, and it was sourcing from, I believe it was West Germany.
Yes, it was from West Germany. Yeah, go on. Yeah. Yes. A U.S. base, American base in West Germany is where it was sourced. Yeah.
Base, yes, and it was he was taunting the guy that was investigating him, and I forget the name of the investigator that was investigating the Zodiac Killer, but he was getting quite close, and it was most noted that the guy he was getting close because he was getting phone calls each night, which would cost the equivalent of hundreds of United States dollars just making a single phone call because it was transatlantic. Yes. And that was coming directly from West Germany, from an army base. That's where the source of the calls were being made from. And so it was obviously, like, when it comes down to the actual killings, the sites, when the forensics team went in to investigate the Zodiac Killer's sites, it was with the people could look up the footprints were military grade issued boots. Yes. And so it was obviously a PSYOP, a campaign, or it was certainly orchestrated by the United States military. Yes. And this was all under the auspice of Michael Aquino. This is why he referred to him as his Little League group, his California State Little League terror group that were out to convey a
state of terror and hysteria.
Terror. Yeah, and hysteria. Yes, thank you, Douglas. Much appreciated. Yeah, that's what was also coming to my mind earlier when you were speaking about such issues, yeah. But of course, I remember when you stated that, when you were stationed at the Presidio, when you were under the liaison status of Michael Aquino at the Presidio, it was his uncle. I think it was Richard Ramirez's uncle.
That's Master Sergeant Michael Ramirez, Master Sergeant of the U.S. Army Green Berets. Yeah, Michael Ramirez. Go on.
Thank you. Yes, and he would attend the Presidio to get his methadone treatment, I believe.
Yes,
correct. He would,
absolutely.
Yes, he would come, and then he would always state that his nephew he was part of a form of what do you want to call it? Not an insect. It was a form of I'm trying to figure the word. It's called not insinuated. He was initiated. He was a form of initiation.
Inducted.
He exposed them. Yeah. Inducted. He was exposed to these shoebox of memories that Michael Ramirez he would bring home after his when he was a Green Beret stationed in Vietnam in the Vietnam conflict. He would commit atrocities against Vietnamese women. He would decapitate, sever their limbs, and he would present these the shoebox of memories to his nephew Richard Ramirez, and Richard Ramirez would go to the local cemetery and he would copulate himself. He would masturbate to these pictures, these photographs. That was that was captured and he by his uncle Michael Ramirez, and this is what conducted his occult initiation process. One of the factors, and I think he witnessed him murdering his girlfriend. I think Michael Ramirez,
his wife, he shot his wife in front of him. Yes.
Jesus, yes, and this has resulted in the Night Stalker. This is one of the results. And he was obviously an Aquino occultist himself. He would always present the pentagram, the satanic pentagram, in court, and he would obviously with what's his name? The individual with his name is the guy who basically gave Aquino, or gave the Satanists, an immediate form of prosecution. I think his name is. I'm trying. It escapes me right now, Douglas. It's
James Channon. At the time, he became colonel. Yeah, James Channon of the.
Clooney.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. First Battalion. Yes, James Channon. Thank you.
Yeah, and you might remember that Christine Joanna Hart was convinced that George Clooney was going through her drawers. You might remember that she published that on Facebook. Yes. You remember that? And like I said,
absolutely.
Yeah, it was Aquino just snapping his fingers when he rang her doorbell and she opened it. He just snapped his fingers and said, "I'm George Clooney," and she was hypnotized into that. But go on,
thank you. Yes. So when they released the movie, The Monasteric Goats, it was very disingenuous because
to say the least. First off, it made all these guys look like they were sexed up and attractive and charming.
Yes.
Yeah, go on.
Thank you. That's why they got this hot frog called George Clooney to play James Channon, who was just a grotesque, and he was heavily into drink and alcohol, and his liver was so it was so destroyed by by the alcohol he was consuming that it destroyed his liver, and you could smell his liver on his breath.
Yes, you could smell his decaying liver on his breath. It was oh, go on. Yes.
And this guy, James Channon, could appear on national television in full uniform, whereas Michael Aquino, he had to appear in his acolyte robes. He had to appear in his satanic robes when he ever appeared on national television. But it was always noted that he was, a psyop in the military, where they would always present him as, he's a prominent figure. He's a lieutenant colonel in the military. And he's a Satanist as well. And that was how they obviously introduced him at that time back in the 80s.
Yes. When
these crimes were being heavily induced when they were being conducted. And so wherever any one of Michael Aquino's Little League would ever conduct a crime, whenever they would behead a person, they would always draw blood of the satanic pentagram around the site. And this obviously... this was their version of occult immunity against any form of legal prosecution from the state or the police force. It was. I know when you brought up the analogy before, Douglas, it's the form of like when you have like a Roman Catholic priest, if he has
or just a plain Roman Catholic, what James Channon would say. James Channon would tell police. He would go all over to the main police constabularies like LAPD or Los Angeles Police Department, the FBI, and various domestic investigation agencies, and basically say some Roman Catholic individual robs a bank and they drop a Roman Catholic saint's medallion on site the bank robbery. Does that implicate the Catholic Church? And they'd say, no. And then he'd say, so then why should satanic pentagrams drawn in human blood implicate the Satanic Church? Yeah, you're right. Let's work for us. Yeah. Motherfuckers. Anyhow, so go on.
Rationale. So that so-called quote-unquote rationale was implemented throughout these constabularies, and so this that you couldn't imbuke or you couldn't prosecute anyone that was ever a victim of the satanic any form of satanic ritual abuse.
Yes.
This gave them any of the Satanists what you would call a green card, or the green light, a license to kill.
Yes, and don't forget beyond that,
conduct.
in the state of California, which is so important to the world because our economy is so large. As I've said, our economy in California alone surpassed Great Britain's a little while back, and now we're toe to toe with Germany, and may surpass Germany soon. But in terms of the what's going on with California, remember what I said was that after Aquino and all of the satanic, what they call these days, they've revised it and covered it up as the quote-unquote satanic panic. But after all of that, California made it a law that any child or anyone under legal age, anyone under the age of 18, their testimony will not be accepted in a court of law. Which means that, you can do anything you want to them and they can testify against you. It's not going to be accepted. And so all of this is quite true. And in California, that gives you a license to do anything you want with anyone who's under 18.
Yes. And people don't forget, like, Donald Trump's lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, he was the man who investigated he was the attorney that was the one in charge of, like, the
investigating West Point. Yes,
West Point.
Yeah.
And all these children, these childs that were going to these daycare centers that were getting molested.
Yeah.
And I think was one of them by Gary Hambright. I think some of them was linked to that, or was it?
No, that was
cases?
Yeah, no, this was all that case. Yeah, it was all the same.
Yeah.
Gary Willard Hambright was one of the assistant managers at the very least, if not one of the managers at the child daycare center. And but it was linked to what was going on at West Point, at the other end of the country, where their child daycare center was building number 666. And so here you had them, building number 666, and the kids are all coming home with sexually transmitted diseases. They're all bleeding out of their bodily orifices. And it just I could go on and on with the details, but the Rudy Giuliani went down there and said the kids were all doing this to themselves for attention, and that there were no guilty adults. And real piece of shit. Yeah, he's paying for it now. Now, thank God, karma's
He was the mayor of New York City during 9/11 as well. It's just like, how corrupt is this individual? You can't get any more.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been there. He just shows up wherever corruption is. It's just obviously,
like flies to shit, he's attracted like a fly to shit. Yes. Look, Columbia in the United States has canceled classes. Columbia University in the United States cancels classes because anti-Israel protests are raising tensions. Good for the students. Yes, good for them.
Yes.
And thank God that people are waking up. And anyhow, when it comes to what was going on with Rudy Giuliani, by the way, there's someone that I care about that I've been talking to, that they are captivated, I guess, one way, or seem compelled by the woman who was arguing that it was a laser that took down the Twin Towers. I'm going to try and tell these people I'm a controlled demolition man myself. But when it comes to the Twin Towers, obviously this is something that our man George Knight investigated for years. It was one of the ways he found me. One of the ways that he found me was through the Twin Towers and 9/11 research that he was conducting. But the Twin Towers were definitely controlled demolitions, because I went into all the detail of this in the past, but basically George W. Bush's own cousin was running the security at the Twin Towers. He owned the company that was running the security with the guard dogs that were regularly searching for explosives, and they made certain to remove all of those dog patrols
before the towers collapsed. I mean, there's so many things about that, and the Pentagon. I mean, this is like truly a conspiracy that is monumental, a monumental conspiracy, but actually a real one, a true one. But back to George with that,
Oh yeah, no, yeah, we go several directions with that, Douglas. Actually, there is the occult aspect of it as well that I've brought up in the past. When it comes down to the date of 9/11, and we mentioned earlier about Bashar al-Assad, he was born on September 11th, and I think the year you were born, Douglas, actually, I think. Was
interesting. 1966, September 11th, 1966. That'd be interesting. It's believable. Yes. Yeah, interesting.
People can look that up. But when it comes down to the so-called incident, the incident that happened on 9/11. It was that commemorates the date of the Pentagon's turn of the foundation. So the groundbreaking ceremony that was conducted by the man that is known as the godfather of the Manhattan Project, or the atomic bombs, so to speak. Yes. Or one of them was the occultist General Leslie Groves. Yes. And he conducted the groundbreaking ceremony conducted on site the Pentagon foundation. So the site that they laid the turf down for that, the largest office block building in the world. And his mission statement was, we are going to create the largest office block building in the world so we can unleash or wage the largest war the world has ever seen, which was World War II. And he stated that on September the 11th, 1941, which is months before Pearl Harbor.
Yes.
Months before Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, just literally like a month and a few days, something like that. Yeah, just a month and a few weeks. Yeah, it's
yes, thank you.
And yeah, go on.
60 years to the date, to the very date that General Leslie Groves stated that we're going to produce, or we're going to create the largest office block building in the world, which is, and it's important that we always add this, that it is mainly comprised of just raw concrete material as opposed to using any steel. And as Douglas has presented many times, they use all the rivets out of the San Francisco monorail system that was going through the Golden Gate Bridge. They retracted all of it, or recorded it all, so it went into fueling the war machine. And so when they developed the Pentagon office block building, which is comprised of 5 sides, many other structures, many other different hallway systems. It's mainly just it's exactly a pentagon with several different what you want to call it, columns or departments within comprises of the largest office block building in the world.
Yeah,
it was along the west.
It's the heart of the pentagram. It represents the heart of the pentagram.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. And 60 years to the very day where you supposed to have all these officers, all these military men, to commemorate the exact 60th anniversary of the groundbreaking ceremony, they were entirely absent on that day. And you have one side of the Pentagon wall, which was reinforced to withstand a cruise missile blast that was constructed months prior, and it was finished. And it was the only office block side of the Pentagon. It was the west wing of the Pentagon office block building, which the accountants and clerks that were investigating the $2.3 trillion that Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, the day before September 11th, 2001, on September 10th, he announced went missing from budget spending, from military defense, as in the black programs. All these black programs, all this accountability of all this money went missing and lost, and all the transactions were unaccountable for. The clerks and the investigation team, the accountants, were all investigating the loss of this money in the same office block building, which was reinforced with concrete steel to withstand a cruise missile blast, was miraculously attacked or targeted by whatever hit that building, whatever hit that office block it killed all of those accountants and clerks. And that $2.3 trillion in unaccounted budget and defense budget spending was then lost forever, and nobody to ever find out what happened.
Yes. Oh, just disgusting. It's
yes. When you get down to that minute detail, when you get down to that and then understanding of that, then you understand this is more than just a conspiracy. That is just one aspect of it.
Yes.
And yes, and obviously when it comes down to the occult aspect of things, you know, you obviously have a manifest in New York City, representative of the Samsonite, the two towers that were on flames and collapsed. And what they tell you is a certain amount of bodies or people died on that day that are in those towers alone. But what they don't account for is that every single nation on earth lost a citizen in those buildings.
Yes.
Everyone apart from Israel and Saudi Arabia.
Thank you.
That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
It was Israel and Saudi Arabia. But also they don't account for the illegal immigrants, the people that were conducting the scut jobs on shift. They don't account those people. They're unaccountable for.
Yes.
So in all, on that day, over 10,000 people ultimately lost their lives on September 11th, but only 3,000 or 2,900 are recognized.
Yes.
But they don't account for the other 70% who died. They don't account for the other 2/3 who died.
Yes.
Because
and that does include people. That does include people. When we go towards the number 9,000, 10,000, we're including the people who died on the ground, who were not in the building but happened to be in the vicinity. Yes. That's always ignored. It's profound how history is. The reality is so skewed in America, but yes, please continue. Yeah.
Oh yes, thank you. The people who died from collateral damage from those buildings, because the complex itself comprised of 7 buildings, but all 7 complexes were destroyed that day. Buildings number 3, 4, and 5, and 6 suffered heavy debris falls from those the 2 trade center complexes, trade centers 1 and 2. And building number 7, which was a government-owned building, was later on demolished as well. Also, that was destroyed later on after Larry Silverstein gave the order for the fire brigade to pull the buildings. Where he didn't mean to pull the firemen out, which is it was to pull the actual building itself, as in it was a demolition.
Yeah, he said something to that effect. Was pull it down or pull the plug, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, something along those. Yeah, to try and paraphrase the quote from memory. But yeah, this is the buildings were destroyed that day, and not only that, the asbestos, which was rife throughout those buildings, which is why the Port Authority of New York, which owned the buildings prior to the lease of the World Trade Center complexes to Larry Silverstein and to Frank Lowy, they then bought off the lease, a 99-year lease to these World Trade Center complexes and the whole complex itself. Frank Lowy was the man, he owned all the shopping malls that are underneath those complexes. They took it off to Port Authority of New York, which had a hard time trying to sell it because nobody wanted to buy it because it was filled with asbestos. Most of the office block, most of the floors in the World Trade Centers themselves were vacant. Nobody wanted to rent them, and so they were. It was a
money pit. It was a money pit.
A money pit. Yes. Yes. And so, nobody even wanted to touch it with a 10-foot bolt pole. Nobody wanted to go near these buildings. But yet, miraculously, these 2 individuals had a interest in buying a 99-year lease for the World Trade Center complexes. Just 6 weeks prior to 9/11 themselves. And Larry Silverstein himself took out an insurance clause, which, it was a clause in case of a terror attack. But because these were counted as 2 individual cases, 2 individual incidences, he got double the insurance clause from that. He was a beneficiary from those attacks. So it's
outrageous.
Completely outrageous. Yes, and these were Israeli dual nationalists. So most Israelis have dual nationalism, citizenship with the United States and Israel. And these two men, they benefited from these attacks. And by the way, Larry Silverstein and his two children, I think he has a daughter and a son, never turned up to work on that day either. But yet they were, every single day they were on the windows of the World, which is the top floor of the World Trade Center, just looking out at New York having breakfast. And then miraculously enough, by so-called coincidence.
Yeah. It's damning.
There.
Damning. Go on. Yeah.
He had unexpected, what was it? He had some form of appointment that morning and he just couldn't make it. He was, oh, what a tragedy. He wouldn't make it. Neither did his two children. Oh, yeah. And neither did all these other Israelis. These
all been tipped off.
Yeah, they all got tipped off. And the instant messaging service it's called Udigo. Udigo Instant Messaging Service. It's like a pager. They got a teleprompter pager message 2 hours prior to the start time. Well, exactly. It was quite synchronistically. It was 2 hours to the minute. It was 6:45 in the morning. They got the message saying, "Do not be at the World Trade Center complex because something's going to happen. You don't want to be there." And so they were tipped off, and it was obviously Israel was complicit. Forget about the dancing Israelis who had ties with Mossad. They were captured and detained and then deported back to Israel. And they appeared on national television in Israel and said that we were there to document the event. Oh, it's these ties and just these revelations and all these connections between Israel. But of course, we have gone over this in the past. It wasn't a crime that was committed just primarily due to Israel. It was a cooperation between the House Saud Israel that took advantage of it and the American High Command. Domestic involvement.
Yes.
Domestic involvement on the highest levels.
Absolutely.
Yes. So as you emphasized, Douglas, with George Bush's son, he had I think it was certainly a connection with the Bush family, the Bush dynasty. He had these security he had these security firms or
I'll try and look that up. Give me just a second here. I do want people to know, just got a incoming news. Police storm Yale University's campus. Hundreds of students stage anti-Israel protest. So the police have just stormed Yale because of that. All this is great. I'm so glad these people have a sense of conscience that is developing. So let me see if I can look up some of these things that I was pointing out about the 9/11 conspiracy. In the meantime, our man George is already giving us so much detail. And
I just wanted to
go on, please.
What was also funny or strange is 23 minutes before the Building 7 got taken down, they announced its destruction.
Yes!
They announced its destruction too early, and you can still see the building still up while this lady reporter on BBC World News is talking about how it was destroyed. And right behind her, you can still see it standing up.
Yeah.
So they're off schedule on the script.
And outrageous. Again, it's these things are just the fact that they got away with this and that we let them get away with this. This has got to come to an end. And head should roll, as they say, for this. Let's take a look at Nemo sent an image, and let me check that out as well.
There it is.
Yeah. Okay.
And do you know what, Douglas, as well? Do you know what's so profound to me is that whenever I've explained this, and when I first became acquainted, so I studied it for 12 years.
Yeah.
Sorry, I discovered 12 years. 12 years prior to I even discovered who Douglas is, and that he even existed. I was explaining this to people, and a load of people, they have this cynicism, they are cynical or skeptical of what I was saying, even though I was alluding to things that were easily vetted or verifiable. they were saying, how come the American government are capable of doing that to their own people? And that's automatically that's what they assume. They go, oh, it's got to be aspects of, you know, they got to do it to themselves. And it's like, no, it's not. They didn't do that to themselves. You obviously have corruption within that government in order for the foreign operatives to conduct such a crime. But you had to have some domestic cooperation in order for that to succeed in the first place. On soil, homeland soil, where you have the CIA funding the actual terrorists, the CIA assets that were involved, those 19 hijackers had money transferred from bank accounts which were CIA funded, which was sourced directly from the CIA.
Not to mention they were all had military experience, but go on. These were, yes, these were like, some of them were actual commissioned officers in the U.S. Army Green Berets, Special Forces. So, yes.
Yeah, thank you. And, you know, when people say, like, oh, yeah, this couldn't happen because, like, individuals such as Holly Honjour, who was the man responsible for the flight that hit the Pentagon, they said, oh, but he only had so many hours of experience flying just a semester aircraft. And it's like, well, no, come on. They're not designed, these pilots aren't designed to take off from a land strip and land on a land strip. They're designed just to fly the plane into a single target. They're not there to conduct any form of landing or takeoff, which is what most pilots are trained in. Most pilots are trained to take off and to land.
Yes.
These pilots were not designed. They're trained.
Well, we're not trained. Yeah, their intended training was simply to crash, which requires almost no training at all. No, it's people. It's amazing how people don't get it. But what was the other thing that reminds me of was the I've got to think about it again. You know, sometimes these thoughts come to you and then you forget them immediately as soon as you think them. But you're on a good roll and people are getting the general direction of what this is about. But most certainly the what else does that remind me of? I'll think about it while you go on talking, and I'm looking for a few other notes that I had that are relevant to this. But here we are. So what was interesting was when it came to NORAD, the North American Air Defense System. That was NORAD's. The NORAD commander's first day at work was 9/11, so that was his first day on the job. It's impossible to say this is a coincidence. He had no idea what to do. He was just his whole. He just wanted to get acquainted with everything, and so by the way, the civilian air pilot, Flight 77, that crashed into the Pentagon. That pilot who piloted that was part of a training simulation, a drill simulating a civilian airliner crashing into the Pentagon. He was part of that in the year 2000. In the year 2000, he participated in that drill before he piloted the aircraft which hit the Pentagon in 2001. I mean, this is like, that he trained to do this, and at the same time, that was the only side of the Pentagon that was reinforced with steel for all the reasons that we've articulated, conserving metal for World War II at the time that it was built, and of course on the day of its anniversary, when there should have been all kinds of people there celebrating the anniversary, the commemorative anniversary of the building of the Pentagon. Nobody's there, except, of course, the accountants and the clerks, as our man George said, who then get wiped out. I mean, it is so painfully obvious that this is just so wrong. Everything about this is just so wrong. But go on.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, yes, no, thank you.
And the company. So here we are, the security company. It was basically... let me take a look at here. Not Larry Silverstein. The President Bush's brother. You're right. It was his brother. President Bush's brother Marvin and his cousin Herbert Walker III ran Securicom. Securicom was the company that 6 days before the Twin Towers collapsed, they ordered the withdrawal of all bomb-sniffing canine patrols. So there we are with that. So
you know what? I was just about to say SecureCom. You took the words right out of my mouth. It just came to my head what it was called. So yeah, thank you, Douglas.
Thank you.
Very
yes.
much appreciate it.
See, you have a good memory. You've got it all down.
Try my best. But yeah, no, it was SecureCom. And then they had bomb sniffer dogs patrolling the site ever since the bombing that happened in 1993. And so, yeah, the original bomb that went off in the basement, in the carport, was designed to try and take out the infrastructure of the World Trade Center, try to topple the building. Of course, it wasn't successful because these buildings were constructed in a way where they were supposed to be designed to stand up.
Yeah.
They weren't designed to ever topple over. So they were able to withstand that. But this was the whole reason why they're bomb sniffer dogs on site, is to prevent attacks like this ever happening in the future. But then these were not. These patrols, and when this SecureCom came in, they took these dogs out of the policy for the security measures that were conducted in the World Trade Center complex. It's because these were then later on getting rigged for a demolition. And so, yeah, they were conducting these operations overnight during the night period where there was no one on site apart from this SecureCom security service that was on site. So they were able to rig the building with controlled demolition devices throughout, prior to 9/11.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, it's... That's essentially what was going down. The reasons behind it, there's many factors. There's multiple reasons behind Douglas himself has gone over in the past great details of they have to continue these wars in order to feed the beast. We've gone into the cult aspect of this, but it was for the House of Saud.
Yes.
It was to benefit the kings of the House of Saud in Saudi Arabia, and to fight Israel's wars. That's why Israel had interest in this. Yes. So with their intelligence, with the Mossad, they knew that they were going to do this. They knew beforehand, which is what makes them complicit in that crime.
Yes.
And so, yeah, that Christopher Bolin, the individual that Michael Aquino praises, Michael Aquino himself runs along that aspect of, well, before he passed, he would speak about it was for Israel was behind 9/11, but of course he'll forget about he won't mention about the House of Saud involvement,
or George Bush Jr. or Larry Silverstein,
any of these. Yes, he was then just blaming Israel. He was just, at that point, he was just saying it was primarily them. But of course, it doesn't make any sense outside of that, because you wouldn't have this domestic involvement, this foreign involvement from the Saudis. They were all involved in the crime of 9/11, and they all benefited from it. They all benefited from this, and so it was I don't know what else to say.
It just leaves you. In the end, it leaves you weak. You're left weak with the implications. But beyond that, of course, think about what else we brought up. Yamasaki was the Japanese architect who was left. His whole family was left free throughout World War II. He was never in the internment camps. And he was hired by the United States government to build the National Record Center in St. Louis, Missouri, so that it would self-destruct. He designed the building with no sprinkler system, no fire alarms, no fire escapes, no fire doors. It was just a giant tinderbox. The local fire department protested its existence, and the federal government said, well, it's on federal property, you have no jurisdiction. And then, of course, after it was built, America withdrew from Vietnam. The fall of Saigon happened. America withdrew from Vietnam, and then then the building went up in flames. It was burned so hard and bright that it was smoldering for months. This is like just how it went up, like what they said was a giant grain silo fire. All the dust in a grain silo explodes into flame at once, and that's what they claim. But of course it was arson, and but it when it came to those records, the overwhelming majority destroyed were Army and Marine Corps records, which was, of course, the overwhelming majority of servicemen in Vietnam, and yet somehow celebrity sailors had their records destroyed too. And this included L. Ron Hubbard, of all people. Other celebrities like Elvis Presley, and of course the man who shot Martin Luther King Jr., James Earl Ray. All the records vanished, so when it came to the person who built that building, Yamasaki, he also built several other government buildings that self-destructed, but he also built the Twin Towers. And it's just outrageous. Just the when you take a look at the connections here, it's you can't see the world the same anymore after that.
No.
Yeah.
And what I meant earlier about the buildings weren't designed to, but it's like they kind of weren't. That's where I was like trying to like explain it. So the bomb that went off in 1903 was not enough to topple the building because it was designed to do that, but it certainly was designed to self-emulate itself. It was self-destructive. And it included, that World Trade Center 7 building, that came down in a very obvious demolition.
Yes.
It came down from foundation, as opposed to the Twin Towers that came down top to bottom. The World Trade Center 7 came down due to falling in its own footprint. It imploded, which is what demolitions do. So it don't destroy the surrounding buildings.
Yeah.
But the World Trade Centers came down top to bottom, which was designed to take out every other building around it.
Yes.
And body parts, bone fragments, were flung hundreds of meters across Manhattan.
Yes. Bodies everywhere. Bodies everywhere. It rained
everywhere.
bodies. Yeah. And yet they go on.
And so sorry, Douglas. Yeah, the other thing, because I mentioned about the asbestos, and as we mentioned earlier, the 10,000 people that lost their lives on that day doesn't account for the tens of thousands that lost their lives due to asbestos poisoning.
Yeah, over the next 10, 20 years. Yeah, their lives shortened. Years. Yeah, their lives shortened by 10 or 20 years at least. Yeah. Some of them got cancer.
Dust cloud that engulfed Manhattan and New York. It was just so precarious, so detrimental to the human life, human genome, that it literally shortened tens of thousands of lives, and people are dying to this day due to being exposed to that asbestos, to that radiation cloud, I should call it, because it's literally, there's no immunity against it. Your body can't fight against it. As soon as it gets into your bloodstream and into your lungs, that's it. It dissipates, and it just you automatically start dying.
Yeah.
As soon as you're exposed to that. But yeah, thank you, Douglas.
No,
sorry to interrupt.
No, you're more than welcome, and thank you. I mean, it's I who should thank yourself for helping to expose all of this to people and bring it to their attention as well. It was when our man George Knight was looking for more information on 9/11. I think it was that somehow he ran across myself. And in fact, that was the name of the channel I was on, was like the 9/11 channel, I think. And
yes, 911.org. Yes.
Yeah.
That's it, Doug. And by the way, I don't think I posted earlier. I've saved it. I don't think I put the mushroom cloud, the atomic explosion over Kurland from the Regan Island.
Oh, okay. So you found it. Yes. Excellent.
Yes, I don't think I inputted it into our chat. There we go, but it's here now. So
excellent.
I recommend Nemo to save it. Yes.
Yeah, save that, Nemo.
You can't find it online no more. I found it through Google Images before, and I've got a couple of them.
Yeah.
But now I don't think it's even presented online anymore. So it's certainly something to keep.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And
You sent it to
yeah.
you sent it to Nemo directly, right? To his private message, or do you put it? Yeah.
I put it in the chat, but I can actually send it directly to him as well. I'll do that.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see.
Yeah, well done.
I'm not seeing it in chat. You mean on this call?
Oh, it's just loading, I think.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
It's just loading.
Okay.
Because I'm running off the what is it now? 4G. I'm not off the 5G. I'm off the 4G.
Yes.
I'm so glad you mentioned it. Doesn't stand for anything apart from generation.
Thank you.
Whereas the very first generation was brought. It was first introduced in Japan in 1979. So the first generation has been out since 1979 in Japan. And the only reason why I know that is because we were taught it. We had to know it.
That's amazing.
So, yes, it was. Yes.
Holy shit.
So yes, absolutely. So yes, it's been around forever, pretty much.
Yeah.
Good part of 50 years. Yes.
Hard to believe. I mean, it's hard to believe that 1979 was half 100 years ago. Oh my God. Well, I mean, I was born in 66 and I'm supposed to be 56, supposedly, but, you know, I try not to think about that. My birthday's late in the year anyway.
Yeah, no, you're still young.
Well, I've been told by someone who...
Oh, God.
Yeah.
So much.
I'm sorry? What's that?
Oh, no, I was just going to say, no, that was it. That was it. I was going to say, you're still young.
Yeah,
still
true.
Very, very young.
No, it's true. It's true. No, George is right.
I don't think you're old enough to be my father, because my dad's like in his mid-60s now, so yeah, no.
Yes, thank you. By the way, I met someone who hadn't met me in 10 years, and they said I hadn't aged a day. They were quite serious about that. Yeah, I don't age like normal people do, of course. But definitely today. I mean, well, yesterday, after I was exposed to too much sunlight for too long, I was feeling it. That was fuck. I mean, I'm feeling better now. But shit, that was no fun during the time that I was feeling it. Oh man. But I liked what Brendan Zoget said. I'll try that next time. Get some colloidal silver and just try a drop or two, so that he feels that it's a lunar, because it's a lunar silver that it'll balance off. By the way, everybody be very careful about colloidal silver. Of course, you don't want to abuse anything. But at any rate, I showed him this cult leader who was using it. This woman who was a cult leader was using it all the time, but she turned blue. And of course, Brendan brought up the fact that these are people who are like brewing this shit themselves, and they're just not, they're not using it right. So at any rate, when it comes to what else that comes to my mind with the aside from the Twin Towers, and we spoke, of course, of what else is it that you're passionate about in terms of the space capabilities of the 1,000-year Reich-in-Exile? Again, try to explain to our listeners so they can understand how far you think their empire is. It interstellar at this point with some close star systems?
Yes, I would. Yeah, definitely within our own solar system, but certainly probably beyond the reaches of our own solar system, Douglas, beyond the Kuiper Belt, probably. The thing is, it's very, sometimes when people dive into this, they can get bogged down, go through loopholes and get very confused, and which is why we've always emphasized for people not to dive into these isolated pockets of sewer shit.
Yes,
or
thank
just
you.
disinformation. Just know where your sources are coming from. I always recommend governmental, either government websites or anything along that nature. Most things on UFOs are from government websites. Most people aren't aware of that.
Yes.
A lot of my sources come directly from government websites or from government sources, certainly. If it's not directly from Douglas, it's from some site that I've been able to ascertain or when I've conducted my own due diligence.
Thank you.
I would certainly, because there have been some cases, if you look at the Billy Meyer case, for instance, and he was acquainted or he was being, he was involved with the 1,000-year Reich in Exile, but he wasn't aware of their origins. He wasn't aware he was dealing with them. But this man is one of those, I would definitely call it a shill or charlatan at the end of it, because he was definitely faking a lot of the stuff. And so he was, because he got so much attention from the authorities, he got, and from the press, he was noted from all over the world, but he took advantage of that, and he started to say that, oh, he was going back in time to prehistoric ages where he was meeting with dinosaurs, and he was conducting all these. He became
addicted. He was addicted to the attention.
He got addicted.
Yeah.
Yes, and this is why I advise people, I recommend them, and just to bring to their attention, just not to bob down in this too heavily, and just know when you're to decipher between what's reality and what's fiction. And yeah, certainly when it comes down to Billy Meyer, he was presenting a lot of stuff that was very, very real, apart from he got so his thirst and hunger for the attention, it just drove him crazy in the end, and so he started to fake a lot of the stuff. Yeah. So that's why I warn people that you can bob yourself down into a lot of different aspects that are not true, with several cases. And I've looked into his case quite heavily, as well as George Adamski as well. With George Adamski, he was a bit more dignified. He was a lot more. He was more commendable, or more genuine. His case is a little bit more comprehensible. Of course, there was a massive campaign to try to portray him as being disingenuous, because what he was showing you was real when he was taking his photographs, and so people started to produce fake photographs saying that this is the photographs he was taking. And so there was a massive campaign against him to try and oust him. But when it comes down to when you're trying to gather your information about how far they have come, and because whatever I'm able to ascertain is what is readily accessible to myself, but when you look at these special individual cases where they have been involved with them directly, as opposed to someone like myself who's never had any direct involvement, which it will be remarkable if that ever did happen, but it's a very slim chance that ever happening.
Yes.
Of course, what I'm exposing is something they don't want you to know about, and I think it's more the point where the Third Reich don't want you to know that they exist, as opposed to what your government wants you to know. I think it's more of a point where they're more fearful if you find out about them. That's why they are. That's why they deceive people. They tell people, "Oh, we're from Alpha Centauri, or we're from Aldebaran, or we're from here, we're from there," and they start to deceive people that they encounter. Of course, they have a very good reason for wanting to encountering you, where they conduct either some form of their own research on you, because you have because their adaptation, and they have to. Yes, they live in a very sterile world. They live in a very sterile world, whereas you are threatening towards their very viability.
Yes.
Their very existence. You're a threat to them. And so, as you mentioned, Douglas, before, we are the genetic gene pool of our own existence.
Yes.
Humans. So certainly when you look at the extratemporal aspect phenomena of the UFO, what you want to call it?
Phenomenon.
I was going to call it.
Well, it's all.
But when you look at phenomena, I would just call it phenomena. Yes. When you look at that aspect, it's obviously the Third Reich in. I would certainly conclude it's the Third Reich in exile when it comes down to the the extratemporal phenomena.
Mm-hmm.
They're traveling when you travel through space. You're traveling through time, so this is outside of space and time. This is essentially the
But by the way, you're glitching. So we're we've got a few. We're getting you cut up. They're cutting you. Yeah. So see if you can. Are you in a good space for reception? Yeah. See if you can.
It's been good. It's been good up
until now.
It's been good up to
now that you started talking about the Third Reich and extratemporal travel, is now you're treading some serious. This is the serious subject. We can always tell what upsets them when they start glitching you, or anyone. It's
absolutely.
True.
Because there's no reason for me to glitch. I've been in the same position, same spot, and I have not been glitching. But also, I've not been able to upload the image.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you only on your phone? You don't have a laptop?
Well, but bear in mind the network that I'm running off this hotspot, it is monitored.
Yeah.
It does get monitored. But I've never had any concern or worry about it.
Right.
If they're going to do anything, they'll just make everything I'm saying true. So I'm like, I'm more open to that. Yeah. But it's weird that I started speaking of that and I started glitching. I can't upload
because your voice is normal now. Now you're doing well. So you can go back to saying what you were saying.
Start talking about it again.
Yeah, start talking about it again. Let's see if it works this time.
So with the extraterrestrial,
temporal,
conflating myself now.
No worries.
Extratemporal phenomena. It is obviously the connection there is with the 1,000-year Reich in exile, and so what they conclude, what the government, what the subcontracted or subcontracted, privatized government subcontractors when they were conducting their I'm talking about the due diligence they were conducting very earlier on during the years that Douglas was certainly part of the Department of Defense in the very, I would say, throughout the 70s and 80s, throughout the later half of the 80s into the mid 90s.
Yes.
They concluded that obviously through the extratemporal phenomena, they concluded it is our future descendants that are coming back in time, because we are the genetic baseline of their very survival, where the genetic, where the viability for their own sustainability, for their own maintenance or sustainability for their own life, when they're adapted to the multiple world environments, wherever they've adapted to, they have to come back because we're their genetic baseline, and where they've got the genetic base pool or gene pool for their very survival. So they have to come back to harvest that gene pool, to harvest for their crops, for their cattle, so to speak. I think that's the analogy used for it, Douglas. So it would be for say, for instance, obviously there's no logical explanation for the cattle mutilations other than something like the harvest for their cattle in the future, where they're just taking parts of it, because there's no need for the government to do that. There's no need for anyone to do that other than, say, for instance, their own need for cattle in the future, and their need to harvest the cattle, and they just don't give a shit about leaving the body parts. Exactly.
And so when it comes to humanity, we would be not so much their cattle, but we're their forebearers. And this is why they generally, so people know, I mean, it's not like they're butchering people and leaving them scattered all over the place. Obviously, they treat they treat the humans that they harvest with some level of respect. When you have these violent encounters with the Greys, that's the Cho, and they represent, of course, the opposite ends of the spectrum. So back to George with that, because it's important. So continuing with what you're saying, and then I'll see if I can throw some other things in just for thought. And understand, everybody, that when we're discussing this, for people who just don't believe what we're saying, say, for instance, when we had Brooke Gibson on, and Brooke Gibson, of course, the issue with Brooke Gibson is that she was, at that point in her life, very confrontational. And when she was very confrontational, it was almost impossible to explain anything, because she would interrupt and basically throw you onto a completely different train of thought. So it was
But, you know, I'll get back to that in a moment because I'll explain some things that I was trying to explain to her at the time, but we were unable to do so simply because of what at that time was essentially an innate hostility. There was an innate hostility there. Things have radically changed, but so go on with what you're saying. So the extratemporal are our ancestors from the future. Go on. Yeah.
Oh yes, no, absolutely, Douglas. And I was actually going to say, because I remember the things that we brought with Brooke Gibson was that there is actual, what do you want to call it? There's actual credibility behind, or credence behind everything we're saying, as it was very verifiable through like such credible sources such as the Washington Post or New York Times. And I was just about to get up some of the
articles for citation. Yeah, the articles for citation.
Yeah.
Which, of course, she didn't, she just didn't, like, it's like, how would I say it? It's like, you know, she just didn't want to see it. I mean, we'd send that to her and she'd say, I don't find that convincing. And it's like, what? She's not reading it. She's not reading it. That's the point. She wasn't absorbing it. It's, you know, hopefully that changes. I mean, it's like, in the end, of course, it's not important to convince Brooke Gibson. It's, you know, it's, she can believe whatever she wants. It's simply the fact that when it comes to, say, for instance, our general public, then it's important. We're looking at this from an aggregate. We got to look at this as a, you can't convince everybody. And a lot of people just don't want to be convinced. People are in the end going to believe whatever they want. But, you know, for those of you who are actually seeking information, then this is it. You've come to the place. So, what Brooke couldn't understand was, how would the Germans be this advanced? Why would they be advanced? Why would the Germans be this advanced? And as I've explained before, the Germans were a breakaway civilization as soon as 1933. Because what had happened was a lot of processing. We've explained before about Hermann Hollerith. It wasn't my father Hitler who made the trains run on time. It was Hermann Hollerith, and he had this punch card data tabulator that let railroad planners count inventory and, most importantly, just analyze every car and cargo in every Reich rail yard. And the Hollerith machines did the work of 300 clerks with only 15 specialists in a week instead of 6 months. I mean, this is 1933. So that's when they figured we can run everything this efficiently. Luftwaffe performance, Wehrmacht logistics, Krupp resource usage, and unlike nuclear physics, statistical analysis is just like immediately practicable. It's not something to translate from theory. So when it comes to the visionary who harnessed these inhumanly fast machines to the Führer's inhumanly powerful will, well, Friedrich Zahn was the man who did that, and he was Germany's greatest statistician, the chairman of the German Statistical Society, and the president of the International Statistical Institute, and he was also an SS member. He basically convinced Himmler to form the Reichsstabilerat, I believe it was called. I believe the acronym was RTA. Reichsstabilerat, which would be like a Reich Tabulation Bureau. And so this was in the Reich Statistical Office, and their early triumphs were in... Oh, by the way, it finally got on there. So, okay, they upvoted it. Good. Our man upvoted it. So we saw you finally, your...
Brilliant.
Yeah, the picture of the bomb.
Finally up there. Yeah.
Yeah, that took forever. So the early triumphs were identifying communists and other undesirables by analyzing national police records for the first time. And so as the SS gained power, the RTA took over much of its economic planning. And this created demand for better machines. And by 1938, what was known as the DJOUS, I believe that was spelled DEHOMAG, DJOUS, the D13, it could process 2,060 column punch cards per minute and output its analysis into its own precision punched output. And in 1940 is when it happened. The D14S could algorithmically sort its own card archive and output results via punched ticker tape, which also served as data storage in these really large spooled data mills. And so the rise of statistical analysis led to these other breakthroughs as the RTA offices, I think they were at Friedrichstrasse, but Heinz Guderian, and other far-sighted generals, they invented operations research after tabulating the results of a decade of war games, and they began programming their own Kriegsspiel, their own war games, into the OKW, our German high command systems, gaming out 1 million invasions with thousands of variables, and they began to rewrite their plans for war. And that's when everything basically began to really gel into the lightning blitzkriegs of the German military. And, within a very short period of time, Hitler's empire had more land territory. It was larger in terms of land territory than the continental United States. In terms of all of this, just remember that the other thing that was developed by I.G. Fairbairn was magnetic tape. And the first modern computers were designed by the German engineer Konrad Zuse. Magnetic tape was invented in 1935. 1941 was when the first modern computers were really designed by the German engineer Konrad Zuse. And then you put in the actual physics of science that had been discovered by Subramanian Chandrasekhar, and then you had the tabulations that led to basically interstellar travel. This is the Reich became a breakaway civilization as soon as it was established. It was always a breakaway civilization. It wasn't something that was happened in 1945 at the tail end of the war. This was like something that enabled the war itself to be won as far as it needed to be won. After which point, at the furthest extent of its territory, it became a looting operation for the relocation of the Aryan population. And that's what brings us back to George. So, George, take it away again.
Oh, thank you. Yes, and even the Antarctic expeditions. I mean, there was a land called Kaiser Wilhelm II during World War One. When people look at the maps prior to World War One being waged, they can look at the land in Antarctic, in Queen Maud Land, the north part of the Antarctic continent. They will see there was this, the northeast face, I should say, the northeast face of the continent. You will see a Wilhelm II land, but during the 1930s, they were already conducting their Antarctic expedition to establish a stronghold or a vestige in the Antarctic ice, and that was already established, and so this is where they relocated many of their technology to. So many of their innovations that they were comprising and producing, they relocated many of these to the Antarctic region, protected by the sheet of ice, protected by the sheet walls, the great sheets of ice, created a impenetrable fortress from Allied invasion. This is all prior to.
But bear in mind, when we use these terms, we're not talking about flat Earth ice wall, okay? So just so people understand. Yes.
Yeah. Do you know what, Douglas? I think that's important that you brought that up, because when people get bogged down with a flat Earth, that whole, I don't know what to call it. It's just so
psyop. Yeah. It's a psyop. It's a supermassive psyop.
Thank you. Yes. Oh God, I was obviously going to be. I can think of more offensive terms to describe these people. Yes. But like, it's important that we brought up the other day when we mentioned about the solar system being on a flat disk.
Yes.
Yes. And people get bogged down with their flat Earth, where it is discombobulating or obfuscating the reality of our solar system being flat. Right. Whereas the planets themselves are not flat within our solar system, but we're on a flat plane of a disk. And it's the same.
Yes. What George Knight is articulating is that our solar system is not one giant disk of solid land with a hollow in the center that the sun rises and sets through. That's how people would instantly think about what you're saying, because they think in a medievalist mindset. Exactly. So you have to say that by flat, we mean the solar system is on a flattened plane. This is what George Knight then began to explain. But just so everyone knows, the planets are round, but they are in this almost perfectly circular, flat orbit, meaning that they are aligned. They are aligned in orbit around the sun, and we happen to have an exceptionally rare solar system. We haven't encountered one like it yet. It's again the amount of variables that go into making life possible. Simply possible. They may be echoed in some other parts of the universe, but as we said before, it almost doesn't matter. The components of life could be universal, but the idea of life emerging just by assembling itself by accident is something that is mathematically impossible, because they've tried to calculate it. They've tried to calculate it out and found it to be impossible. This is truly proof, ultimately, of a creator. And if you start asking, anybody starts asking, what's the creator like, or what's his, purpose? I mean, at this point, you're just being stupid, because obviously we can't fathom that. That's obviously beyond any sense of conceptualization. So there's no point in even asking. Yes, back to George for that.
Oh yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. I'll go back to add on to that. As you said, it echoes. There is echoes throughout the universe, throughout the cosmos. But like when you mentioned the other day about fire being completely absent, thank you, impossible.
Without life, fire is impossible without life established for millions of years. Yeah. It takes millions of years of life to make fire possible. Without millions of years of life producing carbon, there is no fire. And you have to have oxygen and carbon all across the solar system. You might, on other planets, you might see volcanic activity, but that's molten rock. That's lava. It's not fire. Also suns and stars, they're not fire. That's superheated plasma. That's plasma hyperactivated, but it's not fire. So understand that fire is possible only with life, and it is nowhere in our solar system, even though we have water. Water is abundant throughout the solar system, but there's no fire. So, back to our man George with that. But that's so important, because we humans is just as other animals have their elements. Fish have water, the birds have the element of air. Humanity, our element is fire. This is what we thrive with. This is what makes us sentient. This is what makes us sentient, is our use of fire. And so please, back to George for that. Yes.
Oh yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And I will go into that aspect of, when it comes down to various apocryphas, bring up various apocryphas to validate what we're saying. When it comes down to the divine creator, obviously, when you mention about people cannot fathom that, this is simply why for instance, the Bible, the New Testament, is written metaphorically. It's so we're able to understand. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to have a comprehension about what is being said in it. It would be like teaching quantum mechanics or quantum physics to a small child. That child's not going to have any comprehensibility about what's being said or stated. And it's the best to draw parallels to this just so people can then have a comprehension or an understanding. But the divine creator himself, he's outside of space and time. And if you're a Christian or a true Christian, you'd understand that God is outside of space and time, so he's not constrained to the same physics or the same environment that you live in. So when the average person looks at the world around them, they understand it through a basic level of physics that is within a confinement of a space which is three-dimensional, but people cannot understand outside of that, because you're looking towards outside of that dimension, looking for a true divine that is outside of space and time, is not constrained by your very physics. So this is why people have a hard time trying to understand that concept or that construct, that understanding of that very notion. It's because most people are materialistic. Most people are only understanding, it's like with the universe themselves, they think of us within a box or within a observable universe where there is a boundary, there is an edge, or similar to what we mentioned about the ice caps. I'll go back to that in a minute, Douglas. When I mentioned about the impenetrable fortress, the reason why the Third Reich established a stronghold in the Antarctic was because it was an impenetrable fortress for any Allied invasion, where they didn't have the capability of diverging or penetrating the ice wall of the ice sheets of the Antarctic continent, where they were able to they were able to essentially establish a South Pole region or colony, that made them completely immune from any hostility on the surface. They were able to be safe in their safe haven underneath that sheet of ice. Also, they were invulnerable to any form of biocidal weapon or any form of because just unlike what they were conducting in what Emperor Hirohito was conducting in China, where they had to disperse these porcine bombs that was loaded with biocidal weapons, very early in the morning, between sunlight and daylight, and between the night and day, is because it was conducive for bacteria. Well, I should say for living organisms, living life forms to thrive or to live. But in the frigid climate of Antarctica, no living life form can really live in these hospitable
sterile.
It's
sterile. Sterilely frigid. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And this is what I'm trying to explain to people, that this is one of the reasons why they've relocated there, for various reasons, various variables. This is one of them, one of the various factors into that. But when it comes down to this is the psyop of the flat Earth, the whole psyop. It is essentially a psyop that is designed to obfuscate the general population into not realizing your very solar system is on a flat plane, and also to do with those the ice walls, where the people always refer to. I think something else, some form of science. I think it was one of those pseudoscience novels. I think either from it's one of those either Prime or one of the other.
Okay.
What was it? I forgot what it was called. It will come to me. It's something I've never watched. The Great Ice Wall. It's what that Ian West kept alluding to.
Oh God, I can't. If it's that, I can. If it's that, I don't even want to remember it. I don't even want to remember. Whatever it was Ian West was alluding to. Fuck him. Yeah, Jesus.
Just so people know, it's a psyop. It's essentially just a psyop to just discombobulate you. That's what the whole intention of it is. It has some form of reason behind it. But at any rate, when you get down to the we are the apex and pinnacle of creation itself, and that once you start to realize how atypical planet we're living on, and an atypical, unique solar system we live in, that you realize just how unique we are in our place in our very existence. Just with our own existence is a miracle, even at all. It should not have happened in the first place. But this is why the overwhelming vast majority of scientists conclude that if it wasn't for our own existence, life would be impossible. because the very conditions that you need, what would you call it, primordial or primary conditions, need to be set in order for life to manifest or to manifest into a functional life form at all. It's very precarious. It's so
so many factors need to come together that it can only come together by design. But hey, take a look in the chat room at our lovely Amy and read what her question is. See if you can, and if we can't, yeah.
Yes.
Can you access the chat?
Yes, I can do. The only thing I worry about is causing an echo because it's a playover of the.
Oh, then I can show it to you. Oh, what I can do is I can show it to you with a screen share. Is that what you prefer?
That's all right. I could probably get up, Douglas. If there is a little echo, I do apologise. I'll go. I'll turn it on mute straight away.
Okay. Yeah, I think it'll be fine.
So here it is. Yes. Yeah. So there we go. Amy, so stupidly went down the rabbit hole and came upon living in a simulation theory. Elon Musk, blah, blah. Please debunk for us, Douglas. Excuse me.
Yes, and so this is like the Matrix theory. Tell them about your friend was pulling this shit. Yeah.
Yes, so yeah, I've never been able to ascertain or ever ask him where he came up with his hypothesis that we are part of a simulation. And instead of using the term divine creator or God, I use the term cosm agent sometimes. He doesn't use that. Instead, he uses the term, it's a matrix. So he's using the matrix to replace the name of God. Yes. Essentially. So we're part of this.
Or the aliens who built the matrix have replaced God to him. Yes.
Yes. And the whole, ancient aliens trivia or what do you want to call it? Just the whole paradox of that ancient aliens psyop as well. It's a psyop, all part of the Office of War Information, or it's an extension of that department of Office of War Information, where they feed you disinformation. That whole aspect of ancient aliens is where they tell you that, humans, or most specifically stonemasons, we know as stonemasons, that created some of the ancient wonders of the Egyptian world in Egypt, such as the Great Pyramids, all part of that aspect of stonemasonry. Just the very prestigious accomplishments that they're able to accomplish, whereas the ancient aliens will tell you that it is completely not man-made. These have to be extraterrestrial interventions that cause some of these great megalithic structures that it's beyond human capability, beyond human understanding, that we cannot accomplish such a fate, that it had been some form of extraterrestrial intervention or extraterrestrial technology that created or produced these great monuments or great marks of life, I should say, Douglas. It's similar to that. So yeah, if that makes any coherent sense, beg your pardon. I don't.
Oh, no worries. There's something like this. I mean, yes. What was that? Beg your pardon. Then what? Was it because you need to rehydrate yourself? What are you saying? Because I could relate.
No, it's all good. Yeah. I just had. Yeah, I've got my phone next to me as well. That was just buzzing off like crazy.
Oh, was it? Oh my God!
So it was sort of like, it was just a convergence, or just a combination of so many factors. I was like, am I dropped out? Am I live? Because I was getting incoming messages. I was like, oh my God, I hope it hasn't interrupted my feed, the live feed. Yeah, so beg your pardon about that, Douglas.
No, you're doing fine. Yeah.
Yes, but it's just like, I've known individuals that come up and said, the Great Pyramids, they cannot be produced by humans. It had to have been something else. This is...
they try to say aliens build the pyramids and shit like that.
This is the ultimate xenophobia trip. The ultimate
xenophilia. It's a love of the alien, not a fear of the alien. Xenophilia, yes, is as opposed to xenophobia. Xenophobia would mean fear of aliens. Xenophilia means love of aliens and the worship thereof. That's what we're dealing with. Xenophilia. But go on.
Some of them will even go as far to say, "Oh, those pyramids were really ancient spaceships." That planted deep in the earth, like retarded shit like that.
Yeah, that's from that Stargate shit. That's all that's polluted people's minds. Yes, it's but you do go on, continue. Oh
yeah, no, Douglas, and this is where, like, you know, where you get Freemasonry today, where they try to claim that that they have the ancient roots of these established accomplishments that humans or stonemasons were able to ascertain or accomplish. When you go to try to sign up to any of these Freemasonry lodges, they'll try to tell you that you work your way up the ranks and they will reveal more secrets, a bit like Scientology. I'm a bit worried now. People listening, I'm going to start setting them off, so I do apologize. I have to articulate it, yes, but it's so true that if you ever look at those the scriptures, or what they try to claim, is that they have the roots of these ancient monolithic or megalithic structures that they were able to accomplish. That if you join these Freemasonry groups, that tell you that they reveal these secrets to you, the higher the rank you go, similar to Scientology. But what people will bob down is that, with these pyramids, it cannot be produced. Humans can do it. It's beyond our capability. It had to have been some form of xenox or extraterrestrial intelligence that created these great monoliths or great megaliths throughout the ancient world. Thank you, Douglas. And I think the question is going down to Elon Musk, and Elon Musk is one of those people, just like Andrew Tate is. They're promoting that Matrix trope or trip. They are, Andrew Tate himself thinks he's Morpheus, because that's why he wears his shades all the time. They're screwing you. So it's the same with Elon Musk. And, I think that Andrew Tate thinks he's Morpheus, and that Andrew Tate is the Matrix. I think that's Elon Musk. Yeah, Andrew Tate thinks he's Morpheus, and Andrew Tate thinks that Elon Musk is the Matrix, as if he is relative of the boss. He's God, and he's perfect. You got it down. That makes some sense. Yeah, it's perfect. They're all like that. Yeah, they're all lost in their own pathetic bullshit. Oh my god. I couldn't tell you who Vladimir Putin is. Vladimir Putin is the Merovingian. The Merovingian. In the Matrix. Yes, they all worship Elon Musk, but Elon Musk is a secret Putin admirer himself. He doesn't keep that secret. He calls him up and says, "Oh, you're more wealthy than me," and Putin's like, "Well, I steal it." He says, "Unlike you, I just plain fucking steal it." Oh no, go on, Douglas. I'll participate in a moment. I'll just go on mute for a second. Sure. Yes. I just emailed to everybody in the Dietrich circle the restructured acronym there for the enemy lineup. By the way, let me give Amy a nice big hug and a kiss here. So let me say welcome back to dear Amy, and I will try my best to. I think our man already deconstructed that to death, but it's people are. They really despise themselves. They really look down upon themselves. They hold themselves in contempt.
and they want to hope that they want to see humanity as just a crawling ant colony of shit. That is how they want to see humanity, and they are disgusting. There's no words for how disgusting they are. They can't even believe we made it to the moon. But of course, this is how do I say it? Amy, of course, like other people, they're curious, and then they go down the rabbit hole, as she says, and they pay a price for it, because you go down that rabbit hole and you're gonna find all kinds of rabbit shit. That's what you find in the rabbit hole, is just an endless bounty of rabbit shit. Go on, our man is back, take over again.
Oh yeah, Douglas. Oh god, yeah, it was even like, I think it was even last night, I was trying to, I was looking at the Flying Tigers, Claire Lee Chenault's Flying Tigers, and honestly, that is don't even bother. That's a massive rabbit hole. If you go on Wikipedia, it tells you all sorts of shit, because they were heavily involved in China long before proactive prosecution of hostilities, long before the declaration of war. They were involved in the in Nanking and some of the provinces in China. And they were a missionary. What do you want to call it? Mercenary group?
Mercenary. No, not missionary. Not missionary. That would be pushing Bibles. If they were pushing Bibles, they'd be missionary. They're mercenary. Yeah.
And they were communists, so they definitely weren't doing that. Yeah.
Yes, that's quite true. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, it's not necessarily that the Flying Tigers were communists, but they were working hand in hand with them. But the actual communist was the Marine Corps that was in China under the leadership of General Evans Fortis Carlson, who was a card-carrying member of the Communist Party. And, we could go on about that. Yes, so continue. Yes, please.
Oh, yeah. No, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, no, I reviewed that because after I mentioned about the post about Operation Hannibal, they mentioned about the Gustov being taken out by the submarine, the torpedo from the submarine from the Soviets. Took out this, it was, they call it like a maritime disaster. Or
quote unquote disaster. Disaster.
Yeah, disaster. It's a disaster. Catastrophe and all this nonsense. But yeah, it was just basically
it's a massacre.
Terrorism.
It's a massacre.
Yeah, it was a massacre. It was a massacre, yes. And they started to cite many, and I hate, one of them used a despicable term, something like Nazi something, and which really did, it was so offensive. They called it Nazi dystopia or something like that, something along those terms or along those lines. Which then I went on to basically I was going to indulge in some of the illegal operations being conducted prior to the declaration of war. Like with the Flying Tigers in China, they were going to plan to bomb Japan. In this mercenary group, they were completely acting on illegal orders to bomb Japan prior to any form of, because what they were talking about was during declaration of war. But I was going to bring up all these legal aspects of the Second World War, which were pretty much illegal and atrocity.
Well, don't forget, you can always bring up the fact that the Struma, you've got 800 Jewish refugees on the ship, the Struma, and the British just sank it. The British fucking sank it. And the Patria, in November 1940, you've got this French-built ocean liner, the paramilitary organization, the Haganah, sank the Patria in November 25th of 1940, so the Jews are already fucking terrorists. You've got, of course, the MI6 was attacking Jewish refugee ships after World War II. For those of you who just don't believe me on this, just understand that, let me see if I can remember precisely here, because obviously people are going to challenge me on this. But basically, that was called Operation Embarrass. Operation Embarrass was a plan to prevent Jews getting to Palestine in 1946 through 1948.
And
established.
Yeah, and so basically, Britain was blowing up humanitarian flotillas after the Holocaust. Who are they to condemn Israel for halting politically inspired flotillas into Gaza? You know, I mean, but yeah, at any rate, Operation Embarrass was launched. I think it was February 14th, Valentine's Day, of course, right? What else would it be?
February 14th.
Yeah, in 1947, the MI6 and basically they had this communications network codename Ocean, and that's where they sent the secret orders to each other. And so at any rate, Great Britain, you know, just look this up, people. Then you'll find out the names of the specific ships they sank. A lot of these were probably dinghies, so that they weren't even named in any official fashion. So they were just massacring, you know, it would be like the kind of refugees coming from North Africa to Italy. It would be like machine gunning those down is what the Brits were doing. You know, the country, Britain ought to be embarrassed by Operation Embarrass. Indeed shamed, I would dare to say.
It always...
Yeah, go on.
It always comes back down to, the Germans are the villains. The Germans are the bad guys.
Yeah,
it always comes back down.
Yeah, but you see, the British didn't want any Jews any more than the Germans did. So you know,
exactly.
Yeah. What do you know? Yeah. What do you know?
I should have just tamed up.
Yeah. Yes, of course. That's what, of course, Hitler had been hoping for. There was a Jewish ship actually named the Exodus, and that was sank by the British. So when it came out to, let me see now if I can remember also with the. Oh, look who's complaining about World Jewish Congress. I'm just looking this up now. World Jewish Congress, their website says British secret agents carried out bomb attacks to thwart the settlement of Palestine by Jewish refugees. Imagine that. Now, you get this, of course. There we are. There was this one Jewish refugee ship, the Struma, that was leaving Romania to Palestine in 1942. 768 Jewish refugees. Only one survived the British strafing this ship. You know, only one survived. And I know that this is nothing compared to some of the other ships they sank. That had like thousands of Jews packed in at the end of the war in 1945. So let's look up British sink Jewish ship 1945. Here we are. Let me take a look. They keep bringing up these days they bring up other two ships here, Patria and the Struma. Here we are. Here we are. I hate to say this. Why do I feel some sense of almost a sick thrill at having found this? That I should not feel this sense of a thrill at having found this. I'm doing a screen share. Can you gentlemen see this?
Yeah.
When the Royal Air Force destroyed a ship with 4,500 concentration camp prisoners on board.
There you go.
The Cap Arcana. Yes. It was the Cap Arcana burning. That is some heavy-duty ship. May 3rd, 1945, a squadron of RAF Typhoons began their descent to attack Axis shipping in Neustadt Bay, Germany. Below them, the former luxury liner, the SS Cap Arcona, was laden with over 4,500 concentration camp prisoners who had been evacuated to the coast. At around 3 p.m., the Typhoons from the 2nd Tactical Air Force launched their assault. The result was one of the world's, you like this? It's always a disaster as opposed to a massacre.
Yeah,
this was
a disaster.
Yeah, world's maritime massacres. Living the prisoners and the ship's crew struggling for survival in the icy Baltic waters, which means they all froze to death in minutes. An estimated 4,000 prisoners perished. Yeah, of course the camp guards on the ship grabbed all the life rafts, and the lifeboats. Again, I should not be laughing at that. That's horrible, but that's what happened. That's what happened.
But that's true.
Yeah. And oh my God. But 4,000 perished out of 4,500. Probably it was 500 women that the camp guards took with them. They grabbed them onto the lifeboats.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they took all the women and took them onto the lifeboats and let the 4,000 guys drown. That's what happened too. Yes. Yeah. So yeah, there we go. So this is look at this bullshit. The disaster has long been sensationalized by the print media. I never heard of it. Have you ever heard of this? Sensationalized, they say. Sensationalized, they say. No one's ever, heard about this.
Friendly fire.
It says, thanks in part to surprising lack of scholarly attention. Well, imagine that. Of course no scholars are going to pay attention to this. But that's because, they're all basically talking about how evil the Nazis are.
Yeah. They're all biased.
Notice that the British never apologized for this. The British never apologized for sinking any of these ships. When are the British going to apologize for sinking these ships? So there you go. This is hopefully this enlightens some people as to the situation as it was. And the British want to make sure that not a single Jew landed on British shores or on Palestine, which was then a British colony. They didn't want them landing, on their land. And so this, of course, has got to change. Thomas Payne 76 says, "Good morning, DD and all." And he says, "We do live in a false reality. In this sense, yes. In this sense, we are in a matrix." So there we are. Your blue pill is right here. And so, yeah, there you go. And so with that being said, turn it back to George. We've got about 45 minutes left at the least, more like about almost 50. So take it away. And this is some of what you were talking about. This is what you should bring up to that asshole who was talking about he was talking about. There we are. This sort of thing. Just make a note of these and look up British sank Jewish refugee ships, but 1945 is the most important one.
Absolutely.
And Operation Embarrassment.
It was actually a policy.
Yeah, go on.
Embarrassment, that's it. Yes. I was just going to say, it's also it happened in Canada as well. Obviously, as part of the Commonwealth nation states of Britain. The government chose to turn its back on these innocent victims of Hitler's regime, he said. Canada's refusal was I can't speak today, Douglas. Indicative of its restrictive rules towards Jewish immigration at the time. Bitter resentment towards Jews were enshrined in our policies, said the Prime Minister on Wednesday. Canada apologized for turning away Jewish refugee ship in 1939. And so, yeah, it was just right throughout, and then they viewed it, certainly the British government did, the Havara Agreement as a Nazi insurgency. Yes. So, yes, throughout Palestine. So they saw these Jewish immigrants that were coming over from out of Europe.
They viewed them as Nazi infiltrators. They viewed them as a Nazi insurgency. Go on. Yes.
Yes, thank you. So this is why they had this policy to turn away the Jews from any nation from ever arriving on their shores, and why the British, when Palestine was mandated by the British, this is why they committed various attacks and atrocities that were committed, and this is why the King David Hotel was bombed by the Irgun, the terrorist organization.
Yes.
And one of the men involved with that was Menachem Begin, who later on became Prime Minister of Israel.
Yes. By the way, they glitched you. They glitched you. So say that sentence again. Yeah.
Oh yes, thank you. So so the men that were involved. So was speaking of is when Palestine was mandated by the British at that time of proactive prosecution of hostilities, you had these terror organizations such as the Lehi Stern Gang and the Irgun. The Irgun were responsible for bombing the diplomatic consulate.
Yes.
In the King David Hotel, killing around about 91, 92 people in the King David Hotel bombing. And that was 1946. So, yeah, well, after they committed this attack on the British embassy, or this British consulate in this King David Hotel, right outside, I think it was in Palestine at the time, it was, they were deemed a legal terrorist organization by the British. But later on, the man that was head of that organization, that terrorist group, the Menachem Begin, he later on ran for prime ministry of Israel, and he started the Likud Party, which is what Benjamin Netanyahu runs as prime minister today with. He's the leader of the Likud Party, and Menachem Begin was the man who started that Likud Party, and they are all these what do you want to call it, successors. These are all the men are all part of that aspect of terrorism. They're all descendants from terrorism. This is what runs Israel. They're a terrorist state. They're a terrorist organization.
Right,
and so they operate under this. Yes.
Yeah, they operate. They continue operating with that. So, can both of you see the cursor moving? I'm sharing screen. Can both of you? Okay, good. And so, what you can see right here is that here's what they claim. They're claiming here that first off, if you take a look at the British sank Jewish, and I misspelled that, of course, so let me respell that, Jewish refugee ship, but they knew what I was talking about. What they originally claimed, and this is in 1944. See this? This is the 8th month, so it's, what is the 8th month? What comes before September?
August.
August, thank you. August 11th, 1944. This is a Jewish newspaper claims Nazis sink refugee ship. 250 perish. Approximately 250 Jewish refugees from Romania, they spell it the old-fashioned way, perished this week when the Turkish ship Mercurer was sunk by German shellfire 7 miles off. Okay, so that interesting, because that might actually have happened. I thought that they were lying and creating a cover, because if you go up further, Soviets, February 24th, 1942, the Soviets torpedo a ship full of 791 Jewish people. The SS Patria sunk after Haganah sabotage while laden. That means the Haganah sank the ship to kill fellow Jews.
Yeah, the terrorist organization.
Yes, 15 months earlier.
Yes.
So
the Zionists.
The SS Patria was sunk by Zionists. Because they were trying to terrorize their own fellow Jews. The Struma was sunk by a Soviet torpedo.
What we mentioned about the World Trade Center complex is being leased to Frank Lurie. He was part of the Haganah group, so he was a commando in the Haganah group. So again, it's
a true terrorist. He was a true terrorist.
Yeah, true terrorist.
So then you see this, the Exodus 1947, thousands of Jewish refugees trying to enter Israel were caught and transferred to British prison camps in the desert islands of Cyprus. Yes, and so there we are. It's here we are, Jewish refugees on the deck of the ship Hikawa Maru. The Japanese ship Hikawa Maru set sail for Canada in 1941. On board were Jewish refugees escaping the Nazis. This was June 5th. It's before World War II. And so this is like, I'm sure the Americans sank that. So this is like, it just goes on. So, enough of that, but you conduct these searches, people, you'll find these things, but specifically look for the RAF sinking of that Jewish refugee ship in 1945 to find the really big one, the really big massacre. But back to our friend Mr. George Knight, and again, who is this guy who was a member of the terrorist group that's involved with 9/11? Who was like a
Frank Lurie.
Lurie.
He was the co-leaseholder of the World Trade Center complexes with Larry Silverstein.
Incredible.
And so Yeah, he was a commando. I believe he was an underwater demolition commando for the Haganah group. So it's a former terrorist organization.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, there was various other, like with Menachem Begin, he was part of the Irgun, which later on became the Likud Party, which is what Israel's run today with, under Benjamin Netanyahu. He's head of the Likud Party. And so you have these ties with terrorism and with Zionist, what you want to call it, Zionist impositions that are implemented into their state and their sponsored ideology, and they promote this irrational response to just complete radicalization of the indigenous people. So their policies are still in effect to this day, but what they're conducting is a genocide.
Thank you.
And they've been doing that throughout, like we just emphasized, through 9/11, through they're even killing their own people on these ships, these refugees. They're taking their own. They're taking their own. As I mentioned, the Haganah group, when they sunk that ship, it was probably an underwater demolition team that done it. It was probably because that was what they're specialized in.
Excellent point. Excellent
anyway,
observation. Very astute. Continue. Yes.
Yeah. Oh yes, and going very, very other aspects. Peter Moon's joined us as well. I don't know if you had anything you wanted to add or any observations.
Oh, please, Peter. Yes.
I've been listening for an hour, and it's I think somebody started to laugh, and it does become, it's laughably absurd.
Yes.
Like, if you were to back up and see things with complete consciousness, it's like you have to reject it. Laughter is rejection. So it's like this big joke that's being played out. And it's antithetical to life, but it's like, but just a bunch of errors, just to put it lightly.
But even it's not a comedy of errors, because all of these acts are intentional.
Yes, but when you stand back and see it, because nobody's guarding the hen house, it's like, and this is what I was talking about last night with the cutoff point, the spiritual IQ. It's like what happens is negativity comes in. So say when you clear your mind in Scientology, well, what comes in? You're dealing with negative entities. The negative entities of other people, and then there's the negative entities of collective society. It's like when in that movie, Jesus Christ Superstar, he's healing everybody, and then he kind of drowns and says, there's too many of them. He can't heal everybody. Yes. That's from the movie, It's like, and that's kind of like taking on the collective sin of humanity. There's too many. So you've got to go through this, weird process you can't go and reach every one individual unless you have, the platform of David Icke or Richard Simmons. Even then, if your message is better and more improved from them, it's still going to be fairly limited. It ends up as an individual journey. And I would also say, you're talking about the mutilations. I think, Douglas, you kind of presented that in the past as a master psyop, which it certainly served as a psyop.
Yes.
If to what degree it is, entities or Aquino's people in the choppers or whatever they are that are mutilating this cattle.
Yes.
The most and I've told this story before a long time ago. I actually was called out to Montauk because of dead deer that were out there. And then there was one grand mutilated deer right by the transmitter building that was spread eagle. It was at big antlers. Most of the deer, however, which were littered all over the camp, were dead, and they looked like they'd been irradiated or something because they had hair growing out of their bones.
Jeez.
They were disgusting to look at.
Oh my God.
And that was when I was with a Jewish girl, and we're having lunch at the health food store, and she just looks at me and says,
I'd met her at the Taoist Holy House, and she wanted to go out to Montauk with me, and she's just looking at me at the what was reading lunch, and she goes, "Holy water." What did you say? She goes, "I don't know. Just said holy water. I don't know." Now, keep in mind, she's Jewish. She's not Catholic.
Right.
And not that she's a devout Jew or anything, but she's just holy water. And then we get out there, and she could not be near those things. That's why she said holy water. It was coming through her. These things were unholy.
Yes.
They were unholy. And I wish I would have taken pictures, because it was, I mean, I'm not a photographic person, and I didn't even think to do it. But this was right by the transmitter at Montauk. And the guy who ran the camp refused to clean them up. I mean, I had to bug my friend who worked out there to bug him to clean them up, because it was just horrible.
Yeah.
And there was nothing good about leaving them there. But in any case, these mutilations, this is like, you're talking about the Cho.
Yes.
That's the type of stuff that Cho would feed on. And then I'm sure Aquino would have had some brilliant way to integrate it as a psyop and a useful thing for, it could have been a part of a ritual for all we know with him.
Yeah.
And giving the Cho their food to participate, if you all line up in a circle and march, we'll give you some organs to feed on.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No.
And of course, the stuff you're talking about with the Third Reich is also very fascinating. That's for future reference, because, and then it's like, what was it? Mel Brooks did that movie. At the end, he did the whole movie, the History of the World Part 1, so he could show the highlights for History of the World Part 2,
yes.
which never happened. But he wanted to show Hitler on ice, so he had a guy dressed up like Hitler skating around on ice. He thought that was so funny, Hitler on ice. And then he had, the second one was Jews in space.
Right.
Now, Jews in space was, looked like Star Wars spaceships with all these, Hanukkah sticks and Stars of Davids, like Star Wars. But that Jews in space is almost like the Hitler on ice is almost like a subconscious allusion to Antarctica.
Yes.
And the Third Reich in space.
Yes. Yes.
The Third Reich in space. What they're doing there, and how they're doing it is, but the problem with all of this stuff, whether it's the Third Reich in space or Radu Cinamar's scenario, is the communication between them and us. It becomes muddled.
Yes.
It becomes muddled, and often, as in the case of Adamski, it becomes compromised. They compromise themselves. George, who was the guy you were talking about prior to Adamski? I didn't hear his name.
Oh, Billy Meyer. Yes.
Oh, Bill Meyer. Oh, yeah. Because we had a guy who just was obsessed with. He was so upset with me because I wouldn't get on the Billy Meyer bandwagon. I mean, he just like okay, look at. I said I helped Randy Winters publish his book on Billy Meyer. I told him how to do it himself. He went on our bill. He sold 17,000 copies. What more am I supposed to do? And it's like I'm just, I always thought there was a big problem with Billy Meyer. Without even rejecting him, it's like, he's stepping in and out. It's like, it's this sort of weird, I want attention, but I don't want attention, and I want it in this particular way.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's just, it becomes unprocessable. And then there's the whole thing with Simjazi and
yes,
and Sananda and all this sort of stuff, and the Space Brothers. And when you get into the Space Brothers, you're being led by an egregore down that rabbit hole.
Yes. And it just gets worse. It just gets. There's no coming out. It's just full of rabbit shit. Yes.
What's the interesting thing, Douglas? We're talking about where the mind cuts off, and you're talking about the Third Reich processing data, processing statistics, and so it's about the mind's ability to process. And in the computers, we have the central processing unit, which is the core that, your random access memory, which is localized memory. It's not stuff that's stored in archives or the hard disk. And it's like, that can only process so much. And you can increase the capacity for it to process. So you have the Third Reich processing raw data, and the more raw data it processes, the more intelligent it becomes. And in the case, to do a parallel, this is one of the beautiful things of Scientology and the problems processes. Give me some problems of comparable magnitude. Like if you had a problem you couldn't solve, well, I'm living in a crypt in San Francisco and I can't afford to pay the rent easily. So you say, well, give me a problem of comparable magnitude. Okay, well, I'm in the Inquisition and I'm being tortured and I didn't have to pay the rent. The rent was free. and you get enough of these problems of comparable magnitude and it puts you in a mindset where you can kind of see your problem and say, wow, this is not a problem. You can kind of work through it. Yes. That was a very rough example. Yes. But there might be better examples than, being in the Inquisition into what you're in, where you're just, you've got a family and you've got to feed them and, your name's Bob Cratchit and you just got fired or something like this. But the problem of comparable magnitude is a very interesting thing because you take the German Reich processing data, and the more data they process, and because they're not prejudiced about physics like Sir Arthur Eddington with what he called the impossible name to pronounce.
Subramanian Chandrasekhar.
Yeah. When you refer to him as a yellow nigger, and you're prejudiced against his work because of his race, and because and Sir Arthur Eddington is the one who only want to understand Einstein's general theory of relativity and validated it. He's the one who validated it with his keen astronomical observation. So he actually understood Einstein.
Oh, interesting.
And he made Einstein real. So the guy was insightful. He was brilliant, but he was prejudiced.
Yes.
And then, but because the Germans did not have this prejudicial racial prejudice that this Englishman had.
Thank you.
They start processing data. So this what when I'm saying comparable magnitude, problem or situation of comparable magnitude, it reminds me of John Dee. John Dee has collected all this data in his library, and then he starts interfacing with spirits. So you have the Third Reich, and they're interfacing with, what came into and this is one thing that came into their world at that point was Tibet.
Yes.
So we have a whole Tibetan element there, which is perhaps the most intriguing aspect, because that also ties to the inner earth. And they could have pointed the Germans in the inner earth. I really don't know. But what you have is all of this data being collected, and it reaches to a more intelligent central processing unit, which then broaches into the, X factors, the paranormal, the Tibetan scenario, the Antarctic, the Unterland scenario, or as that wild-haired talk Greek guy would say, aliens? Could it be aliens? Could it be aliens?
Oh, he's so disgusting.
Yeah. So that's what I had to say. It was very, very, very interesting issues being brought up, and this is all in time. Now, I want to say something also, is that YouTube popped up this morning, and it was a 2-hour, I haven't watched it. It's a 2-hour video ripping to shreds the Chinese military, taking all their airplanes, their boats, their ships, and saying they're a bunch of crap. Mm-hmm. Now, I haven't watched it, but this smacks of the art elect
It does. It also just smacks as well of let's put it this way: the Artilect doesn't need to do too much work. The Chinese communists are pretty good at shooting themselves in the foot. When these days, it's basically. I could go on, and you heard me kind of rave about that already. Continue. And any other instincts or intuitions you have about that, share them with us.
This was the first time I smelled Artilect. I was talking about this stuff on Japan last night and on China, but this smacked. And the whole article on Japan, the first one I saw was on Taiwan, why China couldn't do crap to Taiwan. And that had to do with their missiles being messed up and their generals being corrupt. And now they're saying they're just tearing the whole Chinese military to shreds, at least verbally. It's like going after Trump. Trump is losing. Trump is losing. It's like, and this, when I saw this today, I said 2 hours. This has got to be Artilect inspired or influenced by the Artilect.
Yes.
I think it says something about what's the name of the website? Military. I don't know, but it's really taking certain things to task. And whether it's the Artilect or not, it says it doesn't really matter because this is the time of the eclipse. This is the shifting of the guard.
Yes.
And at the same time as I want this stuff to be known, I don't seek a high profile. I don't want to be one of these internet channels that's all over the place where people are just like slavishly giving content to get attention.
Yeah.
I'm happy to do this show to promote our book,
Thank you.
And to do our work together.
And we had some contributions, so
that's very important. And if we get that site, but if we had you up doing organized content, but it's all in due time. It's like I don't want to get too clever. I don't want to get too, be the great YouTube star, even the David Icke star.
Yeah.
With David Icke, when I was with David Icke, because I spoke with him, and got to know him a little bit, he was very pleasant. But as he said he had diarrhea of the mouth, because he'd sit there and he'd just rattle off information.
Yeah.
And I can't do that. I have to process data and be more concise and precise with what I do. Yes. But the woman who organized the event said, he had like, it's like, I think he had to be paid, like $5,000 in a business class ticket.
Well,
so
there you go.
Man, a big audience. He also told me that he said, they published so many books that are written, not published, but printed so many books that they were like, this is before he had a lot of hassle with his distributor in the United States. There was a whole lawsuit and stuff. So we had the same printer. I had a lot of inside information on that. She despised him. Not because of his content, but because of his character, she said. She loves me.
There you go.
Because I'm like, really, we just get along. We've got good astrology. She's nice, and she's done so many favors for me. And I always pay her.
That helps. It really does. Yes.
I mean, they're only like making like 10. Like if I were to have a printing run of $5,000, they're going to make $500 on that. That's not a lot of money.
No.
And they're gonna have all this team working on all this crap, and they're going to have to put up with me telling them what they're doing wrong, because inevitably that will happen sometimes. Sometimes with great frequency, sometimes not at all.
Oh.
But like go down and make sure the cover's not botched, and she'll go down and look at the cover, because that they can they can just screw up the color, whatever. But in any case, he could command a huge audience and command big dollars. And then he says we're victims of our own success because we do all these books and now we got to do a reprinting. and that is something that I have to monitor. If you sell all your books, then you've got to reprint, and then you have to shell out money. And then the second printing isn't necessarily going to sell as quick as the first print. You see, so it's like there's all this juggling of crap to do. But so anyway, more success you get equals more problems, more stuff you have to handle. And as my friend in Hollywood said, he says, I want to boom Sky Books. And I said, you know what? What makes you think I want to boom Sky Books? Work. What do I want in my life? I want an income. I want to do what I'm doing with you. I want to, the process of finding the information. And then if I get so big, then I have to have a staff, and then I have to control the staff and make sure the staff works.
Yes.
It's like, and then there's all these rules that go into effect when you have employees. So, what was it? Hubbard had a thing. He says, an employee must generate like 5 times of what his salary is, I think.
Jesus.
Something like that, or it was like 5 times his. Yeah. So if you're getting paid $25 an hour, you should be producing $125 for the company, because of just all the infrastructure and all the stuff that goes on. And then
isn't that kind of like slavery? I mean, me personally, no wonder people want to work for themselves. But go on.
Well, it's better. But say at Paula's company where she works, they have the human resources division, which is dedicated to nothing but, I mean, they make gobs of money. But it's like, okay, making sure of all this crap, and then they even get into, making sure the staff goes bowling every Thursday night and do hatchet throwing on Wednesday and stuff,
Yeah, they had to doing all that shit. Go on.
Yeah, because they could afford to do it, but it's like it becomes, it's supposedly to build the camaraderie and the morale of the company.
Yeah.
And then it gets overdone.
Yes.
So yeah, it's like, does one want to be a, I see somebody coming up on Instagram saying, if you replace this person, if you put this person like this in your company, you're going to go to 5 times. I guarantee it. Like, okay, well, good. Go to some other company and do it. I don't want you.
Yes. Thank you.
It's like, and this all is like water. Yeah. The publishing company, it's like, if you, like Dianetics, would like push the hell out of the book, and they paid some bigwig over $100,000 to get their books into all of these stores.
Yeah.
And distribution. So it got on the bestseller list, because the bestseller would go by distributor orders, not by bookstore orders. And I'll never forget, and it took me like probably 20 years to put this together, because when I was getting married to my first wife, she was working in their bookstore, and she would make very good commissions off selling books. She was, which was unusual. She was better paid than most staff.
Jesus.
And she, and I remember one time there was this huge semi-truck drove up in front of the Fort Harrison Hotel in Clearwater. It was huge. It was a big, like, Mayflower truck or something. And what the hell is this? It's just parked there. These were books. And she told me that she felt so guilty. I think I'd already left at that point. And she was still there. And she says, because little Life was this little Swedish kid. He had to, like, unload all these books. And they had no place to put them. They had to put them in the basement of this hotel. And these were returns. See, in other words, the distributors this guy got paid $100,000 to get these distributors across this country to order hundreds of thousands of books or whatever they did. And okay, They ordered them. It got on the bestseller list, and now they're being shipped back.
Yes.
Being shipped back, and they had, yeah, we're on the bestseller list. How much money did this cost? I don't know. And this was her last days in the Sea Org, but it was like, it took me like, why was that big truck of books? I had no idea. So in other words, if you get a lot of orders for books, and there's going to be returns, you have to manage the returns, and that becomes a pain in the ass. You know, I had I built a whole shed, or erected a whole shed to store the returns. Eventually the shed had problems with water, and I got rid of them all, which is the whole product. I mean, not that it was bad. I mean, they were basically wasted product anyway. I was going to see if I could do something with them, but no. So I have a policy of no returns anymore. The only ones that get returned are damaged books. I was able to work that out with the company.
Excellent.
Which, they gave me an option, but still, it's like, and even then, the books that get damaged, you have to manage them. So it's like you will not sell any more books that are demanded by the public. It's the public demand. It's not how much you put in the stores. And as I said, it was, if somebody comes in once a day to the bookstore and asks, I want the Montauk Project, does not make them order it. It takes about 10 or 15 calls a day.
Yes.
A lot of people calling, I want the Montauk Project, and then they'll order. And then they'll order it, and then it gets in the bookstores. So it's like, I've learned this process. It's like, people have to want it. And when people want it, and then, it's like water finding its level.
Yes.
If there was a point, and even today, advertising is not what it used to be.
No.
If I put it on the 11 o'clock hour, when I first got into this business, when Cheers ran.
That's right.
Seinfeld now on Channel 11. Seinfeld every 11 o'clock. They used to have Cheers, and that was like the most highly watched show.
Yeah.
The reruns of Cheers. And if I had run it, that would have just boomed my business. Boom, 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 boom. Because people are watching. God, what's that? And, I could have done the commercial myself. I didn't have the capabilities then. And they would never have let me put it on the air. Never. Now they would. But it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. It's not the same. Book buying is, it's different. It wouldn't hurt, but as they say, it's advertising dollars are very expensive, and they don't necessarily get a return. The best return I ever had on advertising was UFO magazine.
Interesting.
Classified ad in.
Yeah.
You put a classified ad. Montauk Project, follow-up to the Philadelphia experiment, time travel experiment, $15.95, right to Sky Books. And you get good return on investment. If I put a big ad in there, no, don't even get the same response.
Interesting.
It's like a little crummy ad.
Wow.
Cheap. And it worked. And the people that ran that magazine, Dan Ecker and his wife, they would take my money gladly, and they'd even talk to me, but they had no interest whatsoever in doing a story on my book.
Yeah, that's the kind of people they are. That's the kind of people they were. Now, under Bill Burns and his wife, it's become a character assassination rag, no doubt.
Do they still have that magazine?
I would presume so, yes.
I wouldn't think so. I think he's pretty much out of the business, I think. I don't know.
And
I mean, I'm aging. He was already way ahead of me in that game. I would think he's all sewn up. I mean, that would be my opinion, just in terms of attrition.
Yeah.
I don't know that, but the point is they weren't even interested in doing a story, and it would have been the best story they'd ever done.
Yeah, well, they couldn't see that because they're none so blind, right? it's amazing how these people are. It's incredible to me. They're just horrible.
Well, I was taught though by Preston. He would tell me exactly what's wrong with these people, and Al Bielek too. It's like, well, this, you know, they're just shills.
Yes.
They're actual shills.
Yes, truly.
And that's so, you know, I mean, I was introduced into this business in a way that you would have wholeheartedly understood and agreed with.
Yes.
You know, it's just like, okay, it's just, you know, you know, maybe you should teach me some of these satanic signals when I go to Romania. You know, I'll talk that to you about that privately.
Yes. Well, we only have a few minutes left, so let's have you say good morning to everyone first, and we'll cycle around to everyone else.
Okay, well, it's nice to hear from George as well. And I want to remind people to donate to Douglas, douglasdietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button. Good morning, everybody, and we'll see you on Wednesday. Yes. 2 days.
Yeah, it'll be here before you know it. It'll be just practically tomorrow. And thank you. Certainly need all the contributions I can get. We're trying to earn $100 for today. So somebody pitch in with another $50 to $60. We should be doing great. 70 would be ideal. And with that, who are our other gentlemen still with us? George Knight, say good morning to everyone, please. Take your time.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this evening. It's been wonderful being here with you, Douglas, and it's been lovely speaking to Nemo and to